fell into the world of One Piece after touching the 9 stars alignment? This crossing is too casual. Yi fell from the rooftop, crashing directly onto a luxury cruise ship. Looking at the colorful hair around him, he thought he had stumbled into a shammate gathering, until he saw a beautiful girl with orange hair and blurted out, "Are you Nami?" Nami exploded on the spot, kicking him with a swift move, shouting, "This pervert is harassing me." Yi was so scared he rolled away, thinking it was so unfair. "I just recognized someone." Before he could explain, there was a loud bang. A cannonball blasted through the ship's deck, and sailors shouted madly, "Pirate attack!" Just after crossing over, he encountered pirates. This start is simply hellish difficulty. The original text says, outside, there were heart-wrenching shouts from sailors. Pirates are attacking. Quick, get weapons, guard team. Assemble the guard team. With no system, no golden finger, and language barriers, Yi was afraid he might not make it out of this one. I bet 50 cents he will definitely find a way to counterattack based on his knowledge of the plot. In the next chapter, pirates board the ship. Are you ready to see how Yi survives? Just after crossing over, he bumped into Alvida. This start is simply hellish difficulty. Yi ran wildly with the crowd, suddenly seeing a hideous woman about 3 or 4 meters tall, jumping onto the ship with a mace from several meters away. Isn't that Alvida? Instantly realizing this is the first episode of One Piece. Quick, find a main character to hold on his leg. Yi rushed toward the kitchen like crazy, and bumped into a furry boy with pink hair. Kobe. He could only use this trick to gain favor. The language barrier was too deadly. Just as he hid, 3 pirates barged in. Yi was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. The knives in their hands were not toys. A casual swing could end his crossing journey prematurely. The original text says, you didn't think these pirates were kind people. They must have burned, killed, and plundered before. If they saw Yi, they might just stab him. Meanwhile, Nami had already disguised herself as a pirate to steal things, and Luffy was still sleeping in a barrel. Would Yi be able to wait for a savior? In the next chapter, Luffy is about to wake up. Are you ready to see the rubber fruit smash Alvida? Luffy just woke up and beat Alvida. This rubber fruit is too much of a cheat. The barrel exploded. The Straw Hat Boy punched a pirate flying. Yi quickly rushed out shouting, "Luffy! Luffy!" With the language barrier, he could only shout names to gain recognition. Luffy grinned and said, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." As soon as this classic line came out, Yi was covered in goosebumps. Alvida swung her mace down. But Luffy didn't dodge. He was pounded like a piece of clay and could still recover. "I'm a rubber man. I'm not afraid of getting hit." He directly revealed his ability. You want to complain. Can't you be a little more cautious? Pirate minions rushed in. Luffy swung his fist like a machine gun, knocking them all away. Wood chips flew. Screams filled the air. Yi stood by dumbfounded. Is this the power of the protagonist? Instantly igniting his desire for a devil fruit. The original text says, Luffy revealed his true abilities in one encounter here. We must complain about the stupidity of ability users in the One Piece world exposing their powers. Meanwhile, Nami had long finished stealing treasure and fled. Kobe stood by, dumbfounded. Yi was still thinking about how to get on Luffy's ship, how to overcome this language barrier. In the next chapter, Alvida is about to unleash a big move. Are you ready to see how Luffy wraps things up? Just because he was afraid of heights, he didn't jump off the ship? The crosser was directly treated as a pirate scapegoat. Luffy punched Alvida away, then grabbed Yi and jumped onto a small boat from a deck over 10 meters high. Yi's legs went weak, and he flailed his hands, accidentally shaking Luffy's hand off. In that 1 second of hesitation, the green-haired guy suddenly shouted, "He's a pirate and a pervert." Passengers immediately surrounded them, their eyes filled with greed. The captain was calculating, unable to catch a real pirate. He used Yi, this unidentified person, as a scapegoat, which could silence the tourists and also report to the Navy. This operation was simply writing darkness on his face. Yi looked at the sailors closing in, then at the distance where Luffy had paddled away. His mentality collapsed, cursing himself. What am I afraid of? Would jumping down kill me? Now it's good. He didn't manage to hold onto the protagonist's thigh and was sent to the Navy prison as a pirate. The original text says, "This world is so dark those without power have no right to resist." With no system and no abilities and a language barrier, could Yi turn the tide? I bet a pack of spicy strips. He must have a way to escape. In the next chapter, the Navy boards a ship. Are you ready to see how Yi saves himself? Beaten by sailors and chased by gunfire? This crosser is too miserable. Yi was cornered. A sailor punched him in the stomach, making him curl up like a shrimp in pain. His hair was pulled, and his face was swollen from slaps. His eyes were bloodied, his vision was all red. "Hit me again, and I'll die." The sailors dragged him to the captain like a dead dog. The captain squinted, looking at him like trash. Emoyi suddenly laughed, laughing maniacally, picked up a piece of broken wood, and jumped into the sea. "Fire! Shoot him dead!" Bullets splashed water around him. He endured the excruciating pain and swam towards Alvida's ship, with only one thought in his mind: survive. Even if he had to side with pirates, he couldn't die as a scapegoat without clarity. The original text says, Emoyi looked at this red world. It hurts. Really hurts. It's hard to breathe. Every breath feels like it's against intense pain. Without a golden finger, without protagonist halo, only relying on sheer guts to fight for his life. This is the real pirate world. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and there is no room for weakness. In the next chapter, he's about to be caught by Alvida. Are you ready to see how Emoyi survives against the odds? To survive, pretending to be mute while scrubbing the deck, this crosser can endure too much. Emoyi looked at the pirate ship getting further away. His strength was almost exhausted, despair at its peak. Suddenly, the pirate ship actually turned around. Alvida, full of narcissism, exclaimed, "It must be because they are infatuated with my beauty." She actually made the ship come back to pick him up, climbing onto the ship. Moyi immediately performed Abba Abba, grabbing a rag and frantically scrubbing the deck. Disguising himself as a mute handyman, the fierce pirate laughed. "Just in time for someone to do the work. Let's keep him." Because no one wanted to do the chores, Emoyi actually survived that night. The pirates held a banquet. He could only wait for everyone to finish eating, stuffing leftover food into his mouth. Tears mixed with the food as he swallowed. At night, curled up in a corner of the cabin, he cursed the sailors who hit him 1,000 times in his heart. "One day, I will make you pay it back double." The original text states, Emoyi's eyes were red, holding back tears, shoving leftover food into his mouth. Who would have thought that Emoyi would end up in such a state of eating leftovers? The more cowardly he is now, the more ruthless he will become in the future. Working as a handyman on the Yalata ship, perhaps he can wait for the slippery fruit to appear. This wave of endurance is worth it. In the next chapter, the life of a handyman on the pirate ship is about to begin. Are you ready to see how Emoyi secretly grows stronger? The slippery fruit is about to appear. Will the handyman make a comeback? Emoyi endured for 2 days on the pirate ship, with scars on his face, getting slapped every day, but he's secretly trained. Even eating leftovers made him feel his body getting stronger. The energy of this world is just too outrageous. Finally, when they reached the island for supplies, Emoyi's heart raced to his throat. He knew the slippery fruit was on this island. Yalata was about to get it. This was his only chance. If he missed it, he would truly become a lifelong handyman. Sure enough, the fierce boss brought over a pile of fruits. Among them, that pink, patterned one. Isn't it the slippery fruit? That idiot actually treated it as an ordinary fruit. Emoyi's eyes turned red. The opportunity has come. The original text states, that familiar pattern, transparent and smooth like glass, pink, and the size of a cantaloupe, appeared. This fruit could turn Yalata from an ugly duckling into a beauty, and it could help Emoyi escape his current life. How would he snatch it? He couldn't just confront them heathen. He could only play dirty. In the next chapter, are you ready to see how Emoyi tricks the pirates to grab the slippery fruit? A bite of the slippery fruit, and he can counterattack Yalata? The handyman is about to make a comeback and become the captain. Emoyi rushed up to snatch the fruit. The fierce pirate was about to kick him. He lowered his head and bit into the slippery fruit. The next second, he was kicked away. Yalita's eyes turned red. She grabbed the fruit with bite marks and swallowed it. After gagging for a while with no reaction, she realized she had eaten it for nothing. "Kill this little brat." Yalata roared as she charged over, but Emoyi felt his skin becoming slippery. His physique skyrocketed tenfold. Quick slide. He instantly flashed behind the pirate. A punch broke the opponent's wrist. He picked up a knife and began a counterattack. The minions were stunned by his speed. Yalata swung her wolf fawn club wildly. The ground was left pockmarked. Emoyi seized the opportunity with a sliding tackle. With a snap, he severed her calf. The 3-meter-tall strong man fell to the ground with a crash, howling like an injured beast. The original text states, Emoyi didn't confront the minions heathen, using the sliding speed of the slippery fruit to sneak attack the minions. After crazily slashing and killing a few fierce pirates, the other minions started to fall one by one with this operation. Who still remembers he was eating leftovers yesterday? Now he directly subdued the pirates to become the captain. This wave of counterattack is truly exhilarating. In the next chapter, as the captain of the pirate ship, are you ready to see how Emoyi stirs up trouble in the EC? Can the slippery fruit also steal memories? This operation is simply against the heavens. Emoyi sat in a pile of supplies, eating meat heartily, looking at the pirates kneeling and begging for mercy. Suddenly, he focused on the bound Yalata. He reached out and pressed on her head, frantically chanting in his mind, "Give me the memories." After several failed attempts blocked by a barrier, he simply knocked Yalata unconscious with a club. This worked. Memory clusters floated out like video files. Mo Yi slid his hand, directly copying them into his own mind. All of Yalita's memories from the past few days became his slippery fruit memory sliding technique. This ability is too tempting. Language barrier? Just steal some memories and you'll know it all. Want to learn swordsmanship or physical techniques in the future? Just peel off the memories of the masters. This is not just a slippery fruit. It's clearly a cheat artifact. The original text states, Mo Yi extracted memory clusters from Yalita's mind again. These memory clusters were like videos, and Mo Yi's slippery fruit was like a USB transfer device. It's just a bit cruel. The person whose memories are stolen will become brain dead. But Mo Yi couldn't care less. In this world of the survival of the fittest, being merciful is looking for death. In the next chapter, having learned the language, Mo Yi is ready to steal whose memories for practice. Just learn to speak and then kill the former captain. This new captain is too ruthless. Mo Yi stared at the fierce pirate, opening with, "What's your name?" This was directly dumbfounded. This mute handyman can actually speak. He quickly kneeled and shouted, "Captain!" Turning to see the foolish Yalata, Mo Yi's expression was emotionless. A gunshot rang out. The former captain's head exploded. Keeping her is a hidden danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates were so scared their legs turned to jelly. Back on the ship, all the opposing pirates became corpses. Mo Yi sat in the captain's seat, directly announcing, "The name is changed to Mo Yi Adventure Group. We are no longer pirates." He also ordered the ship to be painted red, the prow changed to a dragon head, named Flame Yellow. This display, directly filled to the brim. The original text states, the ship began a busy transformation activity at this time. Mo Yi asked the sailor, "Do you have the East Sea navigation chart? Do you know the routes?" Just as he secured language and power, he began planning an East Sea adventure, robbing other pirates, searching for treasure. This path is wild enough. With the memory-stealing ability of the slippery fruit, he is sure to walk proudly in the East Sea. In the next chapter, the Flame Yellow sets sail. Are you ready to see who Mo Yi will rob first? The sailor hesitated. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. His breath was suppressed. Mo Yi looked at the busy crew, turned to gaze at the distant sea. Not answering the sailor, his fists clenched, leaning against the railing, looking at the sea in the distance. "Luffy, since it's like this, don't blame me for snatching opportunities from you. You must know, if one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish. I will not become your babysitter just because of anime influences. Moreover, I only have this small advantage of knowing your adventurous experiences with nothing but a system and cheats. Mo Yi has no qualifications to be the caretaker of the main character group." A hint of fierceness flashed in Mo Yi's eyes, along with a touch of determination. On the busy ship, Mo Yi issued orders to the sailor. "You need to prepare information on Navy Base 153, Orangetown, Zillabu Village, the Maritime Restaurant Bellotti, Cocoa West Village, and Roger Town immediately. I want you to reach these locations accurately." The sailor was taken aback. After all, Navy Base 153 and Roger Town had stationed Navy personnel. However, he didn't dare to refuse, as Mo Yi was staring at him intently, making him feel uneasy. "All right, Captain, I know most of these locations. I'll go back and check the information and ensure I complete the mission." "Good. Thank you for your hard work," Mo Yi said, placing a hand on the sailor's shoulder with a reassuring tone. This left the sailor somewhat stunned, as previously, Yalata would only scold them. He felt a bit touched. This suddenly sparked a slight determination in the sailor to follow Mo Yi. But would Mo Yi care about such a nameless subordinate? Watching the busy crew members, Mo Yi felt a growing ambition within him. Everything was about to fall into place, and now he was also a small captain. However, he knew that in this world, the only authority lies in power. So he immediately began to train his physique and his slippery fruit abilities. At the same time, Mo Yi was considering his future path. Being a pirate was not a viable profession for him at the moment, as his strength was insufficient to withstand the majority of the Navy's combat power. He likely couldn't join the Navy either, as they generally wouldn't accept individuals of unknown origin, and Mo Yi was someone who had crossed over without a complete identity. As for the upcoming world conscription, it was probably something the world government had to resort to. However, the identities of those conscripted would be thoroughly investigated, as Fujitori's sense of justice was not to be underestimated. Therefore, Mo Yi could only become an adventurer similar to a pirate hunter. As for why he wouldn't become a pirate hunter, Mo Yi stated that he simply does not like the title of pirate hunter. because it would offend pirates. This is called following the way of survival from the heart. He just temporarily wants to be an adventurer who does not offend anyone. As for what will happen after he becomes stronger, who can say for sure? But when he encounters pirates, he will still strike hard. Moe activated the ability of the devil fruit, feeling the changes it brought and contemplating the direction of its development. Developing the devil fruit abilities involves several aspects: displacement, attack, defense, assistance, and the fruit's unique bizarre abilities. In terms of displacement, Moe plans to progress from quick sliding to instantaneous sliding, and even sliding related to space is not impossible. On the other hand, there is also the distance of the sliding. Moe believes he can develop these abilities. In terms of defense, Moe plans to deflect blunt weapons, guns, and sharp weapons. Training in these areas, and even the powers of devil fruits can be deflected. For support, Moe wants to develop an army flag like the flap fruit, making the entire ground frictionless, so enemies cannot gain leverage on the ground. Additionally, he aims to create an effect similar to the bubble fruit, making enemies slippery and unable to pick up weapons or causing them to fall. However, all of this requires a lot of practice and development. As for attacks, Moe hasn't thought of any special offensive methods yet, which frustrates him. Regarding the bizarre abilities related to extension, Moe suddenly realizes he has become very handsome, which is a passive ability of the slippery fruit. If he can develop it into something like Boa Hancock's sweet fruit that charms others, it would be extremely terrifying. Even if he can attract everyone regardless of age or gender, at least increasing the favor of women would be good. Moe thought about it, and his heart unconsciously began to race. There are quite a few talented women as well. The ultimate purpose of striving is to enjoy, right? For reproduction, for better inheriting everything about oneself. Therefore, beautiful women are also very important. Wealth, partners, laws, and territory. Wealth refers to resources, riches, and money that can create power. Partners refer to familial love, romantic love, and friendships, those who can help oneself or contribute to reproduction and inheritance. Laws refer to devil fruits, swordsmanship, physical skills, and powerful techniques that strengthen oneself. Territory refers to the domain of rule, to acquire more resources. The more he thought about it, the more Moe felt that his goals were indeed too numerous. One cannot achieve everything at once. The journey must be taken step by step. Moe comforted himself like this. Deep down, he also longed to devour a Yonko like Blackbeard in one bite, which was quite exhilarating to think about. The memory of the slippery fruit's sliding technique is an extension of the devil fruit's bizarre abilities. This ability will be the most powerful auxiliary skill for Moe to become stronger. In the future, with Moe's experience living in the information explosion era of the 21st century, he believes he will develop more and more bizarre abilities related to the slippery fruit. A day quietly passed. Captain, the Yeno has been refurbished and is ready to set sail. Reported dis all right. Sailors, destination. Navy Unit 153, set sail. Full speed ahead. Moe commanded loudly. We really can't waste any time. Yes, Captain. The sailor responded. All hands, set sail. Depart. The Yin Huang slowly started moving, heading towards its destination. Moe stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance of the sea, clenching his fists with an expression of absolute determination. A whisper came. Luffy, a crew member with potential. I want him too. A blood-red sail, with the golden characters Moe, appeared. The ship, with a fierce blood-red dragon head, slowly emerged at the dock of the Navy's 153rd branch. This was the Yin Huang, the adventure group of Moe. The island residents looked on in panic at this ship, which had a slight difference from pirate ships. Thinking pirates were attacking, they hurried back to their homes, while some youths went to report to the Navy branch. Inside the Navy branch, 2 days ago, a straw-hatted pirate had rescued the pirate hunter Zoro and defeated the tyrant Colonel Morgan, who had enslaved them. Therefore, the highest-ranking position in the branch was now just that of a lieutenant. At that moment, a sailor rushed in. Report, Lieutenant. The islanders are on alert. Pirates are attacking. Please, Lieutenant, act immediately to drive them away and capture the pirates. The lieutenant was taken aback. The straw-hatted kid had just left yesterday, and now there was another pirate attack, with Colonel Morgan already in prison. But Morgan was also the strongest force in the 153rd Navy branch. The lieutenant could only hope that the attacking pirates were small-time ones. Without time to think further, he immediately issued orders. Attention! All personnel assemble. Repel the pirates. Yes, Lieutenant. The sailor saluted. Meanwhile, Moe looked at the panicking islanders with indifference, not wanting to pay attention to these ignorant screamers. Moe instructed the crew to disembark and procure the necessary supplies. Moe had ordered against robbing and plundering innocent civilians, and for this reason, he had brought out all of Yarlita's treasures. At this moment, the naval commander had already arrived at the dock with his sailors, looking at the unfamiliar, menacing ship without a pirate flag. The commander was sure he had never seen this ship before, and then he looked at the strikingly handsome young man leading the group, who seemed almost unreal. The commander shook his head, trying to clear his mind of distractions, and guessed that these must be small pirates just setting out to sea. His previously tense feelings eased a little. Where do you small pirates come from? State your name. Dare to attack the naval branch. The commander raised his hand and questioned Moe loudly. Moe crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "Hello, Navy officer. We are not pirates." Then he became serious. "My name is Moe. We are adventurers, also part-time merchants. We are just here to replenish supplies. Please don't misunderstand." The colonel, not lowering his guard in response to Moe's words, began to warn, "If you are not pirates, please follow the order and put away your weapons." Moe turned around and scanned the crew holding weapons, noticing that they had not yet transitioned from their pirate identities. "Put away your weapons. Looking fierce is not good for our image." The crew members quickly sheathed their weapons upon hearing his words. "Those going to buy supplies, remember to pay. We are adventurers. We are merchants." Moe instructed, while not forgetting to remind, "I'm really sorry, Navy officer, for disturbing you. We encountered pirates yesterday and are a bit scared. The crew is still on edge, so please understand." Upon hearing Moe's explanation, the lieutenant relaxed his vigilance a little. It was estimated that these rookies wouldn't dare to openly attack the naval base and were preparing to retreat with their troops. At this moment, a slightly polite voice from Moe asked, "Excuse me, Navy officer, have you seen a pirate wearing a straw hat? Or has the pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro appeared on this island?" Moe didn't know if the plot would change, so he could only ask. The lieutenant frowned. "Young man, don't meddle in other people's business. Rats are for the sauce." After saying that, he left, fearing that if he looked at Moe a few more times, he might end up bending the other way. Moe's expression also changed. It seemed that Luffy had already been here. He wondered how far the plot had developed and began to feel anxious. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. With the Navy gone and the danger eliminated, more and more people began to fill the streets again. Moe walked to the street and asked a vendor, "Excuse me, has a pirate wearing a straw hat been here these past few days? Has the pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro appeared? What about Colonel Morgan? How is he doing now?" The vendor looked at Moe, who seemed to be a leader. Seeing that he was both handsome and polite, her expression relaxed a lot. "Oh my. A couple of days ago, that straw hat kid caused a ruckus at the Navy branch and even defeated Colonel Morgan and his son, which was truly satisfying. He just left yesterday. Are you looking for them? Looks like you came a bit too late." Moe felt a pang of disappointment. Zoro was ultimately not destined to be with her. However, the good news was that Luffy and the others had only been gone for a day. At their speed, she could very likely catch up with them in Orange Town. By then, Nami wouldn't let Luffy have her again. Moe immediately instructed Dis, "Quickly have the crew purchase all the items on the list and board the ship. Prepare to leave as soon as I return." Upon hearing this, Dis quickly left to notify others. Moe was walking alone, silently, when he suddenly saw a lovely girl. "Isn't that the girl who fed Sauron rice balls, Ligia?" Although Moe's mindset had changed, he was surrounded by these big men every day on the ship. Moe, this modern otaku, can't handle it. His attitude towards lowless, young girls, and mature women is just like that famous internet saying, "Only children would choose. I want them all." Moreover, Rika might just be the bridge that connects him with Zoro, and having a deeper bond or even a threat with Zoro wouldn't be bad either. Moe considers himself a modern person who is solely motivated by profit, but if he can achieve certain goals while being pleasing to the eye, why not? Moe raised the corner of his mouth, and besides, Lolas can be trained. The fruit ability activated, instant slide. Rika looked at the handsome man who suddenly appeared in front of her and couldn't help but be startled. "Do you need to eat something, sir? As long as you make it yourself, I can have anything." Moe, who had been expressionless for many days, surprisingly showed a hint of a smile. Listening to this, Rika's face turned red as she stammered, "The rice balls here are all made by my mom and me. I can recommend this one. The best rice ball in our shop. It's also made by me." Moe tried Lijia's signature rice balls and suddenly felt they were really good. Moe looked at the shy Lijia, and the personality he had before crossing over began to resurface. Unknowingly, his lowly heart exploded, but there was no need to rush. He said softly and hypocritically, "My name is Moe, and I am actually a friend of Zoro's. I'm here to thank you for saving him. Upon hearing Zoro's name, lowly Li Jia's eyes lit up as she asked, Is Lord Mo.Ye also a powerful pirate hunter? Can you defeat pirates with ease? By the way, I'm Li Jia. The lowly waved her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Mo.Ye. Mo.Ye looked at the adorable Li Jia, patted her head, and said, I'm not a pirate hunter. I'm an adventurer, but I can defeat pirates easily. In the future, I will become a great adventurer, renowned all over the world. Do you want to join me on an adventure? Upon hearing this, Li Jia felt a mix of admiration and a hint of panic. She admired Mo.Ye's strength and great ideals, but was panicked that Mo.Ye had actually invited her to join the adventure. Li Jia was suddenly caught in a moment of frustration. She was just a little girl. Why would Mo.Ye invite her? Was it because her rice balls were delicious? At the tavern, at the dining table, Li Jia thought for a moment and then lowered her head to say, But you're still small, you can't go to sea. And the shop also needs my help. Don't you want to go out to see this wonderful world? I can protect you. And as for your family, I can ask about it, okay? Mo.Ye gently touched Li Jia's head and comforted her. No, Li Jia said anxiously. Mo.Ye ignored Li Jia and walked to the bar's front desk. Looking at the busy young woman, his eyes lighting up. Madam, your headscarf and hairstyle are quite daring. May I ask if you're Li Jia's mother? I see that Li Jia is exceptionally talented, and her future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Therefore, I would like to take Li Jia out to sea for training. Please consider it. Mo.Ye tried to keep a sincere tone. Li Jia's mother looked at the suddenly appearing handsome man and was a bit taken aback. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by Mo.Ye's request, who had asked to take away someone's daughter right at the start. Out of politeness, Li Jia's mother still gently declined. Li Jia is still young, and going out to sea now is too dangerous. Please allow me to refuse. Li Jia is young, and this is the best time for her to train well. Missing this opportunity would be the biggest regret. Moreover, I will protect her and teach her. Besides, Li Jia is so young and is already helping you here every day, working as a waitress. She won't achieve much that way. In this era, with pirates rampant and dangers everywhere, she could have a better path. I hope you can consider Li Jia's future. Mo.Ye's tone turned seductive, and with his handsome face, Ria's mother was a bit swayed. At this moment, Ria tugged at Mo.Ye's clothes. Don't say that about my mother. I'm really happy being a waitress. Upon hearing Ria's words, her mother felt a pang in her heart. Who wouldn't want their child to succeed? But she also didn't want her daughter to take risks and fall into danger. She was caught in a dilemma. Mo.Ye's eyes met those of Rika's mother, and the devil fruit ability was activated in an instant, appearing abruptly in front of Rika's mother. The aura from Mo.Ye rushed into the nostrils of Li Jia's mother, causing her expression to change dramatically as she fell backward. Mo.Ye steadily held her waist. Sir, you can let go of me now. Then I entrust Li Jia to you. I believe you can protect her well. Seeing Mo.Ye's unpredictable speed, Li Jia's mother had reason to believe that Mo.Ye was a capable strongman. Li Jia looked at her mother's sudden change in attitude, filled with confusion. Mo.Ye revealed a reminiscing smile, such a soft waist. All right, from now on, Li Jia will be my crew member, starting as a little chef. You all get ready. I will come to pick up Li Jia shortly. After saying this, he left with a smile. After Mo.Ye left Li Jia's bar, he headed towards the Yanhua ship. Suddenly, Mo.Ye disappeared around a street corner and secretly moved towards the naval branch. Inside the naval branch, a sailor was reporting to the colonel. Sir, that Mo.Ye from the adventure group didn't cause any trouble. Their purchases were all normal transactions. Mo.Ye went to a bar and then left towards their ship. As long as they didn't cause trouble, that's good. Just keep an eye out. In a few days, Vice Admiral Naval Hero Carp will be coming to our naval branch. The colonel exclaimed, excitedly gesturing with his hands. Isn't Vice Admiral Carp coming back to the East Blue for a vacation and bringing Colonel Morgan back as well? Sir, a communications soldier said helplessly. The colonel wasn't embarrassed. He just scratched his head and laughed heartily, clearly thrilled. Mo.Ye, who was eavesdropping outside the window, frowned. He had originally planned to abduct Colonel Morgan to see if he had any memories of the Navy's 6 styles, but now he heard this news. Damn, a type of plant. Mo.Ye actually forgot about the classic plot of Colonel Morgan, the Axe Emperor, where he defeated Carp. This was truly a mistake, considering the gains and losses. Mo.Ye ultimately gave up on the idea of abducting Colonel Morgan, as he did not want to risk being pursued by Carp. Although Carp might not personally pursue Morgan's escape, if he randomly sent a rear admiral after him, it would be troublesome enough for Mo.Ye. Since he couldn't abduct Morgan, he also had to reconsider his plan to capture Kobe and Meber, whom he initially thought to take along. Although Kobe has great potential, after all, The great author of One Piece has set him up to have the chance to become an admiral. Moreover, 2 years later, he became a colonel in the Navy headquarters, which shows his potential. However, he is still too weak now and has little value for utilization. Since Kobe did not become Carp's disciple, Moe was unsure if he had the ability to train Kobe to become strong. After thinking it over, Moe ultimately abandoned the idea of abducting Kobe. Moe quickly retreated and began searching for the finance office and the treasure storage area of the Navy branch. Moe was unfamiliar with this place. Seeing a sailor pass by, he quickly slid over to him and struck the back of his neck with a knife hand, knocking him out. Using the sliding technique from the sliding fruit, Moe browsed through the sailor's memories and extracted a recent memory cluster to understand the terrain. With a crack, he casually found a corner to drop the sailor. Moe went straight to the finance room and used the sliding power of the slide fruit to easily open the door. Inside the finance room, there was a large box of berries, approximately over 20 million, which should be the reserve bounty in Navy salaries. Each Navy branch has a corresponding reserve bounty for its sea area, used to pay the bounty hunters for killing pirates. In this regard, most Navy branches still have some credibility, and the highest bounty in this sea area is only a little over 20 million, so using the reserve funds is more than enough. This small Navy branch also doesn't have any famous swords or notable items. So Moe picked out a few decent-looking handguns, which would also be good for the incapable Lee Jia. Moe rolled up a box of Bailey and began to evacuate. Moe thought for a moment that his suspicion was too great, so he turned around and used the memory of the Marine to find the prison, quickly knocking out the guard Marine. Moe threw the keys in front of several prison cells and released dozens of pirates who looked like lackeys and were not very capable. These pirates could easily be rearrested by the lieutenant colonel. Although Moe was motivated by profit, he also didn't want these pirates to escape and harm the civilians. It should be possible to distract the Navy and hinder their pursuit. As he withdrew from the Navy branch, Moe shouted loudly from the shadows, "There are pirates escaping. The treasury has been robbed." Moe quickly left the Navy branch after shouting, not looking back at the chaotic scene. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Arriving at the bar and seeing Lee Jia, who had already cleaned up, Moe smiled and patted her head, saying, "Get ready, let's set off." Moe Kuan. Lee Jia nodded quickly. "Boss lady, this few million berries will be for you to use. Remember, keep your wealth hidden and take good care of yourself." Moe took out a pile of berries from the box and gave them to Rika's mother. Listening to Moe's gentle tone, Rika's mother accepted the berries, turned her head, and with tears in her eyes, hugged Rika and said, "Take good care of yourself, Rika." Rika also had tears in her eyes, biting her lip, and nodded, "Mom, you also have to take care of yourself. I can't bear to part with you." Looking at this mother and daughter, Moe suddenly revealed a mysteriously charming smile. "On the adventure ship. What do you mean by bringing me up here, you untrustworthy guy? I still have to run my late husband's tavern. Let me off the ship, you shameless bastard." Moe simply introduced Lee Jia and her mother, temporarily appointing them as the ship's cooks, without considering the angry proprietress at all. Addressing the ready crew, he said, "Set sail immediately. Destination, Orange Town." Indeed, Lee Jia's mother, the proprietress, was also invited aboard by Moe. The crew began to take action, and the Yin Huang slowly sailed out of the 153 Navy branch port. In the night, Moe stood at the bow of the Yin Huang, deep in thought. Under Moe's orders, the Yin Huang sailed through the night, divided into several batches to paddle faster. The crew did not understand why the captain was in such a hurry, but they could only obey the orders. Moe knew that only by doing this could he catch up with Luffy and Zoro, who had left a day ago. Their small boat didn't have the speed of a sailboat, and it was being rowed by 2 people. Moe began to train his devil fruit abilities on the deck, pressing his hands against the surface. Slippery glass floor. A strange power emanated from Moe's slippery fruit, affecting the friction of the deck. Finally, he succeeded. Moe had progressed from the fruit only being able to affect himself to being able to influence certain external objects, and now to affecting the external environment. Is this creativity, or is it talent? Sabo and Blackbeard both mastered the abilities of the Flame fruit and the Quake fruit in an instant. Is it talent, or just familiarity with the techniques that allows them to use them? It remains unknown. Without any physical techniques, swordsmanship, or hockey training methods, Moe could only devote himself to developing the abilities of the slippery fruit and exercising to strengthen his body, because activating the ability consumes a large amount of physical strength. A voice called out. It was Lee Jia. Moe instantly reacted and slid in to catch Lee Jia before she fell. Li Jia, leaning in Mo Ye's arms, had a flushed little face. Brother Mo Ye, it's late, you should rest too. You can't tire yourself out. Mom is still angry, but I've already comforted her. From now on, we can go on adventures together. At Mo Ye's request, Li Jia changed her way of addressing him from Lord Mo Ye to Brother Mo Ye, besides satisfying his own lowly complex. He also didn't want to hear the cute girl calling him by that strange dialect. Li Jia really needed a rest early, so she could grow taller. Mo Ye smiled as if there was some hidden meaning behind his words. Well, Mo Ye gid, you too. The innocent Li Jia, of course, did not pick up on the hidden meaning in Mo Ye's words. Mo Ye withdrew the power of the slippery fruit, and the deck returned to its original state, putting Li Jia down. Brother, I am an ability user, and my physique is already very strong. I don't need that much rest. I just need to become stronger so that I can protect our little Li Jia well. Hearing Mo Ye's words, Li Jia shyly and curiously asked, Is brother's ability just to make the ground slippery? That's just one of my abilities. You'll gradually discover how amazing I am. Mo Ye replied, affectionately patting Li Jia's head. Dis and the crew on the ship watched this warm scene, feeling a bit moved. Although this captain had a few more demands, he was really much better than Yalida. Mo Ye has already given each of the crew members several $100,000 as pocket money from the spoils they brought back. And he is also planning to unify their uniforms. He wants each crew member to have a unique outfit for Mo Ye's adventure group. They could learn from Trafalgar D. Water Law, or they could go for a wave of mafia-style suits. All right, go rest. Brother Mo Ye. After Li Jia left, Mo Ye said to the duty crew, Keep up the speed and stay vigilant. Yes, Captain. The crew responded. On the third day at noon, the captain spotted Orangetown Island. The sailors standing on the mast reported loudly to Mo Ye. Mo Ye clenched his fists tightly and slowly whispered, Luffy, my butterfly has begun to flap its wings. I wonder how your future will change. Accelerate forward, Mo Ye commanded. Boom. The sound of cannon fire continued to echo throughout the island. Captain, there are people fighting on the island, the sailor reported while holding a single-tube telescope. Mo Ye's heart tightened, hoping that the battle wouldn't end so quickly. Otherwise, if Buggy was knocked away, Nami might develop a deep bond with Luffy and join him on his adventures. Full speed ahead. Everyone row the boat. Mo Ye hurriedly gave the order, hoping it was not too late. Mo Ye looked heavily at the smoke rising from the cannon fire on the island. On the other side, Nami, having stolen the navigation chart of the Grand Line, made Buggy furious, causing him to randomly fire buggy balls into the town to vent his frustrations. Afterwards, feeling guilty, Nami decided to return the navigation chart and even tied up her captain Luffy to hand him over to Buggy. However, Buggy ordered the surrendered Nami to use a buggy ball to kill Luffy. Nami was exposed for refusing and was fortunately saved by Zoro, who had just arrived. Zoro, the swordsman, did not know that Buggy was a user of the Chop Chop fruit, which makes him immune to slashing attacks. Carelessly, Zoro was ambushed by a flying hand from Buggy and was severely injured, suffering a wound to his kidney. Yes, his kidney. Despite his injuries, Zoro still fought fiercely against the acrobat Kabeji, matching him blow for blow. Luffy, seeing his first partner severely injured, was filled with rage and attacked Buggy furiously. The two Devil Fruit users, Buggy and Luffy, exchanged blows back and forth. Upon realizing that the straw hat on Luffy's head belonged to Shanks, Buggy's anger was tempered, and he became more restrained in his attacks, no longer aiming for Luffy's vital points, knowing that the hat was passed down from Captain Roger. Meanwhile, Luffy looked determined, refusing to back down until he knocked Buggy away. Taking advantage of their battle, Nami sneaked into Buggy's treasure room again in search of valuable navigation charts and treasures. It seemed that Luffy and Buggy had truly ignited a fierce battle. Buggy ordered his men to use the buggy cannon to blow Luffy and the others to pieces. The buggy balls were a formula Buggy brought back from the Grand Line, with power dozens of times stronger than regular cannonballs. The cannonballs were ineffective against Luffy's Devil Fruit abilities, but they blew the surrounding buildings to bits, making the situation increasingly dangerous for Luffy and his crew. Zoro also began to lose strength due to excessive blood loss. Finally, the adventurer's ship successfully docked at Orangetown's harbor. Looking at Buggy's empty, massive pirate ship and Luffy and Zoro's small boat, it seemed that all of Buggy's crew had gone to provide support. Mo Ye immediately issued the order to leave half of the crew behind to take over the clown pirate ship, and to sail the Yin Huang and the clown pirate ship to a position 100 meters away from the port. Then wait for my command. Yes, Captain, replied Dis, who had already shown absolute loyalty to Mo Ye. Mo Ye left Li Jia on the ship and selected the strongest 10 or so crew members, each carrying a medium-sized wooden barrel, rushing quickly towards the smoky battlefield. Although Nami used Luffy and the others as a shield, she didn't want them to die because of her. Therefore, she hid to the side, watching the changes in the battle, waiting for an opportunity to ambush Buggy. Gum Gum Pistol, Luffy shouted, stretching out his arms, with his fists flying like bullets, quickly attacking Buggy. Chop Chop Great Counter. Buggy's body split into several segments, avoiding Luffy's attack, while a flying hand holding a dagger unexpectedly slashed Luffy. At that moment, Nami, carrying the treasure, was spotted by Buggy flying in the sky, which made him anxious and distracted, wanting to reclaim his treasure. Seeing Buggy's lower body unable to leave the ground, Luffy immediately launched an attack, kicking the lower body, grabbing the feet, and using all sorts of tricks. Although his body was separated, Buggy still felt the pain from his lower body injury, causing tears to well up in his eyes, suffering immensely. Nami also saw the opportunity and snatched a part of Buggy's torso, tying it up. Luffy's side had already prepared an attack. Gum Gum Rocket, Luffy shouted, stretching out his hands to gather power, ready to blast Buggy away. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps came from a distance. Mo Yi Adventure Team arrived at the battlefield. Quick Slide Mo Yi silently shouted in his heart, and his figure quickly appeared beside Buggy. He grabbed Buggy's head and hand and flashed to the side, dodging Luffy's attack, the rocket bazooka. Luffy, facing the sudden intervention of Mo Yi, couldn't help but angrily question, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our battle?" Mo Yi quickly moved back to the crew, sealing Buggy's hands inside a wooden barrel filled with seawater. Buggy immediately went limp, allowing Mo Yi to do as he pleased. The other crew members also began to collect Buggy's body, sealing him in barrels filled with seawater, and started to bind the injured members of Buggy's pirate crew. They stood off against the other uninjured pirates of Buggy's crew. This was a plan that Mo Yi had arranged with the crew in advance, and it was the simplest and most effective method he could think of to seize the opportunity and control Buggy as quickly as possible to prevent him from harming his own crew. After all, his useless teammates were all weaklings, and they could only win and reduce casualties through such tricks. Otherwise, they might end up losing even the ones who could steer the ship. At this moment, Mo Yi turned around and looked at Luffy's familiar face, saying meaningfully, "Hey, Luffy, Umi Moye, I'm really glad to see you again. Ah, do you know me? Hello, I'm going to be the Pirate King." Luffy replied in his usual straightforward and nonsensical manner. Zoro, who had defeated Kabeji, dragged his injured body over, and both he and the vigilant Nami let out a sigh of relief, having just thought a new enemy had appeared. But upon hearing Mo Ye's response and seeing his attitude, they instinctively believed that Mo Ye knew Luffy and was not an enemy. Don't you remember? Last time during the attack by the Alvida pirates on the cruise ship, that person who couldn't communicate. Mo Ye squinted his eyes slightly and said. Then he turned to Nami, gruffly and coldly saying, "My little Nami, that last move of yours that cut off the Descendants kick really scared me. It's not good to treat your future husband like this." Mo Yi jokingly said that it's better to take the initiative, so he designated Nami as his fiancée first, laying the groundwork for the competition with Luffy over Nami. "Baka, I don't even know you. You perverted creep." Nami's expression immediately broke, and she shouted in frustration. "Nami is my crewmate." Luffy shouted at that moment, but Mo Yi ignored him. "Nami, let me speak first. I promised many people that I would protect you well." Mo Yin thought, representing the vast Namikawa and the Friends of the Wolf. "You should know that the two of them can't handle that fishman, and we shouldn't involve them. Give me some time. I will defeat that fishman. Trust me." Mo Yi faced Nami with a determined expression and said. Nami's pupils contracted, very shocked that Mo Yi actually knew about the evil dragon. At that moment, Mo Yi quickly slid over to her side and gently whispered in her ear, "Belem re-entrusted me to take good care of you." Mo Ye's lies flowed like whispers from a demon, while Nami's mind felt as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. The name Belmer was the most important name in her life. Nami grabbed Mo Ye's shoulders, tears streaming down her face, frantically questioning, "How do you know Belmer? Why do you know Belmer? Where's she now? I want to see her. I really miss her." Crying, Nami's legs gave way, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. Seeing the distraught Nami, Mo Yi, who had initially felt relaxed after the success of his despicable plan, suddenly felt a heavy weight on his heart. He seemed to have overlooked how significant Belmer was to Nami. Shaking his head to discard those thoughts, perhaps with a hint of guilt, he crouched down and gently pulled Nami into his embrace. "Cry, little one. You've worked hard these years. Let all your grievances out. I promise you, I will drive the evil dragon out of Cocoa Village." Moe said firmly and loudly. And after hearing this, Nami cried even louder. What are you doing? You made my navigator cry. I'm gonna knock you out. Luffy shouted angrily, raising his arm and ready to charge at Moe. Although Zoro was directionally challenged, he wasn't an idiot and could tell the situation between Moe and Nami. He immediately grabbed Luffy and hit him hard on the head, causing a big bump. They're dealing with their own personal matters. Why are you meddling? Luffy struggled in Zoro's grip, and with his current intelligence, he couldn't understand why Nami was crying. Seeing that Nami had calmed down a bit, Moe gently touched her head and said, "From now on, I'll protect you. Leave your dream of sailing and the threat of the dragon to me. But I don't need you to take care of it. The dragon is too powerful. You can't defeat him. I won't let anyone take risks. I will quickly gather 100 million berries and personally redeem the village of Cocoa West." Nami pushed Moe away, wiping her tears. "Don't be so naive, Nami. The dragon won't let you leave so easily. Moreover, as far as I know, he has colluded with Colonel Mouse of the Navy. Can you guess the final outcome now?" Moe sternly and ruthlessly exposed the truth. When Nami heard this news, her heart shattered once again in despair. Tears began to flow down her face, and she supported herself on the ground, raising her head to look at Moe. "I don't know. I don't believe it. What should I do? Who can help me?" Moe wiped away Nami's tears with tenderness. "Leave everything to me." Nami gazed at Moe's handsome and solemn face, feeling a bit dazed. At that moment, Luffy broke free from Zoro's restraints. "Nami is my navigator, and I'll take care of that evil dragon. Isn't that obvious?" Seeing that Luffy still insisted that Nami was his navigator, Moe's expression changed, becoming serious with a face full of clouds. "You say Nami is your navigator, but have you asked for her opinion? Did she agree to it?" Faced with Moe's questioning, Zoro remained silent. But Luffy stubbornly replied, "I don't care. Anyway, I want Nami to be my navigator." Moe's mood also sank. When watching anime in the past, he found Luffy's persistent personality likable. But when faced with the situation himself, he really wanted to punch him. Considering that the Revolutionary Army's dragon might be secretly protecting Luffy, Moe still reasoned with Luffy, saying, "Nami is not a commodity. You can't just take her because you want her. I respect Nami's choice. Nami, join my adventure crew and become my navigator. Nami, join my pirate crew and become my navigator." Moe and Luffy both invited Nami at the same time. Suddenly, everyone looked at Nami. Upon hearing their invitations, Nami, who originally wanted to use Luffy as a scapegoat, had no intention of becoming a pirate at all. Although she hesitated a bit, she still said to Luffy, "I'm sorry. Luffy, I don't want to become the pirate I hate." Nami then asked Moe, "Is the adventure team a group of pirates?" Moe replied, "Of course not. Our adventure team is mainly focused on treasure hunting and eliminating evil pirates and bullies. We also do some business on the side," Moe explained, while also throwing a huge temptation at Nami. "Moreover, I've discovered the location of the famous treasure of the Golden Country. I've heard that it's filled with gold everywhere." Sure enough, Nami was momentarily stunned, and her sad mood instantly brightened. Her eyes transformed into the shape of berries with a ding sound, and she immediately hugged Moe's arm. "Ah, Captain, from now on, you are my boss." One must say that the mindset of people in the pirate world is truly unpredictable, changing too quickly. When Luffy saw Nami like this, it felt as if the meat in his hand had been taken away, and he angrily shouted at Moe, "Moe, I want to duel with you." Moe also wanted to verify the results of his recent training and gain some practical experience. "All right, I agree to you. But before the duel, let's deal with the remnants of the buggy pirates first. I don't want my spoils to escape." The group quickly and efficiently dealt with the remnants of the buggy pirates, binding and imprisoning them. Soon, in the open area, Moya and Luffy stared at each other from a distance. "Gum Gum Gatling," Luffy shouted, taking the initiative to attack, his arms stretching out rapidly and fiercely striking towards Moya, creating countless afterimages of his fists. Nami and Zoro, seeing that Moya seemed unresponsive, exchanged worried and puzzled looks. Meanwhile, the crew of Moya's adventure team looked at their captain with trust, as if victory was already assured, cheering him on. Luffy's powerful fist hit Moya, but something strange happened. It was as if his fists were striking a slippery object. With a swish, they slid past Moya's body and hammered into the wall behind him, raising a cloud of dust, but causing no harm to Moya. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami all felt a bit incredulous, but they quickly reacted. Moe is indeed the captain of a ship, so it's not surprising that he has some special abilities. Meanwhile, the members of Moe's adventure team look on as if it's only natural, cheering and supporting him enthusiastically from the side. Yi continuously practiced with Luffy, making his body and moves more and more coordinated. Yi's strength, physique, combat awareness, and techniques are far inferior to Luffy's. He can only rely on the ability of the smooth fruit to be immune to most of Luffy's physical attacks to keep up with him. After half an hour of fighting, neither side could gain the upper hand, as both of their devil fruit abilities had the characteristic of immunity to physical blunt damage. However, Yi's stamina was almost exhausted, while Luffy was still full of energy. It's time to end the battle. Yi decided that although he couldn't defeat Luffy in a direct confrontation, he had many ways to deal with him. Seawater, sharp weapons, and hypnosis. Slip fruit, glassy ground. Yi supported himself with one hand on the ground and silently shouted in his heart. Yi never revealed his moves. Otherwise, he would look foolish like Luffy. Then, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around Yi began to change. The surface seemed to reflect light, smooth as could be. Just as Luffy was about to accelerate, he suddenly fell to the ground. Yi seized the opportunity, grabbed a bucket of water held by a minion, and quickly slid to Luffy's side, dumping a bucket of seawater over him. Luffy immediately felt his strength disappearing, his tongue hanging out, his whole body going limp. At that moment, Yi, wearing his newly bought waterproof gloves, leisurely wrapped a cloth and slowly dipped it into a wooden bucket filled with seawater, then pulled his hand out, the cloth still dripping with seawater. Dipping the seawater into the boxing gloves, it was complete. At this point, Yi revealed a triumphant smile, wondering if this time Luffy's gum fruit would be immune to blunt force. Roar! Let's see how tough your skin is against this punch that will leave you unrecognizable. Yi punched little Luffy once, 3 punches from the left, 3 punches from the right, a kick to the butt, and finally delivered a Lushan Rising Dragon strike, finishing off with a flourish. Zoro looked at Luffy's pig-like appearance, furrowing his brow in extreme disdain for Yi's despicable act of splashing water, and quickly ran to Luffy's side to protect him. However, as soon as Zoro entered Yi's glassy ground area, he slipped, startling him. But he quickly reacted, performed a backflip, drew his sword, and stabbed it into the ground in one fluid motion. However, with a bang, the tip of the sword slid off, failing to penetrate the ground. Zoro fell harshly, clearly affected by his injuries, and not performing well. Haha! Nami and the others burst into laughter, while Zoro's face turned as red as a monkey's, as he tried to get up but kept slipping and couldn't rise. Yili Demion walked over to Zoro, extended his hand, and pulled him up, inviting him. Zoro, come be my partner, you know? I specifically went to the Navy's 153rd branch to save you, but I didn't expect you to be rescued by someone else. Zoro didn't respond, although he was a bit surprised by Yi's rescue mission. But he was a person who valued promises. Since he had agreed to be Luffy's crew member, he had no intention of going back on his word. Li Jia's on my ship. She misses you. And I know your dream. And I also know the possible location where the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, might appear recently. Yi continues to appeal to emotions and reason, using all means, both covert and overt, to entice and win over. At this point, Zoro's heart sank. Luffy had shown him a favor worth a meal. While challenging Hawkeye was his lifelong dream, he suddenly found himself in a state of chaotic thoughts. Yi let out a sigh in his heart. He underestimated Zoro's loyalty by thinking he wouldn't be moved and still wanted to continue to instigate him. At that moment, a wave that made Yi's heart tremble occurred, causing his heartbeat to skip. It felt as if he was being watched by a high-level predator like a dragon. Is it Dorag? Is this a warning to himself? Montakiva shook it, thinking about the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and Gung Sairu. Yi knew that Zoro was very likely a crew member predetermined for Luffy by Dragon and Gung Sairu. Or could it really be a coincidence, fate? At this point, Yi dared not take any further action. Yi fell silent for a moment, ignoring the quiet Zoro and the unconscious Luffy. He began to give orders to recruit the buggy pirates. Nami, please carefully gather every valuable item from the buggy pirates. Moye seriously commanded Nami. Nami smiled, so widely her mouth almost split open. Obeying orders to collect treasures was probably her favorite command. Yes, Captain. She immediately turned around and ran off to search for treasure. Bring all the members of the buggy pirates to the front. Yi ordered his crew. Looking at the pirates tied up in bundles, Captain Buggy, the beast tamer Officer Machi, Lion Ricky, Acrobat Kabaji, and a bunch of lackeys. Following the strong is human nature. Follow me. From now on, you are all my crew. Otherwise, go kiss the sea fish and sea kings in the sea right now. Yi looked at the group of pirates and said, The pirates instinctively looked at their captain, Buggy. Baka, after the captain's death, I, Buggy, will never submit to anyone, even if I have to die and jump into the sea. Buggy turned his face, looking tough. Emoyi was too lazy to persuade Baki to surrender and walked straight towards him. In fact, Emoyi had been secretly observing Baki's memories on the Pirate King's ship. The previous persuasion was just for show, aimed at the ordinary members. Ignoring Baki's struggles, he grabbed his head, took him back to the cabin, closed the door, and knocked him out directly. Slip, slip, fruit memory, sliding technique. Emoyi began to browse through Bucky's memories, watching fragments of his greed for treasure. Emoyi couldn't help but smile. As a crew member of the Pirate King's ship, he was surprisingly aimless, greedy by nature, and lazy to the point of fearing hardship. A figure in a green robe silently observed the little guy below from the clouds, frowning slightly on his expressionless face. Suddenly, Emoyi's expression changed. This was a fragment of Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Shank's memories of hockey training. Shocked, it turned out that Buggy had actually awakened hockey, and both types of hockey had been awakened. However, after staying too long in the East Sea, his ambition waned, physical abilities declined, and, coupled with neglecting training, his hockey actually regressed. Considering this situation, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Moria is a typical example. After being defeated by Kaido, he became obsessed with his crew and dedicated himself to the development of the Shadow fruit in order to revive them, neglecting the training of hockey. As a result, more than a decade later, Moria's hockey has almost degraded to zero. Buggy is in a similar situation, which explains why some big names who have ventured in the New World do not possess hockey. That despicable Buggy, having such great resources, actually didn't take the advanced training methods for Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey seriously out of fear of suffering. I really want to slap that old bastard Buggy. He was feeling a bit frantic and wanted to hit someone, but there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, Buggy still remembered some basic methods of hockey training. He had learned about the awakening and training of observation hockey, the wrapping and hardening of armament hockey. As for the advanced applications of armament hockey, he had never heard of it. He only heard one thing about Conqueror's hockey. It is born from 1 in a million. A natural trait of a king, and that was it. However, over the years, because of treasure hunting, laziness, and fear of hardship, Buggy's hockey had actually been regressing, almost to zero. No, it should be said that he practically had no hockey left in him at all, and could only languish in the weakest sea, the East Sea, lingering near the waters of Lowtown after Roger's death. And now, he had even been defeated by the younger generation, Luffy. Truly pathetic. It's a shame I believe the rumors on the forums back on Earth, really thinking Buggy was a hidden boss like Obito, a bit of jokester. But Buggy's luck with Conqueror's hockey did have some merit, as I remember quite a few incidents of him getting lucky. Setting aside distractions, Emoyi directly extracted the memories related to Buggy on the Pirate King's ship and slid them into his own mind. Emoyi greedily absorbed the method of cultivating the Conqueror's hockey. In the end, Emoyi was astonished to find that after most of Buggy's memories from the latter half of his life were extracted, his mental memory showed no signs of chaos at all. The negative symptoms were probably similar to those of most amnesiacs. Hiss, is this the physique of a holder of the Conqueror's hockey? The current Buggy is like a 40-something old youth with the memories of a teenager. Seeing Buggy slowly waking up, I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something important. Buggy's memories of being part of the Roger Pirates and eating the devil fruit were also taken away by Emoyi. Now, Buggy is just a naive little kid before he joined the Roger Pirates. With no other choice, Emoyi had to re-educate Buggy, explaining to him that he had eaten the devil fruit, which caused his body to age, resulting in temporary amnesia, and then integrated Buggy into the current storyline of Emoyi's adventure group, instilling knowledge into this old yet young yet old Buggy. By the way, Emoyi also re-explained the techniques of the chop fruit to Buggy. Whether he believes it or learns, it is beyond Emoyi's control. Seeing Buggy's vigilant expression, Emoyi had no choice but to use the trick of deceiving Nami once again, clearly telling Buggy that he had discovered the location of the treasure of the Land of Gold. Although Buggy had been to Sky Island before, he currently has no memory of it. Emoyi is just deceiving Buggy, the treasure hunting enthusiast. So Buggy has tacitly accepted that he wants to follow Emoyi to hunt for treasure. It's really not easy to lie. I hope that by the time these lies are shattered, Emoyi will have enough strength to protect himself. Others see Buggy honestly following behind Emoyi without resisting. Although they notice some of Buggy's inappropriate behaviors, they are under the same roof. Therefore, the Buggy pirates naturally join Emoyi's adventure group. After sorting everything out, Emoyi smiled happily. Although it was just a basic method of Haki cultivation, it was an important step for him towards becoming stronger. He was initially worried that he couldn't defeat the evil dragon, but Mo-Yi believed that if given a little time to master the armament Haki, he would be able to sweep through all the small pirates in the East Sea. Mo-Yi even went to subdue the lion-like creature, Liki, which posed a threat, making it a pet, an exclusive mount for himself and Li Jia, and Machi did not dare to object. Mo-Yi ordered the pirates to be reorganized into adventure crew members, with all their eccentric outfits replaced by black uniforms. The sails of Buggy's pirate ship were also to be redesigned to match the general theme of the Yin Huang ship. Since Buggy's ship was larger, it became the main ship, named Yin Huang, while the original Yin Huang was renamed Yin Huang No. 2. Zoro, watching the busy Mo-Yi adventure group and the still sleeping Luffy, couldn't help but request Mo-Yi to prepare a large amount of meat to wake Luffy up. Facing Zoro's request, Mo-Yi realized he couldn't subdue Zoro. He feared that if he extracted Zoro's swordsmanship memories, Monkey D. Dragon might kill him on the spot, and he couldn't take that risk. Moreover, Nami was not yet a crew member of Luffy's, so Mo-Yi dared to snatch her. But Zoro was already a member of Luffy's crew. Mo-Yi was afraid of Dragon and Gung Shiro, which is why he didn't dare to take Zoro away. Therefore, Mo-Yi made a deal with Zoro, asking him to spend one night constantly recalling his swordsmanship training experiences and methods while using the sword techniques he already knew throughout the night. Mo-Yi's development of the slippery fruit has made progress. Mo-Yi just wanted to try extracting a day's worth of memories to see if a day's memories could be strengthened into a memory cluster. This was another method that was not very harmful but extremely useful. At first, Zoro was hesitant, but after Mo-Yi revealed that Hawkeye was coming to the East Sea soon, Zoro immediately agreed. The next day, Mo-Yi actually succeeded in accessing the memory cluster of the swordsmanship and techniques that Zoro had focused on the day before. Mo-Yi successfully browsed through his memories regarding the methods and insights of swordsmanship cultivation, which excited him for a long time. Meanwhile, Zoro had only lost a night's worth of memories, so it wasn't a big problem. Looking at Luffy, who had a pig-like expression, Mo-Yi suddenly had a wild guess in his mind. Let me give Luffy a massage treatment. Activating his devil fruit ability, he delved deep into Luffy's mind. With a boom, it felt as if Mo-Yi's soul was shaken. Indeed, deep within the pale yellow memory cluster, there was a red-purple mass that was almost tangible. It was the seed of the Conqueror's Haki by birth, or rather, the genetic factor of its spirit. Feeling the pressure from this seed, Mo-Yi was trying hard to stay awake as he stealthily took these seeds, moving them and slipping them into his own soul. Sensing the threat from Mo-Yi, the group of seeds began to stir restlessly, and Mo-Yi's soul was shaken to the point of feeling a bit dizzy. The green-robed figure in midair, observing Mo-Yi's dangerous actions, narrowed his eyes, and a domineering aura surged straight toward Mo-Yi's soul. Mo-Yi suddenly shuddered, his head pounding painfully. Gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. At the brink of extreme collapse, the power of the devil fruit was fully unleashed. Just before fainting, he forcefully scraped off a part of the Conqueror's Haki seed and let it slide into his soul. Seeing the two people who suddenly collapsed on the ground, Zoro was also dumbfounded, wondering how he could end up with both of them down. Zoro was flustered, but realized he could do nothing but wait for them to wake up on their own. Mo-Yi's crew began to nervously approach to protect him, starting to be wary of Zoro. Nami even ran over to hold Mo-Yi's head, looking worriedly at his pale face. The newly joined Buggy pirates had different expressions. In the shadows, Dragon frowned, watching the two who had fallen into a coma, his mind confused. Could it be that a trace of Conqueror's Haki knocked this kid out? It shouldn't be. He was very confident in his control over Conqueror's Haki. It was clearly just meant to intimidate, just for now. Luffy slowly woke up. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Zoro had a black line on his face, and Mo-Yi hadn't woken up yet. And this guy was already awake because he was hungry. Zoro looked at Mo-Yi with concern. This was already Mo-Yi's territory, and Mo-Yi was unconscious from treating Luffy, which made their situation a bit precarious. Why do I feel so tired and sleepy? I want to eat meat. Luffy continued to fuss. Luffy still didn't know that an important part of something had been stolen by Mo-Yi, and he kept demanding meat. At this moment, Mo-Yi also slowly woke up. He immediately checked the Conqueror's Haki seed and saw that it had stabilized in his sea of souls and had not dissipated. This made Mo-Yi extremely delighted. With his Earth Star physique, he had only tried it out, yet it had really succeeded, and he had become a potential possessor of Conqueror's Haki. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Mo-Yi laughed wildly, tears in his eyes, not asking why, because he loved this world deeply. The excruciating pain in his head could not dampen Mo's excitement. With his spirits lifted, Mo's attitude towards Luffy also improved significantly. This was a walking experience bag. Mo ordered to hold a banquet to treat the Straw Hats well and celebrate for 3 days. At the banquet, Luffy was gobbling down meat at a rapid pace, looking quite hungry. Zoro was drinking heavily, and everyone was in high spirits, while Nami and Lee Jia sat next to Mo, eating grilled meat elegantly. Lee Jia's mother, Lim, was making rice balls. Mo watched all of this, feeling that he had exceeded his goals this time. Not only had he gained Nami, recruited the Joker Pirates, but he also obtained part of Zoro's insights and sword techniques. Most importantly, he had acquired the seed of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, which was a crucial symbol of becoming a king. Looking at the crowd that was full and swaying, Mo felt a sense of belonging in this world for the first time. However, he quickly recalled the unhappy things. He wondered where that cruise ship had gone. It still held the first batch of enemies he had in this world. Without avenging them, he felt unsettled. He needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly, but the problem was that he currently had no intelligence system at all. A hint of ominous anger inadvertently surfaced. As if sensing something, Nami suddenly patted Mo's shoulder. Her eyes filled with questions. Good-looking guys are popular everywhere, and this world was no exception. Mo's hand also rested on the small, green onion-like hand that Nami had placed on his shoulder. He still needed to practice his internal energy cultivation, keeping his emotions hidden from his expression. Mo didn't notice that his personality seemed to have split a little, alternating between the personality filled with hatred and the one before the crossover. Nami's face turned red as she argued. I just wanted to comfort you because you looked so unhappy, so don't think too much about it. But her small hand didn't pull away. Mo suddenly held Nami's hand tightly, and the two exchanged a glance. Nami's eyes showed a bit of panic, but neither of them spoke. At that moment, Rika cutely said, I want to hold hands with brother Mo too. Everyone laughed heartily, and Nami immediately shook off Mo's hand, calmly picked up the grilled meat, pretending to eat, but her heartbeat seemed a bit unsettled. The next day, Mo got up early to train himself, as the armament Haki required a strong and resilient physique to support it. Mo did not forget the feeling of helplessness when he first arrived in this world. He wanted to become strong. Based on Buggy's memories, combined with his rich theoretical speculation from modern times, he deduced that Haki is produced by human cells. For human cells to generate this Haki, they need to be resilient enough to break through the limits of the body. Only then can the cells become a self-sustaining Haki engine, continuously producing Haki like generating energy. Armament Haki, like physical strength, will be consumed but can be restored through rest. The stronger the body, the quicker the recovery. Conversely, Haki can also degrade, neglecting training, declining physical condition, and cells reverting to normal levels will prevent the production of Haki, just like muscles turning into fat. This is likely the reason why Buggy and Moria cannot use Haki. Observation Haki is a special energy produced by the sensory cells breaking through their limits, enabling the user to scout and predict an enemy's actions. Advanced observation Haki allows the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and skin to form an analytical system that collects information from various organs, automatically deducing and even predicting localized futures, listening to everything. Conqueror's Haki, on the other hand, requires possessing a seed of Conqueror's Haki, which is usually inherited or mutated. After experiencing countless dangers and reaching the heights of the world, one can gradually enhance their aura. Thus, many possess Conqueror's Haki by birth, being 1 in a million. Insufficient strength truly limits one in every aspect. Everything requires careful planning. Mo crave that feeling of overwhelming power like a mindless trash system novel. However, he did not have as many protectors as Luffy, nor did he have a golden finger to guide him through, so he could only plan everything that could make him stronger, pushing himself to train relentlessly. Luffy and Zoro declined the invitation to set sail with Mo and the others, setting off in their small boat to begin their own adventure. Meanwhile, Mo stayed in Orange Town to continue training for another day, waiting for the completion of the adventure group ship uniforms and ship modifications. Looking at the two blood-red and solemn ships, Yin Huang No. 1 and Yin Huang No. 2, with crew members dressed in unified black uniforms. Buggy and others with bounties donned masks and changed their attire, while the officers could wear their uniforms freely. Currently, only Buggy was a combat officer in Mo's adventure group. Nami was the navigator, and Li Jia was Mo's maid and cook. Li Jia's mother, Lim, temporarily served as the head chef. Leaky was Mo's pet and mount. Dis, Kabaji, and Machi were all squad leaders under him, each leading dozens of crew members. The entire adventure group consisted of 2 ships and over 100 people. As for the little dog Chio, Mo ultimately decided not to adopt it, letting it stay by its owner's side. Under Mo's orders, the 2 fully stocked ships set sail from Orangetown, heading towards West Rob Village. Mo continued his training as usual, and only Buggy was able to spar with him on the ship. Therefore, Buggy was constantly pulled by Mo to practice. Perhaps training would help the amnesiac Buggy regain some of his former strength, and he indeed became much stronger. Or we could say he restored a lot of his youthful condition. Mo dabbled in various skills, including devil fruit abilities, hockey training, and swordsmanship. But his main focus was still on developing his devil fruit powers. The abilities of the devil fruit could be limitless, allowing for various experiments, while hockey and swordsmanship required long-term accumulation and continuous enhancement. Report to Captain Mo. Syrup Village has appeared, shouted the sailor. Nami was also observing the sea chart. The earlier group, led by Luffy, had drifted to Syrup Village, where they met the lying Usopp. After Usopp unintentionally exposed Captain Kuro's plot, the others did not believe him. Relying on the protagonist's halo to discern good from evil, Luffy and the others resolutely decided to help Usopp defeat Kuro and rescue the young Lady Kaya. Pirate Kuro spent 3 years gaining the trust of the wealthy young Lady Kaya under the guise of Butler Clabater, intending to seize her wealth and enjoy a leisurely retirement. Upon seeing Usopp and Luffy team up, Kuro guessed that his plot was exposed and began gathering his former crew, the Black Pirate crew, leading to a battle between the 2 sides. Zoro faced numerous difficulties in his fight against the Brothers of the Human, initially losing 2 swords to Siam Sam due to carelessness. The speed of Siam Sam and the strength of Spotty Boo made it hard for Zoro to cope. Lacking Nami's assistance, Zoro risked injury to retrieve his 2 swords and with all his might, swiftly defeated the Brothers of the Human. The hypnotist Vice Captain Sango inexplicably lost to Usopp's Gunpowder Star. In the battle between Luffy and Kuro, Luffy was beaten all over by Kuro's Silent Steps. Kuro, unable to defeat Luffy after a long fight and having experienced the betrayal of the Brothers of the Human, unleashed his ultimate move, Spoon, an indiscriminate attack on anyone, resulting in the deaths of most of the Black Pirate crew. After a fierce battle, Luffy ultimately defeated Kuro with Rubber Bell. Meanwhile, on the landing side, Mo's adventure group looked at the black ship of the Black Pirate crew, the Hunter-Trix Black Crouch. As per the usual practice, they captured the lookout of the Black Pirate crew, took over their pirate ship, and left over 30 crew members to watch the ship. Mo, along with Nami, Buggy, Machi, Kabaji, Dis, Ricky carrying Rika, and more than a dozen crew members, landed at Zillabu Village. As they reached the village entrance, they saw the defeated brother lying on the ground, who was beaten by Zoro. Mo waved his hand, and a few adventurers from the crew went over with ropes to tie them up. Not seeing Zoro, he guessed he might have gotten lost again or could be in the center of the village, so Mo's adventure group continued to move forward. Outside the Gaia Mansion, Usopp was struggling to defeat Zango. Just as he was about to help Luffy, he suddenly saw a giant lion with a little girl on top, a young couple, and a group of people walking toward him. Usopp's legs began to tremble uncontrollably as he sensed the imposing presence of the leading man and a masked person. Judging by his sniper's instinct, these were 2 people even more terrifying than Kuro, and beneath the handsome appearance of the man in the middle lay a demonic power. Usopp? Mo asked upon seeing him. Was Kuro defeated? How do you know about Kuro? Don't come over. I am Captain Usopp with 8,000 subordinates. Usopp lied through his teeth, comparable to Mo, but his legs were shaking violently. Mo ignored the lying Usopp and led his group into Koya's mansion. Usopp wanted to stop them, but didn't dare to move. Inside the mansion, the fainted Zango was also captured by Mo's adventure group. Looking at the frail Koya, Mo's youthful heart inexplicably burst forth, easily dodging the vigilant Mary and walking over to pat her head. Why don't you follow me and learn medicine in the future? I'll take you to meet world-renowned doctors. After a moment of conversation, Koya had already realized that the handsome man in front of her was an adventurer, not a pirate, and felt much more at ease, happily starting to communicate with Mo. Nami, on the side, was twisting Mo's waist madly, but couldn't get a hold of him because of the slippery fruit's properties, secretly feeling jealous. The crew members sent out by Mo have returned, bringing back the injured Luffy, the lost Zoro, and the bound Kuro to the mansion. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, when they arrived at the battlefield of Luffy and Kuro, They almost vomited at the sight of the ground covered in the dismembered bodies of the Black Pirates' crew members, indiscriminately slaughtered by Kuro. Holding back their nausea, they tied up this cold-blooded animal, Kuro, and followed the captain's orders. After arranging a banquet, Mo-Yi looked at Kuro, who had committed heinous crimes. Recalling how he had brutally killed Colonel Morgan's crew on the Marine ship, then cunningly faked his death to escape, leading the Navy to cancel his bounty. Today, he has again slaughtered his former pirate crew, truly cold-hearted and merciless. Mo-Yi urgently needs every available method. The Navy's sixth form is temporarily unavailable. So let's use your silent step for now. Without hesitation, the Devil Fruit ability is activated. Slip Fruit Memory Sliding Technique Mo-Yi, he was extracting the memory cluster of Klo, slipping it into his own mind, searching for the cultivation method of silent steps. This man, referred to as the early stage plot by a certain tale of the field, had an intelligence only second to Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates. How could his emotional intelligence be so low with such small ambitions? Only wanting to be a wealthy man? What a waste of a good mind. After Mo-Yi found the training method for silent steps, most of Kluo's memories were permanently lost and destroyed. Unlike Buggy, his luck was worse, and he directly suffered a mental breakdown, with his memories in chaos and irrecoverable, becoming a mere shell of a person. This made Mo-Yi exclaim that it was a waste, as he lost a useful henchman. He originally thought about restoring Kluo's lost memories to those from his childhood, and then training him again, but there was no chance left, which also saved him the time and effort for retraining. Knowing that everyone feared and hated Kluo, Mo-Yi ordered his subordinates to behead Kluo in exchange for the bounty. Then, he executed a humane destruction, allowing Kluo to become a true dead person. Without any nonsense, Mo-Yi directly intimidated and subdued his brother, making him his squad leader. As for Zhang Ao, Mo-Yi was somewhat interested in his hypnosis skills. This person actually gained his hypnotic ability from eating a mushroom that had bitten off his own chin. The pirate world is truly full of wonders, and Mo-Yi once doubted whether this mushroom was a failed product of a devil fruit transformation. Looking at Zhang Ao's appearance, which resembled Michael Jackson, he was also a formidable dancer. It seemed that Oda drew him based on Michael Jackson's image, and he even won a dance competition on the cover page. Mo-Yi used both coercion and temptation to make Zhang Gao the dancer of his adventure group, avoiding the clutch of a stubborn refusal to yield. After completing these tasks, Mo-Yi felt that the devil's abilities were quite useful. He easily obtained the training method for silent steps by picking up the scraps from Luffy, along with a few subordinates. However, Mo-Yi also thought that if he kept following Luffy like this, how would he and his crew become stronger through battle? It seemed necessary for him to carve out his own path. Alternatively, he could follow Luffy's route, leaving Luffy with no options and forcing him to change course. After arranging the newly recruited Black Sea Pirates back on the ship, Mo-Yi's adventure group began a banquet with Koya, Luffy, and the others. When Buggy saw Luffy's straw hat, he seemed to recall someone, instantly gritting his teeth as he competed with him for food. During the banquet, Luffy stated that he needed a ship, and Koya, grateful for Luffy's life-saving grace, gifted him the Going Merry. Usopp, having met Jesus Burgess through Luffy, decided to set sail as a member of Luffy's pirate crew, aspiring to become a great warrior of the sea. The banquet ended amidst joyful sounds. That night, a shadow quietly entered Koya's room. Indeed, this person was Mo-Yi, the good man of the 21st century, with a great determination to seize talent. He extended his pig's hoof, also known as the salty pig hand, towards Koya, a beauty studying medicine. Mo-Yi conducted some kind medical brainwashing on Kuya, while also enjoying some tofu, encouraging Kuya to become a great doctor in order to treat herself and more patients. The beauty effect of the smooth fruit, accompanied by a hint of charm ability, increases affection. Mo-Yi also claims to know the Pirate King's ship, Dr. Koreha, the genius surgeon Hogback, and the 140-year-old medical lady, which makes Koya swoon. In order to recruit talent and persuade the beautiful doctor, Mo-Yi tells a little lie and sacrifices his own charm. Isn't that a bit excessive? Mo-Yi believes that he is not being unreasonable at all. Back then, Rayleigh was lured out to sea by Roger. I can testify to this. I was right there watching. However, Kaya seems to have developed a great interest and affection for Mo-Yi, though I don't know if it's the effect of the devil fruit. In the end, this delicate yet strong woman was persuaded, and Mo-Yi nodded in satisfaction, quietly retreating. Back in his room, Mo-Yi felt a bit regretful, thinking he should have taken more advantage of the situation. Just thinking about it made him feel a surge of desire, hard to control. He stealthily made his way to Nami's room, slipping under her blanket. Nami was startled and was about to scream when Mo-ye covered her mouth. "Don't scream, it's me." Nami's face turned red as she stammered. Mo-ye, what do you want to do? Nami, actually, I'm a bit scared of the dark. I want to hold you to sleep. Mo-ye said, breathing a bit rapidly. Baka, who would believe that? Holding you to sleep costs 1,000,000,000 berries, otherwise you can get out of here. Nami, seemingly unaware of the implications, naively thought that holding someone to sleep could earn her 1,000,000,000 berries, while also believing that Mo-ye couldn't possibly have that much money. Mo-ye misunderstood upon hearing this, thinking there was a show tonight. So can I write an IO, stating that all the treasures on the ship will be managed by you, and there will be many great treasures in the future. Mo-ye finished speaking and started to wrap his arms around Nami's slim waist, slowly caressing her. A trembling voice from Nami came through as she exploded in anger. The treasure on the ship is already under my control, and you're hugging me to sleep. Why are you touching me? Stop touching me, or I'll get angry. If it weren't for Mo-ye's recent significant increase in strength and heightened senses, he probably wouldn't have noticed the tension in Nami's voice. It seems that Nami is not completely oblivious to everything. Mo-ye was about to transform into a wolf, half reluctant, yet half willing, ready to savor the delicate flower that was Nami. I'll just hold you. Nothing will happen. I'll just touch you. I won't take off your clothes. I really won't dare to do anything, truly, believe me. With a mournful whimper, Nami gradually yielded. Overcome by desire, Mo-ye, his eyes red with lust, had already lost control, and just like that, a young girl completed the transformation of her life. The next day, as the blazing sun rose, Nami slowly awoke to find Mo-ye no longer by her side, and a pang of loneliness struck her heart. But as she recalled the madness of the previous night, she couldn't help but blush with shyness. At that moment, Mo-ye entered carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge. Seeing this, Nami's eyes reddened, tears welling up. It had been so long since anyone had cared for her like this. Xiaomi, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Last night was my fault. Mo-ye put down the meat porridge, hugged Nami, and comforted her with some regret. Xiaomi, I will take responsibility for you. From now on, your enemies will be my enemies. I will help you clear out the evil dragon. You liar, big liar. Nami, feeling Mo-ye's determination, pounded his chest, both angry and touched as she spoke. I believe you, Mo-ye. I can only believe you. I will work hard to learn to love you. Are you hungry? Get up, wash up, and drink the porridge. I specially cooked this for you, Mo-ye said while patting Nami's head. Nami nodded gently. Just as she was about to get up, her body felt a bit sore, and she sat back down. Mo-ye saw this and immediately understood what was going on, but he didn't know any healing spells. Wait, healing? Mo-ye immediately thought of the healing ability of the meatball fruit, which could eliminate adverse reactions, including fatigue and pain. Why can the meatball fruit develop such an ability? Is it because Bear has a big imagination, or was it developed for a specific need? If Bear joined the Revolutionary Army and experienced countless battles and the injuries of companions, then developing towards healing would well demonstrate the characteristic of the Paramecia devil fruit. The bigger the imagination, the more powerful the ability. Generally, the Zoan-type devil fruits have 3 forms: human, hybrid, and beast, culminating in awakening. Chopper is an exception, possessing 7 transformations through the Rumble Ball, while mythical Zoans have an innate ability, such as the Phoenix's immortal flames. The development direction of Logia-type fruits is relatively singular, focusing on enhancing the fruit's offensive capabilities and expanding its range, ultimately leading to awakening, without too many peculiar functions. For instance, the ice fruit can develop lower temperatures, while the flame fruit can develop higher temperatures. In contrast, the abilities of Paramecia fruits are diverse, mainly including superhuman types, like Luffy's Gum Gum fruit and Bellamy's Spring Spring fruit. Paramecia abilities, such as Whitebeard's Tremor Tremor fruit and Sugar's Hobby Hobby fruit, and creation types, like Doflamingo's String String fruit and Katakuri's Machi Machi fruit. Moye's Slip Slip fruit is a Paramecia superpower fruit. If we say the final awakening of superhuman devil fruits is about personal strength, belonging to the physical realm, and the final awakening of creation-type devil fruits influences and assimilates the environment, also belonging to the physical realm, then superpowers are about bizarre and multidimensional development, impacting the soul, space, time, sensations, rules, and laws in multiple ways, with limitless growth, blending physical and magical damage. As a modern person with a vivid imagination, the growth potential of the Slip Slip fruit as a superpower devil fruit is immense, since it can alter memories on a soul level as development deepens. It should yield effects on the soul, space, time, sensations, rules, and laws that meet its needs. Just like the meatball fruit, which is a prime example of a superpowered devil fruit. Just hearing its name, who would know it could develop teleportation, healing, and even compress to create an air cannon? Therefore, Mo, you must learn well from Bear. Develop healing techniques and spatial teleportation unique to the slip fruit. Seeing Nami enduring pain, Mo, you became even more determined to develop healing abilities of the devil fruit, not just for battle, but also to heal important people in his life. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Now there was a ready patient. Mo gently said to Nami, "Now I will try to relieve your pain. Just tell me what you feel." Nami nodded gently. Mo leaned his hand close to Nami's wound, and her face turned red again. The devil's ability activated, and a strange energy entered Nami's body. Nami let out a soft moan. "What's wrong? How do you feel?" Mo asked. "It's a bit itchy," Nami whispered shyly, her face flushed, making it hard for anyone to look away. Seeing Nami like this, Mo knew that this healing ability couldn't be developed in a short time. He fed Nami some porridge and let her rest while he went out to arrange for the voyage. Kaya was discussing with a reluctant Mary, while Usopp was heartbroken over Kaya's change of heart, unable to extricate himself. This was because Kaya had just announced that she wanted to become the ship's doctor for Mo's adventure group, following the knowledgeable Mo on the path to becoming a world-renowned doctor. Mary was earnestly advising Kaya, whose health had always been poor, to rest well at home. Usopp, on the other hand, kept asking Kaya why she wouldn't sail on the same ship as him. Because Mo Yikuin is very handsome and capable. He's the ideal captain on my journey to becoming a famous doctor. Plus, Mo's adventure group isn't a pirate crew, so it's safer. I'm sorry, but I can't follow you, Usopp, and become a pirate on Luffy's ship. Kaya's words shattered Usopp's fragile heart. At that moment, Mo walked in, and Mary hurriedly asked him to help persuade Kaya, but Mo naturally wouldn't assist. However, he wore an expression that said he didn't know the situation but would help. "Kaya, what's wrong?" Mo asked gently. Kaya, seeing Mo came running over with admiration in her eyes. Standing in front of Mo she gathered her courage and said, "Mo Yikuin, I want to join your adventure group, follow you, and, as you said, become a world-renowned doctor to help more people." Mo looked at the charming face of Kuya and felt a flutter in his heart. Oh, the youthful heart of an old man. He was already as happy as a 200-pound little chubby kid inside, but his face showed a bit of hesitation. Kuya didn't know why Mo's attitude was a bit different from what he said last night, but it didn't matter much. She still honored the promise made last night and boarded Mo's adventure team's ship. Mo Yikuin, Kuya continued to act cute. "All right, I have no problem." Mo immediately agreed. He could no longer resist Kuya's cute voice, truly a hypocritical protagonist, self-directing and self-acting. Mei Li and Usopp were stunned, thinking Mo would refuse because of Kuya's frail body. Unexpectedly, with one act of cuteness from Kuya, Captain Mo agreed, and Usopp's heart broke, while Mei Li was left confused. In the end, a sad Usopp was dragged onto the Gold Mary by Luffy and Zoro, beginning their adventure. Mei Li resigned herself to the situation, only able to ask Mo to take good care of Kuya. Kuya brought her medical books and some golden berries aboard the Yen Huang, leaving part of her wealth and fixed assets for Mei Li to manage. Mo took Nami and gathered the members of the Mo adventure team, starting his own voyage adventure. On the ship, Nami looked jealously at Koya, who was seriously looking at Mo while Mo helplessly gazed at the sulking Nami. Li Jia had a silly expression, looking back and forth at the three of them. Buggy and the others pretended not to see, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Mo cleared his throat and solemnly addressed the crew. "Kaya, our new ship's doctor." He then turned to Kaya and said, "Nami, our navigator, Li Jia, my maid and chef, and Limu is the head chef." Noticing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Mo quickly continued with the introductions. "Buggy, our combat officer, Dis, our steward, Zango, our dancer, Beast Tamer Machi, Acrobat Kabeji, Siam Sam, and Spot Budgie, our little team leaders, and of course, our pet, Leaky." Kaya also solemnly and earnestly said, "Nice to meet everyone. Please take care of me." Everyone responded in turn, and Mo nudged Nami with his elbow, finally prompting her to show a more generous demeanor and respond to Kaya. "Captain, we've spotted an island ahead." The lookout reported to Mo. "All right, full speed ahead, let's go ashore." Mo seized the opportunity to break the awkward atmosphere and was somewhat eager to leave the scene. Just two, and the future harem is already like this. Mo fell into deep self-reflection. Why didn't he have that overwhelming aura like those predecessors from other worlds, where subordinates came to him willingly and the harem was stable? It seems he still needed to learn a new skill, the art of maintaining a stable harem. Ha ha ha. Birds were flying all over the forest. With a loud bang, the three ships, Yin Huang number 1, number 2, and number 3, docked, and everyone disembarked onto this unknown island. This forest feels a bit strange, the Captain said uneasily, frowning. What are you afraid of? With me, Buggy the Great. There's south no dangerous place in the East Sea. Buggy shouted boldly. Buggy-sama is the best. Kabeji, Machi, and the other lackeys echoed. Buggy's face also revealed a proud expression. The members of the Buggy Pirates noticed Buggy's change. He had become more childish, but they didn't dare to ask why. Lijia, Kaya, Nami. You sit on Liki in the middle, and the others will protect around you, leaving some to guard the ship. Set off. Moe commanded. Yes, Captain, everyone responded. Not long after they started walking, suddenly, a bizarre creature resembling a mix of various animals rushed past them, startling everyone into alertness. Moe saw the monster and thought to himself, why does this strange creature look a bit familiar? Could it be? The group continued forward, but suddenly a shadow flashed through the forest, and everyone assumed it was just an animal. However, this shadow kept following Moe and the others, constantly harassing them. If it weren't for Moe and his companions being skilled and bold, an ordinary pirate might have been scared away. Moe, who had already formed some guesses, was starting to get a bit impatient with the shadow. Slippery fruit, glazed ground. Moe supported himself with one hand on the ground, and with a quick slide, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. With a bang, a monster in a treasure chest was kicked out by Moe. As expected, Moe's guess was not wrong. This should be Rare Beast Island. Unexpectedly, they still followed the original route of Luffy. Now, Luffy, who is lacking a navigator, doesn't even know where to go. You despicable pirates, get off this island. Cayman shouted loudly. We are not pirates, came the soft voice of the uncle, Lijia. Moe ignored Cayman and ordered the crew. This island is no longer dangerous, and there are many rare beasts here. Everyone should spread out to replenish the ship's resources. If possible, bring back a few cute and docile rare beasts as pets or for trade. There aren't any formidable rare beasts on this island, nor is there anything that Moe wants. So Moe planned to sweep through casually and leave. The crew dispersed and began collecting maritime resources. Hearing about the many rare beasts, Machi immediately went out with Buggy to search for them. Soon, only Moe, the three women, and the lion Ricky remained. Looking at Cayman, you wicked demons, don't touch my rare beasts. Cayman screamed in anguish. Brother Moe, what's wrong with him? Lijia asked, while Nami and Koya also cast questioning glances. This uncle is named Cayman. Over 20 years ago, he was a pirate who got trapped in this treasure chest while searching for treasure, accidentally forgotten by his companions on this island. Now he is the guardian of the rare beasts here. Am I right, Cayman? Moe turned his head and said to Kameng. Kameng looked at Moe in shock, wondering how this handsome young man knew so much about him. Who exactly are you? How do you know about my situation? Moe had no intention of recruiting Cayman. He said to the three girls, this beast island has many lovely animals. If you like, let's go look for them and have an adventure. It's too boring on the ship. All right, let's go on an adventure. Lijia shouted happily. Nami and Koya also showed happy smiles. Koya hadn't landed on another island for a long time, which made her even happier. Nami bit a pen and began to observe the island's environment and record the situation while holding a sea chart. Meanwhile, Cayman was left behind, trapped by the glassy ground, constantly cursing. Without any intense battles, Moe's adventure team only stayed on the island for a few hours. Chi tamed his new battle beast, and the three girls caught some cute and gentle little beasts. The crew also collected fruits and fresh water. Some of these beasts could be tamed, sold, or used as food supplies. The three ships of the adventure team set sail and disappeared from the surface of the sea. The glassy ground that trapped Cayman also vanished shortly after Moe's departure, leaving Cayman crying and cursing. The Moe adventure team continues to sail across the vast ocean. The tedious time spent at sea has become a bit more enjoyable due to the training of some rare beasts. Zonggao is practicing dance. Mochi is taming rare beasts. Kuya is reading medical books. Name is drawing sea charts. Li Jia is playing with small rare beasts. And Li Mu is cooking. Meanwhile, Baji, the acrobat Kabaji, Siam Sam, and Spot Buji have been pulled by Moe for training. In the ship's training room, Baji's cries of despair can be heard as the four of them are attacking Moe. Using the enhanced quick slide, silent instant slide technique, they constantly change positions. Although Mo.Yi has not yet mastered Haki, his physique has undergone a qualitative change. Baji is the first to receive Mo.Yi's focused attention and is sent flying. The remaining members are also successively knocked away by Mo.Yi, who sternly instructs them to strengthen their training afterwards. Mo.Yi used the newly developed damage slide of the slippery fruit to help them alleviate some injuries, and then began his training exercises. Mo.Yi, with his eyes covered, held an iron sword and activated the slippery fruit's ability directly through his feet, no longer needing to touch the ground with his hands. Feeling the subtle changes on the glazed ground, he executed silent instant slash, cutting a small insect in half just as it flew off the ground. It resembled the flashy style of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju's flying thunder god technique. Although Mo.Yi had not yet awakened his observation Haki, he still managed to grasp some methods by combining it with the slippery fruit. "Captain, an island has appeared ahead. Lady Nami told me to inform you," a subordinate reported. "Got it. Buggy Kabaji Sambuchi, let's go." Moya commanded. The flame yellow number 1, 2, and 3 docked, and everyone disembarked onto the island, which was clearly inhabited. "Split into teams of 3 and gather information," Mo.Yi ordered. The crew spread out, and before long, someone returned with an excited expression. "Captain, it's just an ordinary small island with not many people. However, I found out about a local legend. The Golden Pirate Unanimous. Once it nearby with a large amount of gold." "Golden Pirate? Onan? The golden treasure. Want to find him?" Nami and Buggy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Unanimous, huh? That should be the plot of the movie Golden Island Adventure. I didn't expect to stray further along the original route of Luffy's journey. Haha, but that's good. We have the advantage of foresight, although it seems there's a tricky character involved. The Soundwave Fruit user, Edrago, is also a pretty good crew member." Mo.Yi's eyes were also shining. The Soundwave Fruit, if used under his guidance, could definitely unleash greater abilities. Being a cannoner wouldn't be bad. When the Soundwave Cannon is in hand, let's see which ship dares to come close. This crew member is definitely in Mo.Yi's grasp. However, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties and achieve the greatest profit at the lowest cost, it is also necessary to make some arrangements. Mo.Yi urgently held a meeting with the squad leader, clearly indicating the upcoming battle and assigning combat tasks. The crew had become somewhat immune to Mo.Yi's prophetic abilities. Mo.Yi, in order to avoid dampening Nami and Buggy's enthusiasm, did not tell them that the treasure of Unanimous actually does not contain any gold. After the mission was assigned, Mo.Yi's adventure team began to wait for the appearance of Edrago to defeat them and seize the treasure. However, there might have been a slight delay, and on this day, Mo.Yi's adventure team did not wait for the opponent's appearance. While Nami and Buggy could no longer resist the urge to search for the treasure, Mo.Yi had no choice but to go with Nami and the others to search for the so-called treasure, hoping to encounter Edra and the others along the way. As he couldn't wait indefinitely and was unsure of the potential butterfly effect, Mo.Yi and the others did not encounter the character Toby, who dreams of becoming a subordinate of Wunan in the storyline, and could only start searching on the nearby islands. Mo.Yi looked expressionless at the sea, unwilling to join Nami and the others in searching for the non-existent Unanimous treasure. He only wanted to find Edrago, defeat him, and capture him. A black dot appeared in the distance, and Mo.Yi immediately perked up, hoping it was Edrago, and quickly ordered a state of alert. Meanwhile, Edrago, who had already found the treasure map for the Unanimous treasure, was heading towards the treasure island, and the swordsman Gallus reminded him, "Captain, it seems there are 3 ships ahead, not bearing the flags of the Navy or pirates. Then crush them and take their ships. I will not allow anyone to lay eyes on my treasure," Edrago said with a fierce expression. After that, Edrago opened his mouth wide, a surge of light emanating from it, and a sonic laser cannon shot towards Mo.Yi's ship. On this side, Mo.Yi was still hoping it was Edrago's ship when he saw a flash of light from the opposing ship, the brightness growing larger and shooting towards him. What the hell? Mo.Yi cursed fiercely, having confirmed that the person on the opposing ship was indeed Edrago. But the attack came too quickly. It was too late for the ship to evade. Looking at the terrified expressions of the crew, Mo.Yi gritted his teeth and jumped into the air, filled with rage. Ultimate defense. Absolute sliding shield. The golden, lightning-infused sound wave crashed against Mo.Yi's transparent defensive shield, instantly sliding off to the side, narrowly missing the Yanhuang ship. A laser cannon fired, creating a tremendous explosion on the surface of the sea behind. Mo.Yi was also slammed against the ship's mast by the shockwave, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood and trembling as he stood up. This is the first time Mo Yi has suffered such a severe attack. It is the heaviest injury he has sustained since eating the devil fruit. If it weren't for his recent physical enhancement, that blow would have already killed him. Captain, are you okay? The crew members anxiously inquired about their captain's condition. Li Jiao was crying uncontrollably, shouting, Mo Yi, brother, please be okay. Nami and Koya were also anxiously shedding tears. Mo Yi endured the pain, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his expression, and coldly said, quickly retreat back to the island. We can't attack from a distance. We can't reach him at sea. The Mo Yi fleet began to sail rapidly towards the nearest island. On the other side, Gallus reported to Adarago through a telescope. Captain, it seems they blocked your attack and started to flee, but their captain appears to be seriously injured. Isn't that obvious? Gallus, who in this sea can withstand my sonic waves? Haha. Adarago said arrogantly. So, Captain, should we pursue them? Gallus asked. Pursue, of course. Annihilate them. Remove the obstacles to treasure hunting, and take their belongings while we're at it. With that, Adarago ordered chase. This pursuit lasted for over an hour, and the Mo Yi adventure group had already found the nearest small island and began to land. Abandon ship, everyone to the island. Mo Yi commanded calmly and decisively. Captain, I'll stay behind to protect the Yin Huang. This is our home. This exclaimed anxiously upon hearing Mo Yi's order. Trust me, nothing will happen. That enemy over there is my designated crew member and also your comrade. If he dares to damage our ship, I'll skin him alive. Mo Yi's confident expression appeared on his slightly pale, handsome face. Captain, this looked at Mo Yi, who wore a confident smile. Captain, you have to keep your word, or I won't forgive myself. Of course, I never do things without confidence. Let's go to the island. Mo Yi led all the members onto the island. On the ship, Edlago said, Captain, they've abandoned ship and gone ashore. Should we destroy their ship? This is already our property. Why destroy it? Edlago scoffed at Gallus. Gallus clenched his fist and then relaxed it, mocking himself. He was just a pirate who had given up his dignity as a swordsman for money. Boys, land on the island and wipe out those worthless fools. Edlago commanded his subordinates, laughing heartily as they pursued their pitiful prey. The Edlago pirate crew all landed on the island, rushing deep into it, ready to eradicate everything. However, just a few minutes into the chase, they spotted Mo Yi and his group not far away, standing ready for them. Haha, it seems you can't wait to die, can you? Edlago laughed wildly, while Gallus frowned beside him, his swordsman's intuition telling him that the situation before them seemed very dangerous. Although your sound wave attacks are powerful, that doesn't mean you have the capital to underestimate anyone. From the moment you landed, the outcome was already decided. Mo Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, but there was an unshakable gloom in his eyes. You brat, stop pretending. Watch my sound wave cannon. After Edrager finished speaking, he suddenly launched an attack with the sound wave devil fruit. The first to strike gains the advantage. The later to strike suffers the consequences. I have said before, you are my designated crew member, and you should know that crew members cannot attack the captain. Mo Yi spoke lightly, but his hands and feet moved quickly. Maximum power, slippery fruit glass ground. The ground between the beach and Mo Yi began to become slippery, causing the crew of the Adrageo pirates to slip and fall. Gallus drew his sword, exerting all his strength to stab it into the ground, barely managing to stand while frowning. A devil fruit user, just like the captain. Adrago's sound wave cannon also shot into the air due to the falls, piercing through a white cloud in the sky and creating a massive hole. Mo Yi will not give such a dangerous enemy any chance to breathe. Slip, slip, fruit, instant slide. Mo Yi appeared in front of Adlaj, and with the prepared seawater-dipped boxing gloves, he began to punch Adlaj in the mouth. However, Adlaj's physical defense was not weak, and he endured Mo Yi's fierce attacks. Just now you dare to shoot at me. Let me show you what it means to shoot at me. You don't know the Navy's 6 styles. You don't know hockey. How can you fight me on my glazed ground? I'll teach you to be arrogant, to underestimate your opponent. With no control release, no aerial displacement, I'll show you what it means to be reckless. Mo Yi jursit ingesanti. Still furious about being shot and injured by Adlago. Adlago was incredibly angry and wanted to unleash a sonic attack. However, he was repeatedly hit in the mouth by Mo Yi's water fist technique, leaving him unable to speak, and his devil fruit powers were slightly ineffective. Hearing Mo Yi's chaotic taunts was truly frustrating. With bloodshot eyes, Adlago gathered all his strength and punched Mo Yi back, unleashing a sonic laser blast from his mouth, shaking his head violently as he executed an indiscriminate bombardment. This was bad. He was careless, He needed a dodge. I want all of you to die. Everyone scattered in all directions. Like Godzilla's atomic breath, it shot wildly. Countless trees were severed in half, smoke billowed, and the roar was continuous. The destructive power was indeed astonishing. This devil fruit was truly born for destruction. On the sea, it could hit you from thousands of meters away. Which ship could withstand that? A lago could only maintain such a high-intensity destructive move for over 10 seconds before stopping to catch his breath. Moe's glassy ground was also destroyed. What a reckless bastard. Carelessly using big moves. If this injures my subordinates who are still growing, I would be very angry. As the smoke cleared, the huge, transparent void shield disappeared. Moe, with his arms crossed, looked up with gloomy eyes, staring angrily at Aide Lago. The strands of aura entwined around his hands also slowly retreated. If it weren't for the urgent moment when Moe awakened and triggered this trace of armament hockey, he might have been severely injured again in order to protect everyone. My crew hasn't fully grown yet. I need to protect them for now. Slip, slip, fruit, glassy, ground the devil fruit ability once again covered the ground. And Moe was panting. Slip, slip, fruit, silent instant slide Moe flickered. In the shocked gaze of Aide Lago, a fist dipped in seawater appeared before him again. With no place to gain leverage, Aide Lago was like a living target, unable to dodge. A faint breath made Moe's fist seem as hard as steel. With one punch, he hammered Aide Lago into the ground. An endless smoke rose up. Moe was panting heavily, smoke swirling around. Looking at Aide Lago, who lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back and in a starfish position, Moe suddenly relaxed and sat down. He was really exhausted, but unexpectedly awakening the armament hockey was a significant gain. Aide Lago had no chance to retaliate and was thus knocked out by Moe in a suffocating manner. Moe looked towards Glath and asked, "Swordsman, are you surrendering?" Glath did not answer, only closed his eyes. Moe looked at the crew member of the Adrago pirate crew who had fallen to the ground and kept trying to get up but kept falling again. He shouted at the members of the Moe adventure team, "Hey everyone, it's time for you to practice your skills. Buggy, why don't you give this swordsman a try?" "All right, Captain," Buggy replied with a sly grin, as he was the swordsman's nemesis and a user of the chop fruit, making him the least afraid of swordsmen. Moe lifted the glazed ground. Team leader Kabaji, along with the new rare beast, Lion Tiger Beast Machi, and others like Spotted George and Siamese Sam, rushed forward to deal with the opponent's minions. Baki also approached the swordsman Gorith. Moe shouted to Gorith, "As long as you defeat Buggy, I will let you go. Otherwise, you will submit and become my sword squad captain." After hearing Moe's words, Gorith looked seriously at the red-nosed figure in front of him, feeling as if there was no danger at all. However, he didn't believe that Moe would send a mediocre fighter to deal with him. Without hesitation, Gorith drew his sword and executed a flying slash. He struck, and it was surprisingly easy, but something felt off. He sensed the feeling of cutting into flesh, but it seemed something was missing. Right, there was no blood splattering out. When Gorith turned around, he saw Buggy's upper body floating in the air, holding a short knife with a smug grin, and before he could react, Buggy's short knife had completely embedded itself in Gorith's shoulder. With a clang, Gorith, injured in his right shoulder, dropped his sword to the ground. Looking at the sword on the floor, Gorith said with a hint of despair, "Just kill me. I've lost my dignity as a swordsman, and losing my sword in battle has rendered my life meaningless. Then, come join my adventure group. You can regain the dignity you lost," Moe said. Gorith was speechless and confused. "If you keep dragging this out, what kind of swordsman are you? You don't deserve to have dreams at all. So I'll give you a chance. Just kill yourself," Moe provocatively said. "Bitch is just being pretentious. Captain, please take care of me from now on." Gallus finally regained a bit of the resoluteness of a swordsman. "Bucky, take her to Koya for treatment," Moe instructed Bucky. "Yes, Captain." Bucky seemed to think of something and looked a bit scared, recalling the scene when Koya started learning medicine and used them as human volunteer models. Under the captain's threat, many of the crew members fell victim to this. Bucky mockingly looked at the injured Gallus. Gallus seemed to sense Bucky's teasing gaze, a chill rising from his tailbone, and cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. It was uncertain whether it was due to the injury. The minions were also dealt with by the team leader of Moe's adventure group, except for those unfortunate ones who were mistakenly killed by Adarago's big move. The Moe adventure team definitely manages both killing and burying, or has subdued and recruited them. After a brief rest for a day, the Moe adventure team's small fleet set sail, with 4 ships of the same color and flag slowly departing from the unnamed island. Why not search for the golden treasure of Unanimous? That's because Mo, you didn't want to waste time and painfully told Nami and Buggy the truth. Amidst their lamentations, Mo decisively decided to continue sailing. The fleet was growing stronger, with 4 ships and over 150 people. After training, it was time to rest. Next, we will go to the sea restaurant Bar Thai. If we're lucky, we might encounter a big shot. Mo said to the crowd. What big shot? Nami asked curiously. Koya and Lijia also looked eager to know, while Buggy and the others perked up, wanted to hear who this big shot in the EC was. The world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, nicknamed Hawkeye, named Dracula Mihawk. Mo said quietly. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Although Nami and the others had never heard of Hawkeye's name, the title of the world's greatest swordsman was enough to intimidate them. Captain. Why are we looking for Hawkeye? Such a terrifying figure is not someone we can approach. Buggy, whose memory was only that of a teenager, said trembling. Yes, Mo. Why do we have to go to the sea restaurant Bar Thai to look for him? It's too dangerous. I don't want to go. Nami screamed. I said, Buggy, what are you afraid of? You're not afraid of slashing. And besides, Hawkeye is a good friend of Shanks, and you're an old friend of Shanks. So for Shanks Sake, Hawkeye won't hurt you. Mo said. What are you talking about? Who is Shanks? I feel like this name has ruined my treasure hunting dream. Buggy said with a puzzled face. I almost forgot. Buggy lost his memories. Buggy, just remember that red-haired Shanks was your good brother when you were a child. All right, Captain. Mo, who is red-haired Shanks? He must be very powerful to be friends with the world's greatest swordsman, right? Nami continued to act curious. Speaking of red-haired Shanks, he should be slightly stronger than Hawkeye. Mo said solemnly, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. Of course, in pure swordsmanship, they might be on par. Mo paused, building suspense. Stronger than Hawkeye? Buggy, your good brother is really impressive. Nami looked at Buggy with sparkling eyes. Buggy's face turned red, and he huffed, turning his head, seemingly annoyed that his barely remembered good brother overshadowed him, feeling inexplicably unhappy. He was also shocked at how his forgotten good brother became so strong and quickly gained such a big reputation. The crew was also shocked that Buggy knew such a big shot. What kind of big shot is red-haired Shanks? Lijia, Mo's younger sister, asked in a baby voice. Everyone looked at Mo, all with eager curiosity. You all know the Grand Line, known as the Pirate Graveyard, right? Everyone nodded. The latter half of the Grand Line is called the New World, where the pirates are incredibly fierce. And Shanks is one of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. The 4 emperor, red-haired Shanks. Mo finished speaking, also looking envious. At the same time, he hoped to reach such a position one day. It was somewhat like Xiang Yu and Liu Bang witnessing the grand spectacle of Qin Shi Huang's Eastern tour. They could take his place. A real man should be like this. The crowd was shocked, while Buggy looked as if he had swallowed a fly upon hearing the name Shanks. A look of extreme displeasure appeared on his face. Buggy, I didn't expect your good brother to be so powerful. From now on, we can rely on your good brother. He might give us a rich treasure. Nami had a greedy expression. I don't want to see him. Buggy said indignantly. Nami grabbed Buggy's neck and said dangerously, Buggy, the treasure we get has to be split 50-50, right? Buggy broke out in a cold sweat. This captain's woman was even crazier than him when it came to treasure. Under the pressure of Mo, he could only say if their treasure 50-50, definitely 50-50. After the shock, the fleet continued to sail. Mo is modifying Edra's memories, while leaving the other minions to be trained by the adventurers. Mo doesn't want to waste time on the small fry. He carefully extracts a segment of memory where Edra is acting as a captain, without causing any confusion in the memories. Now, Edra has transformed into a rough young man who has just set sail after eating a devil fruit. Mo enlightened Aid Lego, saying that he encountered the shipwrecked Aid Lego at sea and rescued him, and felt that Aid Lego seemed to have lost a bit of memory. Aid Lego was grateful for Mo's life-saving grace and decided on the spot to join Mo's adventure group. Mo directly expressed his willingness to help Aid Lage develop his devil fruit abilities, sharing many techniques and training methods with him. These methods were stolen from Aid Lage's memories by Mo. This deeply touched Aid Lage, who exclaimed that the captain was truly wonderful. Meanwhile, the swordsman Galas was treated inhumanely by Koya as a test subject, suffering greatly. The next day, in the ship's hall, Mo scanned the room with a hint of pride, noticing that his crew seemed to be growing in size. He spoke up from now on. Aid Lage will be our crew member, taking the position of gunner. Galas will serve as the captain of the swordsman squad. Let's put aside any grudges from now on. We are one big team. Great. Captain, we have gained another strong member. Dis exclaimed happily. Everyone recognized Aid Lage's strength, and Dis felt proud of the expanding adventure group. Then let's continue the banquet, Moe said cheerfully. Everyone enjoyed food and drinks, and the modified memory Aid Lage slowly began to integrate into Moe's adventure group. Later, in addition to his own training, Moe shared his knowledge with Buggy and Aid Lage on how to develop their devil fruits, helping them understand the more precise development direction. Now, the squad leaders on the ship could practice Kuro silent steps, as well as the sword techniques organized by Moe based on Zoro's memories. Moe also conducted basic hockey training with the officers Nami, Buggy, and Aid Lage. Even Li Jia and Lim began to train with everyone, and surprisingly, Lion Ricky was also training. The sea restaurant Bartai has arrived. Nami shouted happily from above the ship's mast, looking through a telescope. Having met the great Mihawk through Buggy, Nami felt it was very profitable, even if they couldn't obtain treasure. They could gain a form of protection. Do you see any damaged pirate ships near Bartai? Moe asked. Damaged pirate ships? Let me see, it seems there are some. Nami replied. Then let's head full speed towards the sea restaurant Bartai. Let's go eat. Hopefully we can gain something. Moe chuckled softly. Yay, the captain is treating us. With 4 ships, the Yin Huang number 1, 2, and 3, along with Aid Lage's modified number 4, there were over 100 people on board, and it seemed Moe was about to spend a fortune. The Moe adventure team's small fleet quickly approached the sea restaurant Bartai. At the same time, they saw more and more wrecked ships, splintered wood, and even many floating corpses. The real pirate world is terrifying. As Moe and the others just boarded the ship, they saw Captain Iron Fist Fin Beauty being beaten up by the blonde chef Sanji. Akin was lying on the ground in hunger, and Luffy was also there, surprisingly acting as a waiter. The plot inertia is really strong. Zoro and Usopp were a bit surprised to see Moe and his group, as encountering someone at sea is all about luck. They came over to greet Moe. Moe, what a coincidence. We can meet again here, Zoro said. Since you mentioned coincidence, how about considering joining my ship? Moe didn't forget to recruit him. Zoro had a black line on his face and refused to answer Moe's question. At this moment, Luffy came over and shouted, You bastard Moe, stealing my navigator Nami, and now you want to steal my swordsman. I want to duel with you. I've developed some stronger techniques recently, so you can see how strong I am. Hee. Nami is not your navigator. I have always respected Nami's choice. Moe retorted seriously. Luffy lowered his hat, his eyes shrouded in shadow, and suddenly lifted his head, grinning widely and laughing. It doesn't matter. I found my crew. Let me introduce you. This is Joseph and Johnny, our current navigator and fighter. We haven't officially joined you yet. Joseph and Johnny immediately cursed. But we saved you. I said, You're my crew now, Luffy said stubbornly. Scratching his head, Joseph and Johnny deflated. A few days ago, they had almost starved at sea and were lacking nutrition, thanks to Luffy and Usopp's rescue. That's why they agreed to repay Luffy. They never expected to be designated as crew members by the thick-headed Luffy, and no matter how they analyzed it, they couldn't make sense of this foolish Luffy, especially since they couldn't beat him. So they had no choice but to stay. And they also wanted to be on the same ship as Zoro, who allowed you to chat. Get back to work. At that moment, a piece of wood struck Luffy's head hard, and an old man wearing a very tall chef's hat, with wooden legs, shouted angrily, Japu, Molye Vispidit. Kid, do you know me? Japu asked. Barefoot Japu. I've heard of your great name long ago. I wonder if you could teach me your leg techniques, senior. Moe asked directly, with an expectant look in his eyes. Barefoot is no longer here, and I don't know any leg techniques, so I can't teach you. May I ask what you would like to eat, guest? Japu replied. Moe was not disappointed. This time, the main purpose of coming to the seaside restaurant Barati was Hawkeye. If I gain his leg techniques, it would be my fortune. If I lose them, it would be my doom. Then let's have a portion of his signature dishes. We have more than 100 people. Moe said. So many? Japu looked at Moe with a knowing expression. Moe took out a stack of berries and said, Here is 1,000,000 berries. Consider a deposit. Is that all right? The money was immediately taken away by the excited rogue chef Garkin. Honorable guest, it is my great honor to serve you. The Barity's bluefish ship was quite large, capable of accommodating a dozen tables, and everyone sat down. The blonde chef said, Give me a few drinks for the girls sitting next to me. Moe shouted at Sanji. Upon seeing beautiful women like Nami and Koya, Sanji immediately abandoned his attempt to beat up Navy Lieutenant Finbooty and looked at Nami and the others with a lecherous expression, eager to serve the beauties. This made Moe very unhappy, and he decided that he absolutely could not have this pervert as a chef. Even if his sister was a stunning beauty like Reiju, it wouldn't matter. Nami and the others also looked at this lecherous chef with some disgust. Mo ye accidentally glanced over Finbul, noticing a beautiful girl who seemed to be the one Finbud was pursuing, apparently named Morty. The attributes of two-dimensional beauty collection syndrome and game card collecting syndrome suddenly activated. Pretending to walk towards the defeated Finbud, he took a look and then turned to Morty, extending an invitation. Beautiful girl, would you like to have a drink with us? It's not safe here, and we have a few more girls over there. Just as Morty was about to answer, his gaze met Mo's eyes, and the slippery devil fruit's passive ability was activated, increasing his charm by 1. A perfect man appeared before Morty, strong, handsome, gentle, and full of charisma. Morty blushed and said, "Then I'll thank the captain for the invitation first." When Moe and Moti's eyes met, it seemed as if there were starlight swirling within them, but no one noticed. Nami looked at Moe with jealousy, feeling angry in her heart for flirting with another woman. Moe brought Mot to the table and introduced, "This is Nami, Koya, and our lovely Rika." "Hello, big sister." Rika responded politely. Koya also greeted Mot kindly, while Nami proudly raised her head. "This is Mot. I noticed that area over there isn't safe, so I invited her to come over here for a drink," Moe explained. Morty greeted everyone and sat down with Moya. The most feared thing is someone having ulterior motives. This sister must be on guard against wolves. Nami said fiercely, "I believe Captain Moya is not that kind of person." "Miss Nami, please rest assured," Morty replied with an air of nobility. Seeing this noble woman full of grace, Nami suddenly felt a pang in her heart, thinking that she was just a thief enslaved by others in her hometown. How could she compare to her? Looking at Moya and Morty, Nami's emotions immediately turned desolate, and she fell silent. Noticing that something was off, Moya quickly realized what was happening. He hurriedly used his protagonist's skill head pat. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about again? You are the first person I like in this world, and I will always cherish you. Even the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals cannot stop my love for you. I mean it." Moe gently hugged Nami and softly said. Hearing Moe's straightforward and domineering confession in front of everyone, Nami felt both embarrassed and moved. Yet, she couldn't help but hold Moe tightly, enjoying his affection. Moe was also getting goosebumps from his own cheesy lines. It was really disgusting. Seeing such a scene, both Ya and Mod were envious, wishing they could have the opportunity to enjoy the captain's warmth in Captain Mo's embrace. At that moment, a lowly voice piped up, and Rika said sweetly, "Brother Moe, I want a hug too." Okay, let's hug the cute Rika." The warm moment passed quickly, and the tranquil scene was soon shattered. A group of sickly pirates boarded the Bartai, and their leader said, "Please give us water and food. We've been chased by a demon at sea for several days." The well-fed Akin shouted, "Captain, you finally escaped back." Then he turned to Sanji and pleaded, "Please save my captain." The rogue chef Galkan immediately retorted, "These are pirates. If we save them, our ship might be robbed." Sanji, smoking a cigarette, distributed food to those in need. "This is what a true chef does." "Well said, I've decided from now on, you will be the chef of my Straw Hat Pirates," Luffy proclaimed loudly, but no one paid him any attention. Sanji went back to cook, leaving Galkan to curse, while Moe looked meaningfully at the scene, wondering if he should take action to subdue the Krieg pirates early. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. What if he was mistakenly taken for Mihawk? That would be a big deal, even if the Krieg pirates were just Mihawk's way of passing the time. As expected, events unfolded just like in the plot. After filling their stomachs, Krieg immediately launched an attack on the Bartai. "Haha, I'm going to steal your ship. I'm going to regroup." The Grand Line is terrifying. That demon destroyed several pirate ships with a single slash, truly a monster. Krieg shouted madly, seemingly losing his mind. "My fleet of 5,000 men and 50 ships is gone, huh?" Zoro perked up at the mention of several pirate ships being destroyed with one slash. At least it's a swordsman, or even a great swordsman. Could it really be, as Moe said, the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk has come? My purpose in going to sea is to challenge this man. Zoro immediately stood up and ran outside to check. The Barides battle chefs couldn't defeat Krieg and his crew, and Sanji was also knocked down by Akin. At this moment, Luffy said to Zeph, "If I help you defeat them, will you exempt me from being a waiter?" "If you can defeat them, I promise you." Zeph thought for a moment, didn't take action, and looked at Krieg and his crew, agreeing to Luffy. Just then, Krieg's lackeys screamed in terror, "Captain, that demon is coming. We should run." Krieg was also terrified, shouting to grab the ship and escape. Both sides were vying for control of the Bartai, and the scene fell into chaos. Moe protected the women and walked outside the boat. He saw a small boat floating in the distance, resembling a coffin board, on which sat a man wearing a European swordsman's hat, carrying an exaggerated large black knife on his back, with an extremely sharp gaze, his eyes resembling those of an eagle. Moe and Zoro simultaneously spoke the name of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and Moe Adventure Team trembled as they looked at this world-renowned figure. Zoro would not give up on his reason for going to sea just because of Mihawk's reputation. He quickly ran to the place where Mihawk had landed, suppressing his fear of him. I want to challenge you, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. In such a weak place as the East Blue, there is no one worth drawing my sword against. Mihawk glanced at Zoro and replied indifferently. At this moment, Kurubi also came out onto the deck, loudly questioning Mihawk. Why are you hunting us down? We haven't offended you. You demon. There's no particular reason, just drifting at sea, a bit bored, and you happen to disturb my nap. Mihawk maintained his cold and indifferent demeanor, looking like a transcendent master. The world's strongmen are terrifying. Just because he was bored and disturbed during his nap, he had already taken down the East Blue's first pirate fleet, the Kirby Pirates, with over 5,000 members. Hey, don't ignore me. I came out to challenge you, Zoro said as he began to draw his sword. Daring to draw your sword against me. It seems you are prepared. I have no smaller blade than this. Mihawk, looking proud and arrogant, slowly drew the small knife hanging on his chest. How dare you underestimate me, you bastard? Zoro was furious upon seeing Mihawk's humiliation. You deserve this, weak and ignorant East Blue person. Without saying another word, Zoro launched a tiger hunt attack. However, it was easily blocked by Mihawk's small knife. Zoro's strongest technique, three-sword style, 3,000 worlds, was also futile, and Mihawk shattered two of Zoro's ordinary swords. Zoro's pupils trembled, frozen in place, slowly closing his eyes, his face full of unwillingness. I have lost. Zoro turned around and faced Mihawk with open arms. Come on. A swordsman won't let his back be hurt. At this moment, Mihawk began to regard Zoro slightly more seriously. Speak your persistence. I promised someone that I would carry her efforts and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro shouted loudly. Good. I look forward to your growth. Just don't die. Mihawk drew his black sword, and swiftly slashed down at Zoro. Sheathing his sword, he turned to leave, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, seemingly amused to have encountered a good prospect. Joseph and Johnny shouted, Luffy, let us go. We want to chop down that bastard Mihawk. It was a legendary scene of the Sword God and Sword Saint. After releasing Joseph and Johnny, Luffy quickly ran to the injured Zoro, anxiously asking, Zoro, are you okay? Captain, I won to lose again before becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro cried with tears in his eyes, covering his face. Luffy also smiled. I believe in you. A companion of the Pirate King cannot be too weak. Pirate King? Ignorant. Mihawk replied indifferently. My name is Luffy, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy grinned widely. This hat was given to me by Shanks. I will find my own strong partners to become the Pirate King in the Grand Line, and then return this hat to him. He actually entrusted the hat to you? And lost a hand in the East Blue. How boring. Mihawk murmured. Ignoring Luffy, Mihawk turned to leave. Having met two interesting people this time, it was time to go back. At this moment, Moe, suppressing his nervousness, spoke to Mihawk. I wonder if you have time to come aboard my ship for a gathering? Not interested. Mihawk didn't even look at Moe. It was that simple and direct. I think Mihawk should be interested in the sword theory of a particularly powerful swordsmanship sage. Moreover, Shank's good friend is also on my ship, and I hope to meet you, Mihawk. Moe directly threw out the temptation of Mihawk and Shanks, saying, Oh, the theory of swordsmanship, Shank's good friend? I hope you're not lying to me. Lead the way. Mihawk expressed great interest. Zoro, who was injured and on the ground, heard Moe mention discussing the theories of swordsmanship with Mihawk. He gritted his teeth against the immense pain and trembled as he asked, Captain Moe, could I also come aboard your ship and listen in? Zoro, you're too seriously injured right now. You need a rest. Usopp and the others expressed their concern. It's fine. Nothing is more important than this opportunity to get stronger, Zoro said seriously as he looked at Moe. Moe looked at Zoro, then glanced at the indifferent Mihawk. All right, you guys carry Zoro onto the ship. Luffy, I'll leave the others to you. Yas, no problem. You need to take good care of Zoro. I also want to defeat Kuro and redeem myself, and I want Sanji to be our cook. Luffy patted his chest and said grandly, Mihawk-senpai, please. Moe wore a respectful expression on his face. The group boarded Moe's adventure ship, the Yan Huang. In a reception hall of the Yan Huang, Moyi sat opposite Hawkeye, while Baji and Nami stood behind Moyi. The injured Zoro was leaning against the wall, listening attentively. Go ahead, state your main purpose. Hawkeye spoke first, getting straight to the point. He knew that Moyi must have a request for him, but he also wanted to hear about other swordsmanship theories. As for Shanks' friend, Hawkeye speculated that he was probably just an ordinary acquaintance of Shanks. Haha, Senior Hawkeye, you are indeed straightforward. Moye, feeling a bit embarrassed after being seen through, said, Actually, I want to learn hockey, observation hockey, and armament hockey. Recently, I've been practicing the basics of hockey. But I've hit a bottleneck, and I want you to help me feel hockey, Senior Hawkeye, Moyi said with fiery eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about hockey, even in the East Sea. Your identity must not be simple, right? Hawkeye glanced at Moyi and said. Zoro and Nami were hearing the term hockey for the first time and felt very curious, while Baji seemed to be lost in thought. Senior Hawkeye, I'm just an ordinary person. It's just that a friend who returned from the Grand Line and the New World told me about some things. Moyi said half-truthfully. Is he that good friend of Shanks? Mihawk asked doubtfully. Yes, that's him, Buggy, who was an intern pirate on GOLD. Roger's ship along with Shanks. Moyi took the opportunity to push it on a Buggy. What? Buggy was a crew member of Pirate King Roger? Everyone looked at Buggy in shock. The amnesiac Buggy looked confused, struggling to suppress his panic, and pretended to be calm. Unexpectedly, he was still found out by everyone. Yes, I was indeed a crew member of Captain Roger back in the day. But internally, he thought, what the hell is this idiot captain talking about? How do I know the Pirate King? How do I know Shanks? Before he could finish, Nami familiarized herself with Buggy's neck. Her eyes filled with the madness of golden treasures. Where is Roger's treasure? While saying that, she kept shaking Buggy's head. I don't know. I haven't been to the final island, Shanks, and I got off the ship before reaching the final island. Buggy said with difficulty under Nami's assault, surprisingly. Even his lies hit the mark. As expected of Buggy, who has the luck of conqueror's hockey, Moyi breathed a sigh of relief. Mihawk frowned at the duo and questioned, doesn't he know hockey himself? Moyi looked at Buggy with frustration. I'm not going to work hard to learn hockey. I'm a devil fruit user. Buggy shouted. He'd been trained too hard by Moyi these days. In fact, it was because Buggy was busy treasure hunting that he neglected his hockey training. Moyi explained reluctantly. Who would have thought that a crew member of Pirate King Roger would be hiding in the weakest sea, the East Blue? Mihawk said disdainfully. What did you say? You can't speak about Captain Roger like that. Buggy stopped and said seriously, continuing to use his imagination and act tough. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Senior Mihawk, you should know how the weakest sea came to be, right? Moyi forcibly interrupted the atmosphere and retorted to Mihawk. Mihawk's eyes narrowed, as if he recalled that towering figure who laughed on the execution platform. In the Moyi Adventure Group, on the Yin Huang ship, in the reception room, the weakest sea is only seen as an ordinary person's perspective. Could it be that even the vision of the senior Eagle Eye is so short-sighted? Moyi also asked lightly. Eagle Eye frowned, and his imposing aura was immediately unleashed, causing everyone to feel a wave of oppressive force coming at them. Is the senior Eagle Eye just angry out of shame? Moyi asked playfully, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Hawkeye would strike him down. Then tell me, why isn't the East Sea the weakest sea? Is it because of Pirate King Roger? Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged, his tone devoid of emotion. All right, then today I'll talk about the East Sea. Let's have a drink and discuss the East Sea and see if it's really the weakest sea. As everyone knows, Pirate King Roger hailed from the East Sea. Is he weak? Moyi asked the crowd. The captain is the strongest, Buggy shouted, and no one contradicted him. So, the highest honor of a pirate, Pirate King Roger, is from the East Sea. Next, let's talk about the strongest Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp, who is also from the East Sea. Is he weak? He represents the flag of the Navy. The Marine hero is from the East Sea. Moyi looked excited and high-spirited, and one might mistakenly think that his idol was Carp. Hawkeye did not object, still maintaining his silence. It was precisely because of the Pirate King Roger that the East Sea became a place that the Navy prioritized, with the strongest suppression efforts in place. And Navy heroes often returning to the East Sea, making pirates dare not act recklessly, allowing the people to live and work in peace. Could this really make the East Sea bear the title of the weakest sea? Hawkeye, just Carp alone, is already someone many pirates dare not provoke. And that should include you, right? Moyi asked. Hawkeye still had a blank expression and remained silent. Finally, let me mention another figure. One who also gives the world government and the Navy headaches. and he is someone that even you wouldn't dare to provoke easily. Moe looked at Hawkeye and said, I know about Pirate King Roger and Navy Hero Carp. I am ashamed in comparison. Who else is there? Tell me. Hawkeye's expression was indifferent as he spoke, but his tone had already started to soften. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is also from the East Blue. You know him, right, Senior Hawkeye? Moe's lips curled up slightly, looking quite smug. Eagle Eye's expression changed, and the atmosphere became tense again. It seems you know quite a bit, don't you? You don't know I'm one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Just because you know information about the Revolutionary Army, I could kill you right now. Moe's heart trembled. She had gone a bit overboard, but she pretended to remain calm and quickly changed the subject. I know that Elder Hawkeye is not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss the swordsmanship of the sages. The crowd had not yet regained their composure, having learned about some prominent figures, and they had gained some insight. Zoro was also shocked that such a person existed in the East Sea, but as soon as he heard about swordsmanship, he immediately snapped back to attention. Elder Hawkeye, this time I'm talking about the sword theory of a sword saint from my hometown. If there is anything incorrect, please don't take offense. After all, the understanding of the sword is different for everyone. Moe buffered in advance, feeling a bit apprehensive about whether the theory of Dugubuki, created by the great Jin Yong, aligns with the laws of this world. Eagle I felt puzzled upon hearing the title Sword Saint, but still nodded gently to indicate for him to continue. That senior sword saint divided his swordsmanship into 4 levels. First level, having a sword in hand, but no sword in heart. Second level, having a sword in hand and a sword in heart. Third level, no sword in hand but a sword in heart. Fourth level, no sword in hand and no sword in heart. Moe said slowly. Hawkeye frowned tightly, as if he had some thoughts he could grasp, but just couldn't catch hold of. Zoro and Gallus also seemed to understand something. Yet they seemed to understand nothing at all, and the non-swordsman looked completely confused. It was the first time Hawkeye felt so bewildered, but he also seemed to sense a direction in his swordsmanship. He asked Moe seriously for the first time, Can you explain in detail? Moe hesitated slightly, saying, As for that hockey thing. Hawkeye proudly replied, If that sword saint swordsmanship can help me even a little, I'll let you experience hockey and even teach you more. Moe excitedly said, Then thank you, Senior. Even Zoro and Gallus envied Moe. Although they didn't know what hockey was, learning sword techniques from Hawkeye would be immensely beneficial. Hawkeye nodded, signaling Moe to continue. Then I'll start by telling some legendary stories about that sword saint. Moe began. This sword saint is called Dugubu Bai, and he was named invincible because he never faced defeat in his life. What a boastful person. Buggy and Zoro shouted in disbelief. What an impressive person, Lilia and Koyanami said excitedly. Hawkeye and Zoro frowned. Invincible? They were beginning to doubt Moe's words. In this pirate world where the strong are as numerous as sand, who would dare to claim invincibility? Dugubu Bai, when he was young, obtained a sharp sword and defeated the swordsmanship masters of over a dozen countries. Later, he realized he had killed too many people, so he discarded this fierce, indestructible supreme sword, the Qingguang sword. He later switched to a purple soft sword called the ZY soft sword. However, this soft sword seemed harmless, but was actually strange, elevating his swordsmanship to a new level. During a duel, he accidentally killed a well-known righteous Navy officer, which made him feel immense regret and guilt, leading him to abandon the ZY soft sword to the deep sea. Later on, he changed to a sword-like treasure sword forged from meteorite, which was a heavy sword without a sharp edge. With this heavy sword, his swordsmanship ascended to another level, and he comprehended the unparalleled sword doctrine of a heavy sword without an edge, great skill without craft. With a heavy sword, he defeated all swordsmen of that era. At that time, he was invincible, bearing the title of invincible, and he abandoned the heavy sword to live in seclusion in the mountains. Ultimately, in his later years, he realized the highest realm of no sword in hand, no sword in heart, and it is said that he transcended to become a god. After Moe finished speaking, he took a sip from his teacup. Brother Moe, did that sword saint really become a god? Lilia was the first to ask. I don't know either. This is a legend from my hometown. I know many half-true, half-false mythological stories, and I can share them with you later. Moe said gently, looking at Lilia. Hawkeye and Zoro still looked puzzled. Moe continued, the first level, having a sword in hand, but no sword in the heart. This corresponds to the realm of Dugubu by holding a sharp sword, purely utilizing the sharpness of the sword in hand. relying on external objects and youthful strength and talent to defeat opponents. The second level, having a sword in hand and a sword in the heart. This corresponds to Dugaboo by holding the Z-Way soft sword, starting from the heart, using sword techniques and sword principles, defeating opponents by striking softly against the heart. The third level, no sword in hand, but a sword in the heart. This corresponds to Dugaboo by, even when unable to wield the heavy sword. Where the heavy sword is without a sharp edge, it doesn't matter whether it's a sword or not. From the heart and the sword path, the sword intent emerges, cutting everything down and defeating opponents. The fourth level, no sword in hand and no sword in the heart. This corresponds to Dugaboo by having abandoned all swords, reaching the realm where everything is a sword, and any object can be a sword technique or sword principle. Wielding leaves as swords, waving hands as swords. Anything can be a sword, emitting astonishing sword intent. He himself is a sharp sword. Upon hearing Mo's analysis, Eagle Eye suddenly had an epiphany. Am I currently only in the first and second realms? In my youth, I pursued the supreme great knife, the 12 works of the Black Knife Knight. I still haven't reached the point of abandoning the sword. Once I have no sword, my combat power will at least decrease by some part. Then what would I be considered as a swordsman after abandoning the sword? Zoro asked. The sword is in your heart. Moe pretended to be profound. You're currently utilizing your great knife, the 21 works, and a single word. Once you learn the breadth of all things, reach the level of cutting steel, and finally abandon the sword while still being able to exert 120% of your combat power, then you will have succeeded. I seem to have found the direction to move forward. I've been in the position of the world's greatest swordsman for too long, thinking there was no room for progress. Not realizing my sword path is still far from sufficient. Moe, I will remember this favor. For the first time in a long time, Eagle Eye spoke seriously. Arrange a room for me. I need to contemplate and reflect. Tonight, come find me, and I will teach you hockey. Eagle Eye said. Then I congratulate you in advance. Senior Eagle Eye, on reaching a new level in your sword path. Moe never forgets to flatter. Hawkeye just glanced at Moe and went straight into the room to contemplate the swordsmanship. All right, let's go check on Luffy and Creek's situation. Moe turned around and spoke to everyone. The crowd immediately followed Moe to check the situation. At this moment, seeing Eagle Eye and Moe leave, Creek launched an attack on Bartai, trying to seize the ship and food. After watching Zoro and the others board Moe's ship, Luffy returned to the Bartai restaurant to bargain with Zepp. I'll help you knock that big guy away if you let me go, and I want to invite Sanji to my ship. Is that okay, Chef Uncle? Luffy said boldly. Get lost, you little brat. Zepp was too lazy to pay attention to this foolish kid. What a grumpy uncle. What did you say? No, you heard it wrong, look. The blonde guy has been defeated. Luffy pointed at Sanji and shouted. Sanji was defeated by Creek, while Akin was trying to stop Creek from killing Sanji. Under Creek's threat, Akin had no choice but to kill Sanji himself. Luffy couldn't stand it any longer and attacked Creek. Creek's armor made Luffy suffer quite a bit, but he still managed to defeat him with great difficulty. Creek frantically threw his poison gas bombs, and the Bartai was filled with toxic smoke. However, Creek discovered that his gas mask was broken, so he snatched Akin's gas mask, leaving Akin to collapse in the poison gas. Just as Creek was about to escape under the cover of the gas, air slide whoosh, a loud whistling sound erupted. The air on the ship suddenly started to flow rapidly, forming air convection, creating strong winds that swept away the poison gas, revealing Creek's position. Countless people's clothes rustled in the wind. It's really lively. Why hasn't Luffy finished yet? Moe lit a cigarette and strolled in leisurely, calmly saying, Moe, you're back. Zoro, are you okay? Luffy said happily, seeing Moe's imposing presence. Creek couldn't help but tremble inside. However, he firmly believed that he was the strongest in the East Sea and wouldn't be afraid of these kids. You little brat, as long as you submit to me, I'll make you my vice captain. I am Krieg, the pirate admiral who commands a fleet of 5,000 men. Krieg even dared to arrogantly invite Moe. Moe glanced contemptuously at Klee-Ku, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked Japu, I'll take care of him for you. Can you give me a kick technique? Japu looked at Moe, who was clearly more reliable than Straw Hat Luffy, and gently nodded. All right, you guys get to work, clean up the remnants of the Klee-Ku pirate crew. Moe finished speaking, flipped his robe, turned around, and sat down on the highest chair with great satisfaction. A surge of aura erupted, and everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, staring at Moe in shock. Is it the aura of Conqueror's Haki? Moe is also a bit confused. Although he hasn't awakened, ever since he just faced Hawkeye directly, He feels like there has been a change in him in some way. Is it his mindset? The members of the intothe adventure team looked at their imposing captain, and their morale instantly surged. Adarago took the lead, saying, "I will deal with this cliquey and present the first achievement to the captain." Bucky, with a strange laugh, replied, "Then I'll take care of that guy covered in shields." Under intothe's training, the abilities of the two had noticeably improved. Meanwhile, Beast Tamer Machi and Acrobat Kabaji, along with other squad leaders, went to clear out the remaining hundreds of cliquey pirates. Soundwave cannon. Adarago continuously bombarded Cliquey with cannon fire. After taking a hit, Cliquey's armor was damaged, and he began to flee in all directions, clearly unable to hold his ground. The strange Bucky, with his body splitting apart, flew around with a dagger in hand, creating wounds under the gaps in Iron Walbara's defense, causing him to bleed profusely. The defeated Cliquey pirates showed no fighting spirit at all. Under the leadership of the intothe adventure team's squad leaders, they were beaten badly, fleeing in all directions or dropping their weapons to beg for mercy. Watching the one-sided situation, Zepp was shocked. This intothe adventure team actually had several devil fruit users, rendering the so-called strongest cliquey of the East Sea powerless. Moreover, Captain intothe had not even made a move yet, truly impressive. Nami, silently standing behind intothe, also witnessed the strength of the intothe adventure team and felt a glimmer of hope for her hometown. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement. However, Kaya and Morty, gazing at the handsome and unfathomably strong intothe, felt a flutter in their hearts. Meanwhile, Li Jia had already climbed onto intothe's lap, looking like a little princess. "Surrender, and you will be spared." Intothe's anger sank into his dantian as he slowly spoke. Although his voice was not loud, it steadily reached the ears of the many pirates present. The sound of clank continued endlessly, and hundreds of pirates threw down their weapons and surrendered. While Iron Walbala could no longer hold on and knelt down to beg for mercy, Cleek, who was still unable to put aside his pride from his past glory and continued to be bombarded by a Drago. Defying to the last, intothe said somewhat impatiently. Silent instant slide intothe appeared before Click in an instant. Dislocate limbs. Click's limbs were immediately dislocated by intothe and he collapsed to the ground. When intothe returned to his original position, he just caught Li Jia, who looked at intothe in shock at his speed. While Li Jia had a puzzled expression as if to say, "Who am I? What has happened?" She had just been sitting on intothe's lap. How did it suddenly change to being in her brother intothe's arms? "Captain, why did you strike?" "I wasn't done with my bombardment yet." Adara shouted. "All right, don't waste time. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off later. This is just a warm-up." "Really?" "Captain, I want to become the best bomber in the future," Adara said with a goofy grin. "All captains, start recruiting the Click pirates," intothe commanded. In Zepp's captain's room, "Senior Zepp, I've already solved the issue for you." "I don't know. I won't go back on my word about what I promised you. It's just that my kicking techniques are only in my mind and haven't been written down." "Does Captain intothe, you want to stay here and learn from me slowly?" Zepp looked at intothe like a cunning old fox. If it were someone else, they would have been tricked by Senior Zepp. But I happen to be excluded from that. Senior Zepp only needs to think about the memories of the kicking techniques in his mind. "I can view some of your memories." Intothe had a composed look, as if he had everything planned out. Is this his devil fruit ability? Japu thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Some things, some secrets, are best left unasked. Since Captain intothe has such skills, I won't go back on my word. Come on. Not now, though. Take some time tonight to reflect on these techniques, and I'll check again tomorrow. All right. Japu looked at intothe with a somewhat meaningful expression. The next day, intothe's index finger lightly tapped on Japu's forehead. Looking at the relaxed and unguarded Japu, a memory cluster emerged in intothe's consciousness. Intothe quickly selected the memory group of kicking skills from the most recent day and slid out. Surprisingly, there were also some chef memory groups from Japu. All right, Senior Japu, thank you, intothe said with a hint of satisfaction. That's good. Such a convenient ability. Japu glanced at intothe thoughtfully. He had just felt as if he had forgotten something. Such a strange ability. I hope Senior Japu won't mention today's events. Thank you. Intothe didn't want to reveal his abilities too early, although Japu couldn't guess what his true ability was. Japu speculated that intothe might have a devil fruit ability related to memory. I just handed Captain intothe a kicking technique manual, Japu said, smiling at intothe. Cunning old fox, intothe thought to himself. Then I thank you, Senior Japu. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. Under Nami's arrangement, the wealth of the remnants of Krieg's crew was completely plundered. More than 5 000 people, and over 50 pirate ships were defeated by Mihawk with just a few strikes, leaving only over 300 people crammed onto a few broken ships to escape. Countless treasures and pirates sank into the sea, never to see the light of day again. In the process of fleeing, many more lives were lost. This is the pirate world, incredibly cruel. Adventure and excitement only exist in anime. This is the real pirate world, where death is everywhere. What surprised Moe slightly was that Ajin was actually saved by Koya, who had only half-baked medical skills. One has to admit that the people in the world of One Piece really have an abnormal vitality. Krieg, Iron Wall Baroque, and the demon Ajin had all been erased from Moe's memories of his time as a pirate and joined Moe's adventure group, becoming the squad leaders of Moe's team. Moe has become increasingly skilled at the sliding technique of the slippery fruit, able to slide through memories in chronological order. As long as he slides from recent to distant memories, he won't cause memory confusion, at most leading to a state of amnesia. Suddenly, he recalled that Kuro died a bit unjustly. If he had to blame someone, it would be his lack of the lucky constitution of the Conqueror's Haki, and his appearance was a bit early. Moe wasn't yet proficient enough in developing the slippery fruit. They also donned cloaks and masks, as they had just been enemies. And integrating into the team takes time. As for the surviving crew members of the clique pirates, Moe has also recruited them all. Being chased by Hawkeye in the Grand Line and safely crossing the Calm Belt back to the East Sea, their survival rate was only a little over 300 out of 5,000, so luck and strength still play a role. Moe doesn't want to wipe them out completely. He also needs some cannon fodder. Let's see how many of these elite cannon fodders can survive in the end. The few damaged ships of the Crick pirate fleet can be repaired and restored, and 3 ships can be fixed up. At this time, the Moe Adventure Group has over 400 members and 7 pirate ships, and has evidently become a significant force in the East Sea. Iron Fist Fembuti was released. But before leaving, Moe made a small move, bribing and threatening him while explaining the nature of the Moe Adventure Group. Ding ding ding, hello. This is the East Sea Rogtown Navy branch. How can I help you? I am Lieutenant Fembuti from the Navy headquarters. I am currently patrolling the East Sea and have encountered a non-pirate force claiming to be the Moe Adventure Group, the largest pirate fleet in the East Sea. The clique pirate crew was defeated by them, and the Yalata pirate crew, Clown pirate crew, and Black pirate crew have also been destroyed by them. Please report this to Colonel Smoker. Is this true? Okay, I will report to Colonel Smoker right away. Colonel Smoker, according to Lieutenant Fembuti from the Navy headquarters, the East Sea clique pirate fleet has been defeated by a non-pirate force called the Moe Adventure Group. Furthermore, the Yalata pirate crew, Clown pirate crew, and Black pirate crew have also been destroyed, the messenger reported urgently. The Moe Adventure Group could be a new pirate hunter force in the East Sea, the cute girl Dasky analyzed. Send out scouts to investigate this Moe Adventure Group. Smoker commanded. Yes, Colonel. I hope they are not a bunch of despicable pirates in disguise. On the other side, I just hope they don't mistake me for a pirate, Moe murmured. After all, there are too many former pirates on his ship, and he could only hope not to be exposed too quickly. He needed more time to grow. After Fembuti relayed the information to Smoker, Moe had all the former pirate crew members with bounties wear masks and cloaks to delay their exposure. The Moe Adventure Group stayed in place to repair and modify their ships and educate the former clique pirate crew to become members of the Moe Adventure Group. Like in the original story, Zepp saw Sanji's desire to go to sea and was determined to drive Sanji away, wanting him to fulfill their shared dream of finding the All Blue, where all the sea's ingredients converge. Originally, Zepp intended to have Sanji join Moe's ship, as he saw potential in the Moe Adventure Group. However, Moe did not want to take in Sanji, the pervert, to avoid daily headaches, and rejected Zepp's hints. In the end, Sanji still boarded Luffy's ship, thus completing the Straw Hat Trio: Captain Luffy, Swordsman and Combatant Zoro, and Chef Sanji. Additionally, there were Sniper Usopp, Navigator Joseph, and Sailor Johnny. That evening, they began to hold a banquet. Moe, your crew is great, but my crew is not bad either. We are on the elite route, and sooner or later, we will become stronger than you, Luffy said to Moe while eating meat. Luffy, you should be glad my dream is not to be the Pirate King. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't become the Pirate King. Ha ha. Moe had a few drinks and was feeling a bit tipsy. Am I really afraid of you? A local? He said. Yes. It's because our captain doesn't want to argue with you. But, Straw Hat Luffy, how can someone as weak as you possibly become the Pirate King? Buggy, who had removed his mask, said to Luffy with annoyance. Haha, I will definitely get stronger. I will become the Pirate King. Buggy couldn't be bothered to argue with this single-minded person, so he turned to Mo-Yi and asked, "Captain, what is your dream?" Everyone immediately looked over, hoping their captain had great ambitions. They were all somewhat expectant, including Nami and Koya. Me? Hee, I just want to survive. It's that simple. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Captain, we've already defeated the number 1 or 2 pirate crew in the East Sea. Why do you still have such a simple dream? Well, my dream is to survive and become the strongest, strong enough that no one can threaten me. Mo-Yi looked at the night sky and murmured, "By the way, let's take care of that ship's enemy." Becoming the strongest? Adragos still didn't understand. Bucky fell silent. He suddenly began to understand that this dream of being the strongest seemed extremely difficult, as there were too many powerful individuals in the world. You haven't experienced the outside world yet. You don't know how formidable the strong ones in this world are, Mo-Yi sighed. So today, let me enlighten you about the knowledge of the Grand Line. Mo-Yi gathered his spirits and said, "We know a bit about it. There are 7 incredibly powerful pirates on the Grand Line, known as the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government." Joseph and Johnny spoke solemnly. "It seems you two have some understanding." "That's right. The current world structure consists of the 4 emperors of the pirates, the navy, and the 7 warlords of the sea standing in a tripartite balance, along with the omnipresent spies of the world government, the CP organization, and the mysterious Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable, and countless pirates have perished due to harsh weather. Brother Mo-Yi, how do you compare to those 7 warlords and the 4 emperors?" Li Jia asked cutely. Looking at Li Jia, who admired him, Mo-Yi shook his head in silence. "It's simply incomparable. Each of these individuals has the power to destroy an island. Is it that terrifying, Brother Mo-Yi?" Li Jia said in fear, and everyone was equally shocked. "But I will also become as strong as them in the future. Believe me, I believe in you, Brother Mo-Yi. You will definitely become the strongest. We also believe in the captain." The officers and squad leaders of the Mo-Yi pirate crew spoke one after another. "For everyone, I will also work hard to become stronger," Mo-Yi said firmly. "The captain is the strongest. Brother Mo-Yi is the best. I will also become very strong." Luffy joined in the cheer. "Haha, let's all become stronger together." Mo-Yi held Licca in one arm and raised Nami's hand with the other. The party dispersed, and everyone returned to their ships. Mo-Yi was outside the room of Hawkeye on the Mo-Yi adventure team's ship, hesitating to knock on the door. His hand raised and lowered. "Kumin," came Hawkeye's indifferent voice. It seemed that observation hockey was indeed very useful, scouting omnipresent. Mo-Yi opened the door and entered the room where Hawkeye was. "Hawkeye-senpai, now I will teach you how to awaken and use hockey. First, let's talk about how much you know about hockey. Hockey is a substance that breaks through the limits of the body, and it is also related to mental strength and willpower. Both armament hockey and observation hockey can be obtained through training, while the rare conqueror's hockey requires talent and innate qualities. That's right, I can teach you armament hockey and observation hockey, but I can't teach you conqueror's hockey either. However, I know that Shank's conqueror's hockey is very strong. Hawkeye-senpai, can I directly feel your hockey?" Sure." Hawkeye did not ask why. Roar Hawkeye's hand became pitch black, shining with darkness, filled with intimidation, making Mo-Yi feel the threat to his life. Suppressing the sense of danger, Mo-Yi grasped Hawkeye's black fist, which was full of armament hockey. It was hard and full of aggression. Mo-Yi activated his devil fruit ability, but it had no effect on him, which left Mo-Yi a bit disappointed. Mo-Yi still wanted to steal a bit of Hawkeye's armament hockey, just like he stole Luffy's conqueror's hockey seed, to use it as a template for his own hockey training. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye's armament hockey was so solid and flawless that Mo-Yi's slippery fruit was completely ineffective. Hawkeye's armament hockey is truly unbreakable. I wonder if he could reduce the quantity and quality of it a bit, as I want to start feeling the basics of armament hockey. Hawkeye's sharp gaze looked at Mo-Yi, as if he could see through his little thoughts. "You only have one chance. If you dare to ask again, I'll kill you." "Hawkeye, please calm down." Mo-Yi's heart skipped a beat, and she almost got scared out of her wits. However, as Mo-Yi said, Hawkeye still transformed the blackened armament hockey into a more basic form of armament hockey wrapping. Mo-Yi maximized his slippery devil fruit ability and exerted all his strength to sense the aura of Hawkeye surrounding him. Under Hawkeye's impatient gaze, he finally managed to channel a trace of Hawkeye's armament hockey into his hand, feeling the presence of the hockey and analyzing its composition. Using this trace of hockey as a template, Mo-Yi focused on training the strongest parts of his body. Sensing a substance similar to hockey, in hopes of finding it, and then fully developing and cultivating haki. The trace of Hawkeye's domineering aura in Mo's hands had dissipated, and for the time being, Mo couldn't find similar energy in his body. It seemed that his physical strength was still insufficient to continuously generate the aura. Only in critical moments, when he was angry, could he occasionally trigger the awakening of the aura. During the last battle with Edra, it seemed he had triggered it once when he was emotionally agitated. However, the feeling of the aura had been deeply engraved in Mo's mind. As long as his physical fitness was adequate to produce the aura, he would no longer be like a headless fly, unaware of what the aura was. This further confirmed the feeling of the aura in Buggy's memories. Afterwards, Mo asked Hawkeye about the methods to train the armament haki, not daring to have any more extraneous thoughts. He also inquired about the cultivation and awakening of observation haki in matters related to swordsmanship training. The cold-tempered Hawkeye, after impatiently answering some of Mo's questions, jumped onto his coffin ship and drifted away without looking back. Phew, that killing god finally left. Captain, what did you gain? Buggy patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly asked. There were indeed gains, but not as good as expected. However, it was enough to handle most issues in the EC. Everyone, rest for now. We'll take a 2-day break. Then head to Nami's hometown to help her solve her problems. Nami's hometown is in trouble, so you all need to work twice as hard to help her drive away the enemies. Can Mo really do it? Should we wait a little longer until you're a bit stronger? Nami was eager for Mo to liberate her hometown, but worried about his safety. Don't worry, Arlong is just a small fry. As long as we don't let him into the sea, everything will be manageable. But we also need to prepare more to prevent him from jumping into the ocean. We still have so many crew members. What are we afraid of? He has 3 main officers. Don't I have them too? Huh, right, Captain, we're not lacking either. Let's take down those fishmen who dare to bully our Nami. Edra shouted. Thank you, everyone, Nami said, tears in her eyes. Belmare, I finally found my place. Then let's rest well. Tomorrow we'll devise a plan to prevent the fishmen from jumping into the sea. Dismissed, Mo said, wanting Nami to charmingly lie on his bed. Mo was not being pretentious. It was an intense and indescribable wonderful night. Kuya and Mot were tossing and turning in the next room. Unable to fall asleep, Li Jia, drowsy, heard some sounds and then continued to sleep in a daze. The next morning, in the early morning, Mo was training with a several thousand-pound dumbbell. All the cadres and squad leaders were also practicing silent steps, and even a few girls were working out. When at sea, one must have the resolve to become stronger. Nami woke up in bed, hearing the sounds of training outside, her face flushed with embarrassment, blaming Mo for being so strong that it took her a while to recover. Nami stepped out of her room and onto the deck, and as soon as she appeared, Kaya and Modi, both with dark circles under their eyes, looked at Nami enviously. Nami felt their gaze, feeling both shy and proud. After all, it was clear that Mo Kun liked her the most. You're awake, have some water. Mo stopped training, took a drink of water, and with a leap, appeared next to Nami. Thank you, Mo. You're tired too, have a drink. Nami took a sip and handed it to Mo. Mo didn't hesitate at all, grabbing it and drinking it, which made those single dogs wail in despair. Mo, I will also cultivate so that I can accompany you to the farthest places, Nami said firmly. Mo did not object. He also didn't want his woman to hold him back. Let me see if I can help you find some powerful devil fruits. Mo Kun, we will become stronger too, Koya and Morty said in unison. I believe in you. Mo looked at the 2 girls in surprise. Could it be that what happened last night made them jealous? Mo chuckled slightly to himself. Mo brother. Me too, I want a devil fruit. Li Jia raised her hand, representing the elementary school students. As long as we find good devil fruits, everyone gets a share. Mo said gently. Then let's continue training. Strive for everyone to reach the rank of squad leader or above. Everyone will learn silent step, and everyone will master basic swordsmanship. Mo shouted. Yes, Captain. Just like that, the training atmosphere of Mo's adventure team grew increasingly intense, and the strength of the entire adventure team would be enhanced. Let's set off in 2 days. Cocoa West Village. Prepare more fishing nets. This is a real battle, and also a survival battle for Mo's adventure team against the cannon fodder, facing hundreds of fishmen with 10 times the strength of humans. This will streamline Mo's adventure team. In the East Sea, in a certain sea area, a fleet was sailing. Nami, calm down. Mo comforted the trembling Nami, unsure if it was fear or nervousness. Looking at this familiar sea area, Nami recalled scenes from the past. Unable to pay the protection fee, to protect herself and no Jiko. Her adoptive mother Belmir was shot dead by the evil dragon right in front of her. In order to redeem her village, she was forced to join the evil dragon pirate crew, drawing nautical charts for them, remembering the villagers oppressed by the evil dragon day and night. She then went out to sea as a thief, just to gather enough money to redeem her village. Now, she had found her belonging, leading her companions back to her hometown, to rescue her people from the fire and water. Full speed ahead. Snipers, gunners, archers, watch out for underwater. Big brother evil dragon. It's bad. A fleet is approaching us from outside. A fisherman henchman hurriedly reported to the evil dragon. In the East Sea, there are still people who dare to provoke me. Did you see the flag clearly? It was a blood-red flag they had never seen before, with only the 2 words MOE on it. There were as many as 7 ships, with several hundred people. Damn it, which blind pirate crew dares to mess with us? You guys go sink their ships. I want them to be buried in the sea. Yes, boss evil dragon. Fire cover, full force landing. MOE calmly gave the orders. Adelago led the artillery team to bombard the approaching fishmen, blue sound wave energy cannons blasting against the sea surface. Even the fishmen dozens of meters deep in the ocean could not escape, being blown to smithereens. Big brother evil dragon. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. They have devil fruit users who can shoot energy cannons. They died so tragically. The enemy is about to land. The fleeing fisherman henchman cried as he reported to the evil dragon. What? Devil fruit users. Damn it. I want to slaughter them. The evil dragon grabbed his serrated sword and rushed out. The MOE adventure team that had already landed, led by Nami, rushed straight into the evil dragon's territory, leaving over 100 crew members to block the coastline. The soft-boned fishman Kruby, Octopus Little 8, and the kissing fishman A Xiao. The 3 major cadres of the evil dragon pirate crew followed behind the evil dragon, charging towards the enemy. Little 8 had a foreboding feeling. This was the first time so many people from the evil dragon pirate crew were going into battle. The 2 groups collided head-on outside the evil dragon's territory. Ha, you're really enthusiastic, evil dragon. Finally willing to come out to greet us. MOE said slightly disdainfully. You little brat, who are you? I don't think we've met before, right? The evil dragon saw Nami beside MOE and said with a darkened face. So it's you, Nami. Looks like you've forgotten the terror of us fishmen. It seems that after this, I will destroy Cocoa West Village. Haha. Nami looked at the evil dragon, her body trembling uncontrollably, fear showing on her face. At that moment, a large hand wrapped around Nami. I got you, Nami. This stinky fish will be crushed by me. MOE turned coldly to look at the evil dragon, as if he were staring at a dead fish. Haha, he said, crush the evil dragon, big brother. This brat who hasn't even matured, yet hasn't experienced the power of the fish people, which is 10 times that of humans. Hee, 10 times the power? MOE's adventurers group. Follow orders, all-out attack, kill, without mercy. MOE didn't even have the mood for banter and directly went into battle. Octopus Little 8 jumped out and said, I can handle you all without brother evil dragon. After saying that, he charged at MOE with 6 knives in hand, being a 6-blade swordsman. King against king, general against general. The captain is not someone you scum can challenge. Buggy rushed out with a dagger. Swish, swish, swish. Buggy was cut down by the 6 blades. However, before Evil Dragon and the others had time to be surprised or mock Buggy's weakness, they saw the dismembered Buggy, with 2 daggers deeply embedded in Little 8's back. Shattered, rotating kick. Little 8 was kicked out of the main battlefield by Buggy and chased after him. Little 8, soft-boned fishman Kruby, was alarmed and was about to rush to save Little 8. At that moment, a furious voice entered Kruby's ears. Your opponent is me. Kruby turned around to see a masked figure clad in spikes and wielding a battle spear silently appearing behind him. Without time to think, Kruby desperately dodged the golden armored man's spear, but still received a gash on his back. Despicable. How dare you sneak attack? Kissing fishman, A Xiao puffed up his belly, ready to launch a penetrating water bullet attack on the golden armored man. However, at that moment, a sense of despair surged within him. A massive blue energy beam, sparking and crackling, shot towards a Xiao, who was about to be obliterated under Edra's sonic cannon. Watch out! Evil Dragon kicked a Xiao, who was frozen in shock. Out of harm's way. Damn it. There are actually 2 devil fruit users. Evil Dragon cursed. You're wrong. Didn't you see me? Mo yes spoke softly. The glass surface of the slippery fruit. A strange energy covered the ground where the Evil Dragon's gang was located, and the ground began to become smooth. The minions standing within the range of the glass surface began to fall one after another, while the evil dragon heavily plunged his serrated sword into the ground, barely managing to stand firm. The fact that he could directly break through Mo's glass surface showed just how powerful the evil dragon was. You are responsible for the fishman minions, and Nami will sweep through the evil dragon's territory, Moe said to the squad leaders and Nami. The squad leaders Akin, Kabaji, Gallus, and the Fishman brothers each took action to deal with the Fishman members who were 10 times stronger than ordinary people. Along with more than 300 members of Mo's adventurer group, they fought against over 100 fishmen. Meanwhile, Nami led Iron Walbara and Beast Tamer Machi, protected by Lion Leaky and others, to start raiding the wealth that the evil dragon had plundered from the people for many years. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you targeting us? The evil dragon shouted angrily as he watched his Fishman brothers being slaughtered. I'm just an adventurer, and as for why I'm targeting you, Nami is now my woman. Is that reason enough? Moe looked at the violent evil dragon and said coldly that he hated the most those who kill innocent civilians indiscriminately. And the evil dragon was just such a creature. The evil dragon brandished its serrated sword and hurled it fiercely at Moe, then exerted all its strength to plunge its limbs into the ground, each strike requiring utmost effort to break through Moe's slippery ground. Under the brutal force of the evil dragon, it unleashed a shocking speed. Seeing the serrated sword thrown by the evil dragon, Moe narrowly dodged, only to see the evil dragon swiftly charging at him. With Moe's physique, he didn't dare to take the dragon's bite head-on. Slippery Fruit's silent instant slide Moe instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving the evil dragon grasping at thin air. However, this played right into the evil dragon's intentions, as its main goal was to break through and escape from Moe's glazed ground. Indeed, there are no weaklings under a great reputation. The battle-hardened evil dragon immediately thought of a way to break through Moe's glazed ground and forcefully made its way to the outskirts. However, Moe was not to be underestimated either. Want to escape? Not a chance. Moe once again activated the Slippery Fruit, extending the range of the glazed ground further in the direction of the evil dragon, and his movements were swift. With silent instant slash, he drew his sword and instantly slid behind the evil dragon, delivering a slash to its back. The injured evil dragon became even more frenzied, disregarding its wounds and continuing to unleash its full power, which made it a bit difficult for Moe to strike. To Moe, the evil dragon was like a high defense, high health, and high attack warrior, while Moe was an assassin with control and speed. However, due to insufficient training time, Moe lacked the high attack power typical of an assassin. It seemed he could only rely on attrition. Within his glazed ground, the evil dragon's consumption was several times, even a dozen times, greater than usual. Persistence would lead to victory. Moe overlooked one point. The evil dragon consumes a lot and has a powerful physique to support it. Although Moe's consumption is far less than that of the evil dragon, maintaining such a large area of glassy ground for such a long time while also dealing with the dragon. Can his stamina hold up against the evil dragon? Half an hour later, after dodging the evil dragon's attack once again, Moe was already gasping for breath. Seeing him like this, the evil dragon attacked with even more ferocity. At this moment, Buggy, Adarago, and Crick returned, dragging the defeated Xiaoba, Xiao, and Krolobi, the three major cadres. The evil dragon, seeing its cadre brothers in an unknown state, finally lost the last bit of reason. Veins bulged, eyes bloodshot. It suddenly slammed its limbs into the ground and shot towards Moe like an arrow. "Captain, be careful!" Buggy and the others shouted. At that moment, Nami also happened to gather some resources and, seeing the evil dragon's fierce attack, couldn't help but shout, "Moe, watch out!" Exhausted Moe, seeing the rapidly approaching evil dragon, felt a bit drained and did not have time to react. He barely managed to put his sword up in defense. But the evil dragon's brutal face was already in front of him, its pupils constricted, and the ordinary steel blade shattered under the dragon's teeth. Bang! Moe was violently knocked away by the evil dragon, crashing into the wall, which collapsed and raised a cloud of dust, leaving him in an unknown state. And the effect of the glassy ground disappeared. Moe, Captain! Buggy immediately rushed over to provide support. However, the evil dragon, hearing Nami's shout, regained a bit of reason and instantly focused on her, eyes reddening. "You filthy bitch, bringing people back to destroy my brothers and ruin my empire. I will kill you." The evil dragon crazily lunged at Nami, and just as Buggy and the others were about to attack, the dragon flew towards Nami, leaving them no time to save her. Bang! Two figures were knocked away. Nami's crew screamed in fear. After the evil dragon knocked away the two figures, it bounced back to its original spot. And the two figures, hitting the wall, spat out a mouthful of blood. They were the Lion Ricky and Iron Walbara, sent by Mo-Yi to protect Nami. Damn it! The evil dragon roared, continuing to attack Nami at high speed. Nami looked at the attacking dragon in fear and despair. Was she still going to fail? Moye! Nami cried out heartbreakingly. At that moment, she seemed to forget her own safety and thought only of the uncertain fate of Mo-Yi. Boom! Nami! Bloodied, Mo-Yi went mad. In the rubble, his consciousness was somewhat hazy, but upon hearing the worried shouts of his crew and Nami's desperate cries, he felt that sense of despair brought on by weakness once again. Everything seemed to return to the first day he crossed into this world. That feeling of weakness and helplessness. He hated it. He hated his arrogance and blind confidence during this time. In the moment the evil dragon was about to bite Nami, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Mo-Yi, with bloodshot eyes, was furious to the extreme. Veins bulged on his arms as he fiercely grabbed the evil dragon's claw with his left hand, while his right hand was wrapped in fierce domineering power, delivering a punch to the evil dragon's head. With just one strike, he defeated the evil dragon. Mo-Yi completely lost his sanity, and the evil dragon, stunned, was beaten into a state of helplessness, its limbs no longer struggling. Mo-Yi punched the evil dragon's head repeatedly, its head deeply embedded in the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. But Mo-Yi continued to strike, his fists already bloodied and mangled, letting out beast-like roars that terrified everyone around. Why am I so weak? Why? Mo-Yi's eyes were red, and he shouted in a frenzy, continuously swinging his fist to strike the evil dragon's head. Mo-Yi! Enough! Nami rushed over and hugged Mo-Yi's waist, tears streaming down her face. Hearing Nami's voice, the crazed Mo-Yi looked at her and turned to hug her tightly. Nami, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Mo-Yi's trembling voice was filled with self-blame. Mo-Yi, I'm fine. You saved me. You saved our village. Thank you. You are our true hero. Nami gently comforted Mo-Yi. Captain, are you okay? It seemed like you awakened your haki again. Buggy said in shock. In the Four Seas, there are very few people who can use haki, besides those powerful individuals who return from the Grand Line. Even among the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, those who can use haki are rare. At this moment, Mo-Yi was exhausted. When Nami was in danger, he once again pushed his body to its limits. Now, he had no strength left to speak due to the aftereffects of his outburst. And after letting his guard down, he simply fainted. That night, the village of Cocoa West was immersed in a sea of joy. The evil dragon's domain that had enslaved them for years had finally collapsed, and the dragon pirates were defeated by the adventure group that Nami was part of. Both sides suffered heavy casualties among their minions, while the members of Mo-Yi's adventure group and the individual combat power of the fishmen were formidable. The entire village was bustling with a feast, and at that moment, in a small house beside an orange orchard, a mummy tightly wrapped in bandages lay on a simple wooden bed, with an orange-haired woman watching over him. Nami, I didn't expect your man to really succeed. He's truly impressive. A dark-skinned woman teased Nami. She was Nami's sister, Nojiko. Stinky Nojiko, what do you mean by my man? He's my captain, Nami retorted. So you're not admitting it? Then when he wakes up, I'll offer myself to him. Ah, my hero. Nojiko pretended to joke, teasing Nami. You dare. Despicable Nojiko. Nami exclaimed, going crazy. The two were scolding and teasing each other, which was a reflection of their close sisterly bond. Mo-Yi slowly woke up, his mind blank, feeling immense pain and extreme weakness. It was as if he had returned to the first day he arrived in this world, helpless and despairing after being beaten by sailors. I swear, I will never be that weak, that helpless again. When Mo-Yi was weak and unable to stop the evil dragon, and Nami was about to die at the hands of the dragon, he truly felt he was going insane. Waking up, Mo-Yi was tightly wrapped in bandages. He hated his own weakness, and he was furious, his body trembling uncontrollably as he fell into a self-hatred spiral, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. I will never lose again. I will not allow anyone to threaten everything I hold dear. Mo-Yi's hoarse voice, bulging eyes, cried out heart-wrenchingly. Boom! A chilling aura enveloped the entire Cocoa West village. Everyone heard Mo-Yi's shout, their spirits shaken by his faint conqueror's haki, leaving them dazed for several seconds. At this moment, in Mo-Yi's mind, the seed of conqueror's haki began to absorb his aura for the first time, changing and truly merging, taking root to become Mo-Yi's exclusive seed of conqueror's haki. and starting to grow stronger. Affected by his emotional turmoil and severe injuries, Moe spat out blood again and fainted. Nearby, Nami and Nokigo, stunned by Moe's conqueror's haki, nearly collapsed. Hearing Moe's shout, they spat blood and fainted again. Nami, regaining her senses, hurriedly looked at Moe's pale face, tears welling in her eyes. Had this man suffered such a huge blow to his spirit? Nami gently lay on Moe's chest, her small hand softly caressing him. Hearing Moe's rapidly beating heart slowly stabilize, she felt a bit more at ease. Nokigo watched this scene with some emotion and quietly left the room, gently closing the door. Turning around, she saw Buggy and his crew at the door, staring at her. Just as Buggy was about to speak, Nokigo made a shushing gesture. They followed Nokigo to a more distant place before starting to talk. "Captain, what just happened?" Buggy asked anxiously. "I don't know either. I only heard Captain Moe's heart-wrenching shout, and I almost fainted. Then Captain Moe spat blood and fainted again." Nokigo replied. "Could it be that the captain really has that kind of talent?" Buggy murmured. "What are you saying?" "Speak louder, Buggy." Itarago's rough voice came. "I'm just guessing now, but there's a good chance." "What is it? Hurry up and say it." "If it's true, our Captain Moe should possess the legendary Conqueror's haki, which only appears among 1 in a million. Back in the day, Captain Roger had this talent." Buggy explained. "What? The captain has the kingly talent of Pirate King Roger? I knew the captain was destined to be a king." Itarago shouted excitedly, taking it out of context. The crew was shocked, and then an immense excitement followed. Nothing could be happier than the news of having a chance to be a Pirate King's crew. But don't get too happy too soon. It's just kingly talent. There are many people in this vast sea who possess it. According to the captain, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, the right hand of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, and my so-called old rival, the current Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Buggy said, "Isn't red-haired Shanks your good brother?" "Buggy, how did he become an old rival?" "Cough, I don't want to talk about that. However, we must believe in the captain. He will definitely become the strongest." Buggy stated firmly, "Keep an eye on those weaklings from the evil dragon pirates. We'll deal with them once Captain Moe wakes up." I didn't expect that weak fish to have such strong vitality. Even after being beaten like that by the captain, he could still survive. But he must have been knocked silly. I wonder how the captain will deal with these fishmen. Will he recruit them like us? Or will he kill them all? Or will he let them go? The crew began to discuss chaotically, turning into a marketplace. The next day, at Nami's home, Moe slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, the childishness of his previous life had faded, along with the worries and ruthlessness that came from being overly cautious. Instead, he possessed a more determined and calm heart of a strong warrior, along with an unwavering fighting spirit. This was the change brought about by the awakening of his conqueror's haki. Gently moving Nami aside, Moe quietly got out of bed and walked out the door. Silent instant slide. Moe appeared on a cliff, looking at the boundless sea. His body trembled, and the bandages shattered and scattered all over the ground. This revealed Moe's increasingly strong muscles. After awakening his armament haki again, and following the initial awakening of his conqueror's haki, Moe's physical quality underwent a transformation. He became even more powerful and resilient. Although both types of haki are currently not fully controllable and can only be triggered under critical conditions, this does not affect the haki's ability to hone and improve the body. A strong physique can generate haki, and haki can also reinforce and refine the weaker parts of the body. Moe sat naked on the cliff, quietly contemplating his future path. He was aware of the changes in his body and mind, and he realized that he had once again awakened his armament haki and possibly even the conqueror's haki. However, he was still not proficient in using them. The armament haki was manageable thanks to the training methods provided by Hawkeye. But as for the conqueror's haki, he didn't understand it all. After sitting for more than an hour, Moe considered many things: his cultivation path, the development of the Moe adventure team, and his thoughts began to diverge as he fell into deep contemplation. The 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon, and the design of the Underworld King must be obtained. He didn't need to draw his sword, but he had to have one. The nuclear deterrent had always been a guarantee of the great celestial empire's international status. Thus, he definitely couldn't become part of the Navy. It was also temporarily impossible to join the Revolutionary Army to avoid being targeted by the world government. Although it was possible to make contact, he really didn't want to become a pirate. However, with so many pirates on his ship, it was only a matter of time before the Navy discovered them, and he would certainly be deemed a pirate by the Navy, becoming a target for their pursuit. And needless to say about pirate hunters and adventure teams. Since his adventure team would eventually be classified as pirates by the Navy to avoid losses, Mo Yi would definitely have to try the warlord route. Doflamingo's methods seemed to align well with his intentions. Ultimately, Mo Yi temporarily decided on his future path. Nami woke up groggily and realized Mo Yi was missing. She hurriedly went out to search, alarming everyone, and within half an hour, everyone was mobilized to find Mo Yi. Mo Yi was still seriously injured. Why had he disappeared for no reason? It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on him, Nami said with red eyes. Feeling guilty. It's okay. Captain Mo Yi is so strong. He might have gone out to train by himself, and he might be back soon, Nojiko said, gently comforting Nami as she stroked her hair. Brother Mo Yi wouldn't abandon us. We have to believe in him, Lika added. Although Koya and Morty were worried, they also echoed Lika's words. A shadow flashed by in an instant, but ignored the girls and dashed into Nami's house. It's Mo Yi, Nami exclaimed excitedly, rushing back home. The other girls followed her, running after Nami. When Mo Yi reappeared in Nami's room, he glanced around and felt a bit disordered inside, as if something was off. He seemed to have come to the wrong place. It seemed he couldn't find his clothes here, and the naked Mo Yi fell into contemplation. At that moment, Nami ran back, followed by the other girls. The first thing Nami saw when she entered was the naked Mo Yi, and her pretty face turned red. Pervert. Lecher. The other girls also saw Mo Yi, covering their eyes with their hands, feeling embarrassed, yet unable to resist peeking through their fingers to steal glances at Mo Yi's perfect physique. Nami quickly covered Lika's eyes. Don't look. Why? I can't look. Lika protested indignantly. Mo Yi saw the group of women, and suddenly a strange thought flashed through his mind. But in the end, he dismissed it. Mo Yi remained calm and expressionless, casually finding a sheet to cover his lower body. He slowly turned his body, allowing all the women to see his abdominal muscles and chest muscles, instantly attracting their attention. Mo Yi slowly wrapped the blanket around his lower body and asked lightly, Is there something wrong? Nami's pretty face turned crimson. But thinking about her man being seen by so many women made her feel a pang of jealousy. Do you know how worried you've made everyone by disappearing like that? You jerk. Exhibitionist. Pervert. As she spoke, Nami's little fist started to hit Mo Yi's chest. Seeing Nami wanted to hit him, but not daring to use much strength, Mo Yi pulled her into his arms, deeply inhaling her hair's fragrance, enjoying the tranquility of the moment and the softness she brought. Feeling Mo Yi's change, Nami's face turned even redder, and she quickly jumped away, saying, Ah, how shameless. There's so many people watching. The other women also blushed and scattered in a flurry, while one bewildered Lika didn't react at all, until Koya finally dragged her away. Once the women left, Mo Yi could no longer hold back. He slammed the door shut, and soon after, Nami's singing voice could be heard. Feeling refreshed, Mo Yi stroked Nami, who was lying in his arms. To be drunk on a beauty's lap and awake to hold the world in power, perhaps this is the ultimate dream of all men. In the world of One Piece, all of this requires sufficient strength to support it. As strength and influence grow, a person's mindset will change. Standing at a certain height, the perspective on things feels different. Previously, Mo Yi was racking his brains for survival, but now he had begun to plan for what to do after establishing his own power. After putting on the clothes brought by the crew, Mo Yi took Nami to the banquet area in the center of the village, where several fishmen were tied up like Zongzi. The Mo Yi adventure team actually suffered over 100 casualties, and more than 50 mermen died as well. With such a siege, to still maintain a 2-to-1 casualty ratio shows the average combat strength of the mermen. What surprised Mo Yi a bit was that the evil dragon was still alive, albeit crippled. It truly has astonishing vitality. However, this doesn't really matter. Whether it lives or dies depends on Nami's wishes. Nami, take a look at which mermen have harmed you, and you can execute those. Or forget it. Let all the lives of the mermen be decided by you. Mo Yi set aside the last bit of kindness and said to Nami, with slightly red eyes. Nami looked at the fishmen she hated. She initially thought she would definitely ask Mo Yi to kill all these fishmen. But when it really came to this point, her inherently kind nature made her not want so many fishmen to die right in front of her. Mo Yi, Seek, Mo Yi interrupted. If you can't bring yourself to do it, leave it to me. I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Mo Yi took the evil dragon and the cadre crewbie into the cabin, activating the special skill of the slippery fruit. With the memory sliding technique of the slippery fruit, Mo Yi's power increased significantly, and he was becoming more adept at using the slippery fruit. There was no problem. He first dealt with the injured and weakened evil dragon. and memories were slid out by Moe. Surprisingly, there was an unexpected gain. Perhaps it was time to try something new, as he now knew how to handle these fishmen to seek greater benefits. With better options available, Kruby also temporarily held off on taking action, as he originally wanted to use his fishman jujitsu and fishman karate. Among them, little 8 didn't trouble him anymore. After all, he knew Rayleigh, and Nami was aware of his kindness. Kneel down and apologize to Nami, and all those you have harmed. Moya commanded Lude. The dazed evil dragon and the frightened fishmen immediately knelt down before Nami and the villagers behind her, and Nami couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into tears. Belmer, with Moe holding 4 fishmen, followed Nami to Belmer's grave. At the moment the evil dragon and the others knelt down, Nami and Nojiko were once again in tears. Moe described the scene of Belmer's smile, saying he felt as if he could see her soul, speaking to Nami and Nojiko, with Aiken listening. In Nami's imagination, Belmer appeared silently in front of them, smiling and waving her hand. Nami threw herself into Moe's arms, crying loudly, while Nojiko wiped her tears with her arm. Aiken reached out his hand as if trying to hold on to Belmer, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and let the tears flow slowly. Nami entrusted the dragon's crew to Moe for handling, no longer intending to interfere with him. Originally, Aiken wanted to hand the fishmen over to the nearby navy. However, Moe already had his own plans, and considering that there were those in the navy who colluded with the dragon, he rejected Aiken's proposal and stated that he would handle it himself. During the banquet in Cocoa West Village, Moe had already completed the second processing of the dragon's memories, looking to see what insights he could gain. Moe originally planned to personally escort the evil dragon, who had lost most of his memory and was beaten into an idiot, along with all the fishmen to Road Town to exchange for a bounty and to establish goodwill with the navy. However, upon discovering Jinbei's snail phone number in the evil dragon's memory, Moe changed his mind. He also found more than a dozen snail phones in the evil dragon's territory, proving that they were indeed a pirate crew that had returned from the Grand Line. Moe saw this adorable creature for the first time and immediately fell in love with it. It seemed that he had forgotten to ask Buggy and the other pirates about the snail phone. Without hesitation, he chose the most attractive one as a snail phone and distributed the rest to Nami and the crew members. Baloo, the phone bug of Moe, began to transform, taking on the appearance of a whale shark man with eyebrows resembling auspicious clouds and tangrass. Quite distinctive. Which one is Moe's? Jinbei looked at the unfamiliar handsome young man that his phone bug had turned into, feeling a bit puzzled. As one of the 7 warlords, his phone bug's number was not something just anyone could know. Apart from acquaintances, only the Navy and the world government were aware of it. I am Moe, the captain of the Moe adventure team. I have just defeated the evil dragon fishman pirate crew and liberated dozens of villages that he had enslaved. I heard they say you were his protector? Is this all you're doing? Moe opened his mouth with a big accusation, throwing it onto Jinbei's head. He knew that Jinbei was one of the few fishmen who truly embodied the ideals of Otoheim, possessing a strong sense of justice and known as the Sea Knight. What do you mean by that? I haven't been in touch with the dragon and the others for a long time, and I don't know what they are up to. If they have harmed humans, please allow me to apologize on their behalf. The phone worm transmitted Jinbei's apology. They have killed many innocent civilians, enslaved countless villages for over a decade, committed heinous crimes, and colluded with the local navy to oppress the villagers. These are unforgivable sins. Now, I just want to ask you, as one of the Shichibukai, have you provided them with protection or condoned their actions? The dragon, whom I have just defeated, and many fishmen are about to face retaliation from the villagers and will be beaten to death. Then I can only take their heads to the navy to exchange for a bounty. Moe's expression was filled with anger and indignation, vividly portrayed by the telephone bug. Please make sure to stop the villagers immediately. The other fishmen are innocent, and they only misheard the evil dragon's words and actions. I apologize to you once again. The expression of the telephone bug fully conveyed Jinbei's anxiety. Don't say these useless words. I understand that you are the righteous warlord Sea Knight Jinbei. To save these dozens of villages, I fought against the evil dragon and sacrificed more than 100 crew members. This also made me feel my own weakness. So I hope to obtain methods to make us stronger, such as fishman karate, fishman judo, and advanced training methods like hockey. It seems you are asking for too much. These are our Fishman Island secrets. Jinbei's calm tone seemed to suppress his anger. Enough, Mr. Jinbei. I don't want to argue with you. I am giving you a choice now. You need to respond to me. First, I don't care about the life and death of the evil dragon and these fishmen. I will let the angry villagers kill them. and then I will take their heads to exchange for a bounty. Second, I will spare these fishmen and escort them alive to the Navy in exchange for a bounty, which can be considered saving a life. But this requires you to provide certain rewards. Third, I will only capture the evil dragon and his officers in exchange for a bounty, releasing all other fishmen. Of course, this will also require you to pay a greater price. Fourth, I will only capture the evil dragon, but I will release the other officers. However, are you prepared for what I need? Lastly, let me say something, Mr. Jinbei, your so-called secrets of Fishman Island. As far as I know, they are being spread everywhere by the Revolutionary Army. Your Fishman Island wouldn't have any connections with the Revolutionary Army, would it? I wonder what negative impact this news would have on Fishman Island. Are you threatening me? No. We are engaging in a fair trade. The choice is in your hands. I am very friendly towards Fishman Island, and I have already prepared to visit Fishman Island. The more friends, the more paths. I also quite like the scene of harmony among all races. I fully support Fishman Island returning to the surface as well. I will have my own territory in the future, and I will welcome you, Fishman Island. I will treat every resident in my territory fairly and justly. There are not many humans like me who are friendly to all races. Lastly, let me reveal something, Conqueror's Haki. On the telephone bug, Jinbei fell silent. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki are not simple characters. Befriending them may not be a bad thing. I can provide you with these training methods. But could you also release the evil dragon? No. The evil dragon personally killed my woman's mother. Throwing him in a prison is my final bottom line. Showing mercy by not killing him myself is already a great kindness. Then, I hope you keep your promise. The evil dragon, who has lost his memory, will not be spared by Mo Yi. The Navy can only get a beaten, dazed, evil dragon. Mo Yi and Jinbei eventually reached an agreement. After the other fishmen boarded the ship, they would report the situation to Jinbei via a transponder snail. Once it was safe, Jinbei would dictate the training methods for Mo Yi to record, and finally, let the fishmen leave safely. The Revolutionary Army's big hat and Mo Yi's Conqueror's Haki qualifications made Jinbei temporarily refrain from making any small moves. Jinbei originally wanted to personally pick up the fishmen and hand over the training secrets to Mo Yi. However, Mo Yi did not want to meet Jinbei for the time being, perhaps due to the unequal power dynamics, which made him cautious. Xiaoba, I know you have a kind heart, and this time I won't make things difficult for you, but I have to deal with the evil dragon. This is my deal with your boss, Jinbei. I know you know Rayleigh, so let's be friends. When we get to Sabati Archipelago, I hope you can help me out by mentioning me. I will visit him, thank you. Xiaoba, who had been scolded by Jinbei, and Crocodile, were both honest and dared not resist. Feeling relieved, Xiaoba ultimately made a kind reply and agreed to convey the message. Xiaoba left the Coco West Village archipelago with the fishmen, carrying Mo Yi's message back to Fishman Island, relaying the evil deeds of the past years to Jinbei. Just when Mo Yi thought there were no flaws in the plan, the sea beast Mumu burst out of the water, howling loudly, scaring the women. Under Mo Yi's occasionally powerful Conqueror's Haki, Mumu cried and fled into the sea, and Mo Yi couldn't pursue it as he couldn't go into the water. In the end, with the calls and help from Xiaoba and the fishmen, Mo Yi was overjoyed at the opportunity and tamed the sea beast, making it a ship-pulling sea creature. Seeing this, Mo Yi wanted to leave a few fishmen behind. Having fishmen would greatly increase the safety factor at sea, especially since there were already several devil fruit users on the ship. Mo Yi is also interested in Kruby's Fishman Karate, Fishman Judo, and Wazing Fist. He could be a teacher, not only learning for himself, but also teaching his subordinates. However, Kruby and all the fishmen have no intention of staying, and there is even a hint of hatred in their eyes. Mo Yi didn't want Nami to feel uncomfortable, so he gave up on that idea. As for the kind-hearted little Ba, considering his connection with the Dark King Rayleigh, Mo Yi didn't make things difficult for him. Mo Yi was eager to have a relationship with Rayleigh and longed for the advanced training method of the three-color Haki. Mo Yi also entrusted the fishman Xiao Ba to convey the intention to visit the mermaid royal family, Neptune and Shirahoshi. As for revealing the relationship between Odoheim's death and Hody Jones, Mo Yi stated that he didn't want to interfere too much with the plot for now, and that this event could be an opportunity for him to gain the trust of Fishman Island. He wanted to expose it himself. On the deck, Mo Yi was training his body, Haki, swordsmanship, kicking techniques, and fishman karate, covering all aspects. Are you blaming me for not killing the evil dragon right now? How could I dare? Captain has his own plans, and I trust the captain. Hearing Nami constantly call him captain, Mo Yi responded in silence. Nami, don't call me captain anymore, or do you believe I will punish you severely tonight? Moe threatened fiercely. I don't blame you for not killing the evil dragon. But why did you let Noki Gao board the ship? Tell me, do you have ideas about my sister too? Stinky man. Casanova. Big pig's hoof. Nami said indignantly. So that's it, Moe said, speechless and helplessly raising his hands. Noki Gao volunteered to board the ship as a planter. And she's your sister. How could I refuse? Moe would never admit to his little thoughts. Yes, the bold thrive while the timid starve. Moreover, when it comes to two-dimensional beauties, Moe has a collecting syndrome, adhering to the principle of better to kill wrong than to miss. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, he collects first and talks later. After awakening his conqueror's haki, this symptom became even more pronounced. A king's decision is unshakable. How dare you say you have no other thoughts? Don't I know you well enough? My Captain Moe, then I need to get to know you better. Seeing Nami getting jealous, Moe forcefully hugged her and softly hummed. You. Faced with the shameless Moe, Nami was quite helpless. Devil, Windfoot, Silent, Instant Slide, Fishman, Karate Martial Penetration, 500 pieces, Wajing Fist, 1,000 pieces, Wajing Fist, There's still a long way to go to touch upon space. Since Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit can shatter space, then my Slip Fruit can also cause spatial landslides and collapses. Under absolute spatial collapse, no one can resist. However, to reach such a level in space, my body must make even greater breakthroughs. Not thinking too far ahead, I'll take it step by step. Moe continued to train his body, as the body is the most important. With a sufficiently strong body, one can have the qualification to compete with monsters like Big Mom, Kaido, and Garp. Martial arts, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities, Moe studies them all. Although this will lead to insufficient time for training, causing him to not master any one completely, to dominate the first half of the Grand Line. At least one must be proficient in one, and to compete with the 4 emperors in the New World, one must be proficient in at least 2. And to suppress the world, 3 must be mastered. The heart of a king absolutely does not allow Moe to shrink back, if he is going to do it. He must do it the best and strongest. Moe is wielding a regular steel sword repeatedly, embodying the heart of a swordsman, feeling the breath of all things, which he cannot fully understand at the moment. He can only swing the sword in the most primitive way, engraving the habit and feeling of swordplay into his bones and consciousness. He refers to Zoro's swordsmanship training and the few hours of guidance from Mihawk, using the most effective and simplest sword-wielding method. Watching Moe diligently practicing on the deck, Captain Moe is either training or accompanying Nami. What should we do? Morty quietly asked Kaya, feeling confused himself about why they didn't get off the ship and go home after boarding. We need to show our worth. That way the captain will see us in a new light. Nami has excellent navigation skills. Noki has rich planning experience, and I'm learning medicine. But you, Morty, what are your interests? Kaya cutely tilted her head and countered. Morty hesitated. She had initially boarded the ship for fun only because of Moe's invitation, and indeed felt a fleeting moment of excitement. But now, Moe was always busy with his training, seemingly forgetting about her. And she herself had no combat skills or specialties. With a bitter smile, Morty walked back to her room in desolation. Morty, her sisters Kaya and Ligia urged her to stay. Ligia looked at Morty's back and said seriously, I will learn Fishman Karate and Silent Steps. I want to become Moe's assistant. I'm not a child anymore. Morty, I can do it. Can I? Or should I just go back to the family? Morty clenched his fists tightly. These girls seemed capable of making life-altering changes for the people they cared about. In fact, Moe had been observing their transformations all along. Previously, Moe was simply collecting beautiful girls from the two-dimensional world. However, the moment his soul fused with Luffy's Conqueror's haki, everything changed. Moe's dream of secretly hiding on Earth with multiple wives and concubines and a luxurious life has been infinitely magnified. In simple terms, he is a selfish and possessive scumbag. Moe trains each of his women to become capable individuals. If they're not strong in martial skills, he cultivates other abilities, such as management. If someone truly cannot be trained, then they can serve as a canary or a decorative vase. That night, in Moe's room, Nami sat beside him, while Koya, Morty, Ligia, and Noki sat on either side. Since you're all on my ship, I have the duty to protect you and help you grow stronger. Of course, the premise is that you have the determination to become stronger. Upon hearing this, the women smiled brightly, while Nami huffed and turned her head away. Brother Moe, can Ligia also become stronger? Ligia asked seriously. Moe looked at lowly Ligia, and she was really adorable. Of course, with her brother around. She feels safe. I'm afraid that some big pervert won't even spare Li Jia. Nami gritted her teeth and said resentfully, "From now on, Nami will take the lead, and you all should take her as a role model." And Mo Yi said to the girls, "Why should I not be the leader? I am Nami's sister, and I am a big sister." Noki Gao said arrogantly. Nami felt a little jealous at first, but hearing Mo Yi respect her brought her some comfort. However, the annoying Noki Gao actually dared to come out and compete for the top position, which was intolerable. "Right now, I am Mo Yi's subordinate, and you are not. Noki Gao, you all are not anything to Mo Yi yet," Nami declared proudly, throwing the conflict onto the other girls. Upon hearing Nami's words, the expressions of the girls changed, and they all looked at Mo Yi with unspoken meanings in their eyes. Seeing the looks in their eyes, Mo Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. "Nami, you are truly a godsend." On the surface, however, he remained very calm. "The battles are our men's business, but you also need some self-defense skills. You could develop your careers based on your interests. Studying medicine, business, or cooking are all options. Noki Gao, you can learn some long-range skills like sniping or archery. I will take you to a plant island for further study. Gaia, we will encounter famous doctors along our route for you to learn from. Rika, I will find another chef in Lowtown, don't worry. Nami, you should also go to Weatheria to enhance your navigation knowledge. Morty, you can study business management and intelligence gathering." After the girls nodded in agreement, they returned, each with their own thoughts. Nami stayed behind, and then there was a tumultuous turn of events. At the port of Kokoyashi village, Nami was saying goodbye to the villagers. And everything went so smoothly. The money she had collected over the years was distributed, with part of it returned to the nearby island villagers from the dragon's domain. And the rest, of course, was the spoils of Mo Yi's adventure group. Noki Gao's orange orchard was handed over to a Jian for management. At this moment, several standard warships flying the seagull flag appeared in people's sight, and the villagers showed expressions of anger towards the late-arriving navy. Mo Yi looked expressionless at the approaching warship. After a while, the ship arrived at the port, and a captain who looked like a rat came aboard, starting to sneer maliciously. "I suspect you are colluding with the evil dragon pirate group, exploiting the common people. I will arrest you on behalf of the righteous navy." Upon hearing the rat captain's words, the villagers immediately began to curse these heartless navy officers, and the members of Mo Yi's adventure group were also furious. With veins standing out on Mo Yi's forehead, "Oh ho, still dare to resist. Fire the cannons and sink them," the rat captain ordered. It seemed unavoidable. Why seek death? The righteous navy, truly hopeless. With a disdainful expression, Mo Yi slowly clenched his fists. The slippery fruit, silent, moved instantly. Mo Yi suddenly appeared behind Colonel Mouse, grabbing his head with one hand and forcefully pushing it into the deck. The warship shook continuously as a figure hammered punch after punch into the poor naval officer lying on the deck. The Marines stared in shock at this demon beating their officer, completely stunned, unable to move, watching helplessly as Colonel Mouse was beaten to a pulp by Mo Yi. "Hey, Mo Yi, weren't we supposed to keep a low profile?" Buggy stepped forward to stop him. "Before, it was because I lacked strength. That's why I kept a low profile. Now, I should not fear challenges and face them head on. Only by charging forward can my spirit grow stronger. My conqueror's haki has the chance to become even more powerful, but I'm not unreasonable." Mo Yi said to a naval officer ranked just below Colonel Mouse, "Give me the phone bug that connects you to Rogtown. I'll speak with Smoker personally." Colonel Mouse's aide, trembling, handed a phone bug to Mo Yi. Morse, please connect me to Colonel Smoker." "May I ask who you are? What's the matter?" "I have a naval colonel colluding with pirates here, and I need someone who can handle this." "All right. Connecting you to Colonel Smoker now." "Hello, who the hell is this? If you dare waste my time, you can expect to end up in prison." "Hello, Colonel Smoker. I am Mo Yi, captain of the Mo Yi Adventure Group. I just defeated the evil dragon gang that was terrorizing Koko Xia village. I have also captured Colonel Mouse, who was colluding with the evil dragon and oppressing the villagers. I'm wondering how your righteous navy plans to handle this." "So it's you. Finbuddy told me about you. I didn't expect you to have some strength to actually take down the evil dragon. However, I will thoroughly investigate the matter regarding Colonel Mouse. What have you done with him? That scum Mouse has already been severely beaten by me. I wonder if this will affect my capturing the evil dragon and exchanging it for a bounty in Rogtown. You actually dared to attack the Navy openly? Aren't you afraid of being wanted? As far as I know, Colonel Smoker is a truly righteous Navy officer, unlike these Navy scum. If you insist on labeling someone who stands for justice as having attacked the Navy, I have nothing more to say. I have no intention of opposing the Navy. It's just that this Colonel Mouse colluded with the evil dragon pirate crew to bully the villagers. I hope your Navy investigates this thoroughly. However, if you insist on wanting to put a bounty on me to cover up your scandal, then I am not afraid of any challenge. After all, the fact that your Navy is colluding with pirates has been exposed by us. Hearing Mo's strong words, Smoker fell silent. I will personally investigate this matter. Make sure you don't have any illegal activities that I can find, or I want to let you off. Can I still exchange the bounty for the evil dragon? If the investigation finds that you have committed no crimes, the bounty will be given to you. Do you dare come to Rog Town for the investigation? I found out that you've defeated several pirate crews and also recruited a number of pirates. Are you preparing to become a pirate? Colonel Smoker, I am doing good deeds by reforming these pirates and maintaining the stability of the sea. Instead of praising me, you threaten me? Any pirate with a bounty must be judged by our Navy. You can't just say you've reformed. All right, since Colonel Smoker has said so, I will let this dead mouse go for now. We'll meet again, goodbye. After hanging up on Smoker, you returned to the ship and began to set sail. Not forgetting to shout at the Navy, get lost now, and don't disturb this village anymore. Smoker will come personally to question you. After some commotion, the naval ship's commander quickly ordered a retreat and picked up the phone bug again to report to Rog Town, giving a detailed account of the situation. On the other end, Smoker's furious voice could be heard. After some consideration, Smoker decided to report Mo's situation to the Navy headquarters. As he wasn't too good at analyzing this kind of matter, and thought it was better to leave it to the headquarters to handle. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, another character like this has appeared in the EC. The Arleta Pirate Crew, Buggy Pirate Crew, Original Black Pirate Crew, Krieg Pirate Crew, and the Evil Dragons Fishman Pirate Crew. It seems that the Adrago Pirate Crew, with the Soundwave Fruit, has also been subdued. That's quite remarkable. Sengoku commented, appreciating the situation. After all, in the generally weak sea of the East Blue, such individuals didn't warrant much attention from Sengoku. Current intelligence indicates that although he isn't flying a pirate flag now, based on the number of followers he has, it seems he has recruited the pirates he has defeated, which is not a good sign. The Navy's chief advisor, Crane, calmly analyzed the information, suggesting that he might be intentionally lurking to enter the Grand Line and is likely to become a pirate. However, currently, he is indeed doing things to help civilians and has done quite a bit for the useless Navy of the EC. But since he hasn't captured any wanted pirates for bounties, this suggests he is an ambitious person. The main reason for wanting to put a bounty on him would be to charge him with harboring wanted criminals. Is that really necessary? Forget it. Let us observe him a bit more until he reaches Rog Town. Before entering the Grand Line, we need to investigate him thoroughly to see if he really wants to become a pirate. Notify Smoker in Rog Town to keep a close watch on him and pay special attention. On the Yin Huang ship, Yi was instructing various officers in their training, looking at the sizable fleet. In reality, their combat power wasn't very high, and he was considering whether to streamline a bit more. Should he take the elite route? Yi was also a bit conflicted. The massive fleet was too cumbersome. Against a true powerhouse, it was simply vulnerable. How could he maximize benefits? After some thought, he realized that the only use for the current group of people was to find Bartolomeo, the owner of the Barrier Fruit, in Road Town as quickly as possible. This would facilitate Mo's recruitment of Bartolomeo, and that was all. The Yi Adventure Team fleet is sailing. 7 ships, Yin Huang number 1 to number 7. With over 300 people in total, each ship has about 40 to 50 crew members. On the main ship, in the hall, Captain Yi is seated, with Navigator Nami, Dr. Kuya, Chef Lim, Junior Chef Li Jia, Secretary Mot, and Botanist Sharpshooter Nuachi Gao. The staff includes Combatant Ba Ji, Cannon Shooter Ai Delaga. Squad leaders are Butler DC, Acrobat Kaba Ji, Beast Tamer Mochi, Hypnotist Dancer Zongao, Siam Sam, Spadabuji, Swordsman Galasi, Battle Gun Kli Ku, Demon A Jean, and Iron Walbala. The Battle Pet Li Ji, along with several small pets raised by the women. The captain announces that a towering island has been spotted ahead. The lookout shouts loudly, this looks a bit like the Clockwork Island from a movie. It seems like it could serve as a small base for weapon manufacturing. You recalled the poker pirates from the movie, and it seemed like there were a few decent underlings. Just in time, everyone was present for a small meeting. The island in front is called Clock Island, and the pirate crew currently occupying it is the poker pirates. The captain is Bergua, a user of the iron fruit, and the officers include Sweetheart Queen, a user of the glue fruit, Bojeka, who wears spiked armor, Pin Clown, a swordsman with a needle sword, and the last one is the gas-powered sword, whose name I forgot, along with several hundred underlings. You all take a look and pick your opponents. I'll handle the captain on the opposite side. In any case, let's make it quick. Mo Yi revealed information about the enemy and made arrangements, saying with interest, Captain, aren't there too few enemies? We won't have enough to share. Edragu immediately replied, the old rules apply. Leave the swordsman to me, Baki said with a scheming smile on his face. At this moment, the swordsman Gallus quietly closed his eyes as he couldn't outbid Baki and had no right to choose his opponent. I wonder how many treasures the opposing pirate crew has. It's been a long time since I've plundered treasures. Nami's eyes turned into belly shapes. In that case, let's gang up on them. Whoever takes down an opponent gets to keep them. Let's not waste time. They launched a full-scale attack to liberate the Clockwork Island. Yes, Captain. Captain, they've already spotted us, and a fleet is charging at us, the lookout shouted. Then let's go to war, fire the cannons, charge. Both sides had small fleets, and neither side was backing down. Sonic Wave Laser Cannon. Edragu took the lead in the attack, instantly piercing one of the enemy pirate ships with a laser cannon, resulting in a violent explosion. Sweetheart Queen's expression turned fearful, and she was terrified, while Jack beside her was sweating profusely, realizing they were facing a terrifying enemy. Retreat, retreat. Let's go back and find King Kuma. The battle was about to collapse, and the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries as the poker pirate crew madly retreated. The Mo Yi adventure team pursued fiercely. Soon, they approached Clockwork Island, and the poker pirate crew hurriedly fled from their ship and ran back to Poker City. Not good. Not good. King Bear, a great enemy is coming. Quickly activate the giant clockwork to fend off the enemy's attack. What's going on? The enemy is attacking. Just in time. My King Cannon is in the test firing stage. Let them experience its power. Seeing the Mo Yi adventure team charging towards them, King Bear aimed the King Cannon at their ship. Boom! A solid cannonball was fired at high speed. Edragu, destroy it. Mo Yi looked at the cannonball and said quietly, yes, Captain, watch me. Edragu aimed at the cannonball's direction and fired a sonic laser cannon. A violent explosion erupted, smoke billowed, and endless waves surged on the sea, ripples spreading out. Without saying a word, Edragu fired again, a beam of light shooting straight to the top of the Clockwork Island, destroying the throne and causing the Bear King's cannon to tilt and fall. Land on the island, attack. The ship of the Mo Yi adventure team has already docked, and the henchmen rushed up in a swarm. However, the stairs were transformed into a slide by the mechanisms controlled by the Bear King of Clockwork Island, with seawater, rolling stones, and other traps rushing down. Mo Yi sat in the main seat, while Secretary Mot held a notebook recording Mo Ye's words and the crew's performance. Lim stood silently beside him with a plate of snacks, and Li Jia handed drinks to Mo Yi. Nami and Nokigo were looking at the crew's attack through binoculars, and Nokigo quickly raised a sniper rifle to practice shooting. The squad leader charged ahead, rushing up the stairs, and Edra's sonic wave laser cannon shot, destroying both the stone steps and the mechanisms. How dare they resist like this? Let's show them what we're made of. Edra shouted angrily. Siam Sam, Swordsman Gallus, and the demon Akin, who had a speed advantage, were the first to rush up when the mechanisms were destroyed. Acrobat Kabaji, Tamer Machi, Hypnotist Zhangao, Spotted Boji, Gunman Creek, and Iron Wall Bala followed closely behind with their minions. In no time, they reached the top floor. The battle was about to break out, and Swordsman Gallus immediately targeted the Jester Swordsman pin. Their swords clashed violently, creating gusts of air and waves of energy. This Jester Swordsman had been defeated by Zoro before, and the scars on his face were from Zoro's attacks. However, knowing Zoro's personality, he probably forgot about this weak opponent long ago. Demon Akin swung his iron crutch hammer at Jack's spiked armor, showing no mercy, as if expressing his disdain for the original Captain Creek's porcupine armor. Despite Akin looking frail, he was incredibly strong, and Sanji was no match for him in terms of strength. Siam was not as lucky as Nami. He faced a gas-spitting skunk-like creature, which we'll call Skunk One. Against the flying Skunk One, who used poisonous gas attacks, Siam had no means of counterattack and was forced to dodge while taking hits. Ha! Siam Sam, you run so fast. Look, you're just getting beaten up. It's hilarious. Boji's loud laughter echoed from the staircase. Sonic Wave, Lightning, Laser Cannon. Edra, seeing the chaotic Skunk One, impatiently unleashed his recently mastered ultimate move, an enhanced version of the laser cannon guided by Mo Yi. Skunk One was instantly blown apart, and coincidentally, the gas equipment was also hit. Blood and flesh splattered, shocking everyone present, including Edra himself. He didn't expect the captain's guidance to make this move so powerful. Ha! Edra laughed heartily, completely ignoring the explosion's power. Originally, this move was a piercing attack, somewhat similar to the Flute Demon's magic piercing light cannon, which was the move that took down Goku and his brother. Who are you? Why are you attacking our poker pirates? King Bear shouted in anger, terrified and furious. Our captain said it was just a drill, a training exercise, and by the way, to liberate some enslaved islands and make a little money. Came a mocking laughter of Jester Buggy. Another jester appeared, with a poker jester here, plus Buggy the circus jester, and if we add the underground Dark Emperor Jester Doflamingo, it would be quite a scene. Oda, that old thief, really loves the poker theme. The Don Quixote family is also themed around playing cards, and Kaido's Beast Pirates are too. Are you their captain? King Bear asked. No. I'm just a small officer. The captain is still on the ship behind us. Dealing with you is enough for us, Buggy replied, still grinning. Dare to disrespect me like this. I will not rest until we fight to the end. Anger quickly drowned out fear, and King Bear suddenly launched an attack, special hot bowling ball. The Steel Demon Fruit ability activated, and King Bear's hands began to heat up, turning as red as molten steel, with an astonishing temperature radiating waves of heat. On board the main ship, the Earth Huayan, Moe sat in his seat, thinking that back in the day, Cao Zhai also commanded his subordinates from the rear to launch an attack. He felt a bit thrilled inside, having a sense of looking around and being filled with ambition. Brother Moe, have some grapes. Li Jiao held a grape and brought it to Moe's mouth. Do you want to go up and take a look? With such a high island, the scenery must be beautiful. You haven't been to such a high place before, have you? Moe ate the grapes and then turned to the girls and asked, how about it? Good. Nami immediately replied, as she was still waiting to go up and collect the treasures, seeing a hint of temptation in Morty and Rim's eyes, but also a bit hesitant due to their weak strength. Let's go together. I will protect you well, said Leaky. Come here. Moe made a bold decision to carry both Li Jialim and Mo Taika on the back of the Lion Ricky. Moe led the way, with Nami and Nojiko following on either side, while the Lion Ricky carried the four women leisurely up the tower. Wow, it's so hot. Buggy exchanged a blow with King Bear, struggling a bit, especially since he hadn't reawakened his haki yet. Edrago, it's up to you. Without hesitation, Buggy abandoned his confrontation with King Bear and went for the sweetheart queen, this delicate beauty. No problem. I am indeed the strongest subordinate under the captain. Buggy, you're just a bit earlier in joining Mo's adventure group. Edrago raised his chin, looking like Trump, as if he owned the world. My martial arts have improved quite a bit recently. The captain said I would awaken my haki soon. Take this punch from me. Soundwave shock fist. Edrago's fist collided with King Bear's hot, red fist in an instant, creating shockwaves that rustled the clothes of those around them. So impressive. Actually going toe-to-toe with King Bear without losing ground, Sweetheart Queen said, covering her delicate mouth in shock. Don't get distracted, beautiful. Buggy was not one to play fair. Seizing the opportunity, he flashed a dagger across Sweetheart Queen's neck. Sweetheart Queen panicked, but her head immediately turned into mush, her body also transforming into goo, leaving behind a set of clothes as she slipped into a pipe to escape. Is it a Logia-type devil fruit? Buggy was shocked. But how could such a weak Logia escape like that? The goo fruit should be similar to Katakuri's Mochi Mochi fruit and Gasper's candy fruit, belonging to a special Paramecia type with some elemental abilities. Forget it. Captain Moe is guarding below. There's no way she'll get away. Seeing the fierce battle between Swordsman Gallus and the Needle Sword Clown, he frowned. As there was only one clown, he slyly approached, preparing to launch a sneak attack. At that moment, the demon mannequin erupted, smashing Jack's spiked armor into pieces and defeating him. The nearby Click, wearing hedgehog armor, broke into a cold sweat. This kid was actually stronger than him all along. In the original story, if Click hadn't saved Akin wouldn't have deigned to join Click's pirate crew. As Swordsman Gallus and Needle Sword Clown fought fiercely, a sinister hand holding a dagger suddenly appeared from above. Shattered 4, sneak attack hand. The Needle Sword Clown was instantly pierced in the shoulder and retreated in pain. Lord Buggy you. Gallus's face darkened immediately. Don't be angry. I just saw you couldn't break the deadlock, and the captain is coming up, so I'm helping you. After saying that, he tried to land a finishing blow, thinking, there can only be one clown, and that's me. However, Gallus blocked Buggy's dagger, saying, maybe the captain wants to recruit him. Please, Lord Buggy, don't kill him. Buggy thought for a moment and decided to spare the clown, stealthily appearing next to a Drago and King Bear's battle, ready to ambush at any moment. Upon seeing this, King Bear immediately became cautious and started to feel restrained. Sigh, I'm not fighting, I'm just watching. It seemed that King Bear's defeat was only a matter of time. But Adrago wasn't to be underestimated. His Soundwave fruit was quite powerful, and he was only engaging in hand-to-hand combat with King Bear to train his martial arts. At the bottom of Clockwork Island, Mo Yi and the others were slowly making their way up, leisurely as if they were on a vacation. Suddenly, Mo Yi, walking in front, heard a sound coming from a nearby pipe and became serious. Just then, a blob of goo splattered right towards Mo Yi. In Mo Yi's cautious eyes, the blob of goo transformed into a fully naked, delicate, and charming beauty. Mo Yi was instantly caught off guard, and the imposing aura in his hands dissipated in shock. This beauty boldly rushed into Mo Yi's embrace, and he naturally held her, his hands unconsciously squeezing. It felt like that year, driving with the wind. At this moment, Mo Yi also wore a bewildered expression. The others behind Nami were also dumbfounded, then turned into a frenzy of anger, their sharp teeth bared, hair standing on end, eyes glowing red. A heavenly fruit girl. Mo Yi, hurry up and throw her down, this shameless fruit girl. Nami instantly exploded. Ahem, does anyone have any extra clothes? Mo Yi enjoyed himself, while slightly awkwardly asking, I wouldn't let this shameless woman wear my clothes. The other girls angrily replied, but lowly Ligia, what right do you have to speak? With your figure, you have no qualifications to say anything, few. Mo Yi had no choice but to give his shirt, similar to that of the White Horse Cavendish, to the Sweetheart Queen. The Sweetheart Queen was still struggling in Mo Yi's arms, confused about why she couldn't turn back into goo. The little one, as if seeing through the Sweetheart Queen's thoughts, tightened his grip with Haki and gave her but a hard squeeze again. This made the Sweetheart Queen feel a long-lost pain. It was the first time she had felt pain since eating the devil fruit in the EC. Stop struggling. Haki can suppress elemental transformation. Quickly put on your clothes, or the people behind will kill you. The Sweetheart Queen saw the murderous red light in the eyes of the women behind her. She immediately dared not hesitate. Quickly got out of Mo Yi's arms, took the shirt he had taken off, put it on, and quietly lowered her head to stand aside, not daring to speak. Come on, Sweetheart Queen, you're an officer of the Poker Pirate crew, right? The other girls angrily followed, and under Mo Yi's threatening gaze, the Sweetheart Queen also followed along again. On the top floor, after failing to break through with physical techniques for a long time, Adirago practiced physical techniques again and then began to attack from a distance, wanted to end the battle before the captain arrived. Sonic Wave Lightning Laser Cannon. Hearing the shout, everyone's attention was drawn to it. After all, Adirago had just used this move to blow the skunk into pieces. King Bear narrowly dodged, but still got hit on the shoulder. The skin and a piece of flesh were directly carbonized, causing him to fall to the ground in pain, with a large hole formed in the wall behind him. Adirago wanted to fire another Sonic Wave Cannon to finish off King Bear. Hey, don't destroy recklessly. Don't you want this little brother anymore? That's too wasteful. An impatient voice from Mo Yi came from the staircase, and in an instant, everyone's heads on the top floor turned towards the staircase. They saw a young man with a bare upper body, perfectly defined muscles, and an incredibly handsome face appearing before them. Captain Mo Yi. Mo Yi shrugged his shoulders. Adrago, leave the rest to me. I can't let you kill anyone. With silent instant slide, Mo Yi's body turned into an afterimage and slowly disappeared in front of everyone's shocked eyes. At that moment, Mo Yi had already appeared in front of the Bear King, delivering a powerful punch that knocked the Bear King out with rolled back eyes. All right, let's start cleaning up the mess and get back to what we need to do. Hey, Baki, come with me to loot the treasures. Nami immediately perked up. Adrago and the squad leaders went to capture the fleeing and hiding members of the Poker Pirate crew, working very actively. However, Kaya, Morty, Li Jialim, and Noki Gao stayed on the top floor, looking at the vast ocean outside, enjoying the cool breeze, feeling relaxed and at ease. It was their first time at such a high place. Indeed, in this era, the dream of going to sea for so many people has its reasons. Every island has different scenery, filled with freshness and shock. Becoming a captain means you are not willing to submit. So let's see what treasures your memories hold. Mo Yi, thinking highly of himself, found a reason to start working. If there are no unexpected events, then there will be some unexpected gains. Surprisingly, there is a bit of connection with the Sea Transport King Deep Ocean Current Yumite, as the weapons produced on Clockwork Island are shipped out by him. This is interesting. It seems it's time to get in touch with these big shots. Is Mo's Mr. Eubolus? May I ask if you can get in touch with the Sea Transport King Yumite now? I have a big business to discuss with him. Who the hell are you? You little punk? What qualifications do you have to contact Lord Yumite? I advise you to calm down before speaking. I think Yumite would probably kill someone who stands in the way of his fortune, right? Don't you think so, Mr. Eubulus? Moyes' sinister laughter echoed through the phone bug into Eubulus's ears, causing the head of the Eastern Sea branch of the Maritime Empire to shiver involuntarily. To speak such disrespectful words to someone with conqueror's hockey, Mr. Eubulusi, I believe I will pay special attention to you in the days to come. Upon hearing this, Eubulus's pupils trembled, and a cold sweat trickled down as he realized that anyone who possesses conqueror's hockey is not a simple character. May I ask how to address you? My lord? I will contact Lord Yumi Te immediately. Please forgive my disrespect. I will certainly come to apologize later and seek your forgiveness. Eubulusai suppressed his shock, and a composed voice came through. However, he began to probe for Moyes' name and address, proving that these figures were indeed not simple. You don't need to inquire about me. I will communicate directly with your boss, Yumi Te. Don't waste my time. Moye continued to apply pressure, seemingly looking down on Eubulus, the head of the EC. I apologize, but I am currently not by Lord Yumite's side. Please allow me to report to Lord Yumite. If I receive permission, I will provide you with Lord Yumite's telephone worm number. Please hold on for a moment. Thank you, Eubulus said respectfully. I understand, but please be quick. After all, this matter concerns Lord Yumite's life, and I do not wish to change partners like this. Moye's casual words startled Eubulus, who could threaten the life of the underground emperor, the sea transport king, Yumite. Filled with doubt, Eubulus immediately reported the situation to headquarters after Moye hung up the phone bug. The owner of Conqueror's Hockey? Related to my life? Who dares to threaten me? Do they really think I'm easily scared? Yumite twirled his beard, his small eyes darting around. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him. After all, they were all in business, and having more friends meant more opportunities. He then instructed Eubulus to give Moye his personal phone bug number, suggesting that Moye should call him. Those who need something should take the initiative. He, Yumite, the king of the underground, also had his pride. Is this Yumite? The boy said. You should show some respect. Is this how you seek an audience with your seniors? No, Mr. Yumite. I'm here to make a deal with you. Although my influence is not as vast as yours now, who knows what will happen in a year or two? Ha. Do you have that much confidence? Kid, you should know that there are countless pirates sinking to the bottom of the new world every day. Will you be the next? Yumite, you can't even protect yourself right now. Don't threaten me with your cold words. Kid, what do you mean? State your name, so I can see which faction you belong to and dare to speak so boldly here. Yumite, deal should be fair. To be direct, I need you to cooperate with me on the transportation routes in the EC and the Grand Line and give me a discount. Also, I need the phone bug numbers of the other 5 underground emperors. So you're just a rookie. These are minor matters. Let us see what valuable information and goods you have. Every piece of information I have here is world-shocking, with the potential to overturn the world. Little brat, stop trying to fool me. What nonsense do you have? I'd love to hold a meeting with you 6 emperors, shocking you old guys with this information, making you tremble in fear. Especially that guy Morgans. He would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, I can't because there are moles among you 6 emperors. So I have to suppress my excitement. So what exactly is your information? Don't forget your promise, Yumite. The first piece of information is what I just mentioned. One of you 6 emperors is a CP0 member of the world government. What? Little brat. Do you have any evidence? I don't have evidence here, but I know that within 2 or 3 years, one emperor will definitely fall due to betrayal, and another will be sent to the great prison, impelled down. What? Surprised? Unexpected? Hey. Yumite's expression fluctuated, his hands clenched tightly, his heart in turmoil, while he began to prepare to secretly guard against these underground emperors. I need proof, or you must accurately name this traitor. Yumite, this is information that concerns your life. Just cooperating with me and giving a discount ISNT that's simple. I need the permanent pointers from the Grand Line that you can collect and the devil fruit catalog you know about. That should be acceptable, right? No, that is too precious, unless you have something of equal value that can entice me. Yumite, then congratulations on reaching the closest alliance with us. What do you mean? As long as we establish the friendliest cooperative relationship, within 3 years, I'll gift you a pure gold ring. What? A pure gold ring that grants eternal life? My friend, you truly astonish me. But do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Relax. I swear by my conqueror's hockey that I'm not lying to you. And I have news that is even more shocking than this. Don't you want to know? Oh, my dear ally, please leave your name. And could you reveal a bit more world-shocking information? I don't want to expose myself yet, but to keep you this old fox in check, I'll share a few more. The legacy of Pirate King Roger, the ancient weapon Pluton, and I want to tell you more. Revealing secrets should be done bit by bit. That's what makes it fun, haha. You little fox. Can you tell me who the traitor is? Let us talk once you have the items ready. All right, that's it for today. Keep in touch. Goodbye. Seeing the phone bug retract into its shell. Yumite's mood fluctuated. Who is this kid? Who is the traitor? The legacy of Pirate King Roger? Is it One Piece? It can't be that simple. And what about the ancient weapon? His mind was a bit chaotic. To avoid alarming the mole and CP0, he decided to keep a low profile and prepare secretly. He didn't know if this kid was trying to deceive him. At Clockwork Island, on the top floor, after finishing the call with Sea Transport King Yumite, Moe took a deep breath. In this game of wits, he had gained a slight victory. With a piece of information and a temporarily non-existent pure gold ring, he managed to deceive Yumite into providing his permanent pointers and the Devil Fruit catalog, and also reached an agreement on sea transport. Not bad. There were still some weapons left on this Clockwork Island, and perhaps he could sell some sky shells after occupying Sky Island. The important thing was that if he could also persuade others to reach cooperation with others, the rewards could be shipped to him via Yumite sea transport. He saw the Bear King transform back into the boy he used to be, unchanged in the slightest. He decisively gave him a new nickname. From now on, you'll be called Mao Xiong, Furry Bear. You just came on my ship, ate my steel fruit, and unexpectedly experienced a bit of memory confusion. Rest well and strive to become a cadre on the ship. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiong shook off his confusion and was instantly moved to tears. Now he was just a rookie pirate, unexpectedly receiving the Captain-S recognition and being granted the precious devil fruit. He was too touched. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely work hard in the future, train my devil fruit abilities, and repay the Captain-S kindness. Mao Xiong, I have high hopes for you. The poker pirate crew had been completely captured. Sweetheart Queen, Spiky Jack, and Needle Sword were all subdued. The poor skunk was blown up. Mayor, from now on, let Clockwork Island fly my flag. I hope you continue to produce these weapons, and, of course, you can also produce other precision instruments. Don't worry, we won't oppress you. The helpless mayor and his wife never expected that losing one wolf would lead to a ferocious tiger. In the end, Moe helped them find their son, Aki, who was the little thief from the original plot. The thief Bullet also chose to stop wandering and stay by the mayor's side to help manage Clockwork Island. This made the mayor and his wife truly grateful to Moe, and they promised to manage Clockwork Island well. Moe has recruited all the crew members of the poker pirate crew. The next day, he held a meeting for all members. Moe stood on the high platform, with the women and cadres, as well as the squad leaders standing behind him, watching the nearly 800 pirate minions below. This time, a simple selection was to be made, with half of the people staying here to produce weapons and guard the island. The 800 were divided into 10 rows, taking turns to come forward, each lifting the stone blocks placed in front of them, weighing from 100 to 1,000 kilograms. The final ranking would be determined by the heaviest weight they could lift. The 10 squad leaders went down to record the results. Yes, Captain. The squad leaders, such as Gallus and Akin, went down to register the scores. Each minion took less than a minute, and within 2 hours, all tests were completed, leaving 400 of the top-ranked minions to continue sailing. The rest stayed here to produce, turning from pirates into 996 workers. According to the squad leaders' wishes, Moe left the poorly qualified Butler Dis as the administrator of this island, and the Painiverse Iron Wall Bala, who had lost his ambition, also voluntarily stayed. The newly joined member, Sharp Spike Jack, was also left behind to guard. Perhaps it was because he had often seen the naked Sweetheart Queen, which made Moe prefer not to see him. To Moe's surprise, Morty contacted her fallen noble family, arranging for them to reach Clockwork Island for trade. All these matters were handed over to Morty, the mayor's couple, and Dis for coordination. Finally, it was time to set sail. Moe finally reminded Dis to develop the Rare Beast Island, where they could engage in breeding and sell to those nobles. He had been to Rare Beast Island, so Dis agreed. Moe looked at the pirate minion who had been with him the longest in the world of One Piece, a fierce and ruthless pirate, and said, "Train hard and don't die." Moe waved his cloak and boarded the ship, followed closely by the women and the cadres, leaving the butler Dissy with tears in his eyes. He continued to train them in physical fitness, body techniques, haoshiku, swordsmanship, and devil fruits. He guided them on the development direction of the devil fruits, Buggy's split fruit, Edra's soundwave fruit, and Mao Xiong's steel fruit. At the same time, he urged them to strengthen their physical fitness in preparation for awakening their haoshiku. When they awaken their haoshiku, combined with the devil fruits, their combat power would be comparable to that of pirates with a bounty of around 50 million to 100 million. Among them, Ajin made the most impressive progress. His combat power nearly rivaling that of the cadres, a true battle maniac with a combat power equivalent to a bounty of 20 million. Swordsman Gallus found his sparring partner. The needle sword Appin, and with Zoro's swordsmanship, they made slight progress, both possessing combat power exceeding a bounty of 10 million. The acrobat Kabaji, beast tamer Machi, hypnotist Zhang Siam Sam, and Spotty Butch made limited progress. However, their combat power should all be close to having a bounty of 10 million. The original bounty of the Battle Gun Krieg was 17 million. Due to the fleet, it was somewhat inflated, but after training through battles, it was nearly worth that amount now. As for guiding the women, it often led to them being directed into the room, a phenomenon particularly severe with Nami and Sweetheart Queen. Mo Yi and Kuya discussed medical skills in the medical room, and he had 2 discussions on management with MOD in the office. He exchanged a lot of grafting techniques with Nuo Chi Gao in the fruit and vegetable room. And even Limu had a good discussion on cooking skills with Mo Yi in the kitchen. Li Jia felt that her brother Mo Yi was really too busy, but everything was for the strength of the Mo Yi adventure team. Mo Yi has no regrets. After several days of sailing, the Mo Yi adventure group's fleet finally arrived near the waters of Rogatown. This landing in Rogatown won't take too long. Besides resupplying, you have only one mission. That is to help me find a gangster named Bartolomeo who possesses the barrier devil fruit. Once the mission is completed, you can return to the ship and wait for further orders. Understood, Captain. The crew and underlings responded loudly. Cadres and squad leaders, take a transponder snail. You too. Mo Yi turned to the women and said, this time, a confrontation with the town's defender, Smoker, who has the smoke fruit, is hard to avoid. So make sure to protect yourselves. There are too many wanted criminals on Mo Yi's ship, making it difficult for the Navy to see him as a good person. And Mo Yi certainly can't hand over his entire crew, all wanted criminals, to the Navy. At the Rogatown Navy branch, in the office filled with smoke, Smoker, who was puffing on 3 cigars at once, wore a serious expression. Is it finally coming? Mo Yi Adventure Group. I want to see whether you are an adventure group or a pirate crew. Smoker was very confident in his Logia-type devil fruit. He had never been defeated in the East Sea. Report, the Mo Yi Adventure Group's fleet has arrived at the Rogatown port. Please advise. Let us go meet this adventure group that is more eager to catch pirates than the Navy. At the Rogatown port, the Mo Yi Adventure Group's gangway has been set up on the shore. Everyone spread out and complete your tasks. Yes, Captain. The squad leaders and underlings scattered, except for a few crew members left behind. Bucky, Edrad, and Bear come along with us. Mo Yi would not go alone. Safety first, he needed bodyguards. Ricky carried a few weaker ones, Ligelim, Koya, and Morty, while Nami, Noki, and Honey Queen followed closely, with the 3 main cadres protecting them from behind. In the center of Rogatown, the women were chattering away while shopping, and Mo Yi was inquiring about a sword and weapon shop. Soon, he found out the location of the weapon shop and hoped that Zoro and the others hadn't arrived yet. Meanwhile, on the Going Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you even know how to sail? You 2 idiots. Sanji cursed at the sword god Joseph and the sword Saint Johnny. I'm so hungry, I'm starving. Luffy was nearly dying of hunger. Can Zoro, the directionally challenged, sail? Obviously, he can't. Can Usopp, the timid liar who has never left the island, sail? Obviously, he can't either. The chef Sanji could only pin his hopes on Joseph and Johnny, the bounty hunters in the East Sea. But unexpectedly, they took a detour in the East Sea, falling behind the Mo Yi Adventure Group. The food had already been devoured by Luffy, the big eater. Island. I see land. Usopp exclaimed, with his goggles on, using his binoculars. Joseph and Johnny quickly rushed to the railing. It's Rogatown, we're saved. But it seems we're being wanted now, Under the instincts of these 2 bounty hunters, the 6 of them actually wiped out some pirate crews, and eventually even Black Crocodile was defeated by Luffy, which the Navy investigated thoroughly. However, they raised the pirate flag, so they were classified as pirates by the Navy, and the bounty for these pirates could no longer be exchanged for rewards, which made Joseph and Johnny feel trapped. Luffy's first bounty reached a staggering 20 million berries in the East Sea, though it didn't reach the original height of 30 million berries. Because they defeated several weak pirate crews, part of the crew strength was detected by the Navy, leading to bounties for others as well. Zoro's bounty was 15 million berries, Sanji's 10 million berries, Joseph and Johnny both 8 million berries, and Usopp also had a bounty of 1 million berries. This made the entire pirate crew very happy. Sanji's bounty notice wasn't even a hand-drawn likeness, which was a cause for celebration. Everyone to Rogatown, set sail. Luffy had no fear. As long as there was food, he was ready to go. Inside the sword shop of Ipensuk, Moe was looking for the Sandai Kitetsu in the cheapest sword rack when he quickly felt an ominous aura. Drawing out the Sandai Kitetsu, he noticed the faint black patterns on the blade. Is this the result of being nurtured by haki from its previous owner? Hey kid, don't touch that sword, it's cursed. Ipensuk warned. It's just a Sandai Kitetsu. How much is it? You know about Kitetsu? This is a cursed sword, said to be the embodiment of an evil god, possessing power that rivals the righteous sword, Amitsukami. Legend has it that an evil sword spirit resides within this sword, capable of corroding a person's thoughts. Therefore, only a swordsman stronger than the sword spirit can wield it. Otherwise, they will be consumed and die a tragic death. Unfortunately, no one strong enough has ever been able to control it throughout history. I was just thinking of getting rid of it. Put it down. Ordinary people cannot wield it. I said I want it. How much? And bring out your store's treasure, the good blade, too. Moe raised his third-generation ghost cutter and struck towards the hand wrapped in armed color haki. When the third-generation ghost cutter collided with Moe's hand, it surprisingly produced a clear ding sound, the crisp sound of metal clashing. Moe turned and grabbed the Sandai Kitetsu with both hands, his entire body radiating the color of armed haki. The Sandai Kitetsu was surprisingly covered in black patterns. It had almost absorbed half of its potential, and it just needed a little more to become a true black blade. He casually swung it at the corner's test stone, slicing it in half, terrifyingly so. Have you gained the recognition of the Sandai Kitetsu? No, you have forcibly subdued it. You are indeed powerful, but disaster will come sooner or later. Disaster? This Sandai Kitetsu is merely a transitional sword. There's an unparalleled, great blade-level demon sword waiting for me. I didn't expect you to have news of an unparalleled great blade. Then I will give you this Sandai Kitetsu. However, you are destined to be someone who changes swords, so my beloved sword, Snow Walk, is not for sale, sir. I am not a dual-wielding fighter. I bought this sword as a personal favor for a young man recognized by the world's greatest swordsman. If that's okay? If I refuse again, it will be a bit ungrateful. 5 million berries. I hope you can help Snow Walk find a good owner. When Ippenmatsu saw Moe's deep expression, he did not refuse a second time. That's right, he was overwhelmed by Moe's subtle aura, and his heart was still trembling a bit. Haha, Nami. Give him the money. Moe walked out with 2 knives, smiling. This scene was clearly seen by Daisuke, who was passing by. Nami, feeling heartbroken, took out 5 million berries and gave it to Eben Song, then hurriedly followed Moe. What an incredible and terrifying young man, Eben Song said, taking a deep breath and trembling. Captain, why do you need to use this sword as a favor? Can't we get to Gallus? Buggy asked, puzzled. I want to achieve a certain effect. I need more chips, hoping they can be useful. I wonder if I can meet Dragon, and by giving the sword to Zoro, let Dragon see Moe's sincerity. I also plan to use information or strategies to see if I can impress Dragon, Moe replied. Captain, Ajin has already found out Bartolomeo's whereabouts in the west of the city and has begun to make contact. Should we go over immediately? Buggy closed the Den Mushi and caught up with Moe to report. Great, let's go right away. The women also stopped shopping. Moe's matter was urgent, and they hurried towards the west of the city. Soon, as they passed a certain place, Moe suddenly stopped. The execution platform of Roger. The iconic building of the town of beginnings and ends. Feeling the faint pressure, Moe was moved. What an imposing spirit. The breath of all things? After more than 20 years, the Conqueror's haki and observation haki still resonate. Or is it the effect of belief? The buildings around seem to still remember Roger, shouting. As soon as I stepped in here, my Conqueror's haki subtly trembled. Moe was truly shocked. The icy path created by Akiji to let Robin go could last a week without melting. The battle between Akiji and Akainu changed the climate of an island. And even after 2 years, it had not weakened and would continue to exist. Yet Roger's breath of all things, observation haki, and Conqueror's haki had actually not fully dissipated after more than 20 years. Were they all close to being divine? At this moment, Moe was completely stunned. Only those who possess Conqueror's haki can truly feel such an imposing spirit. Ordinary people wouldn't feel anything. Captain Moe, what's wrong? Buggy looked at the dazed Moe, who seemed on the verge of tears when he saw the execution platform, inexplicably becoming sad. Nami shook Mizuri's shoulder. What's wrong? Moe? Moe ignored them and slowly walked up to the execution platform, step by step. With each step he took, his aura changed. The people below, along with passing tourists and local residents, were inexplicably drawn to Moe's figure, as if they were welcoming the birth of something. I'm so full. Looking at the mountain-like stack of bowls and dishes beside him, Luffy showed a satisfied smile, and after finishing a drink, Zoro also relaxed. The six who were well-fed and satisfied were none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. Only Sanji frowned, taking a puff from his cigarette. Do we have money to settle the bill? This question instantly made a few of them feel guilty, and they started to look around nervously, appearing ready to make a run for it. Sanji had a knowing look, thinking, well, since we're pirates anyway, let's just have one free meal. Let's run. Luffy grabbed a few of them and crashed through the door, leaving in a hurry. Meanwhile, a white-haired man in a naval uniform stood up from the ruins. This was Smoker, who had come to find Moyi. At that moment, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his eyes filled with anger, and he had bitten through his cigar. Smoker, the Straw Hats just had a free meal and ran away. Give chase. Smoker had made a fool of himself. As a Logia-type user, he had accidentally been knocked over by pirates, which was truly embarrassing. He even forgot about his mission to find Moyi and directly pursued the Straw Hats. Hey, that guy named Akin, right? How about you come with me and forget about looking for your Captain Moyi? The rooster-headed Bartolomeo had just had a match against the demon Akin. He was unable to handle Akin, which was a rare occurrence since he had become the boss of several hundred streets after obtaining the barrier fruit. After learning about Moyi being at the execution platform in the city center, Akin prepared to go back and report to Moyi. Bartolomeo, seeing Akin about to leave, took an interest in this fierce captain and followed him, chattering all the way. Many squad leaders who received messages from the Den Den Mushi also converged towards the town center. Moyi finally stepped onto the execution platform, looking down on the world from the perspective of Roger. At this moment, it felt as if a certain aura had aligned, and Moyi's conqueror's haki began to grow rapidly. A gentle breeze began to stir around the execution platform. It became increasingly urgent and intense, and the world started to feel oppressive. People on the ground began to cover their eyes with their hands as the wind and sand swept through, making their clothes flap loudly, while the figures of beautiful women were perfectly highlighted. In the air, Dragon looked at this scene with a frown, not expecting this kid to possess such extraordinary qualities, as if he were a born king. At this moment, Moyi recalled the hardships he faced when he first crossed over, remembered the tragic voices of the common people under pirate rule, and saw Roger laughing in the face of death. Moyi closed his eyes, listening to the emotional breath of thousands upon thousands of people in the square. Recalling painful memories, his fists clenched tightly, quickly turning a glossy black-red. Feeling Roger's spirit, black-red lightning suddenly began to burst around him, and the air surged back, filled with a sense of oppression. In an instant, Moyi felt all of this, his emotions soaring. He opened his eyes, looking down on the world. The three-color domineering aura transformed astonishingly. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and all was silent, echoing only Moyi's domineering declaration of supremacy. On the clouds, Monkey D. Dragon looked at this young man in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Straw Hat crew, forced to stop while fleeing, stared dumbfounded at all of this. Nami and the other women, along with Buggy, bore the overwhelming haki, filled with a godlike faith in Moyi's figure. Smoker, who was chasing after Luffy's crew, was also stunned by this scene. At this moment, he saw the birth of a king who would suppress the era, his pupils constricting as if he saw Roger from over 20 years ago. Bartolomeo and Akin were also rendered speechless, staring blankly at the figure above the execution platform. The squad leaders were directly pressed to their knees, but they began to fervently gaze at the figure on the high platform. This is their captain. Countless tourists, citizens, and henchmen were overwhelmed, rolling their eyes and collapsing. Even those with strong wills were lying on the ground, looking up in fear at this devil-like figure. Time seemed to freeze, and space seemed to solidify. After a full minute, the heavens and earth returned to color. The sound began to flow back, and an astonishing uproar erupted. Captain Moyi will surely reach the pinnacle of strength. The sound wave fruit of Edra Go transmitted this shout throughout Rogtown. The Moyi Adventure Group began to shout, shaking the heavens and the earth. With a crack, this scene was quickly captured by the reporters. White Fist Smoker looked solemnly at Moyi on the execution platform and attacked without hesitation. A person with Conqueror's haki is not someone who would behave quietly. Even though Moyi doesn't have a bounty on him at the moment, it's better to capture him first to minimize the danger. If he really won't become a pirate, then they can consider whether to let him go. At this moment, Moyi was filled with excitement and momentum. Sensing the danger with his observation haki, he saw the incoming smoke fist and, without hesitation, swung his own black, swirling fist with all his might. With a bang, the two fists collided. Ah! The smoke fist flew back, accompanied by Smoker's painful scream, his knuckles shattered and blood oozing from his gloves. Since gaining the smoke devil fruit of the Logia type, it was the first time Smoker had sustained such serious injuries. Clutching his fist, he gritted his teeth. So it was armament hockey. I can't believe someone like you has emerged from the East Blue, possessing the 3 types of hockey. Moe, are you preparing to become a pirate? Moe looked down at Smoker and slowly spoke. I never thought I would become a pirate. My only ideal was to become stronger, to ensure that no one could threaten me. And now I have another dream, which is to plant my red flag all over the world. Under the red flag, there will be no slaves, there will be no oppression, and all races will coexist peacefully under the red flag. Are you going to challenge the world government? Or do you want to become a member of the Revolutionary Army? Smoker questioned, suppressing the pain. The Revolutionary Army is also a good choice. However, an organization cannot have 2 strong kings. I will change this world in my own way. After Moe awakened the 3-color hockey, it seemed he was no longer as cautious and more resolute than before. It can only be said that every wielder of Conqueror's hockey is a fanatic, as they must have a goal that they are willing to pursue with their entire life. Otherwise, they are unworthy of awakening Conqueror's hockey. Moe jumped down from the execution platform and walked slowly past Smoker, saying, I hope I'm not an enemy of the Navy. Smoker looked at Moe's back, gritting his teeth. However, he had no intention of continuing the attack and could only let Moe leave. Unexpectedly, he also wanted to change the corruption of the world government. It seems that this path is never short of like-minded, strong individuals. Dragon looked at Moe with interest, his eyes showing a hint of respect. Moe, you are so handsome and so powerful. Moe, brother, is amazing. Captain Moe is destined to become a strong king. Nami and the other women, along with Buggy and other officers, gathered around. Moe, you will be my strongest enemy on my way to becoming the Pirate King, Luffy said seriously, pressing down his straw hat. Hey, are you the Moe that Akin mentioned? You really are an amazing guy. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. This makes me so excited. Take me out to sea. I can't wait to follow you and turn this world upside down. Haha. Bartolomeo shouted, one hand on his waist and the other pointing at Moe. His gaze, it's like the stars shining. Akin hurriedly pressed down Bartolomeo's hand that was pointing at Moe and knocked him down with a punch. You bastard! How dare you point at Captain Moe? So disrespectful. Everyone immediately looked at the fallen Bartolomeo. In Road Town, at the center square of the execution platform, the injured Smoker, the airborne dragon, and the fleeing Straw Hat crew watched Moe's adventure group. Some excited tourists, townspeople, and numerous unlucky individuals who were knocked out by the Conqueror's hockey lay on the ground, still unconscious. Let us go. Head to your territory first. Moe waved his cloak, and the women and cadres followed suit. Bartolomeo, who had fallen to the ground, immediately jumped up and chased after them, with the squad leader closely behind and the lackeys following in a swarm. Luffy, seeing the situation, glanced at Smoker and stealthily pulled the Straw Hat crew to start sneaking away. Smoker, coming back to his senses from watching Moe leave, spotted the Straw Hats. Straw Hat brat, I'm really not in a good mood right now. Come help me vent some frustration. The white vine smoke lasso headed towards the Straw Hat crew. Gum Gum Gatling. 3-sword style, 36, troublesome winds. Meat kick. The main trio of the Straw Hats immediately counterattacked, but found it ineffective, being forced to retreat repeatedly. Daz Bones was also engaged with Joseph and Johnny, holding his own in a 1-on-2 fight. Usopp was being chased by a group of Marines, shouting in panic and dodging everywhere. White Fist, White Snake, Zoro and Sanji were instantly knocked away, crashing into the buildings behind them, causing walls to crumble and dust to rise. Zoro, Sanji, are you okay? Still able to be distracted while fighting me? 10 Hands Inch Light Strike. Smoker quickly overpowered Luffy, pressing his weapon against Luffy's neck, the sea stone at the tip rendering Luffy unable to resist. Straw Hat brat, your pirate career ends here, and your fate will be the endless underwater prison. Gasping for breath, Luffy was still struggling weakly. At this moment, the wind began to stir again. On Moe's side, Captain Moe, please take me out to sea. You were so cool just now. Bartolomeo looked at Moe with admiration, starry-eyed, floating around like a soft worm. All right. Moe didn't hesitate and directly agreed. I knew Captain Moe was the best. The Moe adventure team looked at Bartolomeo, speechless. One more thing. I plan to leave these 400 subordinates in Road Town and integrate them with your gang. Is that okay? No problem at all, Captain. What mine is yours. All right, this time heading to the Grand Line. Let us keep these crew members here until we find a base. The Grand Line is too dangerous for them right now. Team leaders, please notify everyone. Yes, Captain. Also, tell them to contact Disk on Clockwork Island to develop exchanges between both sides. Does anyone want to stay behind as the person in charge? Understood, Captain. After the team leaders finished speaking, they fell silent for a moment. Captain, I will stay behind. So we can start the task of taming the beasts on Beast Taming Island, said the beast tamer Machi. Captain, then I will be in charge in Rogue Town. The acrobat Kabaji hesitated and said, looking at these two, it seemed to alter their memories. Given their mindset from spending so long in the EC, they might indeed be a bit hesitant about going to the Grand Line. In the end, Imoyi agreed to them. The team leaders went down to inform the news. Without much resistance, the weak submit to the strong, and the lackeys dared not complain. The women would definitely follow Imoyi, while Buggy, Idarego, and the modified memory cadres had to follow Imoyi, along with the new cadre, the little fan Bartolomeo. The provisional cadre Akin was quite a character. Both he and Krieg had their memories modified by Imoyi, and both wanted to head to the Grand Line to become stronger. The swordsman Gallus and the needle swordsman Appin, both swordsmen, needless to say, wanted to go for a higher sword path. The brothers of Run, Imoyi intended to keep and cultivate, just like the D. Calvin brothers under Whitebeard. Only the hypnotist and dancer Zango were left, who hadn't had their memories modified. However, Imoyi was quite interested in hypnosis and dance. How could there be no entertainment on the ship? Captain, it seems there's a cooking competition in the south of the city. Are you interested in tasting some delicious food? Just in time to find Chef. Let's go have some fun. The chef limb fell a bit down, and the little chef pouted. Wasn't he enough with them? At sea, balanced nutrition is very important. Having more chefs to learn and add variety is also very important. Imoyi gently patted Lijia's small mouth that could hang an oil bottle and laughed heartily. On Luffy's side, the area around the execution platform suddenly changed. The weather turned. Strong winds blew. The sky became overcast, and it started to rain. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a figure in a green robe, with hideous red tattoos on his face. Smoker felt as if a giant beast was standing behind him, a cold sweat running down with the rain. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Nothing can stop a man from rushing toward the sea of freedom. Dragon swung his hand fiercely, and Smoker was instantly blown away by the hurricane, crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, rolling his eyes, and fainting. With another wave of his hand, Luffy and his crew were swept by a gust of wind to the side of the Going Merry at the harbor before they could even see who had arrived. We're saved. What luck, everyone. Hurry up and set sail. Wow, the wind even brought food? I wonder who the idiot is that dropped it. Ha, so lucky. Luffy grinned and laughed heartily, while Dragon in the shadows twitched the corner of his mouth. The Straw Hat crew quickly set sail, raising the anchor and sails, escaping from Lowtown. Meanwhile, Daz Bones and the Navy took the unconscious Smoker back to the Navy base for treatment and hurriedly reported to headquarters. In the south of the town, the cooking competition was underway. Now announcing, the champion of this cooking competition is the beautiful chef, Carmen. The host shouted passionately. Really not bad. Very delicious, Imoyi said, satisfied as he wiped his mouth. Utilizing Bartolomeo's identity as a mafia boss, Missouri, Yi successfully sat on the judging panel. Carmen, are you interested in boarding my ship to look for All Blue? Who the hell are you little brat? Don't think just because you're sitting on the judging panel, you're something great. Do I need to deal with a punk like you? The fiery-tempered, red-haired chef. Carmen scolded bluntly. Then let me make a bet with you. If you can stand under my gaze for 10 seconds, I'll give you 100 million berries. If you can't, then get on my ship and be my chef. What do you say? Do you dare? Imoyi looked at the beautiful chef with great interest. What? Are you looking down on me? Fine. I promise you, I don't believe your gaze can kill. Sure enough, the more temperamental a person is, the easier they are to provoke. All right, let's find a place with fewer people. I don't want to accidentally hurt anyone else. You. All right, I have a guest now. Please wait a moment. Then Imoyi ignored the irritable Carmen and looked at the clouds in the sky. Mr. Dorag, can you come out to meet me? Your observation hockey has been exposed. May I ask what the matter is? Coincidentally, I also have something I need your help with. Let's meet in a less crowded place at the port. After saying that, he fell silent. He happened to take the chef Carmen along to the gambling place. The group hurried to the port, near the port of Rodtown at the Bartholomew Tavern. Not bad. It's one of Bartholomew's mini-gang businesses. He signaled the beautiful chef Carmen to be patient and let Imoyi meet his guest first. Emoyi sat at one end of the long table, with a group of women standing behind him, and on either side stood the four major cadres, Buggy, Edric, Mao and Bartolomeo. Opposite him sat a man in a green robe, exuding an overwhelming aura that left everyone in the room feeling a bit breathless. The squad leaders were guarding outside, forming a tight perimeter with heavy vigilance. At this moment, Chef Carmen felt as if he had fallen into a gang transaction spot. Despite his usually hot temper, he felt somewhat intimidated. "Mr. Dragon, have you been observing me for so long because you have some thoughts about me?" "Yes, I'm indeed a bit interested in you, especially since you have just awakened your conqueror's haki. But I am more curious about your views on the world government. Do you also wish to establish an equal world? If so, would you be interested in joining our revolutionary army? I truly despise the celestial dragon's casual enslavement of others, and I genuinely want to create a world where all races can coexist harmoniously. As for joining the revolutionary army, can you tolerate having two kings? Or are you willing to give the leadership position to me? You are still young. Revolution cannot succeed overnight, and you have not yet matured. After I grow old, the leader position, if you're strong enough, I guess it will ultimately be yours. I will not be subordinate to anyone, of course, you also will not. Your conqueror's haki is indeed sharp. Could you teach me? Aren't you afraid I might kill you right now, young king?" After saying this, Dragon's conqueror's haki suddenly erupted, pressing down on everyone, while Emoye's conqueror's haki also unleashed, but it was considerably weaker. The women beside them showed expressions of pain, including Carmen, while only the cadres continued to resist. "I know you can kill us all, but are you ready to bear the consequences?" The location of White Soil Island, Luffy's identity, a certain warlord's identity, Sabo's identity. I cannot leave here today, as I have arranged many backup plans. It's a win-win situation, or I die, and all your years of effort will turn to dust. Are you willing to gamble on this nameless nobody? Emoyi, under pressure, spoke hoarsely and with difficulty. The tension dissipated, and in an instant, calm returned, but the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Dorag gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. "How would I know? You don't need to care. If you really want to kill me, a person without even a bounty, then taking the vast revolutionary army to the grave with me would be worth it. If that happens, I wonder if those revolutionary army members who were inexplicably betrayed by the leader will die with their eyes open. It would be so unfair to die like this. Moreover, I think the world government would be very happy, losing a talented threat like me while also eliminating the revolutionary army's living forces. Mr. Dorag, I'm not threatening you. There's no conflict between us, only cooperation. We can both win. The weapons produced by one of my islands can be sold to you at a low price. This good quality sword, Snow Walk, was originally meant to be given to Zoro, who is Mr. Gung Sherlong's disciple and a crew member of Luffy. So, Mr. Dorag, can you feel my sincerity now?" After saying so much, Emoyi picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. "What do you need?" "I want the advanced cultivation method for the three-color haki, as well as to share some intelligence with you. Of course, if you want to hand over the Dragon Claw fist to me, that's fine too. Your bargaining chips aren't enough. However, if you can become my disciple, these won't be a problem. Mr. Dorag, I won't be your subordinate for a lifetime. This is a fair trade. I have dealings with the shipping king, Yumite, and I can sell you a piece of information too. Whether you can seize the opportunity for profit depends on your revolutionary army. Let's hear it. What information is so valuable? How about this? An underground emperor is an undercover agent for CP0. This news could be quite significant. The underground world is about to fall into chaos. Can the revolutionary army snatch a piece of the pie?" Dorag was a bit shocked in hearing Emoye's news. It seemed he had already made contact with Yumite, so Yumite could be ruled out. What remained were the lone shark king fortune god Luffald, the president of the world news agency Big News Morgans, the time-honored concealer Gibson in the warehouse industry, the funeral home mogul Drago Piclo, and the queen of Joy Street. Tracy, which one could it be? How should I seek benefits for the revolutionary army? I need more accurate intelligence. I can give you the three-color haki cultivation method. But don't forget the weapons from Clockwork Island and the sword for that Zoro kid. Congratulations on our cooperation, but for the undercover agent news from CP0, I need to receive Yumite's reward before I can tell you together. Selling one piece of information multiple times? You little rascal. Are you afraid I'll mess up your plans? Don't worry. If the underground world doesn't fall into chaos, I won't interfere. Give me your anti-eavesdropping phone bug number, Mr. Dorag. You know this too? How deep have you infiltrated our revolutionary army? Dorag looked at Emoyi with a wary gaze. Don't worry. It's just a bit of information left by my elder who ate the prophecy fruit a long time ago. Mr. Dorag doesn't need to be so guarded against me. Oomph. No caution. My home is gone. I need to discuss changing the headquarters when I return, which will waste resources again. I'm really paying for the Revolutionary Army, making the already impoverished Revolutionary Army suffer even more. In that case, let's reach an agreement. All right, I'll instruct my subordinates to prepare the weapons from Clockwork Island, and you can come to receive them later. As for this sword, I'll personally deliver it to Zoro. I'll write down the 3-color hockey for you. Contact me if you need anything. After finishing, Dorag prepared to leave to get ready for the impending chaos in the underground world. Mr. Dorag, let me leave you with one last piece of advice. Surround the kingdom with the village strategy. Retreat when the enemy advances, disrupt when the enemy camps. Strike when the enemy is weary, and chase when the enemy retreats. Dorag paused to ponder, nodded, and vanished like a gust of wind. Ah, it's really oppressive. Bartolomeo finally found his voice, and everyone slumped down. This man in the green robe is so strong. Captain, who is he? The world's #1 criminal. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Moe, then turned to the chef Carmen, their eyes revealing danger. There was still an outsider who was not a partner here. The beautiful, fiery chef Carmen's face instantly turned green, as if she had really gotten involved in something tremendous. In fact, I had already promised Captain Moe to become a chef earlier. I deeply submitted to Captain Moe's aura. Carmen twitched her face, smiling stiffly in response, and immediately realized the reality, feeling very distressed. If it weren't for seeing the dagger flying in the air, the golden light from Edgar's mouth, the red fists of the bear, and Bartolomeo's crossed arms, along with a hint of transparent reflection. So, welcome our beautiful fiery chef, Carmen. Moe smiled and announced. The atmosphere instantly thawed and became lively. Welcome, we're already companions. Everyone cheered and pulled the very happy Carmen back to the port together. After staying for a day, they were finally ready to set sail. The injured smoker did not come to bother Moe's group, after arranging for the henchman and the squad leader to stay behind. The Moe adventure team only has one main ship setting sail, which is the Yin Huang. The other ships have had the name Yin Huang removed by Moe, and their colors have been changed back to those of ordinary merchant vessels stationed at the gangport of Barto. As the transport ship for the Moe adventure team's caravan, the Yin Huang has a total of 7 people on board. Captain Moe, Navigator Nami, Dr. Kaya, Chef Rim, Assistant Chef Rija, Gardener and Marksman Noki Gao, and Intelligence Officer Morty, along with Secretary Sweetheart Queen. The crew includes Lookout Bucky with the Splinter Fruit, and Cannoner Edrigo with the Soundwave Fruit. There are also 2 fighters, Mao Xiong with the Iron Fruit and Bartolomeo with the Barrier Fruit, making a total of 4 crew members. The team leaders are Hypnotist and Dancer Zango, Siam Sam, Spotted Cloth Zhu, Swordsman Gallus, Heavy Gunner Crick, Demon Mannequin, Needle Sword Appin, Red-Haired Beauty Chef Carmen, and Red-Haired Thug Desire, totaling 9 members. Indeed, Bartolomeo's childhood friend, the red-haired Thug Desire, has also managed to board the ship, refusing to disembark and insisting on following Bartolomeo. With no other choice, Moe had to allow Desire on board. In total, there are exactly 20 people, along with the sea beast Moo Moo, battle pet Ricky, and a few small pets. The sea beast Moo Moo is pulling the ship at the front, moving at good speed. Navigator Nami is observing the surroundings with a monocular telescope. Chef Rim and Assistant Chef Rija are learning from the beautiful Chef Carmen and have started cooking. Dr. Kaya is seriously reading medical books while organizing treatment notes. Intelligence Officer Morty and Secretary Sweetheart Queen are sorting through newspapers and intelligence, keeping in touch with Clockwork Island and Rogue Town. Gardener and Marksman Noki Gao is tending to her orange trees and vegetables. Moe fought against the 4 major cadres alone, practicing physical arts. Swordsman Gallus battled against the Needle Swordsman Apin, a clash of weak swordsmen. Demon Ajin surprisingly fought 3 opponents at once, Siam Sam, Spot Bougie, and the Battle Gun Crick without losing ground. Dancer Zongao assisted Nami, checking the sails and the rudder. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku looked seriously at the reports coming from Rogue Town. Dorag had also appeared in Rogue Town, seemingly saving the Straw Hat crew. Crane said lightly. She was quite familiar with the Monkey family, including Dorag, who was once such an outstanding Navy officer. It's all Carp's fault, that bastard, not teaching anyone at all. Dorag was like this, and now even his grandson Straw Hat Luffy is the same. It's infuriating. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table made of ironwood, his anger boiling over. Straw Hat Luffy was already on the wanted list. What about Moe's adventure group? After saying that, Crane took out a stack of bounty notices. Former Crick pirates, Captain Admiral Crick, bounty of 17 million berries. Cadre Demon Agene, bounty of 12,200,000 berries. Cadre Iron Wall Bala, bounty of 8 million berries. Former Black Pirates, Vice Captain Hypnotist Zhang Gao, bounty of 9 million berries. Brother Rin, bounty of 7 million berries. Former Clown Pirates, Captain Clown Buggy, bounty of 15 million berries. Acrobat Kabaji, bounty of 7 million berries. Beast Tamer Machi, bounty of 6 million berries. Former Edrigo Pirates, Captain Edrigo, bounty of 18 million berries. Swordsman Gallus, bounty of 9 million berries. Former Poker Pirates, Captain Bear King, bounty of 17 million berries. Sweetheart Queen, bounty of 7 million berries. Clown Pin, bounty of 7 million berries, including the bounties of the defeated evil dragon crew. Wait, also, the gang member Bartolomeo from Rotown has joined M.O.'s ship. Now most of the crew on this ship are pirates, and only the Captain M.O.'s claims he is not a pirate. Sengoku, what are you thinking now? Crane asked. I originally wanted to recruit this kid into the Navy, but unexpectedly, he is a Conqueror's hockey user, so that's impossible now. I, Sengoku, am the Conqueror of the Navy ruling the world, and these pirates, whether they have truly reformed or not, must be judged by our Navy. Since there are so many pirates on M.O.'s ship, and they are evading judgment, he should be put on the wanted list, and justice will be executed by our Navy. Sengoku made the decision. Then, while they haven't grown up yet, let's capture and judge them as soon as possible. What should M.O.'s bounty be set at? Since a decision has been made, it must be swift to resolve the issue. Three-color hockey, more powerful than the supernovas, although he hasn't caused much harm to the sea yet. The level of threat is not low, so let's set it at 100 million berries for now. Understood. Then let's appropriately raise the bounties of the other pirates as well. Analyze their current strength and see how to set the bounty. Let's put a bounty on all the crew still on the ship. The Navy machinery began to operate, collecting and analyzing information on each pirate, assessing their strength, and determining the final bounty. Fresh bounty notices and newspapers were produced as seagulls flew across the seas. The Grand Line and the New World. M.O.E., it's bad, we've been wanted. Morty and Sweetheart Queen ran with the latest newspaper and bounty notices to find M.O.E. and the others who were training in the training room. What's going on? Look, everyone gathered around to see M.O.E. take out a stack of bounty notices. The M.O.E. pirate crew, led by the handsome young Captain M.O.E., has a bounty of 100 million berries. He is a user of the 3 types of hockey and is suspected to have a memory-type devil fruit. Although this is not confirmed, life and death are irrelevant. I can't believe they gave me such a nickname. It infuriates me. They even changed my adventure crew to a pirate crew. Navy, you guys are something else. M.O.'s eyes were filled with anger, while the women and other crew members held back their laughter, not daring to be reckless. With a huff, M.O.E. threw down the bounty notice and ran back to the captain's room, as if looking for something. Haha! All the crew members burst into laughter, and the women laughed so hard they nearly fell over. Let me see what our bounties are, shouted the loudspeaker Edra. Jester Buggy, bounty of 20 million berries. User of the Split Devil Fruit. Soundwave Edra, bounty of 25 million berries. User of the Sound Devil Fruit. Steel Bear, bounty of 21 million berries. User of the Steel Devil Fruit. Barrier Bartolomeo, bounty of 20 million berries. User of the Barrier Devil Fruit. Demon Akin, bounty of 19 million berries. War Gun Creek, bounty of 18 million berries. Hypnotist Sango, bounty of 10 million berries. Swordsman Goraz, bounty of 10 million berries. Needle Sword API, bounty of 10 million berries. Siam Sam, bounty of 9 million berries. Buji, bounty of 9 million berries. Informant Sweetheart Queen, bounty of 10 million berries. User of the Glued Devil Fruit. Little Thief Nami, bounty of 6 million berries. Beautiful Chef Carmen, bounty of 500,000 berries. Female Delinquent Desire, bounty of 500,000 berries. Female Gunner Noki Gao, bounty of 500,000 berries. Dr. Koya, bounty of 500,000 berries. Informant Morty, bounty of 100,000 berries. Cook Rim, bounty of 10,000 berries. Little Cook Legia, bounty of 100 berries. It really is a full crew bounty, not even sparing Little Legia. The total bounty for everyone is 289, 110, 100 berries. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters on White Earth Island, Drago, who had hurriedly returned, immediately summoned all the Revolutionary Army cadres for a meeting. He informed them about M.O.'s situation and the threat. Is there a traitor among us? Damn it, I must root him out. Sabo exploded like a powder keg, shouting angrily, "Calm down, Sabo. I believe in our comrades." According to what Mo said himself, he should have a partner with a prophetic devil fruit. Drago calmly analyzed Mo's attitude and tone when he spoke. "That's too dangerous. Our headquarters has already been exposed," said the Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, with a serious expression, worried. "We need to find a good location for second headquarters. We can't put all our eggs in one basket." The Southern Army commander, Lindbergh, said nonchalantly, sounding like a bomb man from a hero league. "Can we just take down Mo directly? Otherwise, this threat will always exist," came the hoarse voice of the Northern Army commander, Crow, filled with cruelty and coldness. "I'm not sure how many more setups he has. Unless we are willing to expose this island and Kuma's secret," Drago responded heavily. "Then let him join us. Even if he can't join us, we need to make him absolutely opposed to the world government." As the strategist, Crow's eyes were filled with wisdom at this moment. "What do you mean? Spread his threat to the world government. It's best to connect him with us. This seems good. I can feel that his conqueror's hockey was triggered by Roger, which is a great point. Also, he helped us formulate strategic guidelines. We should spread his disdain for the celestial dragons and his ideals of creating peace among all races." Drago decided not to talk about any chivalrous morals with Mo. The interests of the Revolutionary Army come first. If we also spread the news that he has a partner with a prophetic devil fruit ability, then he will become quite sought after. When he is powerless to resist, he might just join our big family. Crow's calm voice spoke such sinister words. "All right, let us do it this way and see if he dares to threaten us again." The Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, and Chief of Staff Sabo immediately approved. "Okay, let us do this. Immediately instruct the publicity department to release these messages, both in the underworld and the legitimate world." The machinery of the Revolutionary Army began to move. New World. On the Moby Dick, old man. How could such a guy appear in the weak East Blue, possessing all three types of hockey, with a first bounty of 100 million berries? "Ha! The Navy is truly incompetent," laughed Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. According to the information from his subordinates, his conqueror's hockey had begun to awaken at Roger's execution platform, reportedly stunning hundreds or even thousands of people during its first awakening. Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, read the information in his hands. It is still said in the underworld that he has the ability of a prophetic-type devil fruit user. Who knows if it's true? Regardless of whether it's true or not, all we need is to sail freely. I wonder if Ace has caught that bastard Teach. Whitebeard paid no attention to such news and took a big swig of alcohol. "Let us start the banquet, boys. On the Red Hair pirate ship, this kid is not bad." "Hey, my Hawk, what do you think of this little guy?" Shanks said, trying to throw an arm around Hawkeye, but was dodged. "During this East Blue trip, I've seen him, as well as the straw hat Luffy you mentioned, and a decent swordsman. I just didn't expect Mo to awaken all three types of hockey so quickly." Hawkeye said coldly, his voice full of magnetism. "Then he's the biggest test on Luffy's pirate path. Ha! Let us drink. On Whole Cake Island. This Mo looks good. He could be my son-in-law, not bad at all. Who will go recruit him?" The three sweet commanders remained silent. It was the eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, who responded, "Mama, let us wait until he enters the new world. He might not even have the strength to reach the Grand Line." That is true. Mama. On Onigashima, how could such a little brat have conqueror's hockey? This world doesn't need so many kings." Kaido of the Beast cursed drunkenly, extremely displeased. "Governor, should we take him out now? Let us wait until he comes to the new world. This kind might just sink to the seabed," Quinn said, chewing on a cigarette and playing with his machinery, dismissively. At Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, a prophetic-type user? Is it true? Have we verified where this information came from? A serious expression appeared on Sengoku's face. The century-long blank history that the world government desperately tries to conceal cannot allow this Mo adventure group to stir up any trouble. Another hateful celestial dragon, wanting to create a world without slaves? Admiral Tsuru looked at the latest news from both the underworld and the surface. "We need to eliminate the threat at its root. Please dispatch troops to wipe out Mo and his group immediately." Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, ruthless and merciless, believed in absolute justice and could not tolerate any pirates in his sight. Wow, how terrifying. They wouldn't have prophesied how long I've been slacking off today, would they? Admiral Kazu, Borsellino said, lazily, while trimming his fingernails, tilting his mouth, and taking his time, not forgetting to show off his nails. "Kizaru, you better take this seriously, and you too?" Garp, sleeping during the meeting. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, was furious, slamming the table and causing chaos. in the underground world. So it was you, daring to fool me. A prophetic type devil fruit? Pure gold? Ha! The shipping king Yumit squinted his eyes, deep in thought, considering whether to cooperate or to eliminate Mo Yi and his group. Other underground rulers were also verifying the source of the information. On the Grand Line, 3 types of hockey, a prophetic type user, an intelligent voice came through, then drowned in the wind and sand. On the Yin Huang, Mo Yi rummaged through everything and found Smoker's phone number. Hello, you bastard. It's me, Mo Yi. Smoker, you better listen carefully. You immediately right now, tell the Navy headquarters to cancel the nickname of Pretty Boy on my bounty. Otherwise, I won't let you Navy get away with this. Mo Yi was angry, really angry, as if he had received a great insult from the Navy. Pretty Boy, what kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Mo Yi, don't forget, you're just a pirate, and you dare to call the Navy to question them? It's simply outrageous. Smoker was not afraid at all, and even started to get angry because of Mo Yi's call. Give me the phone number of the Navy headquarters. I'll handle it myself. Beep, beep, beep. The transponder snail withdrew into its shell. Yes. Smoker hung up the transponder snail. Mo Yi took deep breaths, his eyes filled with gloom. You think I'm easy to bully, huh? You're the ones forcing me. The members of the Mo Yi adventure team looked at the angry Mo Yi. No one dared to approach and provoke him. Captain, there seems to be something ahead. Zhang Gao, who was temporarily acting as a lookout, shouted. A little girl who encountered a shipwreck? Nami poked the face of the girl who had just been rescued. Mo Yi, in a particularly bad mood, saw the girl and instantly thought of a revenge plan. That would be to deal with this group of despicable Navy, so that his nickname could be restored by the Navy. Kaya, wake her up and ask her to take us to the Navy warship island. I can't wait to take down the Navy to clear my name. Mo Yi, even if you change your nickname, you can't indiscriminately kill innocents. Don't worry. They're all a bunch of despicable Navy. Their deaths are not worth mourning. You'll understand once you wake this little girl up. If not, Carmen can make some delicious food. I guess she fainted from hunger. Mo Yi was very enthusiastic at this moment, as it concerned his reputation. Where is this? The girl ABI's woke up to the smell. This is on the ship of Mo Yi's adventure team. We saved you. What's your name? Nami asked ABI's gently. Shouldn't you tell others your name before asking for theirs? Baka. Abi's expression crumbled, completely failing to look like a natural airhead little girl. My name is Nami, and they're all my adventure partners. Nami answered quite honestly. Hey, don't waste time, kid. Take us to Battleship Island. I'm looking to vent my anger on the Navy. I'm not interested in that hairy dragon of yours. At this moment, ABI saw a stunningly handsome young man with a gloomy expression speak up. How do you know about Lord Dragon? Are you seeking revenge on the Navy? Could it be that you were insulted by the Navy because you're too beautiful? Everyone suddenly felt the atmosphere freeze, and a chill ran through them. How could this little girl have such absurd thoughts? Kid, now, immediately, take me to Battleship Island. Mo Yi, on the verge of exploding, could no longer hold back. He grabbed ABI's and released a hint of Conqueror's Haki, causing ABI's to face the pressure. And the surrounding crew also felt uncomfortable. So scary, so scary. Abi's eyes were almost rolling back. Her heart was in a frenzy of extreme fear. Mo Yi, calm down, calm down. Nami jumped onto Mo Yi's back, constantly bumping into people and swaying back and forth. Mo Yi put down the little lowly ABI's with a thud and under everyone's gaze. He went back to his room without looking back, extinguishing his anger, lust, in front of the charming Nami. The little lowly ABI's spilled all the information like a dam that had burst. Everyone finally understood the current situation. Well, whether for ABI's to protect Dragon Lord, or for the title of captain, this time we must make the reputation of our adventure group known. In Mo Yi's absence, Nami was the leader. For the title of Captain Mo Yi, the operation to establish Mo Yi's reputation began, aiming to annihilate this group of disgraceful Navy. Nami, who had a personal vendetta against the disgraceful Navy, was filled with hatred. The officers and team leaders naturally would not miss the opportunity to attack the Navy and cheered enthusiastically. All right, ABI's, lead the way. Thank you, Nami. You're all good people. The naturally naive, little lowly ABI's had tears in her eyes, feeling very touched. The Mo Yi adventure team inexplicably embarked on a journey to clear Mo Yi's name, while also accepting a good person card from ABI's. On the other side of Battleship Island, a naval fleet was sailing. Admiral Nelson, is the information you received accurate? Is there really news of the Millennium Dragon? Can the dragon bone really grant immortality? A thin man, resembling a bamboo pole, with earrings on both sides, very small eyes, wearing black glasses, and hair standing tall, was none other than the infamous naval mercenary, nicknamed Whirlwind Eric, a user of the Scythe Fruit ability, known as Scythe Man Eric. My subordinate has captured the little brat who has seen the Millennium Dragon. The information is reliable. Admiral Nelson Roy of the East Seas 8th Division, resembling a large fat pig, said leisurely while fanning himself. I hope so. A hint of dangerous red light flashed in Eric's eyes. If there really is a dragon bone that grants immortality, why share it with this fat pig? I hope you don't take the wrong path. When you find the Millennium Dragon, it will be your death. On the Yin Huang ship, that is Battleship Island, an island that looks like battleships stacked together. The MOE adventure team looked at the towering Battleship Island in the distance, feeling a bit shocked. The sea is truly beautiful, and each island is so unique. I see it as an island stacked like gold ingots. The money-loving Nami expressed her solitary perspective. Charge, charge, charge. Find the Navy, take them down, and avenge Captain MOE. Edra and Bartolomeo shouted loudly. Clown Buggy, Iron Bear, and the team leaders echoed their enthusiasm. Thus, the MOE adventure team and the 8th Division fleet landed on both sides of Battleship Island. Their target was the cave where the 1,000-year dragon resides. It seems this wave of battle is unavoidable. MOE looked at the enthusiastic crew members. Indeed, his subordinates were somewhat useful. He couldn't be bothered to remind them. Just a scythe man with a scythe fruit, easily defeated by Buggy and Bartolomeo. This was just a small test for them. Nami led ABIs and the 4 major officers ahead, heading towards the Millennium Dragon Cave. MOE and the women rode the lion-like Ricky to the island to enjoy the scenery. The ship Yin Huang was monitored by the manatee Moo Moo and the station Zongao, so there weren't any major issues. MOE remembers the Dragon Cave of the 1,000-year dragon, and the Lost Island is located to the east of Battleship Island. The Lost Island is both the Dragon Cave and the Dragon's Grave, where young 1,000-year dragons return to mate and lay eggs, while elderly 1,000-year dragons come here to die. According to the memories of Dragon Lord, he has returned to the Dragon Cave several times in his life. So, it can be said that the Dragon Cave is not something that the 1,000-year dragon only visits once every 1,000 years. I wonder if it's possible to capture some 1,000-year dragons as mounts. Although the feathered 1,000-year dragons aren't very handsome, they can still fly. Imagine forming a flying dragon army with 1,000-year dragons. That would be so cool. Just thinking about it makes MOE a bit excited. No, I need to think of a way. Even if I can't get an adult dragon, I must obtain dragon eggs. This relates to MOE's future plans. The territory of Sky Island must be conquered. Having an air force means having a trump card army. From a modern perspective, MOE understands the dominance of air forces over land and naval forces. Whoever has air superiority has the power to dictate terms. The flying fleet of the Golden Lion operates this way, dominating the skies, able to attack or retreat, fully grasping the initiative in battle. With this in mind, MOE's mind began to race, thinking about how to deceive and subdue, to reach a contractual cooperation with the 1,000-year dragons. MOE began to ponder the feasibility of the plan. If it really doesn't work, they must at least obtain some dragon eggs in the final battle. What reason should be used to persuade these 1,000-year-old dragons? Reproduction? Safety? Protection? MOE seemed to have thought of something. It appeared that he needed to give it a try. In the world of One Piece, all animals generally possess intelligence and have their own unique languages. To communicate with them, there are Chopper's human fruit, Obby's whisper fruit, and Roger's observation hockey that allows him to hear the voices of all things. This type of observation hockey seems to be possessed by Odin, Luffy, and Momonosuke as well. Of course, the protagonist MOE also has it. He awakened the 3-color hockey on the execution platform, but he is not very skilled at it, so it works inconsistently. However, it doesn't matter. They're still ABIs. ABIs, along with Nami and Buggy, was the first to find the Millennium Dragon, Long Yi. However, the elderly Long Yi, suffering from dementia, did not provide any useful information. So they had to make a wooden raft to pull Long Yi toward MOE. They all knew that MOE had a kind of foresight ability that might help them learn about Long Yi's situation. Just as they had pulled Long Yi out of the cave for a short distance, Scythe Windblade, invisible air slash attacks, sharp as blades, came rushing at them. Protective barrier. Bartolomeo instantly raised a transparent barrier to block all the attacks. Sonic Wave Laser Cannon. Adarago also reacted quickly and fired a laser cannon in the direction from which the air blades were coming. Seeing this, Buggy pulled out his daggers and flew into the air. The fists of the Steel Bear also began to glow red, heating the air around them. The squad leader Akin and the others also drew their weapons, iron hammers, swords, battle spears. Looking at the panicked ABIs, Nami raised her chin and said with a smile, tinged with a bit of pride, "Don't be afraid. Let me show you the strength of our MOE adventure group. ABIs felt reassured and filled with excitement, loudly praising, "This is amazing." "Are they pirates?" A loud voice from Admiral Nelson came from the front. "Admiral, a group of pirates has already taken the Millennium Dragon. The Navy lookout reported immediately. Then hurry up and chase them. All troops go surround them." Hundreds of Navy soldiers surrounded Nami, Bartolomeo, Buggy, and Adarago. "The battle has begun. Brothers, protect Nami and ABIs. Everyone else, charge." Buggy and Adarago faced off against Eric, the scythe wielder. Instantly, the scythe air blades and sonic wave laser cannons were fired wildly, and the two armed figures darted around. The steel bear, wielding his fiery giant fists, landed a punch on Admiral Nelson, who was stuck among the Navy soldiers. The long accustomed to comfort and gluttonous Nelson was knocked away in one blow. "Protect the Admiral." The Navy soldiers panicked and began to scatter. The demon Akin faced several middle-ranking officers dressed in justice cloaks, who had some strength. Swordsman Galas and Needle Sword Apin faced off against hundreds of small soldiers, each sword strike taking down one Navy soldier. Battle Spear Creek also charged through the Navy soldiers, sending countless of them flying away, unable to get up. Seeing Nami and ABIs excitedly cheering and waving their small fists, Bartolomeo also felt invigorated. Barrier Rampaging Bull Charge. All the Navy in front were sent flying, their momentum unstoppable, all collapsed to the ground groaning. "WOC, where did this pirate crew come from? There are so many capable users." Seeing the situation, Eric immediately made up his mind to flee. He couldn't care about Nelson anymore. Scythe Whirlwind, Scythe Dance of Chaos, Scythe Tornado. Eric unleashed several powerful moves in succession, wind blades and tornadoes flying everywhere, kicking up a cloud of dust. And he took the opportunity to escape backward. "Not good. He's trying to escape. Block him." Buggy shouted to Adarago as his flying hands charged into the dust. Adarago rushed through the dusty area, spotting Eric's figure hundreds of meters away. Sonic Wave Lightning Laser Cannon. A bright beam shot out, accompanied by sparks and lightning, blowing away rocks and heading straight for Eric. Sensing the threat behind him, Eric rolled to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the deadly strike. The laser cannon struck the mountain in front, instantly blasting it away and leaving a pile of rubble and mud. Gulp, Eric swallowed hard, cold sweat streaming down his face. Without saying a word, he crawled and rolled, continuing to flee, no longer wanting to face these villains. "Damn it, he got away." Buggy and Adarago cursed angrily. "Let me handle this." A voice of resignation came from behind. The two who had dealt with memories indeed lacked combat experience. Silent instant slide. MOE suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away, catching up with the frantically fleeing Eric. Scythe Tornado. Seeing someone chasing him, Eric immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Armament Haki Sliding Shield. Countless wind blades sliced through MOE's body, but had no effect at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this be happening? Eric was on the verge of collapsing, wondering why he encountered so many masters today. Is this still the East Sea? Have I entered the Grand Line? Silent instant slide armament Haki hardening MOE didn't care that Eric was a bit distracted. In a flash, he punched him in the face. Eric rolled his eyes, fell to the ground, unable to fight, and was defeated. Just like that, MOE carried the unconscious Eric back. "Captain, trust me, this time it was really careless." Buggy argued. "No need to say more, double the training." "No, Captain, my weak heart can't handle that much training." Buggy cried, while Edrigo had a look of determination mixed with shame. Akin had become stronger, already possessing the capability to be a cadre. "So, keep up the effort." "Our prospective cadre." MOE looked at Akin, who had sustained a minor injury, filled with praise. Barto, Bear, and the squad leader were all full of energy. "You guys take the Millennium Dragon to the east side of the warship island first. The Lost Island is over there and will rise soon." MOE said to the little lowly ABIs and Nami. "Really? Lord Long has forgotten. How do you, Captain MOE, know this?" "It doesn't matter how I know these things. You two hurry up and go over there. Don't disturb me. I need to discuss things with the Navy." MOE temporarily didn't want to deal with them anymore. He was now only thinking about his nickname issue, dragging the plump body of Admiral Nelson from the 8th Division. He came before the captured Navy. "Bloop bloop, it's you again, the beautiful boy MOE. What a shameful nickname." MOE suppressed his urge to hit someone. "Smoker, if you dare to hang up on me this time, I'll slaughter these more than 100 Navy soldiers. Don't doubt my words." "Damn it, MOE. What do you mean? Come on, fat pig. Say something to your dear Colonel Smoker." MOE handed the phone bug to Nelson's face. "Colonel Smog, help me. I am Nelson Roy from Branch 8. That's enough. It's none of your business. Moe kicked the fat pig Nelson aside and turned to the transponder snail. Now, Smoker, you need to notify the Navy headquarters immediately or give me the phone number of the Navy headquarters. If I don't receive a response in 5 minutes, I'll kill 10 Navy officers every minute. I mean what I say. You despicable guy. I should have fought to keep you in Lowtown back then. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Just wait. Beep, beep, beep. Moe laughed as he covered the transponder snail. A blatant act of revenge for the last time he was covered by one. Smoker was furious, cursing and greeting countless relatives of Moe. Smoker quickly reported the situation to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku was also not vague and immediately requested Smoker to give him Moe's transponder snail number. Sengoku looked at the chief of staff to analyze what Moe meant by this and what his mindset was. Then he connected to Moe's transponder snail. Blah blah. Moe kid, you have some nerve. How dare you threaten the Navy headquarters? Aren't you afraid we will send an admiral over to eliminate you right now? Sengoku was extremely angry. When did he ever get threatened by such a small pirate? Marshal, I'm really scared. Originally, I didn't want to oppose the Navy. I just wanted to help a few pirates turn over a new leaf. Because of this, I've been wanted too, which is such a huge injustice to me. Stop with the nonsense. You, who possess Conqueror's Haki, don't seem like a law-abiding person. You quickly showed your true colors, daring to use pirates to threaten the Navy headquarters. I had no choice. You put a bounty on me, and now you've given me such a nickname that affects my image. Marshal Sengoku, I'm really angry. I'm putting this out there today. If you don't change the nickname on the wanted poster, I'll slaughter all of these over 100 Navy men today. I will continue to visit the Navy branch until you change it. Moe is aggressive, speaking louder and louder. I will send my generals to annihilate you right now. In contrast, the extremely angry Sengoku calmed down, as if eliminating Moe and his group was a trivial matter. Just because of a nickname change, you forced me into a corner, right? Starting tomorrow, the news of the ancient weapon, the Underworld King, will spread throughout the Grand Line and the New World. I hope you can calm the raging sea. Also, Don Quixote Razanani, codenamed Xiaomi Gua, who once infiltrated the Don Quixote family. I think Doflamingo would be quite interested in this news. Or the Navy's baby giantization plan, etc. Sengoku, are you sure you want to create chaos on the sea for a nickname? Very well. Moe, you truly are a heinous criminal. It seems the rumors about your subordinates having prophetic abilities are true. You've been lurking. What ambition are you really after? Sengoku, I said I just want to live without being threatened by anyone. Is that ambition? Or rather, I just want to create a world of peace among all races while I'm still alive. Sengoku, I truly despise it when others threaten my life. Can't we all just get along? Sengoku was about to retort when the chief advisor, who stopped him with a look, mouthing, agreed to him. This time, I'll trust you once. Release these Navy soldiers, and we'll help you change your title. What kind of title do you want? Speaking of this, I get excited. Boa Hancock is called the Pirate Empress because of her beauty, and I'm called the Male Emperor? No, don't interrupt me. The Beautiful Emperor? I've said already, don't interrupt me. The Handsome Emperor? Enough. The Handsome Emperor is nice, but the title I want is the Beauty Emperor. I hope you keep your word and release these Navy soldiers. Given that you just threatened and mocked me, I've decided to take down this fat pig. Let us help you eliminate the Navy scum. Goodbye. Sengoku hung up the den mushi, his face filled with rage, as if a volcano was about to erupt. It's truly despicable. Tsuru, why did you agree to this heinous bastard? Moe is someone who cares a lot about his face and life. You can't push him into a corner. We still don't know how much information he has that threatens the world government. However, the information he possesses is too dangerous. We can't push him too hard. We need to boil the frog slowly, step by step, planning to eliminate him. First, we should significantly raise his bounty, making him like a child walking down the street with gold in hand, allowing him to die at the hands of seemingly non-threatening pirate hunters in the underworld. What if he uses the important information he possesses to save his life before he dies? Until the last moment, he wants to throw away this life-saving information. He is also likely spying on the Underworld King, keeping a close watch on them in the underworld, ready to eliminate him at a critical moment. Update his wanted poster, raising the bounty to 500 million berries, and include the news that he possesses a prophetic devil fruit and knows many secrets of the world. I want him to be the target of everyone. After dealing with Nelson, Missouri, ye finally put the matter of changing his title to rest. Next, let us unleash a full-power Conqueror-S Haki to let these Navy soldiers take a nap. Now it's time to see how to deal with these Millennium Dragons. Captain, we're waiting for you. We're setting off east right now, right? Nami has finished raiding the 8th Branch Navy Fleet and has brought the Millennium Dragon back on board. Good. Heading east is fine. Let us set off. After saying that, Yi went to find the unconscious Eric, this bottomless mercenary, and directly eliminated him after he obtained the scythe fruit, gradually becoming more cruel in his memories. At worst, he would just have to relearn the cultivation and techniques of a scythe fruit. After all, he already has his original memories, plus some insights from Yi. Just like that, another young man who just set sail and obtained a devil fruit, Eric, joined Yi's adventure group. Following the old routine, it was another old dialogue, with Eric feeling touched, yet submissive, vowing to follow Captain Yi. Captain Yi, is it really true that there is something in the east? It's been so long since we left. The rising time of the Dragon-S lair is specific, just wait patiently. Abyss will need your help soon to communicate with the other Millennium Dragons. After resolving the nickname issue, Yi felt better and had also recruited Eric, which improved his mood even more, making him treat the little lowly Abyss much better. Alright, Captain Yi, thank you for your help with Dragonlord. Abyss was also very grateful to Yi and his crew. If it weren't for them, Dragonlord would have been captured by the Navy. Roar! At this moment, the Millennium Dragon, Dragonlord, seemed to be rejuvenated. Upon reaching this area, he actually trembled and flew up, falling into the sea. Dragonlord! Abyss shouted anxiously. At this time, the sea surface began to tremble, and islands slowly rose up, with water spilling everywhere, revealing the outline of the island. Countless dragon roars could be heard from around, as green-feathered Millennium Dragons flew back from all directions. The Lost Island is the homeland of the Millennium Dragons, their tomb, and also the place where they communicate, reproduce, and lay eggs. In the central pond of the island, Abyss saw the body of Dragonlord, surrounded by many petrified Millennium Dragon corpses. There were even dragon eggs nearby. This is the homeland of the Millennium Dragons that Dragonlord has always wanted to return to. Yi gently patted the little lowly Abyss's head and comforted her. Abyss didn't run to Longya's body, but suddenly hugged Yi tightly. Thank you for helping Yi find his resting place. Abyss, stay on my ship from now on. Okay, Captain Yi. The Millennium Dragons completely ignored Yi and his group, engaging in necking, either courting or showing affection, trembling all over like roosters mating with hens. Is this what Uncle Dare referred to as a shiver? It's really amazing that such unguarded Millennium Dragons haven't been captured by humans. Is it because of their strength? Their ability to fly? Or is it that the Lost Island, this place for expressing love, has limited time above the surface, so they need to focus on business? Or do they truly have no wariness? After all, the world government has only existed for 800 years, and Millennium Dragons can live for 1,000 years. While the Lost Island only surfaces once every few hundred years, they haven't been disturbed much by humans, so they have always been unguarded towards them. In the East China Sea, east of Battleship Island, the recently surfaced Lost Island, a massive Millennium Dragon, looking like a leader, had just finished business with several female dragons and was howling joyfully at the sky. Yi brought Abyss along and prepared to have a friendly exchange with the Millennium Dragon. Mr. Millennium Dragon, I am Abyss, and this is my captain, Yi. Hello. Short-lived, two-legged insect. How can you speak our dragon language? The leader of the Millennium Dragons was puzzled. These two-legged insects had managed to spread all over the world in just 1,000 or 2,000 years. According to the elders, these two-legged insects had created countless weapons and birthed numerous powerful beings, leading to self-inflicted carnage. Especially during the tribal wars of the two-legged insects 800 or 900 years ago. They had destroyed countless islands and affected the habitats of numerous races, leading many races to harbor resentment towards these greedy and brutal two-legged insects. However, fearing humanity's strength, many races chose to live far away from humans. Our captain says that the information about the Lost Island may have already been exposed to the strongest organization in the current human world, the world government. Therefore, our captain wants to invite you to open a new breeding ground. Our captain has already found a sky island on the Grand Line. It's very safe and won't rise periodically like the Lost Island, which would obstruct the communication with the Millennium Dragon, allowing the aging Millennium Dragon not to perish outside due to being unable to find its homeland. Abyss also didn't want the situation with the Dragon Elder to repeat itself, where the Millennium Dragon was close to death without waiting for the Lost Island to rise. Impossible, we have survived like this for countless years. How can we change our traditions because of you humans? The leader of the Millennium Dragons was not afraid of human threats. Abyss, with tears in her eyes, told the leader of the Millennium Dragons about the Elder Dragon situation. This left the leader of the Millennium Dragons in silence. The rising time of the Lost Island protected dragon eggs and dragon corpses, but at the same time, it It also prevented some injured and aging Millennium Dragons from holding on until the Lost Island rose. Ultimately, they could not rest in their homeland, returning to their roots, and might die far from home. The Lost Island rises approximately once every 200 years. Each Millennium Dragon is born on this island, and after 200 years of gestation on the Lost Island, they can finally hatch and fly. 200 years later, they can return to the Lost Island to breed for the first time. 200 years is a long time for humans. Those who have seen a Millennium Dragon have died, and after more than 100 years of spreading, the Millennium Dragons have become a legend on Battleship Island. There were indeed other male and female Millennium Dragons breeding outside, but without the unique substances of a Lost Island for 200 years of incubation. The Millennium Dragon offspring hatched outside had defects, living at most a few decades and never reaching adulthood at 200 years. Perhaps the elderly Millennium Dragons would die yearning to return to the Lost Island as a way to repay this island. Therefore, the Millennium Dragons could never give up on the Lost Island. It was their destiny. The leader of the Millennium Dragons shared this with Moe and the others. Moe felt a bit disappointed. Indeed, the unique island environment has fostered a unique race. Every gift of life has its price already marked by fate in the shadows. Where there is gain, there must be loss. The scales of destiny never tip to one side alone. The 1,000-year lifespan of the 1,000-year dragon is already intertwined with the fate of this lost island. This also means that the population of the 1,000-year dragon cannot continue to grow, but can only be maintained at a certain number. Then let us help you find a new habitat, and when the time comes, you can return here, and we will provide protection for you. Moe thought for a moment and made what he considered a reasonable decision. Why do we need your protection? You're also a short-lived bipedal creature, floating on Lost Island for a day, waiting for the mother dragon to finish laying eggs, and after the eggs from 200 years ago hatch, we will fly away with the little dragons. Lost Island will sink, and the next time will be 200 years later. By then, you bipedal creatures will have long since died out. The wise little eyes of the 1,000-year-old dragon leader seemed to see through Moe's thoughts, leaving him at a loss for words. Should we just give up like this, or should we fight? Then where will you go to survive? Isn't it good for me to find a sky island in the Grand Line for you to inhabit? We can also help you train the young dragon's abilities, allowing them to quickly grow into strong beings. Moe still hasn't given up. Young man, you are still too young. The area between the two windless zones is what you refer to as the Grand Line, which is very unfriendly to our flying species. The unpredictable weather causes significant losses for flying races. Therefore, we prefer to live in the windless zones or the four seas. We only traverse the Grand Line during migration, and the bipedal insects on the Grand Line are very powerful and even more brutal. The gentle leader, the 1,000-year dragon, patiently answers Moe and the others. Truly a kind fellow. However, through what you told me about the old 1,000-year dragon, I know you're not bad people. I would like to entrust some young dragons to your care. What? With twists and turns and light at the end of the tunnel, Moe was a bit surprised. At this moment, the leader, the 1,000-year dragon, fell into memories with a sorrowful expression. Do you know why only 30 or 40,000-year dragons flew back this time? Did something happen? Indeed, I remember more than 20 years ago, during our migration in the latter half of the Grand Line, our race was attacked by a human king who could communicate with all things. In his tremendous anger, he summoned countless storms and tidal waves, and numerous races responded. The supergigantic sea kings also stirred the seas, causing drastic weather changes. In that war of the bipedal insects, endless domineering colors and storms swept away more than half of our companions, who died innocently in the tempest. After speaking, the leader, the 1,000-year dragon, suddenly shed tears. What a helpless resistance it was, facing the death of companions, having no choice but to escape with the remaining ones. Was it the Battle of Eightwall between Pirate King Roger and Golden Lion Shiki? Therefore, there are more than 40 eggs laid 200 years ago. Even if each of us dragons takes care of one hatchling, that is already our limit, and our situation is very difficult. After all, migration is also full of dangers. So please take care of the remaining young dragons. Moe did not refuse, and the matter was resolved in a rather inexplicable way. Just a moment ago, Moe was still thinking about having a battle with the 1,000-year dragon to snatch some dragon eggs. Thus, as time passed, the little dragons began to hatch one after another starting from noon, just like the little dragons of Daenerys in Game of Thrones. These 1,000-year dragon hatchlings were fully feathered at birth, and by the time their feathers dried, they had already learned to fly. 23 female dragons laid this generation's 23 eggs. Yes, after that disaster, the 1,000-year dragon race became predominantly female, which is why the leader of the Thousand-Year Dragons could possess several female dragons. The leader of the Thousand-Year Dragons was also very practical, taking away the strongest hatchlings and leaving behind the weaker 10 for Moe and the others to care for. The Lost Island slowly sank before the Thousand-Year Dragons and Moe's adventure group, carrying the newly laid eggs, marking another cycle for the Thousand-Year Dragons. The Dragonlings of the Thousand-Year Dragon Group enjoyed a grand meal provided by Moe's adventure group, and everyone looked at each other with mutual understanding. Watching the figures of the Thousand-Year Dragons fade away, Moe couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Then he looked at ABI's and the others playing with the Thousand-Year Dragon hatchlings. Set sail, Grand Line. After 2 days of sailing, the Moe adventure team finally arrived at the foot of Reverse Mountain. Looking at the seawater flowing upstream, the roaring waves were incredibly spectacular. Everyone was excited, as they were finally about to enter the Grand Line. Look, Captain Moe, a merchant fleet has appeared. They actually dared to come over, haha. Bartolomeo was a bit excited, rubbing his hands, ready to make a move. After all, our hanging flag doesn't look like a pirate ship at all. Nami sensed something was off and raised her finger to explain. Are the ships in front also passing through Reverse Mountain? You guys are really well informed. A merchant ship behind them came closer and asked loudly. What do you mean? You don't know? Since you don't look like pirates, I'll tell you. There's an island whale on the other side of the Grand Line that hits Reverse Mountain every so often. If you pass through Reverse Mountain at that time, your ship will definitely be destroyed and everyone will perish. According to the East Blue Trade Association, there hasn't been any sound of the whale hitting since yesterday, which is the perfect time for our East Blue merchant fleet to pass through. Those reckless pirates who rush out to sea without any information are just asking for death. So that is how it is. Moe had some doubts while watching the show before. No wonder the Navy hadn't dealt with that whale. It actually served to filter out brainless newbie pirates. At that moment, a few newspaper seagulls flew by. Come, get the latest newspapers. Both the merchant ship opposite and Moe's side bought newspapers. Captain, over there, it seems like they are pirates. The first mate of the merchant ship opposite, holding a newspaper, looked at Moe and the others in horror, trembling as he spoke to the captain of the merchant ship. What? The entire merchant ship seemed to jump in fear, quickly slowing down and retreating, countless oars frantically paddling to escape. Moe and his crew were left speechless. The bounty notice read, Moe, alias Emperor of Faces, bounty of 500 million berries, possesses 3-color hockey, suspected of having a memory-type devil fruit ability. His subordinates include a prophecy-type devil fruit user, knowledgeable about many secrets of the world, having defeated multiple East Blue Navy branches, extremely heinous, with vast ambitions, and highly threatening. Life or death is of no concern. This time, only Moe's bounty notice was updated. The bounties of the other crew members remained unchanged for now. But this was enough to shock all the crew members of the Moe adventure team. What on earth did this captain discuss with Admiral Sengoku for the bounty to skyrocket to 500 million? Moe also looked at the handsome photo on the bounty notice with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with the grand nickname. 500 million berries. Captain Moe is now a famous pirate across the seas, far surpassing this year's supernovas in bounty. Buggy went crazy, speechless, while everyone else joyfully jumped up. Quiet down. This means we will face more and more dangers. Everyone needs to continue training and absolutely must not die. Moe began to warn the crew not to be complacent and underestimate the enemy. Are you ready? Little ones, tell me your dreams. Moe threw down a wooden barrel, stepped on it, and shouted loudly. The crowd exchanged glances. Become the strongest sailor. Assist Moe in becoming king. With the sword pointed, unstoppable. Become the strongest cannoneer. Assist Moe in becoming king. With the sword pointed, unstoppable. Become the strongest doctor, the strongest fighter. An independent swordsman, the strongest second in command. Get lost, I am the strongest second in command. You guys, charge up Reverse Mountain. The sea cow beast moved as it pulled the Yanhuang ship into the upstream current, speed increasing dramatically. The Yanhuang ship swayed wildly, nearly crashing into the cliff of the Red Earth continent. Sliding fruit, glazed Yanhuang ship. The hull of the Yanhuang ship became slippery, bouncing off the cliff when it crashed. Barrier fruit protective wall. Bartolomeo added an extra layer of protection to the hull, double protection. Good for him and good for me. Nami and Buggy held onto the railing tightly to avoid being thrown out. What reliable guys. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears, emotions running high, the Grand Line. Here we come, with a group of reliable partners. Upstream and then downstream. Although there was a bit of bumpiness and collision, They safely passed Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line. Entry complete. The new world was right before their eyes. A new chapter would be opened, and a new journey began. The Yanhuang ship stabilized. Everyone began to check for injuries and damage to the ship. The Millennia Dragon Cubs and pets locked in a room were fine, all behaving themselves. Now that things were stable, they let the Millennia Dragon Cubs out for a stroll. Beautiful Chef Carmen and Cook Rim started cooking. The first banquet upon entering the Grand Line began. Let the feast commence. Long live. Just then, the sea suddenly surged, as if some monster was about to rise. Awoo! A gigantic island whale surfaced, covered in scars. Labu sneezed, and a sheep-headed sailboat was spat out, which was none other than the Straw Hat Pirates going merry. So hungry, so delicious. Finally, Luffy was sent out by Kuroka's and immediately caught a whiff of the aroma from intothe adventure group. Is it the intothe Pirates? Is the banquet starting? Bring me along. I want to join intothe. The extremely hungry Luffy shouted loudly at intothe. At this moment, Kuroka's also emerged from the whale's belly, holding the latest newspaper. Looking at intothe on the bounty poster, then glancing at intothe on the Yanhuang ship, a trace of contemplation appeared on his face. Logically speaking, Luffy had inherited the will of Roger and Shanks. But according to the news from Jabba, this intothe had also triggered Roger's will, and his Conqueror's Haki was awakened, showing more talent than Luffy, awakening the Conqueror's Haki so quickly. Senior Kuroka's, let's go down together for the banquet. Intothe saw the Pirate King's ship doctor, Kuroka's, and, of course, wanted to take advantage of it. Whether it was his medical skills or the pointer to the Grand Line's records. Moe certainly wants the log pointer for this route from the original work. Otherwise, there would be no plot advantage at all. Moreover, there are many potential devil fruit users on this route. Have you awakened the observation Haki that allows you to hear the voices of all things? Kuroka's asked seriously, his eyes filled with skepticism. It seems so, but it works sometimes and not others. But I can understand what my little Millennium Dragons mean. Wow, what a cool green-haired bird. It even has teeth. Luffy stretched out his hands, grabbing a Millennium Dragon cub and frantically rubbing it, completely ignoring the cub's fierce resistance. Baka, that's a Millennium Dragon, you idiot. How can you treat the little dragon like this? Little lowly ABIs jumped up and knocked Luffy away with a stick, baring her teeth in frustration. It's a dragon. So cool. Luffy rubbed his head, got up, and his eyes sparkled with stars, while everyone else looked speechless. Senior Kuroka's, my ship's doctor wants to learn from you. And I want to ask if you have the log pointers for Whiskey Peak and Little Garden. Intothe looked at Kuroka's with a face full of anticipation. Did he purposefully choose the route that Roger once took? Has he really inherited Roger's will? Or is it because of the rumored prophetic abilities he possesses? However, he had just given one record pointer of this route to the Straw Hat crew. If he gave another to intothe, I wonder if there would be a conflict between the two pirate crews. On the Yanhuang ship, the Going Merry was docked nearby. The Straw Hat crew and Pirate King ship Dr. Kuroka's were all having a banquet with intothe's adventure group. No wonder Laboon hadn't crashed into any mountains these past few days. It turned out he had mistakenly swallowed Luffy and the others, and his mentor was treating Laboon. Intothe took a sip from his wine glass, looking at Kuroka's with an expression of understanding. Kuroka's, on the other hand, was observing intothe's crew, Edrago, Bartolomeo, and the bear, but noticed that Buggy seemed not to recognize him. Indeed, even though intothe had specifically instructed Buggy to greet Kuroka's and pretend to know him, Kuroka still sensed something unusual about Buggy. A hint of shadow crossed Kuroka's eyes. This intothe was not simple. A memory-type devil fruit? It was unforgivable to do such a thing to Buggy. He was definitely not someone Roger was waiting for. He was not as pure as Luffy. He was a person filled with ambition, willing to use any means necessary. The record pointer for the Whiskey Peak route was already gone. However, there were still one or two record pointers for other routes. Old man, did you notice? Truly deserving of being the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship. Not only was his medical skill extraordinary, but he was also adept at using a harpoon, mastering the two-color Haki, almost matching the strength of a vice admiral in the regular Navy headquarters. He had been stationed at Twin Cape for over 50 years. In the year 1470 of the Sea Circle calendar, parting with Brooke and promising to take care of Laboon. In 1494, he was invited onto Roger's ship. In 1495, he fought against the Golden Lion's fleet. In 1497, Roger reached the end of the Grand Line and became the Pirate King. In 1498, Roger surrendered. Apart from following Roger for more than 3 years, Kuroka spent the rest of his time at Twin Cape, witnessing over 50 years of new pirates from all over the seas, and even now, he was still unscathed. This kind of insight and strength should not be underestimated. Moe estimated that, ultimately, they couldn't defeat the seemingly old Kurokas. Even if they all attacked together, the casualties would be severe. So let's have a regular recording pointer, and we'll choose our own route randomly. At this moment, Moe smiled hypocritically. He had long had a countermeasure for this situation. Kurokas, can my ship's Dr. Kia take a look and transcribe your medical book collection? That's fine. I have some medical books that I don't really need. I can give them to you. Kurokas also saw that Moe and his group were not to be underestimated. Although they had ambitions, they were also a good seed in the pirate era. Kurokas, actually I have news about Brook. Moe dropped a bombshell, and Kurokas paused for a moment, while Labu became anxious. The sea began to churn again. Kurokas had followed Roger onto the ship with the purpose of finding Brook. Although he told Labu that there was still hope, deep down he had long given up on Brook and his crew surviving. After all, they had sailed the entire Grand Line with the Roger pirates and had no news even in the New World. Is this what you predicted? Kurokas's hidden hostility and guard lessened considerably. Brook was an idol of the older generation. A song by Binks became famous through the Rumbar pirates, spreading from the West Sea to the Grand Line and even throughout the pirate world. It became a must-sing song at pirate banquets. And even the Red Count Baroque Ladefield was a fan humming Brook's tune. Yes, I know Brook's location, which is why I want the record pointer for this route. Moe watched Kalokas with great interest. Of course, he wouldn't tell Kalokas that Brook was in the Devil's Triangle, because this place was already at the end of the Grand Line. The 7 routes would ultimately converge at the Sabaody archipelago, and the Devil's Triangle was just a little area before Sabaody, where basically all the routes had to pass through. Moe watched as Kalokas' expression changed, wondering what kind of excuse he would come up with. Kalokas knew that Moe was deliberately trying to annoy him, that pesky kid, while also testing whether he still had the record pointer for this route. But he had just said he didn't. On one hand, it was his long-held wish to reunite Labu with Brook's crew. After sailing for so many years, Kalokas had never encountered such fickle pirates. Most pirates were straightforward and preferred to settle things with a fight. Next to him came Labu's pleas, and Kalokas sighed. Actually, I still have a record pointer for this route. Let me check. Really? That's great, Senior Kalokas. At this moment, Moe looked like an old yin-yang person, showing no signs of the domineering aura of the Conqueror's haki. Seeing Moe's appearance of not letting go until he seized the rabbit, Kurokas returned to Twin Cape to bring back a recording pointer, along with many precious medical books. You little brat, are you satisfied now? Thanks for the gift from the great senior. Having achieved his goal, Moe thought, no matter how cunning you old fox are, you still have to drink my foot wash, even if you don't give me the recording pointer or if you don't have it. Do you think I want to follow the Straw Hat Pirates into this route? As long as I enter this route, I can continue sailing with a regular recording pointer. In fact, Brook, who was thought to be dead, well, he actually died once, but due to the Yomi Yomi Nomi, he was revived once and is now trapped in one place. As for the other members of the Rumbar Pirates, they have perished. Why is it like this? Kurokas and Laboon both showed sad expressions, but fortunately, there is still one Brook left. What a miraculous devil fruit. It can actually bring someone back to life. The members of the Moe adventure team and the Straw Hat Pirates were all astonished. So, I'm entrusting you to find Brook and rescue him. Kurokas saw that Moe still hadn't mentioned Brook's location, feeling a bit frantic inside, but there was nothing he could do. It's an obligation. Moe had a solemn and dignified expression. Brook's Yomi Yomi Nomi had a certain restraint over Big Mom's Soru Soranomi. How could he let such a crew member go? Laboon, we will find Brook. Before that, don't crash into any walls and take care of yourself. After hearing the news about Brook, Laboon's mood improved, and he agreed to Moe. Kurokas looked at Moe's group. Although Moe was a bit cunning and ruthless, he still had a kind heart deep down, as long as his interests were not infringed upon. The Straw Hat crew had eaten and drunk their fill and were eager to embark on a new adventure. Moe did not forget to give the good quick knife, Snow Walk, to Zoro, which was one of his deals with Dragon. Under Zoro's grateful gaze, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail. The Moe adventure team is the same. After everyone helped copy most of the important medical books, along with some gifted medical books, Nami became familiar with using the log pose after a day. Moe and his group then set off shortly after. Thanks to the sea cow beast Moo Moo pulling the ship, their speed was significantly faster than the Straw Hats. The distance between the islands and the Grand Line is not short, and the larger the island, the more stable the magnetic field. However, the longer it takes for the log pose to gather magnetic force. For example, on the ancient island of Little Flower Garden, it takes more than a week just for the log pose to gather enough magnetic force to point to the next island. In this case, Some unnecessary islands are indeed a bit of a waste of time for MOE. It seems it's time to contact Dorag and Yumi. It's time to collect the rewards for our cooperation. On the Grand Line, aboard the Yin Huang. What was that hail just now? The hailstones were bigger than people. And I even saw hailstones larger than the ship. This Grand Line is terrifying. Nami and the other girls had tears on their faces that hadn't dried yet. And the officers and captain looked dazed. Fortunately, there was Edra-S sonic cannon, Bartolino-S barrier, and MOE-S sliding shield. Otherwise, an ordinary pirate crew would have been finished long ago. Nami, do you understand the importance of a navigator now? A good navigator can predict the weather based on slight changes. In the future, the burden on your shoulders will be heavy. I'm counting on you. Feeling MOE-S seriousness and emphasis, Nami understood. I will study navigation well, and 1T let everyone S trust down. Nami also realized the importance of a navigator and began to value her navigation talent, which must be developed as soon as possible. The little Millennium Dragon is growing up too. It can be used to make a swing basket, allowing a few little dragons to pull you up into the sky to observe the weather, scout islands, and of course enjoy the scenery. Captain MOE, you're so smart to think of this. ABI's looked at MOE with admiration, stars in her eyes. This is a great suggestion. Nami, ignoring the others' gazes, gave MOE a kiss. With the development of the slippery fruit, MOE seems to be getting more handsome, or rather, more beautiful. No, it's handsome. The passive effect of gaining favor from the opposite sex is getting better and better. The distance to be on par with the Pirate Empress is not far away. The Pirate Beauty Emperor will surely make a name for himself throughout the world. In the captain's office, Secretary Sweetheart Queen handed over a snail phone, while Intelligence Officer Morty began taking notes and organizing various newspapers and bounties. Buru Buru. Hello, Dorag. Are you ready for the advanced application of the three-colored hockey? I can't wait. MOE could no longer hold back his desire to become stronger, while on the other side, Dorag had a white listening-proof din-din mushing next to his phone bug. Ready, my strategic advisor. What the hell? The news from the underground world is indeed released by you guys. Don't mind the details. Let's start receiving the cultivation method for the three-color domineering. Dorag decisively changed the topic and began to dictate the advanced cultivation method for the three-color domineering, while Morty took note seriously. The Sweetheart Queen didn't forget to pick up a bunch of grapes that Li Jia had just sent in and peeled one to feed to MOE. All right, is the recording done? Now tell me, which underground emperor is CP0? Listen carefully, it's the Carnival Queen, Stussy. By the way, to celebrate our cooperation, I'll tell you a secret you may not know. Don Quixote da Flamingo is a celestial dragon. Understood. Without further ado, Dorag immediately called for a meeting to start planning the underground world layout. Bolu Bolu, Yulil it's really you. I thought you were someone from another force. I didn't expect you to be a greenhorn, just out to sea. The unique, cunning laughter of the shipping king, Yumit, came from the Den Den Mushy. So, you don't plan to cooperate? MOE won't be shy or afraid of the sea transport king. He feels much more confident now. You really possess the ability of a devil fruit user with prophetic powers, right? You don't need to worry about that. Are the devil fruit encyclopedia and the permanent pointers for the islands of the Grand Line ready? Yumite was momentarily taken aback, but wasn't angry. After all, uncovering the traitor of the underground emperor and obtaining the pure gold that grants immortality are things he desperately wants. I will make a copy of everything I already have for you. The sea transport heads of the East Sea and the Grand Line will also actively cooperate with you. Where should I send the encyclopedia and the permanent pointers? To the Whiskey Peak of the Grand Line. Send them over as quickly as possible. I will stay for a few days. Exposing your location like this is quite dangerous. My little MOE. Give me the phone snail numbers of the other underground emperors later. Let's first talk about the identity of the traitor. Okay, it's the queen of the festival, Stussy. She is a member of CP0 under the world government. MOE repeated this sentence once again, one item sold for multiple times. It turned out to be Stussy. I understand now. I'll give you the numbers of the other 4 underground emperors as well. But I won't give you Stussy's phone number. The Sea King, you might, immediately strengthened his security measures. The underground world had been infiltrated too severely by the world government. Even the underground emperors were CP0's people, which filled him with unease. He didn't even dare to tell his other non-core subordinates. Should he share this news with the other underground emperors? With crises looming, he first needed to prepare for self-preservation, and then unite with others to take down CP0. MOE, with a smile on his face, hung up the snail phone. He had obtained the 3-color hockey, the devil fruit encyclopedia, and the permanent pointer. At the same time, the pirate world and the underground dark world were about to become chaotic. At this moment, It was time to rise amidst the chaos and develop during the turmoil. Navy, don't focus your attention on Mo's adventure group. Go worry about the underground world instead. Huh, should we take a shot at Blackbeard Teach? Forget it, Teach is also working on breaking this world structure, so let's not disrupt this plot for now. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Let's see who can laugh last. I wonder if you might has passed the news to the other Dark Emperors. Mo was preparing to fish in troubled waters again, hoping to gain some unexpected rewards. Bolo bolo. A voice full of magnetism came from a telephone bug that had transformed into a figure dressed in a pink feather coat and wearing pink glasses. This was Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, king of Dressrosa, and an underground world intermediary. Hee Doflamingo, I'm Moe. I have a deal I want to discuss with you. Is this the new king? Are you interested in joining the Don Quixote family? With your conqueror's hockey. There's no need for these useless words. Kings coexist. Do you think you are Rox or Roger? Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, clearly quite angry. Kid, you are very arrogant. Brother, let's get down to business. Do you want to give the world government a shot? What do you mean? Do you have information? There's a CP0 lurking in the underground world, right beside you. You're in danger, Doflamingo. Am I afraid of a mouse? Are you looking down on me? All right then, what about the original heart? How about it? Can we talk business now? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression immediately darkened. A prophecy-type devil fruit? It's really more bug than the toy fruit. Can't keep any secrets, can you? I wonder what the limitations are. I need to find a chance to eliminate this ability user. You're good. Speak, what do you want? I want the artificial devil fruit left by Caesar. Not bad. Mo, you wanted to trick Momonosuke into not having a devil fruit to eat. The pirate king can be ignored, but Momonosuke must die. Doflamingo didn't know if Moe, the prophecy user, was aware of the drawbacks of the artificial devil fruit. There is a high chance of death, or becoming a smile user, with less than half a chance of becoming a devil fruit user. Dressrosa, the royal plateau. Doflamingo, in his pink feather coat, held a stylish telephone bug. Could it be that the artificial devil fruit left by Vegapunk had something special? Why did Moe want it? Doflamingo, known as the philanthropist of devil fruits, had eliminated the gold fruit, the op fruit, and the flame fruit. What do you want this artificial devil fruit for? Does it have something special? Don't you know eating such a fruit has a 50 chance of death? Doflamingo still posed this question to Moe. I just don't want someone I absolutely despise to eat it. Brother, you should know you've lost the op fruit and the gold fruit before. As the saying goes, don't speak of pain when talking, don't hit the face when fighting. Moe was completely giving Doflamingo no face. You're mocking me. Doflamingo's veins bulged, his fingers twitching rapidly as if controlling something. Don't get angry. Think about that heart pirate captain. It's not easy to be in such a high position. Where's this fruit going? Without a second thought, Doflamingo sent the fruit over, simultaneously preparing to personally take action against Moe, the prophecy user. Only I can possess it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, brother, I'm also collaborating with you, mate. Just hand the fruit over to him. He will help you deliver it. No need for you to come over. I'm quite scared don't do anything out of line, or I don't know if Morgan's the big news will report some big news about the Heart Pirates tomorrow. You're good. It's been a while since I've met such an interesting opponent. Doflamingo had reached his limit, and the conqueror's hockey began to surge. Calm down. My partner, I am very trustworthy. Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District is a member of CP0. Be sure to pay attention to safety. At the same time, are you ready to welcome the chaos of the underground world? It's time to start grabbing the big meat. The bastards of the world government have reached here too. You be careful, Kid Moe. Don't get killed by the world government. Doflamingo was well aware of the power of the world government. They would not let Moe, this disruptor of the world order, off easily. After instructing Caesar to hand over this artificial devil fruit to Umite's base, Doflamingo also began to make moves against Stussy's interests. Caesar had used the artificial devil fruit left by Vegapunk to replicate and create so many smile fruits. This was a fruit of commemorative significance. But thinking of that bastard Vegapunk, combined with Doflamingo's orders, Caesar unhesitatingly sent the fruit out. Moe also contacted the head of the shipping base at Umite and sent them to Whiskey Peak. Moe then reached out to the king of Lone Sharks, Fortune God Rufied, revealing the identity of Stussy and mentioning that he would have a large amount of gold available in the future, which is the gold from the Sky Island that hasn't been obtained yet. Ultimately, he established a preliminary cooperative relationship with Rufied. He also did business with the old brand in the warehouse industry, the Hiders Gibson, by sharing news about Stussy as material storage could be useful. As for the funeral home tycoon Drago Piklu, Moe felt strong disgust towards those who engage in organ and limb businesses, and didn't even bother to make a phone call. The most important person, of course, was the president of the World News Agency, Big News Morgans. As Moe understood the importance of information, Morgans controls the seagulls of the pirate world, monopolizing the newspaper industry and closely cooperating with the Navy. He himself is also a devil fruit user with a bird fruit, albatross form. Buzz, this is the news agency. Do you have any big news to report? Morgan's sharp voice pierced through the phone bug and reached Moe's ears. Yes, and it's big news, but I'm afraid you won't dare to report it. Huh? What big news is there that Morgans wouldn't dare to report? Who are you? My name is Moe. You should know Morgans. The rookie king, Yin Moe, a user of a prophetic devil fruit ability. Huh? I'm so happy to meet you. What big news do you need to report? I'm already excited. Just thinking about the countless secrets Moe might know made Morgans ecstatic. He loved explosive news, not just for the surge in newspaper sales, but also for his personal thrill. Take it slow. There will be secrets, there will be news, but let's talk about compensation first. What big news do you want to report? How much berries do you need? This news will shake the underground world and may offend the world government. Do you dare to report it? What do I have to be afraid of? All right, I don't need monetary compensation. I just need you to report the positions of the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals to me every day. You want me to monitor these big shots? That's very dangerous. You have so many seagulls. Just send a few to act as newspaper seagulls, keeping an eye on them from a kilometer high. Can't you all think of something so simple? I don't believe these people are using observation hockey every day to spot your seagulls. Even if they know the seagulls are monitoring them and take them out, it's just a few seagulls lost. The loss isn't significant. That is actually a good idea. All right, I agree. So what's today's big news? Listen carefully. The Queen of Pleasure Street is a CP0 member. However, you need to hold off on releasing this news for a few days to allow the other underground emperors to prepare to divide her territory. Stussy, is your information accurate? If it's true, I'll offend the world government. And if it's false, I'll offend Stussy. 100% accurate. If others don't believe it, you can release the prophetic news I provided the next day and shift the blame to me, all right? Good brotherhood. Moe. Morgans certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to shift blame. Morgans immediately gathered his most trusted editors to organize the information and prepare to publish the news 2 days later. Several underground emperors began to take action. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone was on high alert. The Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, and the funeral home tycoon Drago Piklu also clearly felt the movements of the other underground emperors, feeling puzzled and uneasy. After all, every faction would engage in planting spies among each other. The hidden high-level insider, although unaware of what major event was happening, could not hide the mobilization of personnel and troops from too many people. At this time, Moe's adventure group was nearing Whiskey Peak, ready to receive his reward. After 2 days of brewing, Morgans published the newspaper titled Queen of Pleasure Street Stussy, hidden in the darkness of CP0, and soon the seagulls flew to the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Before Stussy and Drago Piklu could react, Doflamingo, who hated the celestial dragons and the world government, took the lead in launching an attack, looting a considerable amount of Stussy's assets and money. The king of loan sharks, Fortune God Rufied, and the old brand in the warehouse industry, the Hiders, Gibson, also took advantage of the chaos to seize a lot of territory and resources. The 4 announced simultaneously their refusal to recognize Stussy as the CP0 underground emperor. Drago Piklu gained nothing and lived in fear for several days. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army quietly took advantage of Stussy's forces fighting against the other factions, scavenging a lot of resources from Stussy's territory amidst the chaos. The Revolutionary Army was so poor that they didn't despise anything. They truly spared no effort in taking every little bit. On the Earth Huayan, wow, these guys actually coordinated so well to attack simultaneously. The Revolutionary Army must have profited a lot too. If only my influence had reached the New World. I'd also want to take a bite of the meat. Moe sighed, showing no awareness that his few phone calls had ruined the years of work put into the underground organization by Stussy. The Whiskey Peak had arrived. Nami held a monocular telescope, looking ahead at Mary Joa. Damn it, why has the underground power that has been operating for so long vanished in just a few days? That useless Stussy. The curly-haired Gorisei leaned on his cane, stirring up endless winds. His home country is called John Bull, so let's call him John Bull curly-haired Gorisei. Just like the original home country of the Don Quixote family is Dressrosa. We need to investigate why Morgans released the news so quickly and how several underground world scoundrels acted simultaneously. The bald Gorosei, resembling Gorbachev, propped his chin and said slowly, "His home country is Ivizu, so let's call him Ivizu Bald Gorosei. Is someone secretly uniting them to attack at the same time?" This golden-haired Gorosei, resembling a certain president from the beautiful country, hails from Eagle Country, so let's tentatively call him Eagle Golden-haired Gorosei. It seems the Revolutionary Army is also involved, seizing quite a few things. Could it be them? The long-haired Gorosei squinted, revealing a thoughtful expression. His home country is Great Heaven Country, so let's call him Great Heaven Long-haired Gorosei. Should we take action to clean up these scum? The bald Gorosei, holding a sword, had a murderous look on his face. This Gorosei came up from a place of a net of 5 long guards. He learned the sword techniques and supreme great knife from Sakura country and imitated the hairstyle and appearance of the ninjas from the Ganges country. He eliminated the so-called universe invincible little stick Semida, the so-called undefeated Eastern Little U Prince, and the so-called epic invincible rabbit-eared knight. He ultimately called himself the son at the Ganges Gorosei, so let us refer to him as son at the Ganges Bald Gorosei. As for the original Gorosei from the Daily Milk Law country, due to insufficient strength, he has already been killed by a certain tail of the field powerhouse. His name is Steelbone Kong. Let's teach Doflamingo and a few other small dark entities a good lesson. The biggest problem now is not these rats, but the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. CP0 should send more people to infiltrate the Revolutionary Army. Of course, we can't neglect the underground world and the 4 emperors of the pirates. After so many years, what kind of storms haven't we seen? When things are not clear, it's obvious that the Revolutionary Army has to take the blame for MOE. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. What do you think, Crane? Sengoku looked solemnly at the news. CP0 has been operating in the underground world for so long, yet it was wiped out without any major signs. I have an idea. That coward MOE took action, muddling the waters, and Admiral Kong asked us to send the 3 admirals to suppress the underground dark world and the Revolutionary Army. The Navy's Chief of Staff, Crane, still so wise, saw through this chaotic situation at a glance, making layered deductions from the seemingly thoughtless information, thinking of MOE, who possesses the power of a prophecy-type devil fruit. Then everything seems to make a bit of sense. The whole world is focused on the new world. Who would care about this rookie king? Are you saying MOE sent messages to these underground kings, stirring up chaos and fading from people's sight? This is very likely. Otherwise, why would several underground emperors suddenly take action, even involving the Revolutionary Army? That damn bastard has caused significant losses to the world government and disrupted the stability of the seas. It seems this kid has grown a lot, managing to cooperate with these underground emperors and even having connections with the Revolutionary Army. Now Akainu, Akiji, and Garp have all set off to stabilize the situation in the New World, while Kizaru remains at headquarters, watching Sabaody. And Momonosuke and Chopper go to marry Joa to protect the Celestial Dragons. I wonder if Sister Gion can tolerate these Celestial Dragons. The Chief of Staff, Crane, actually showed a hint of worry in her eyes. The Kazoka will protect Gion well. After all, he likes Gion so much. And protecting the Celestial Dragons is also a necessary path for candidate admirals. All who become admirals must first become candidate admirals, complete the task of protecting the Celestial Dragons, ensuring the admiral's loyalty to the world government, and enduring the Celestial Dragons' unreasonable demands. Of course, the Gorosei will also instruct other Celestial Dragons not to be too excessive towards the Navy. Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral long ago because of this requirement, preferring not to see the Celestial Dragons. The 5 Vice Admirals of the Demon Slayer Order must also guard the headquarters, and the 3 giant Vice Admirals are the same. The 5 Vice Admirals of the Demon Slayer Order are Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Fighting Dog Dowman, Stokeberry, and Fire Mountain. The 3 giant Vice Admirals are John Jander, Rockvar, and Longs. The 3 giant Vice Admirals were smashed by Whitebeard during the Marineford War, having very little screen time, and when they appeared, they were knocked down. Crane pondered for a moment and sighed, saying, with the growth speed of MOE's adventure group, the ordinary strength of the headquarters Vice Admirals can no longer stabilize them. Let us send the strongest Dalmesia from the expedition team. Dalmesia, although not as strong as the 5 Vice Admirals of the Demon Slayer Order, is also a formidable hawkish Vice Admiral of the headquarters, with the Inu no Mi, Barley Town form, and proficient in both color of observation and color of armament, as well as the 6 styles. Let us go with what you said. The other Vice Admirals will follow Garp in them to the New World. The 5 headquarters vice admirals, Jean-Jacques Bastiu, Chaser Mena, Steel Tellys, Mozambique, and Kesha all received their orders and set sail. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Whiskey Peak. The port was filled with crowds welcoming Mo.As adventure group. What's going on? Why are the islanders welcoming pirates? Nami looked puzzled and quickly noticed something was off. Just a bunch of greedy pirate hunters. Let's deal with them. We'll stay for a day or two, wait to get the poneglyph, permanent log pose, and devil fruit, and then leave immediately. Mo.Ye looked at the clowns with a face full of indifference. Captain, it seems the Straw Hat Pirates are also feasting up there. Buggy's head flew in the sky, raising his hand to survey the situation on the island. I suddenly want to test the results of my training over the past few days. No way, Captain, not again. Everyone looked at Mo.Ye with fear on their faces. Don't worry, this time you all stand behind me. It won't affect you at all. Mo.Ye laughed heartily. Then his expression quickly turned serious. Quick! Hide behind the captain. Pay attention. Bucky's head quickly retreated back to his body. Buzz! The world lost its color. In Whiskey Town, the people who had just been enthusiastically welcoming them were instantly knocked into a daze by a powerful conqueror's hockey, rolling their eyes back. Thud clang one by one. Pirate hunters fell down limply. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were eating meat and drinking, were pressured by the overwhelming aura and immediately regained their senses, becoming alert. Meanwhile, the sword god Joseph, the sword saint Johnny, and Usopp lay there dumbfounded. What's going on? Sanji was shocked. That beast-like pressure. Zoro's expression was serious. What happened? Why are they all asleep? Luffy had a face full of question marks. Land on the island. Handle things. Yes, Captain. There should be quite a bit of treasure, right? The thief Nami and the money-loving Bucky were the first to rush into loot wallets and such. Captain, this doesn't leave us any room to act. Hidalgo looked gloomy, and Bartolomeo and Akin agreed with him. At the Whiskey Peak port, it's settled. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Ha ha ha. Seeing Mo.Ye's impressive effect, he felt a bit uplifted. Bucky and Nami were already happily rummaging through wallets. He noticed that in the crowd, there were still a few people standing. The snot bomb man, Mr. 5, and the kilogram woman, Miss Valentine, were both stunned by Mo.Ye's conqueror's hockey. Watching Mo.Ye and his group of ability users, Flying Bucky, the red-fisted bear, Hidalgo spewing laser beams, Eric wielding air blades, and Bartle holding up a shield, they completely lost the courage to resist. Mo.Ye, with keen eyes, immediately ordered people to bind them upon seeing them, to prevent them from escaping. The bounty for the bomb man, Mr. 5, is 10 million berries, while the bounty for the kilogram woman, Miss Valentine's Day, is 5 million berries. At this moment, among the standing people, a head of blue hair caught Mo.Ye's attention. As expected of one of the 20 royal descendants, Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. She looked at the devil-like man with a hint of fear, swallowing hard. Beside her, the curly-haired Icolum also stood up trembling, positioning himself in front of Vivi, vowing to protect the princess of the kingdom at all costs. Mo.Ye, what have you done? You put Usopp and the others to sleep, Luffy said, quite displeased, as Mo.Ye had interrupted his meal. How can you eat so happily? These people are bounty hunters, and there's sleeping powder in the food and drinks. Aren't you afraid of getting your kidneys taken? Given Drago's reputation, Mo.Ye wouldn't have any ill intentions towards Luffy for now. Oh no, getting my kidneys taken? That's terrifying. My gum fruit is most afraid of sharp weapons cutting, Luffy said, clutching his waist and looking as if he was in pain. Mo.Ye, thanks again for the gifted sword, Zoro said as he approached with a bottle of alcohol, greeting Mo.Ye. At this moment, the needle sword behind Mo.Ye shot a fierce glance at Zoro, not having forgotten the cut Zoro had made on his face. Do you want to have a swordsmanship duel? Sure. Mo.Ye and Zoro stepped aside, and everyone made way. 3-sword style, Oni slash. Slide fruit. Silent instant slash. The sound of swords clashing echoed as the two passed each other, quickly turning around to prepare for a second strike. Zoro, my naming skills aren't as good as yours. Let's talk, keep going. Zoro charged forward with his sword drawn, while Mo.Ye laughed heartily, seemingly recalling something amusing. 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Slide fruit. Azure Wave. 3-sword style, Bull Demon. Brave Claw. Slide fruit. Silencer. Why do your sword techniques always target below? Zoro was a bit angry, as Mo.Ye's moves were all aimed low. Haha, why do you care? Take another hit from me. Slide fruit. Help is gone. Mo.Ye directly attacked Zoro's groin. 3-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. Slip fruit. Blue Elf. After Zoro blocked Mo.Ye's attack again, he suddenly felt a bit unwilling to continue fighting. I'm not going to fight anymore. You're not a true swordsman. You're a scummy lowlife. This duel between swordsmen came to an abrupt end. Swordsman Gorith and Needle Sword Appin immediately took Moye's place, teaming up to spar with Zoro. At this moment, Usopp woke up and saw Moye. 500 million berries for the notorious pirate, the Emperor of Beauty, Moye. We only bought the latest newspaper after Twin Cape. It's terrifying. The entire Moye pirates are wanted. Usopp looked at Moye's group in horror. Vivi also snapped back to reality from her shock, as if she saw hope, and rushed forward. Captain Moye, please help my country. A war is about to break out in my country. I beg you. Vivi looked at Moye with pleading eyes, filled with hopeful tears. Looking at one of the 20 kings, the descendant of the Nefertari family, Moye couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. How had they become so weak? Although he didn't want to admit it, Moye believed that every celestial dragon descendant had the chance to awaken Conqueror's Haki. After all, the 20 kings were all-powerful figures capable of resolving great kingdoms and establishing the world government. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A mouse's child can dig a hole. Coincidentally, in the setting, Conqueror's Haki is innate and can be inherited genetically. Of course, one cannot overlook the rise of unexpected kings. This kind of aura and character indeed needs an environment to grow. The later celestial dragons lived in a life of luxury every day. How could they possibly awaken Conqueror's Haki? Just look at the beaten celestial dragon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the Trash Mountain Ace. Both awakened Conqueror's Haki at a young age, showcasing their strong talent. As for Doflamingo's brother, he was crying at the moment of his near death. Due to his character, he couldn't awaken Conqueror's Haki. Even a main character, Luffy, only awakened Conqueror's Haki at 17. Ace's Conqueror's Haki ceased to grow, even regressing, after he became Whitebeard's son and the 2nd Division commander, because his belief faded away. His goal of defeating the world's strongest and becoming the Pirate King, breaking the shadow of Roger, turned into only Dad can become the Pirate King. Without an unwavering belief, Conqueror's Haki will only get weaker. When Green Pepper was hammered by Carp, once his proud pointed head was gone, his Conqueror's Haki never grew again, and in Dressrosa, he was even slightly weaker than Luffy. Doflamingo was also hammered by Kaido, and he probably got scared. Thinking of Kaido makes him break out in a cold sweat. Thus, his Conqueror's Haki stagnated, and Luffy's Conqueror's Haki has already caught up to him. What I can't understand is what the belief in Conqueror's Haki of Rayleigh and Katakuri is. How could they remain so strong while being in a subordinate position? If Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki could continue to grow after Roger's death, then would Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki continue to grow after Big Mom's death or after separating from her? Why should I help you? Moye said coldly to Wei Wei that he wouldn't get up early without profit, and he wasn't a philanthropist. Even if he took this route, and even if Moye would fight against the Sand Crocodile, he was still fighting for his own interests. Moye would not underestimate Sand Crocodile, who possesses the Sand fruit in the Desert Kingdom and is very likely to have developed it to the awakened state. Even if his Haki has degraded and he no longer has Haki, he is not an easy opponent. Do you think you also possess the protagonist's halo? In the desert, he could trap you until you die, using a sandstorm to play kite tactics with you, cutting off your water and food for dozens of days, harassing you without engaging in close combat, trapping you. What can you do about it? For so many years, no Yonko, no Admiral, and no other warlord have been able to take him down. Doesn't that indicate something? The reason he occupies the Desert Kingdom is precisely because of the home advantage, right? Of course, there may also be reasons related to ancient weapons. In such an environment, even if Sand Crocodile cannot defeat the Yonko or Admirals, can't he just blend into the desert and escape? No one wants to take down anyone else. Only when encountering the protagonist do they repeatedly miss the chance to finish him off. As a mage, he even engages in close combat and gets taken down by a bucket of water. Moye firmly believes that he does not have the aura of intelligence reduction or the protagonist's halo. Therefore, if Moye wants to take down the Sand Crocodile, he needs to make a lot of preparations. Wei Wei is very desperate and did not expect Moye to refuse her like this. We will help you. Luffy boldly declared he would stand up for others. The protagonist's halo automatically distinguishes between good and evil. Although Moye knows that the Nefertari clan did not become celestial dragons, they are still one of the 20 kings. In an instant, they are enemies of the D clan, having participated in the war to overthrow the Great Kingdom 800 years ago while operating the Pluton to take down the D clan. Perhaps the Nefertari clan, with the Pluton, could take out a D clan member with one shot. After achieving success, they could retreat with the Pluton back to Alabasta. At this moment, a merchant ship surfaced on the sea. The captain is the shipping king, Yumit. The informant Morty looked at the flag of the ship and explained to everyone. Goodness. As expected of the deep-sea current Yumit, they truly possess some things, technology, or devil fruits. Their speed is astonishing. Moe sighed, saying that it could compete with some express delivery services on Blue Star. My reward is here. Whiskey Peak Port, Nami and Buggy, who had already finished looting, returned to the ship. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were specially instructed by Moe to be tied up with ropes soaked in seawater, and there were often people adding water, because Moe's group still hadn't targeted the devil fruit users with sea prism stone. The crew also replenished the consumed freshwater food and vegetables. Master Moe, this is a package that Lord Yumite asked us to deliver to you. Please accept it. A responsible person from the Sea Transport King, accompanied by several crew members, respectfully delivered a large box and 2 small boxes to Moe on the Yanhuang ship. Moe returned to the ship, opened 3 boxes, and after inspecting them, let the people from the Sea Transport King leave. The Sea Transport King's ship was also clean and efficient, as if equipped with some quick technological tools, coating itself at a remarkable speed. In the eyes of the crowd, it immediately submerged and disappeared without a trace. Indeed, it was one of the 6 major, now 5 major emperors of the underground, the deep-sea current Yumite. This capability is not simple. Its logistics ability and speed rival that of the logistics system of Blue Star, which is terrifying. Moe opened 2 small boxes again, one containing a devil fruit encyclopedia and the other holding a man-made devil fruit that resembled an apple with circular patterns. This was the artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk using the bloodline factor of Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, which we can tentatively call the Jiaolong fruit. It was the pink dragon-shaped devil fruit that the scoundrel Momonosuke had eaten. When he opened the large box, he found 7 layers of permanent pointers neatly arranged, each labeled with the names of islands, representing the 7 sea routes of the Grand Line. Each layer contained dozens of permanent pointers covering the islands that the Sea Transport King could reach. In that moment, Moe felt an unprecedented excitement. Mondo. We can go wherever we want. What is the point of magnetic force? This is an adventure trip that can be embarked upon at a moment's notice. Why be constrained by routes or magnetic forces? Moe's adventure crew can jump horizontally between the 7 routes repeatedly. Moe, you're amazing. Nami jumped onto Moe's back, swaying back and forth as the waves surged. Moe was momentarily distracted, noticing that Nami's figure had improved significantly lately, which he couldn't help but attribute to his own efforts. Once he calmed down, Moe addressed the crowd. This is an artificial devil fruit, a highly potential mythical Zoan type. However, there's a 50 chance of dying upon consumption, a chance of becoming a smile user who can only laugh, or possibly turning into a half-animal hybrid, with only a 10 chance of becoming a complete mythical Zoan user. Who among you dares to try it? The crowd exchanged glances. The negative effects of this artificial devil fruit were too numerous, with only a 10 success rate. The women, without a doubt, were too scared to attempt it, believing that following Moe would surely lead to opportunities to obtain a devil fruit in the future. The battle-hungry Crick was somewhat eager, but also frightened, still hesitating. At this moment, Akin, expressionless, looked at the newly joined officer, the scythe-wielding Eric. Captain, I want to give a try. I will definitely become your strongest subordinate. Under the gaze of the crowd, Akin bit into the artificial devil fruit. Ugh, it tasted awful. Akin grimaced, suddenly collapsing on the deck, struggling and letting out beast-like growls, appearing to endure immense pain. Akin, hang in there. I believe in you. I refuse to believe you'll die just like this. I want you to become my officer, and together we will traverse the seas. Moe showed a hint of reluctance and loudly encouraged Ajin. Every crew member was cheering for Ajin, shouting, "Is this what it feels like to have companions? This is the Moe adventure team, like family. Roar!" Ajin lay on the deck, crying out in pain, as his hands and feet began to transform into claws, and a tail emerged. Ajin tugged at his neck, which elongated, slowly turning into a dragon's head. It was a pink dragon, but it wasn't over yet. Ajin roared, his eyes turning red, and his body gradually changed from pink to blood red. He continuously spewed out blood-colored clouds, and the blood dragon that Ajin transformed into soared into the sky on the blood clouds. Ajin, you did it. Everyone was very happy, and Klika showed a hint of envy in his eyes, only able to blame his momentary hesitation for missing this opportunity. Ajin flew back to the deck, panting, and looked at Moe with tears in his eyes. Captain, I did it. I knew you could do it. My 6th officer. I will not disappoint your training. Captain, I will definitely seize the position of the strongest officer. You become arrogant, Ajin. Adlagu and Bartolomeo looked displeased. Buggy, the bear, and the new officer Eric were indifferent. They weren't vying for the strongest position. There will be plenty of opportunities to spar in the future. Which title sounds better, Blood Dragon Ajin or Ghost Dragon Ajin? Should we contact the Navy about this? Haha. Moe made a joke at this moment, and Ajin's face turned a rare shade of red, filled with anticipation for the future. I must become the strongest officer under Captain Moe. At Whiskey Peak, next to the port, the Moe Adventure Group held a banquet on the Yin Huang ship to celebrate Ajin's successful consumption of the artificial devil fruit. The Straw Hat crew naturally joined in, along with the sad Princess Vivi. Even though the Straw Hat crew promised to help her deal with the big shots behind Baroque Works, Vivi wasn't very confident in Luffy and their strength. What she cared about more was the powerful Moe Adventure Group, which had 6 officers, all of whom were devil fruit users. Even Moe's secretary, Sweetheart Queen, was a devil fruit user, not to mention that Captain Moe himself was also a strong devil fruit user. The scene where he instantly took down the entire port of bounty hunters was still fresh in her memory. She had never seen such a formidable person before. So she made a decision that went against her ancestors. She wanted to seduce the handsome Moe, which was definitely a safe bet. Hundreds of bound bounty hunters finally woke up, but could only watch helplessly as Moe's group and the Straw Hat crew held their banquet. Moe, will you be able to set sail tomorrow? Didn't Kuroka's say that the log pose can only point to the next island once it has fully recorded the magnetic force? Luffy looked at Moe and the others with a puzzled expression. The log pose on Luffy's ship still needed some time to fully record the magnetic force. No way. No way. You guys must know that there is something called a permanent pointer in this world, right? The old trickster Buggy immediately jumped out to give the Straw Hat crew a knowing jab. I also have the permanent pointer to my country, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi took out a log pose that would always point in one direction. This was the permanent pointer. A permanent pointer is one that has long been filled with magnetic force, and, through certain techniques, will permanently point to a specific island. How amazing, Vivi! Then let's take your permanent pointer and go directly to your country. Luffy immediately became interested and excited. Luffy, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, but the Baroque Works crew is too powerful. It's not something your 6-person pirate crew can handle. Vivi shouted at Luffy with a worried expression. Vivi, we will get stronger during this time. Luffy looked at his companions, filled with confidence. The Pirate King's crew wouldn't be too weak. How could someone who didn't even know about Haki defeat Crocodile, who possessed a Logia-type devil fruit? Buggy, whose name can't be read backward, couldn't help but chime in again. What Logia-type devil fruit? Aren't we going to help Vivi quell the rebellion? Luffy looked at Buggy and Vivi with confusion. Moe and his group looked helpless on the Yin Huang ship. The Moe adventure team is having a banquet. The Straw Hat Kid, with his natural-type devil fruit, is like Smoker, the smoke man from Lowtown, who cannot be hit without Haki. Buggy seriously explained this to Luffy, his eyes showing an intellectual dominance, taking a sip of his drink and smacking his lips. So that smoky guy is actually a natural-type devil fruit user? Zoro and Sanji also recalled the scene of being crushed by Smoker, feeling that frustration of being completely unable to hit back. So, is there no way to defeat natural types? Why were you able to injure the smoke man? Moe, is it that Haki you mentioned? Although Luffy is a bit dense, his battle instincts and awareness are quite strong. Yes, it's Haki. Without methods or guidance, it's very hard for Haki to awaken. Moe looked at Luffy and recalled Sabo. Under the training of Dragon and Kuma, Sabo mastered Haki at the age of 17, able to go to battle, conquer cities. And it was all effortless. In contrast, Luffy set sail at 17, knowing nothing, not even who his real father was. However, as the protagonist, Luffy's talent is undeniable. After just 2 years of training, he is likely already surpassing Sabo. By 19, Luffy was already fighting the 4 emperors and has now become one of the 5 emperors. He is indeed a young talent. The protagonist of Naruto Next Door also became a Hokage in his teens. Poor Pirate King Roger was still considered a rookie at 25, only starting the god-level quest against rocks at 39 and diagnosed with a terminal illness by 49. At 50, he was ambushed by rock subordinate Shiki, and at 52, he became the Pirate King, disbanded his crew, and only then found a wife, marrying Rouge. By 53, he was executed. This Roger, who caused misfortune for Rouge, led her to give birth to Ace while fleeing from pursuers, carrying him for more than 20 months. Ultimately, Rouge died from complications during childbirth, leaving the tragic orphan Ace behind. He didn't even have anyone from the Roger Pirates to protect her, Not even the crew knew of Ace's existence, only letting Garp adopt him. Poor Rouge, marrying Roger and dying so unjustly. I wonder if it was because Port-Gas D. Rouge is also from the D lineage that she was chosen as a tool for reproduction. Given Rouge's age, she was probably only in her 20s, while Roger was already 52 and aware of his terminal illness. Is this what love is? Yes, this is love. That being said, how can one awaken Haki? Luffy, without considering the current relationship between the two pirate crews, started asking about Haki training methods, being so straightforward. Continuous physical training and constant fighting. Moe also gave his answer, which is already quite reasonable. Carp and Dorag do not teach Luffy Haki, so what can we outsiders teach? However, Luffy's physical foundation has already been solidified by Carp, which is very solid, and he will soon accumulate and burst forth, growing rapidly. Zoro also insists on training every day. His awakened armament Haki is so strong, cutting through the heavens and the earth, and cutting through armament Haki is harder than Carp's. Sanji's and Doflamingo's clash resulted in a bone fracture, showing that his physique is not strong enough and his armament Haki training is not up to par. I have something to do. You all continue. Moe didn't care about the reactions of others. He was still thinking about Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's future as crew members. Moe wants Crocodile's Baroque works, but the Calabash brothers can't go back. Old Sand, I want your crew. I'm targeting the members of Mr. Zero's Baroque works. What does it have to do with you, the Warlord Crocodile? Right now, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day don't even know that their boss, Mr. Zero, is a warlord. They're also working for the Baroque Works organization. 2 choices. 1. Quit Baroque Works and become my crew. 2. Feed the fish. The 2 devil fruit users turned pale with fear. At this moment, Moe took out his bounty notice and placed it in front of them. Look at my bounty notice. Isn't it handsome? Isn't the title impressive? 500 million berries. Mr. 5, the bomb man, and Miss Valentine's Day, the kilo user, immediately knelt down, having never seen a sea pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries before. Moe doesn't even need to handle their memories. They just turn to the light and directly join the Moe adventure team. Just like that, the crew of the Moe adventure team increases by 2. Moe now only uses the slippery fruit and the memory sliding technique on leaders, captains, and loyal individuals. Other minor officers can be coerced or bribed to join, and their feelings can be slowly cultivated. If they still have thoughts of defection, memory modification can continue. Now that Moe's adventure group has got on the right track and the situation has stabilized, memory extraction can be avoided if possible. The banquet has concluded. The Moe adventure team has finished packing and is ready to set sail the next morning. With the permanent compass, there is no need to gather magnetic force like Luffy and the others. On the Yin-Wang ship of the Moe adventure group, there are already 25 people. For this 3-masted sailing ship, the space is more than enough. It will probably be until they reach the Sky Island that they can change ships. The Ark Proverbs, the flying pirate ship, has been something Moe has longed for. The Roger Pirates also have 28 crew members, all elite members who can stand on their own. Moe will assign crew members who cannot keep up with the strength to station territories, maintaining the crew's elite status. The Jade Rabbit descends, and the Golden Crow rises. Ignoring the still-resting Straw Hat crew, the Moe adventure group has already set sail. The Sea Cow moves, pulling the Yin Huang ship out, while 10 little Millennium Dragons fly in the sky, lowly roaring. Their growth rate is even faster than that of Daenerys' 3 little dragons in Game of Thrones. They are already as tall as a person. It seems I need to find a territory quickly, or else this ship won't be able to fit 10 grown Millennium Dragons. Captain Moe, wait for me. Riding on the fast-running Duck Karoo, Princess Vivi jumped onto the newly departed Yin Huang ship. Princess Vivi, what's going on? Didn't you go to ask Luffy and the others for help? Moe certainly knew that Vivi was somewhat distrustful of the Straw Hat crew's strength. I have arranged for Icolum to leave the permanent log pose for Alabasta on Luffy's ship. Goodness, Vivi is trying to secure support from both sides. By doing this, you will betray the trust of the Straw Hat Pirates. Have you considered what they might be thinking right now? Vivi also looked ashamed, but for the sake of her country, she had to seek the support of Moe's adventure group. I will offer them generous rewards. Please help Alabasta, Captain Moe. If a war breaks out between the rebel army and the king's army, thousands of citizens will die. I'm begging you. You can ask me to do anything, as long as you help my country. Vivi grasped Moe's hand, her expression pleading, conveying a sense of vulnerability. The cost I pay to deal with Sand Crocodile is not proportional to your reward. I won't do such a thing. What I want you to deal with is just Mr. Zero, the leader of the Baroque Works who incites the rebel army. At this point, Vivi suddenly seemed to realize something, looking at Moe with a meaningful expression, just like that. Are you saying the leader of Baroque Works, Mr. Zero, is a national hero, the protector of the nation, the warlord of the sea, crocodile? Princess Vivi's mindset collapsed. At this moment, she also realized that she previously didn't understand why there was discussion about defeating the natural-type sand crocodile, or about hockey. She had only been somewhat suspicious of crocodile, which was why she had hidden her identity to infiltrate Baroque Works to investigate Mr. Zero. Now, with Moye's confirmation, she had to accept this cruel fact. At Whiskey Peak in the town, what has Vivi-san already set off? Sanji, the pervert, looked heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. Why didn't Vivi wait for them? Luffy was shocked, while Zoro beside him felt a bit of disgust. Is this distrust towards us? Please forgive Her Highness the Princess's rudeness, but for the safety of Alabasta. The Princess is working hard to find more strong allies. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Princess. Ikelim bowed to the Straw Hat crew. Her Highness has left the permanent log pose for Alabasta with me. Next, I will lead you all. After we deal with Baroque Works, our king will give you the greatest reward. Yo, we are setting off right away to help Vivi quell the rebellion. Luffy immediately agreed. He also wanted to use the permanent log pose to set off and continue his adventure. Since the captain has decided, even though Zoro feels a bit dissatisfied with Vivi's actions, he can only follow Luffy's wishes. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail, heading straight for Alabasta according to the permanent log pose. The sea cow mooed as it pulled the advancing Yen Huang. Princess Vivi, I have my own destination island to go to. I really don't have time to go to the Alabasta Kingdom for now. Mo, you wanted to pull out the hand that Wei Wei was holding, but helplessly, Wei Wei was holding on too tightly. Captain Moye, what can you do to help our country? At that moment, Wei Wei was already in tears, looking at Moye with a pleading expression. Nami and the other girls were also somewhat affected by Wei Wei's heart-wrenching despair. Moye, why don't we? I don't have complete confidence in defeating the sand crocodile right now. Moye interrupted Nami's speech. He had his own plans. Captain Moye, please. Vivi was almost kneeling, which was undoubtedly humiliating for a princess. I still need to visit at least 3 or 4 islands before heading to the Alabasta Kingdom. Seeing the reluctant expressions of the girls and the eye rolls directed at Moye, he replied helplessly. Thank you, Captain Moye. I can wait this little while. Thank you, everyone. Vivi looked gratefully at everyone in Moye's adventure group. The weather on the Grand Line today was quite nice. Surprisingly, there were no extreme weather conditions. It's not my skill, though. Nami's sailing talent was indeed impressive. No wonder the Golden Lion coveted it. Before extreme weather could appear, Nami had already avoided it. I'm so happy. Cheers from ABI's and Rika could be heard from above. These 2 little girls were riding on small Millennium Dragons, flying around the ship, having a blast. Only their petite sizes allowed them to be carried by the small Millennium Dragons. The other girls and crew watched enviously. Of course, the dismembered buggy was not included in this. Even the blood-colored flood dragon, Akin, could fly. Immediately, a crowd of eyes turned towards Buggy and Akin. Flying. How many humans envy that? Captain Galoo, you don't want to fly too, do you? Buggy could carry 1 person to fly, and Akin could probably carry 1 or 2 people as well. Remember, Buggy was able to carry Jinbei and Luffy in the sky during the Marineford War. Guess how heavy the whale, shark fishman Jinbei is. Momonosuke could transform into a dragon for the first time and carry Luffy to the sky. Akin was much stronger than Momonosuke and could easily carry several people. Am I that childish? Moye concealed his envy of flying and said firmly, when the 1,000-year dragon grows up, everyone can ride it and fly. Huh. So everyone should feed the 1,000-year dragon diligently in the future and build a good relationship with it, right? Bartolomeo immediately ran back to the warehouse to grab a basket of meat, looking at the other 8 little 1,000-year dragons playing. Come on, little dragons. It's time to eat some meat. Sure enough, Bartolomeo's tactic attracted a few little 1,000-year dragons to come over. Little dragons, if you eat my meat, we'll be good brothers. When you grow up, you have to recognize me as your big brother. Ow, ow. Ha ha ha. The others were not to be outdone and also started feeding the 1,000-year dragons. At this moment, a disgraced lion was drawing circles in the corner. Even a few little rare beasts felt a bit envious of the 1,000-year dragons being fed. Moye, is the next island called Little Garden? Is it a small island? What are we going there for? Nami, as the navigator, asked. Little Garden is not small. On the contrary, it is an ancient giant island. It's just that it is named Little Garden because 2 giants live there, relatively speaking. The trees and animals there are quite huge. There are giants? I haven't seen a giant yet. Everyone was shocked. Indeed, the joy of going to sea lies in not knowing what kind of island the next one will be. What kinds of creatures and landscapes will be encountered? There are also dinosaurs, but the most dangerous thing is that there are ancient poisonous insects there. So everyone must be careful. If bitten, there could be a life-threatening danger. Everyone should be prepared before going ashore. Moe has not forgotten this plot. Nami was bitten by a poisonous insect and was in critical condition, forcing them to change their course to Winter Island, Magnetic Drum Island, where she encountered the ship's doctor. Chopper. Understood, the crew members replied. Since there is danger, why are we going there? Just to see the giants? If we're afraid of danger, we shouldn't go to sea. Of course, I'm going to Little Garden for my own purpose. Can you tell us, Captain? All right, I'll tell you. It's a martial art founded by the giant race. The Elbaf Spear and the Kingdom of Wano, the Kingdom of Baku. So, the captain is going to learn martial arts? Of course, if I don't continue to grow stronger, it will be easy to sink into the sea. So you all need to train hard and make sure you don't die. The current Moe Adventure Group has not experienced any brutal battles yet and doesn't know the dangers of the Grand Line and the New World. Captain, we will definitely get stronger and won't hold you back. Akin, Bartolomeo, and the other officers were full of fighting spirit, and the women were also filled with a sense of ambition, while the squad leaders clenched their fists. Princess Vivi looked at the atmosphere of the Moe Adventure Group. Her heart was shaken. Alabasta has hope now. Moe nodded with relief. It seemed that someone was coming from the front, Captain. In midair, Buggy shouted loudly at Moe while holding a telescope. Moe also picked up a pair of binoculars and saw a huge turtle carrying a familiar dark figure. Moe displayed a charming smile. Nicole Robin, once you come, don't leave. Vice President of the Baroque Works. The demon child worth 79 million berries. I wonder if you'll still be able to maintain your dark and composed demeanor when you encounter us. I want to play by the rules. Are you ready to take on the challenge? Just after sending Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to the Little Garden for a mission, Nicole Robin wanted to check on Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's work situation at Whiskey Peak. Unexpectedly, she encountered the recently rising Moe pirate crew, and she was quite interested in Moe as well. With her turtle, which is quite speedy, she wasn't afraid of being chased by pirate ships on the sea. Once she entered a certain distance, she could use the Hana Nomi to grow listening ears on the enemy's pirate ship and steal information. She could quickly assess the level of danger on a pirate ship and then decide whether to approach further, allowing her to stay away from real danger each time. Moe looked at Nico Robin, who was approaching through the telescope. She must not be allowed to escape. The distance between them had not yet entered Robin's listening range. However, Robin had also spotted Moe's adventure group, the Yin Huang, through her telescope. Moo, accelerate, get closer to that turtle. We can't let her run away, or you won't get fed for 3 days. Moe loudly shouted at the manatee, Moo. Fearing hunger, Moo immediately accelerated the Yin Huang ship, splashing waves everywhere. On the turtle, Nico Robin saw the Moe adventure group rushing towards her and immediately felt something was off. Even before they entered the range of his devil fruit ability to eavesdrop, the aggressive approach of the Moe adventure group made her prepare to escape. She had originally wanted to see Moe in action, but given the uncertain situation, it was better to slip away first. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The turtle quickly turned around and fled, surprisingly faster than Moo, who was still pulling a pirate ship. Ajin, hurry up and transform into a dragon. Chase after them. Moe saw Robin trying to escape and immediately called Ajin to transform into a dragon. Ajin, without a second thought, unconditionally trusted the captain. A blood-red dragon appeared before them, and Moe jumped onto its back. They chased after Robin, with the other 1,000-year dragons following to provide escort. The dragon transformed by Ajin spewed auspicious clouds and swiftly headed towards Robin's sea turtle, with 8,000-year dragons closely behind. The manatee also began to accelerate desperately. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered, plunging into a scene of pursuit. The other crew members were puzzled as to why Captain Moe was so anxious. Only Nami thought for a moment, her face darkening, and asked Buggy, did you see anything? Is a person on that sea turtle a woman? It seems to be a woman, but her skin is a bit dark, Buggy replied honestly, looking at the somewhat angry Nami. Sure enough, that bastard Moe. Nico Robin, watching the pursuing dragon, finally revealed a look of unease on her calm face. Moe is completely unpredictable, directly transforming into the mythical beast, a flood dragon, and fiercely chasing after me. We have no grudges or enmities, so why such murderous intent? At the same time, I am shocked. Why haven't those Navy bastards reported the existence of Moe's adventure group and the mythical beast flood dragon? As an ability user, encountering enemies at sea, with such a small space on the back of a sea turtle, can't possibly withstand the flood dragon's attack. Robin, knowing she couldn't escape, stopped and quietly watched as Moe approached. Wyra, my dear Robin-chan. Moe, riding on the dragon's back, looked at the dark-skinned woman in a cowboy outfit and cowboy hat on the back of the sea turtle. Was she recognized? Captain Moe intends to capture me for a bounty, doesn't he? Robin crossed her arms, ready to activate the powers of the flower fruit to strangle Moe. But she hesitated because there was still a flying flood dragon. Weighing the pros and cons made Robin reluctant to act rashly. I just want to invite you onto my ship, Nico Robin. Do you know who my boss is? I know, Crocodile, the sand crocodile. Then do you still dare to oppose him? The protection that Jagwa D. Saul spoke of for your companions is not something a person like Crocodile can provide, Robin-chan. You. Nico Robin's expression instantly broke, filled with shock. But thinking of Moe's prophetic devil fruit ability, Robin slowly calmed down. Her gaze towards Moe turned cold. Saul is already dead. Why are you still deceiving me? Captain Moe, does playing with others' feelings make you happy? Flower fruit, six-petal bloom. Two hands appeared around Moe's neck, attempting to strangle him. However, his neck remained completely still. Moe's arm color is not something that Robin can shake. Robin, I'm not lying to you. The companion that Saul mentioned is indeed not someone like Crocodile, and I am willing to protect you in the days to come. Will you believe me? Moe grabbed the flower hand around his neck, gently sniffed it, and even kissed it. Robin, who felt the flower hand, was startled, her expression changing drastically. And the flower hand on Moe instantly disappeared. Haha, Robin, are you feeling shy? This isn't like your usual scheming self. Robin didn't sense any malice from Moe and had returned to her usual calm demeanor. Captain Moe, please don't joke around. I'm a key wanted criminal of the world government, a criminal that even CP0 is looking for. Beneath Robin's steady and calm words, there was actually a deep desire for companionship. However, having lived in darkness for so long, she had become accustomed to betrayal and numb to it. Is your bounty higher than mine? No way, no way. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 79 million flaunting in front of me. A great pirate with a bounty of 500 million? Moe's words suddenly left Robin at a loss for words. What do you know? People like me will never be tolerated by the world government. Robin was a bit angry, feeling that Moe was actually teasing her. Oh, the poneglyphs, right? I know the locations of several poneglyphs, and I also know that to reach the final island, Laughtail, it seems you need 4 red poneglyphs. I also know the locations of 2 or 3 of them. Moe leisurely poked at Robin, the historian's sore spot. Robin was feeling quite frantic. After studying for so long, she had only just learned that there might be a historical text in Alabasta, marked by the red historical text icon, something she had never even heard of before. It was truly a joke of an outsider looking in on an insider. Yet, it also gave Nico Robin a glimmer of hope, a hope of interpreting the historical text. Could it be that Moe was truly the partner she had been waiting for? At that moment, Moe had already climbed from the back of Jin's dragon onto Robin's mount. The sea turtle, without any hesitation, and even nudged the standing Robin aside with his backside. Robin looked at Moe with a speechless expression, finding his familiarity quite annoying. Come, have a seat, don't be shy. Do you have any questions or thoughts now? At this moment, Moe patted the wide seat, looking a bit mischievous. Why are you treating me like this? Robin looked at Moe with a complex expression, as she could sense the kindness and warmth emanating from him. It's because I have seen your past and part of your future. Moe quietly looked at Robin, who was still a bit dark from the sun. Indeed, staying in the desert for too long can easily cause one to tan. Just look, 2 years later, how fair he is, and he has grown bigger and more radiant. Are you pitying me? Robin tried to find sympathy and compassion in Moe's expression. Moe was speechless. He was just curious about your appearance 2 years later, craving your body. However, among those who understand historical texts now, the only one Moe knows is Robin. He didn't know if operating the ancient weapon, Hades, required translations of ancient texts. He just wanted to keep you by his side, protect you, and take you to see those historical texts he wasn't very interested in. You want me to translate the 4 pieces of red historical text that lead you to the final island, right? Robin thought she was helping Moe find a reason. Come on, big sister. I'm not interested in becoming the Pirate King at all. Look, Roger became the Pirate King and still ended up dead. He got nothing but a bit of honor. The term big sister suddenly made Robin want to laugh. It had been a long time since she had such a relaxed conversation. Perhaps this handsome boy was the partner she had been waiting for. If you can fend off Crocodile's revenge, I'll board your ship. At this moment, Robin showed a genuine smile, no longer the professional fake smile she usually wore. Welcome home, my historian, my dear big sister, and scheming woman, haha. The more Robin listened, the more things fell off, but her guard was lowering. 8 little millennium dragons flew around the sea turtle, emitting a chaotic low roar. This left Robin a bit stunned. These feathered little dragons reminded her of the legendary millennium dragons, sparking her curiosity. The manatee was mooing as it pulled the Yin Huang ship closer. Captain Moe, what kind of animals are these little flying dragons? They feel a bit like the millennium dragons described in ancient texts. Robin loved strange and oddly cute animals, as they always somehow hit her G-spot. Yes, these are all little millennium dragons. There are 2 more behind, making a total of 10. Do you like them? If you feed them well, they can grow up and take people flying. Looking at Moe's handsome face, Robin's affection increased, and her interest in the millennium dragon skyrocketed. Moe, you bastard, what exactly do you want? Before she arrived, her voice came first. Nami's scolding could be heard as the Yin Huang ship had already caught up. Moe just wanted to hug Robin and jump back onto the Yin Huang ship. However, Robin dodged him and revealed a professional smile, looking at Moe meaningfully. Ahem. Caught red-handed. Flower fruit staircase. Robin activated her devil fruit ability, and countless hands made of flowers intertwined and fused, creating a pink staircase between the sea turtle and the Yin Huang ship. Let's go. My dear captain, take me to meet my companions. Moe looked at the pink staircase and had no choice but to lead the way up, with Robin following closely behind. The blood-colored dragon also flew back to the Yin Huang ship, transforming back into a Jin's human form in front of Robin and the others. Seeing this scene, Robin sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was a phantom beast species, and the Moe adventure group was terrifyingly strong. 8,000-year-old dragons chattered around the 2,000-year-old dragons, which also carried 2 little girls, Li Jia and Abisi, who returned to the ship in front of Robin. This further showcased the harmonious atmosphere of the Moe adventure group to Robin. Haha, this is our new member, Nicole Robin, a historian. She might be the only person in the world today who can understand historical texts. Her bounty is 79 million, higher than all of yours. Moe saw Robin and the crew observing each other and took the lead in introducing. Upon hearing Moe's introduction and seeing Robin's now dark skin, Nami's guard lowered significantly. Nami, who considered herself an unbeatable, beautiful girl in her youth, felt she had nothing to fear from Robin, the dark-skinned big sister. Hello, everyone. I'm Nico Robin. I'm honored to be valued by Captain Moe and to board this ship. I look forward to working with you all. Robin wore a professional fake smile, being polite. Captain Moe, this woman is the vice president of Baroque Works, Miss All Sunday. Princess Vivi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Robin's appearance. It's okay, Vivi. Robin was just coerced by the sand crocodile. With me here, what is there to be afraid of? Hearing Moe's explanation, Vivi still kept a wary eye on Nico Robin. I didn't expect Princess Vivi to be on the ship too. Is Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine also on board? It seems we can work together again. Robin continued to smile, looking at the 3 former Baroque Works crew members with a hint of mischief. Vice President, we have already withdrawn from Baroque Works and joined Moe's adventure group. Please forgive us. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine looked at Robin, then at Moe, decisively choosing to cling to the bigger thigh. Since even Vice President Robin has joined us, I will take in all the members of Baroque Works. Anyway, the others don't know Mr. Zero's identity. Robin, now Moe and Mr. Zero, right? Moe smiled at Robin, and Robin was taken aback. The idea of a changing to a prince? Anyway, Mr. Zero Crocodile rarely appears, as he needs to maintain the heroic image of Alabasta. The affairs of the Baroque Works were all managed by Vice President Robin, apart from Mr. 1, who has the chop fruit. Des Bones follows Crocodile and knows his identity, while most Baroque Works members are unaware of the Sand Crocodile boss's identity. Now Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were already on a mission in the Little Garden, and with the imitation fruit user Von Clay and the thorn fruit user Bora being called over, Old Sam was basically being sidelined. Robin quickly realized Moe's intention. Since they had decided to betray Crocodile, they might as well go all out. In front of Vivi, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day, and the members of Moe's adventure group, Moe's bold move indeed astonished everyone. Robin took out a din mushy and called the cadres Von Clay, Bora, Mr. 4, and Miss Merry Christmas, asking them to gather at the Alabasta port and have the sea turtle chopper come to pick them up for the mission. The 4 of them didn't suspect anything. As in the original story, it was also Robin who gathered them to go to the rain base, and chopper was indeed a dual-purpose mode of transportation. What welcomed Robin to join, while also preparing to welcome many new crew members. MOE was quite satisfied with his own bold moves. If there is someone to blame, it's old Shah. Wanting to maintain his image and keep things mysterious, he ended up revealing nothing about the troops, leaving the troops unaware of their commander. This allowed MOE to find a loophole and directly take care of the handover point with Vice President Robin. Princess Wei Wei, look, I can wrap up the ballot work agency so quickly. Just asking, am I handsome? MOE looked at Princess Vivi, who was full of excitement. And his image as a strategist, making decisive moves from thousands of miles away, immediately became more imposing. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Vivi rushed into MOE's embrace, wrapped her arms around him, tiptoed, and to the shock of Nami and the other women, planted a kiss on MOE's lips. The air froze, and everything around fell silent. Vivi, blushing with shyness, realized her impulsive action. Her face turned bright red, and she hurriedly ran back to Karu, pulling the duck's wings to hide. Looking at her slightly trembling body, it seemed her emotions were still unsettled. Seeing Nami's fierce gaze, MOE decisively changed the subject. All right, Robin is now part of our crew. Everyone welcome. His little brother Akin and Bartolomeo immediately gave MOE face, applauding and warmly welcoming him. Okay, let's continue onwards to the little garden. Moo immediately accelerated upon hearing this, and the chubby sea turtle was instructed by Robin to return to Alabasta to pick up someone. Nami, listen to me explain. It really wasn't my fault. It was Vivi who kissed me. In the captain's room, Nami was punching and kicking MOE, showing that hitting was affection and scolding was love. With love reaching a peak, that involved kicking. Robin also began to interact with Secretary Sweetheart Queen and Information Manager Morty for intelligence exchange. Morty recorded MOE's important speeches, which revealed quite a bit of information. For example, Blackbeard is very dangerous. His dark fruit counters all ability users, and the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo is actually a celestial dragon. Kaido's scar was inflicted by a great swordsman named Odin. What shocked Robin the most was that Crocodile's gender was unknown. All she knew was that he had a little secret with the cross-dressing hormone fruit user Ivankov, which was full of mystery. This truly shattered Robin's worldview. Thinking back to Crocodile's indifferent and arrogant expression while biting a cigar, she couldn't believe this information was true and couldn't imagine the sand crocodile being female. After some time had passed, the lookout called out, "Captain, we see an island. According to the fluctuations of the Eternal Pointer, it should be the Little Garden. Then let's dock and go ashore." "Yes, Captain." "Be careful with your protection, especially you few girls with weak combat abilities. Put on the newly bought insect repellent clothing, so you don't get bitten by poisonous insects." Got it. In the world of One Piece, these women dressed coolly, which greatly increased the chances of being bitten by poisonous insects. The Yen Huang ship dock. A ladder was lowered from the Yen Huang ship. MOE adventure team landed on the ancient island, Little Garden. Wow, the trees here are really big and tall. Little lowly Ligia and Abisi's eyes are filled with the desire to explore. "Captain MOE, are there really dinosaurs on this island?" Ajin and Bartolomeo are also very interested in these fierce beasts. "Yeah, let's go hunt some dinosaurs and see what they taste like. I haven't eaten dinosaur meat either." MOE licked his lips. As a person from the Celestial Empire, he was very particular about food. "I will create flavors that will satisfy everyone." The violent female chef Carmen was also eager to experiment with dinosaur cuisine and was already prepared to develop new dishes. The women had already set off on an adventure, each with a millennia-old dragon, while the cadres and the captain followed behind to protect them. "They are coming, Captain MOE." Robin put down the telephone bug and said to MOE that she had instructed Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to abandon their mission to capture the giant and come to meet the leader first. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week complied with the vice president's orders to see what their legendary boss, Mr. Zero, was really like. As the duo stepped out of the great forest, they saw the MOE adventure group of 20 to 30 people, the flying Millennia Dragon, and the imposing 6 major cadres. Mr. 3 was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this the newly famous Rookie King, the MOE pirate crew? How could he be the boss of the Bar-Out Work Agency, which had been around for many years? Meanwhile, the lowly Miss Golden Week looked at the other Lolas, Lika and ABIs, who were playing on the back of the Millennia Dragon, feeling a strange sense of envy. "Vice President, is our boss from the MOE pirate crew?" Mr. 3 quietly asked Nico Robin, as he was quite familiar with his superior. "That's right, in the future, all cadres of the Bar-Out Work Agency will need to join the MOE pirate crew. Hey, Candleman, do you look down on me? The Emperor with a bounty of 500 million? MOE's observation hockey could certainly hear Mr. 3's whispers. As soon as the Conqueror's hockey was unleashed, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were immediately frightened into submission, their eyes filled with panic and fear. "Boss, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Please spare us." Mr. 3 quickly begged loudly. His bounty was 24 million berries, second only to Robin's 79 million and Edra's 25 million, slightly higher than some of Buggy's crew members for now. From now on, put aside your work with the Baroque Works. You are now allowed to join Mo's adventure group, understand? Moe looked at the two people and made a decision for them. Understood, boss. No, now it's captain. We will continue to work hard. Mr. 3 Gallons Dino immediately pressed down on Miss Golden Week's head, agreeing together. Then we can join the team, and Golden Week can go find Rika and ABIs to play, specifically riding the Millennium Dragon while taking 2 Lolas. Golden Week's eyes lit up upon hearing this. There were benefits right after getting on the ship, and she could also play with the Millennium Dragon. Moe introduced the two of them to everyone, and Mr. 3 immediately struck up a conversation with Mr. 5. From now on, just know that you're a part of the Moe pirate crew, and consider yourself out of the Baroque Works. The bomb man, Mr. 5, should comfort the newly boarded candleman, Mr. 3. Just like that, the Baroque Works, led by Crocodile, lost 2 more executives. Moreover, there was a wave of talent ready to set sail from the Alabasta port on a sea turtle. Crocodile never expected that his vice president Robin, after days of no contact, would take her team and run away like this. No wonder the boss feared the manager's power and worried about the good relationship between supervisors and employees, because once they left, it would be a large group. Crocodile was also overly confident and had the audacity to leave the Baroque Works under Robin's management while he didn't show his face. In the Grand Line, Alabasta, Rain Base, the boss, Nico Robin, had been gone for 3 days without contacting them. According to the feedback from the Million Man Commander, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Miss Doublefinger, and Miss Merry Christmas had already set off from the port, not knowing what mission they were on. Mr. 1, Daz Bonus, reported to Crocodile, looking a bit grim. "Are you saying Nico Robin is going to betray me?" Crocodile's face also darkened. The information he possessed indicated that the clues to the ancient weapon Pluton were hidden in the historical texts of Alabasta. Without Nico Robin, who could translate the historical texts? He had initially planned to wait for her to finish translating before resolving the matter, but now there were signs of defection. However, it had always been Crocodile and Nico Robin interfacing, with her connecting to Baroque Works. Immediately contact Nico Robin through the snail phone. "I want to see what kind of courage she has to betray me," Crocodile said darkly, determined that Nico Robin must not escape and disrupt his plans. He could not afford to lose the ancient weapon Pluton. "Boss, she isn't answering the snail phone. It seems the situation is dire." "Then contact Mr. 2 snail phone and have them come back." "Nico Robin, you are seeking death." "Understood." On the sea, a sea turtle was speeding along. "Mr. 1 told us to return and wait for orders, saying it was Mr. 0's command. What should we do? Why is it different from the vice president's orders?" Phone Kale looked puzzled. Could it be that the boss and the vice president had a conflict? Should we return first? But this sea turtle doesn't seem to obey our commands. Do we have to take it down? After all, we are at sea, and 3 of us are devil fruit users. Let us call the vice president. "Vice President, Mr. 1 just contacted us, saying that boss Mr. 0 ordered us to return." "What's going on?" Mr. 2 loudly questioned Nico Robin. "Our boss is here. Don't listen to Mr. 1. If he calls you again, don't answer. If they dare to harm you, throw them into the sea," Robin said, suddenly commanding the sea turtle loudly. Phone Kale and his group of 4 looked dark. They didn't expect this to be a life-threatening mission. It seemed that the vice president had betrayed the boss. But being out at sea, they had no choice but to yield. They could only obediently let the sea turtle take them to their destination. "Robin, you really are thoughtful. I bet Crocodile is probably going crazy right now." Moe watched as the cunning Robin finished dealing with Crocodile, the sand alligator, and then threatened the officers. Captain Moe was still preparing to face the wrath of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. After all, they had entrusted their lives to him. Robin's expression was somewhat serious. The reputation of the warlords of the sea was not to be underestimated. Putting that aside for now, look, they're almost at the giant's dwelling place. Moe looked at the 2 huge houses, where lived the giants with bounties of over 100 million. The 2 giant captains of the original giant pirate crew, Dongli the Blue Demon and Brokey the Red Demon, had been scheduled to fight for nearly 100 years. They both possessed a wealth of giant martial arts skills, which was exactly Moe's objective for this trip. "La la la, Brokey, it seems like we have quite a few guests today. Huh, I wonder if they brought any wine. I haven't had a drink in a long time." Dong Li and Brokey joked as they looked at the tiny humans, their voices booming. Meanwhile, the members of intothe adventure group stared at the colossal giants, their eyes filled with disbelief. "So big," shouted Li Jia and Abisi, the two little girls. They had never seen giants before. In the grand line, on the ancient island of Little Garden, 10 small millennium dragons were flying around chaotically, 3 of which carried 3 little girls on their backs. The little chef Li Jia whispered to Abisi, the color painter Miss Golden Week. Every time intothe saw these scenes, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Perhaps this was the power of bonds? Unlike when he first crossed over and was tormented, constantly thinking about how to take revenge on this world, his mind had been extremely twisted. Returning to reality, Ajin, you guys go hunt some prey, and Zhang Ao, you bring half of the wine from the ship down. Let's have a banquet with the 2 giant uncles. intothe went hunting with Ajin and the cadre of devil fruit users, while Zhang Gao and the other squad leaders moved things. Thank you for your hospitality. We will also go hunting. We can't neglect our guests. Qin Gue Dong Li and Qi Gue Beluo Ji, disregarding intothe's invitation, directly picked up their weapons and walked into the huge forest. Taking advantage of this time, intothe suddenly became interested and started building wax figures with Mr. 3. According to intothe's aesthetic, Mr. 3 built a very long table and dozens of chairs in the open space, and finally made 2 giant chairs on the other side of the long table. These wax tables and chairs were as hard as steel, indicating that Mr. 3 had developed the wax fruit quite well. Building these items, especially the giant chairs and tables, exhausted Mr. 3, as they were all created using devil fruit powers, which consumed physical strength. Bang! 2 giants dragged a massive triceratops and a huge Tyrannosaurus rex, which startled the little girls. Ajin's hunting team returned with the corpses of ancient animals. A big haul. Chef Carmen immediately started processing the ingredients, while the other crew members helped with bleeding, dehairing, skinning, deboning, and cutting. The 2 giants had already started working on their own, as such large quantities needed to be grilled by themselves. intothe moved a lot of good wine onto the huge wax table of the 2 giants. As the saying goes, after drinking this cup of wine, we're good friends. Since we're good friends now, it's not too much to teach each other a few things, right, giant brother? Hong Qigong once taught Gui Jing the 18 dragon-subduing palms because Huang Rong tempted him with a beggar's chicken. You 2 have drunk dozens of barrels of wine. You should at least teach us something about the Elbaf spear, if not about the might of nations. intothe sat at one end of the long table, the 2 giants at the other end, and the other crew members sat on either side, with the voices of several little lowly girls filling the entire banquet. After eating and drinking to their fill, he asked, Dong Li, Brokey, do you want to spar a bit? Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo and the other officers felt a stir of excitement. Even if they lost, it would still be worth boasting about to say they had challenged giants. Dong Li and Brokey, the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew, have a bounty of 100 million. Their natural giant strength and massive bodies are incredibly destructive. Moreover, these 2 are also proficient in the ultimate techniques of the warrior village of Elbaf. Their overall combat power is not weaker than that of an ordinary vice admiral. It should be noted that as long as giants join the Navy, their ranks 1 TB low. Their immense physical presence and destructive power greatly increase the damage they inflict on subordinates. The Navy already has 3 giant vice admirals, although their records are somewhat mediocre. They were taken out by Whitebeard in the Marineford War. However, even in the face of the strongest pirate like Whitebeard, they showed no fear and charged forward, not retreating even if it meant death. This spirit, whether foolish or truly brave, shows that they care little for the disparity in power. Perhaps it is this fearless nature that allows them to charge into battle, achieving remarkable results, and thus their ranks are not low. Even the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, does not dare to engage with the Kingdom of Giants and has long desired to reach a reconciliation with them, hoping to gain their assistance. Moreover, the Kingdom of Giants is known as the world's strongest nation, and it is likely that it has at least one powerhouse not weaker than Yonko. Big Mom does not dare to launch a direct attack. In Wano, which has been closed off, there emerged a Yonko-level powerhouse like Odin, so there is no reason the Kingdom of Giants wouldn't have one. Additionally, if ordinary giants have the destructive power of an ordinary vice admiral, then the Kingdom of Giants is a superpower with dozens or even hundreds of ordinary vice admirals. Not to mention, the Kingdom of Giants has a long heritage, with various martial arts and combination techniques that are also incredibly destructive. The 2 giants used their combination technique, the Might of Nations, which is island-destroying level. While Big Mom's single-target ultimate move, the Might of the Nation, and her combination technique with Kaido, the Might of the Sea, show that these martial arts are all high-end goods focused on high-level battles. The world's strongest nation truly lives up to its name. Iron Bear and Shield Bartolomeo were the first to step up, testing the limits of their defenses against the giant's strength to see if they could withstand it unharmed. Dong Li swung his sword down onto the ironized Iron Bear, sending him flying backward and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he hadn't broken through his defense yet, but the giant's strength was indeed a bit unstoppable. Brokey also swung his axe down onto Bartolomeo's shield, forcing Bartolomeo to retreat repeatedly. Although the shield was very hard, Bartolomeo's strength was no match for the giant's, and he was pushed back along with the shield, leaving a deep trail in the ground. "Bartolomeo, you can do it!" Bartolomeo's girlfriend, the red-haired delinquent Desire, shouted excitedly from the side, completely unconcerned about whether Bartolomeo would get hurt. "To withstand one of our strikes head-on, your defenses are quite impressive. You can't underestimate us." Iron Hot Bowling Ball. Shield Rampaging Bull Charge. The Iron Bear's entire body turned red and emitted high temperatures, charging toward Dong Li like a bowling ball at high speed. Bartolomeo's shield, ignoring any obstacles, charged forward like a rampaging bull, crashing directly into Brokey's body. The giant leaned forward with his shield, and the attack collided with the two giant shields, forcing them to take a step back. Dong Li's shield was battered and burned by the heated iron, creating a large hole, while Brokey's shield was even more exaggerated, completely shattered by Bartolomeo's charge. This made the two giants feel a bit heartbroken, as these shields had accompanied them for over 100 years. Iron Bear and Bartolomeo were already panting heavily, having just given it their all, only able to push the enemy back a single step. The crew members nearby started cheering, with Desire shouting the loudest, not caring about the outcome. However, their battle was fierce with a strong visual effect. Mr. 3, bring 2 giant wax shields. Understood, Captain. Countless wax materials surged from Mr. 3, forming 2 giant shields. Dong Li and Brokey saw this, picked them up, and found them very light. They tapped them with their weapons. Clang, 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 and found the material to be very hard and quite good. Seeing that it was about time, Moe said to the 2 giants, "I want to experience Elbaf's strongest martial arts. Can you fight me? Such martial arts are not something you can withstand now." The deep voices of the blue Ogre Dory and the red Ogre Brogy echoed, clang bang buzz. Moe drew out the 3rd generation of Go Slash, his hands displaying a black armament hockey that spread over the Go Slash, transforming it into a black sword covered in patterns. Then, a transparent substance enveloped Moe, the ability of the Devil Fruit Slide Shield. A red light flashed in his eyes as his observation hockey activated. His momentum began to rise, and the Conqueror's hockey stirred restlessly. "Come on, let me see the might of the giant kingdom." Moe shouted loudly, his momentum reaching its peak, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Silent Instant Slide Moe appeared in front of Dong Li, and the 3rd generation of Ghost Che fiercely struck his enormous long sword. Dong Li dropped his shield, wielded his sword with both hands, and struggled to block Moe's fierce assault, roaring loudly. A violent storm erupted at the point of collision between the 2 swords, sending sparks flying. The Grand Line, the ancient island, Little Garden. Moe and Dong Li were both roaring, their swords clashing and stirring up endless gusts of wind. Dong Li's hands bulged with veins, his gaze sharpening. Elbaf Spear. Dong Li's sword instantly pressed down, the soaring sword energy piercing upwards, sending Moe flying violently through the air. 100 meters away, Moe's feet had already piled up into a small hill, leaving a ravine of dozens of meters as a shock absorption trench. The martial arts of the Giants Nation were indeed formidable, capable of increasing strength by more than tenfold. With the inherent power of a giant, combined with the amplification, his raw strength was already approaching the unbeatable. In the original story's Dressrosa arc, the young giant Helding, only 81 years old, used this move to repel the ton fruit user Mahabais, even when his arm bones were shattered. According to Mahabais himself, his weight reached 10,000 tons. It's a bit exaggerated. It probably didn't actually reach 10,000 tons. Converted to 10,000 tons of steel, such a high-density material would be close to 1,300 cubic meters, roughly the size of a 4-story building with 100 square meters per floor, like a meteor crashing down. For the young Helding, who had just set sail, he not only blocked it, but also defeated Mahabais, which shows the exaggerated amplification effect of this move, Elbaf Spear. Sliding Step 72 Continuous Slashes. Moe spun rapidly, continuously gathering strength to whip up a fierce wind, sliding swiftly to launch an attack, colliding with Dong Li's massive longsword, sparks flying everywhere. 128 turns of consecutive slashes. 360 turns of consecutive slashes. The third-generation Ghost Cutter, imbued with armed color hockey, kept launching fierce attacks, and the blade of Dong Li's giant sword showed more and more cracks. Weigua. Dong Li jumped back a step, holding his sword with both hands raised behind his back, suddenly gathering strength, swinging his sword and shouting, unleashing a massive circular sword chi. Sliding shield shrimp, slide me bomb. Weigua's sword chi shot straight at Moe. The transparent substance on Moe wrapped around him. The sword chi passed through, pushing Moe aside, but the sliding shield was not breached. A clever trick. Enjoy the pain of chopsticks, not being able to poke the shrimp slides and meatballs. I can't slide past your fierce sword chi. I can't change the trajectory of your sword chi, so I'll just slide myself away. The action of force is mutual. Learn well and observe closely. Diamond Chaozi. I will just endure it. Even Eagle Eye's sword chi, I treat it as dust. Moe looked at the tragic state of the forest behind him, pierced through by Wei Guo's sword chi. Really strong. Moe kid, I'm done fighting. If I keep fighting, my sword will be ruined. You are indeed strong. Continue, I want to fight both of you. I still haven't seen your ultimate combo move. Bagua. Moe, kid, aren't you a bit arrogant? Under Bagua, do you think you still have a chance to live? Bagua is an enhanced version of Wei Guo, faster, more penetrating, larger AoE range, and more powerful. I want to try this strike that is said to destroy islands. Are you serious? Dong Li and Brokey looked at Moe solemnly. Captain, the crew of the Moe adventure team also began to worry. Come on, Moe has elevated his spirit and energy to their peak. This sparring is just the right opportunity to test the limits of his defense. Bartolomeo next to him has already raised a barrier. The bear has transformed into its steel form. Akin has turned into a dragon, and even Mr. 3 is ready with his candle shield. The blue demon Dong Li and the red demon Brokey watch the fighting Moe with determination, both seriously swinging their swords to gather power. Elbaf combined technique. Dominance of a nation. A colossal spiral sword energy erupts, breaking through the air pressure, and a storm begins to swirl. Sliding cone, skybreaking style. Moe held the black third-generation Ghost Cutter, covered in armament hockey, in front of him. As a transparent substance formed a cone around him with the sword tip as the apex. Moe's entire body began to harden with armament hockey as he charged forward against the sword chi of the dominant nation. The sword chi continuously struck Moe. With pinpoint precision, Moe's ghostly piercing sword pierced through the sword chi. However, amidst the massive energy tide of the sword chi, he swayed like a small boat in the ocean. The Conqueror's hockey erupted, and red lightning began to coil around Moe's ghostly piercing sword. With Moe's shout, the sword chi of the dominant nation dissipated, and smoke swirled around him. Moe gasped for breath, leaning on his sword and panting heavily. Truly a powerful, dominant nation. I almost couldn't hold on, ha ha ha. Moe laughed loudly at the sky, almost revealing all his cards. With all his strength, and using the technique of breaking through the surface with points, he finally survived the frontal attack from the dominant nation. From now on, he would be able to withstand most of the attacks from mid-ranking generals. Moe, are you okay? Captain, I knew you could handle it. Everyone rushed over to check on Moe. Combat power isn't just about having strong attack power. It also requires durability, speed, sustained combat ability, and the speed of executing moves, which means casting speed should not have too much delay. Here, as a little critique. Zoro is really cool. His moves are even cooler. And his names are awesome, but the delay in his sword techniques is a bit long. The 3,000 worlds are almost like fans now. Just look at Hawkeye, the normal attack monster. The King's Fist has strong attack power, claimed to defeat the 4 emperors with one punch and destroy islands in one hit. However, it requires charging for several hours, which indeed hampers its casting speed. Nonetheless, it can be developed into heavy artillery during battle. A group of subordinates who have learned the King's Fist can charge for a long time and then unleash a wave of overwhelming firepower before the battle starts. When it comes to durability, characters like Blood Cow Luffy and Blood Cow Akainu can take hits no matter what, being extremely tough and capable of continuing to fight. On the other hand, the 3 generals like Kizaru are typical of not being able to take hits, easily knocked down by one punch. Although their Devil Fruit abilities provide strong defense, their physical durability is very poor. These characters can easily fall victim to surprise attacks. Even the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, was ambushed by CP agents lurking nearby and ended up in prison. Kaido of the Beast can withstand attacks from the Red Scabbards without any issues, showing extremely strong defense and durability. Big Mom is like a steel balloon. Unless the use of armament haki reaches a certain high level, it is impossible to break her defense. Mo Yi has been improving in all aspects, balancing his enhancements, but the downside is that he doesn't have any particularly outstanding areas. His fruit ability is quite good, his swordsmanship is a bit lacking, his physique is gradually improving, and his speed is currently his best attribute. His domineering is standard, and the 3 types of domineering are all about the same. However, without experiencing life and death battles, the improvement speed of the 3 types of domineering is a bit slow. He is learning to be cautious and brave, practicing diligently, mastering skills, and leveling up before going out to explore. Dongli, Brokey, your martial arts are very powerful. I wonder if you could teach me a bit. My current strength is still too weak to venture into the Grand Line. Mo Yi asked the 2 simple-minded giants, sorry, but this is a secret of our giant race. Is that so? Then how do I know that Big Mom and Kaido, the 4 emperors, have learned your giant race's ultimate techniques? Did you giants leak it? Impossible. But it makes sense because of your stubbornness. You've been dueling in Little Garden for 100 years, probably unaware of what is happening outside. Over 60 years ago, Big Mom destroyed a village in Elbaf and killed Captain Yorkie, the waterfall beard. What? Captain Yorkie was killed? Donley and Broggy were shocked. They were the previous captains of the giant pirate crew. Yorkie and the mountain beard, Arlu, were the captains before them. Both former captains were their heroes, and they were killed by the 4 emperors. Now, they wish they could build a ship and go out to take revenge immediately. You 2 can't defeat Big Mom's pirate crew right now. Even Elbaf is just avoiding conflict with Big Mom's crew and hasn't attacked, because neither side has the absolute power to annihilate the other. So, I want you to teach us. Let's form an alliance and become your giant race's external support. After hearing this, the 2 giants fell into deep thought. Our Mo Yi Adventure Group is now a somewhat well-known pirate crew, and we have collaborations with the Revolutionary Army and the Underworld. Moreover, you don't know, the giant pirate crew was disbanded because of your duel, and several giants were deceived by the Navy, becoming gatekeepers and cannon fodder. It's all our fault. The 2 giants suddenly started crying, leaving Mo Yi and the others dumbfounded. Completely unexpected for Mo Yi. It's all because of our rivalry that led to the disbandment of the giant pirate crew. And we couldn't return to the village in time to protect the elderly there. You must know that 100 years ago, when they dueled, Yorkie and Arlu were already over 300 years old. They were already old folks of the giant race. Each generation of the giant pirate crew brought out the elite adults of the giant race, making a name for themselves in the world. Only Dongli, Broggy, and their generation have fared the worst. Their bounty is the highest at 100 million berries, and they disbanded the pirate crew, with the crew members missing. The new generation of giants, Helding, went to sea to restore the glory of the giant pirate crew. We are the sinners of the giant race. Thank you for the news, Mo Yi. Otherwise, we would still be fighting aimlessly here. The 2 giants had dried their tears. What everyone didn't know was that the Navy and the world government had long known about Dongli and Broggy's duel in Little Garden. They even specifically prohibited seagulls from delivering newspapers to Little Garden, allowing these 2 giants to continue their duel. The world government began to deceive other giants of the giant pirate crew to serve the Navy and the world government. Giants Casey and Oimo were deceived into guarding the gates of Judicial Island. Indeed, these giants had somewhat low intelligence. Let me tell you honestly, there are 2 giants who were deceived into guarding the Judicial Island for the world government. Their names are Casey and Oimo. How can we, proud warriors of the giant race, be reduced to guarding for others? Damn, hateful world government. Also, may I ask, do you know Giant Mori? Mori? Mori is the only devil fruit user in our giant pirate crew, the most formidable elite warrior of our giant race. Has something happened to him? The blue ogre Dongli and the successful Broggy asked anxiously. You really know him? The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, Mori, was actually an elite crew member of the original giant pirate crew. 100 years ago, Dongli and Broggy began their duel because of a little girl's words, forcing the giant pirate crew to disband. Mori was also imprisoned 100 years ago and impelled down as a vicious pirate, later using his devil fruit, the push-push fruit, to dig a tunnel and successfully escape from prison. Although it's unknown why Mori was not shackled with sea prism stone, or how he escaped from the calm belt, he really did escape. Thus, Mori was the first person to break out of impelled down. Captain John, please step back. Mori left behind level 5, which eventually became Ivankov's transgender paradise. No wonder Ivankov was able to thrive in impelled down after being captured. almost becoming the third base of the Revolutionary Army. It is estimated that after Mori escaped from prison, he saw his companions being deceived, hated the world government, and, having escaped, went into hiding. It wasn't until later, when Dragon established the Revolutionary Army, that he was invited by Dragon to join as a member of the Revolutionary Army. He shared the information he had dug up about Impel Down with his Revolutionary Army comrades. Another point is that Dongli, Bragi, and Mori are actually the same age. These elites all set sail in their 50s and are the youngest and strongest among the giants. Now, Dongli and Bragi are 158 years old. 2 years after the Marineford War, Mori's data appeared, stating he is 160 years old. The fact that Dongli and Bragi can still overpower Mori, who possesses a devil fruit in their giant youth forms and can become the captains of the giant pirate crew, shows how talented they are. It's just that they wasted 100 years of time and talent in this little garden. I wonder if the little girl who caused the conflict between these two giants was arranged by the Navy or the world government, or if she possessed some devil fruit ability that could make these two giants fight for 100 years. Rest assured, Mori was indeed captured in the Great Prison Impel Down 100 years ago. However, he escaped and is now the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, which is an organization that opposes the world government. We truly appreciate the information you have brought us. To thank you, we have decided to teach you the martial arts of the giants and hope we can form an alliance. At the same time, we would like to ask for your help in building a ship that can allow the two of us to set sail. We want to rebuild the giant pirate crew. Please, we ask for your assistance. Upon hearing the conditions from the two giants, Mori understood that he definitely needed to help with the construction of this giant ship. Otherwise, the martial arts would be hard to obtain. It was clear that this favor was something they would definitely assist with. Although Mori could have his crew from a Mori pirates gang up on the two giants, defeat them, and then obtain their memories, the cost would be too high, and casualties might occur. Furthermore, giants have long lives and many memories, which could complicate things. It would be better to persuade the giants and gain their friendship. Thus, Mori's adventure group immediately began helping Dongli and Bragi build a giant ship. No, it should be a giant wooden raft, comparable to Blackbeard's raft. Since both parties were in a hurry to set sail, Dongli and Bragi were rushing to rescue the gatekeeper giant of Judicial Island. Vivi was hurrying back to Alabasta, and Mori was rushing to the next island to acquire resources for becoming stronger. However, it's also a good opportunity to settle down a bit, as they needed to wait for the 4 executives of the Baroque works to arrive. Now everyone was busy. Dongli was in charge of teaching Mori the Elbaf giant martial arts, Elbaf Spear, Kingdom of Power, and Kingdom of Domination. Meanwhile, Bragi and Mori's adventure group began constructing the giant wooden raft, utilizing the existing giant forest and massive trees. Scythe Eric was using his scythe wind blade to fell trees and trim branches, while Soundwave Adrago was also using his Soundwave laser cannon for logging. Giant Bragi and Steel Furbear were transporting logs and wood. Other crew members were weaving giant vines, hammering nails, and making masts. In just 2 days, a giant wooden raft appeared before everyone. There were huge freshwater barrels, enormous food boxes, and many gaps in the raft, which Mr. 3 neatly filled with collected pine wax, rubber wax, and his devil fruit ability. Even the spare canvas from Mori's adventure group was given to the rebuilt giant pirate crew. At this moment, Moe has also learned the basics and theories of the giant clan's martial arts, and all that is left is time for training. The informant Morty has categorized and neatly recorded all the information about these martial arts for future use. At this time, Nico Robin approached with a professional smile. Captain Moe, MR2 and the others are ready. Are you prepared to subdue them? Robin, not only is your skin now dark, but your personality is still cunning, and you're quite experienced at tricking your teammates. Got it. I have some free time now. Let's see if they will resist. Suddenly, I really want to hit someone, haha. Moe walked past Robin toward the coast. Robin, on the coast, for Baroque agents had just jumped down from a sea turtle. Are we really going to leave the Baroque works? I heard from the vice president that the new boss is the bounty king Moe, with a bounty of 500 million, the emperor of faces. The ugly ant, the mole fruit user, Miss Christmas, wore an expectant expression, seemingly very fond of this handsome Moe. Don't show that face. I'm afraid Lord Moe will kill you on the spot. That SA 500 million bounty pirate, Mr. 4, this big fat guy, carried a weapon cannon with the sausage dog fruit. I'm quite satisfied with the looks of this new boss, but I just don't know how strong he is. Miss licked her lips with both hands pointed at Bora. She is the thorny devil fruit user. We really have no choice, do we? The mimic fruit user, Foam Cly, surprisingly started doing ballet, looking like a drag queen. The mimic fruit is also a very practical devil fruit, In Alabasta, it mimicked the king to incite a rebellion. In Impel Down, it could mimic the guards to open the doors. Its previous owner, Kurazumi Mushi, helped Kurazumi Orochi kill Odin's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, allowing Orochi to take the position of shogun. During the final battle between Kaido and Odin, it mimicked Momonosuke, setting a trap for Odin, leading to Kaido defeating him. And then it was also crushed by Kaido. Welcome to the MOE Adventure Group family. Do you have any thoughts now? MOE saw Mr. 2 and the others and welcomed them, ready to see if anyone had any complaints, prepared to persuade them with his fists at any moment. However, he never expected that he wouldn't get a chance to use his verbal skills. Vice President, the four of them actually bypassed MOE and greeted Nico Robin. Vice President, are we going to withdraw from the Bar Out Work Society? Is Mr. Zero really Captain MOE? Previously, everyone discussed privately that our Mr. Zero is the Warlord Crocodile. Yeah, we don't want to betray the warlords. The boss will definitely hold us accountable. We need to go back and explain it clearly. Although Captain MOE is very handsome, he is too young. He is just a newcomer and not a match for the warlords at all. The four chattered away, completely ignoring MOE, the protagonist. Nico Robin disregarded the crowd and looked at the gloomy MOE, realizing that what he said about wanting to beat someone up was now coming true. The four of them followed Robin's gaze to the expressionless MOE, feeling a sudden chill in their hearts. My goodness is as gentle as water. And now I would like to invite you to swim in my kindness. MOE smiled as he finished speaking, and the Conqueror's haki erupted, directly crushing towards the four. Robin, who was nearby, immediately jumped aside in fright. The four instantly showed fear, their faces pale, hands and feet trembling. As the Conqueror's haki intensified, the four instinctively began to tremble and retreat. Step by step, they backed up to the seaside, while MOE's Conqueror's haki continued to press down, forcing the four into the sea one after another. Before you speak, let us have you calm down in the ocean. MOE's gloomy face revealed an inexplicable smile. Among the four, 3 were abilities users, and 1 had also consumed a devil fruit. At this moment, they were filled with fear of the sea, fear of MOE's Conqueror's haki. Robin had just wanted to plead for mercy when, with a boom, MOE's Conqueror's haki enveloped even her. Robin's expression changed. Her body swayed slightly, and bracing against MOE's pressure, she stood her ground, closed her eyes, and forced herself to endure the panic. How could these four not realize the reality? This person in front is the boss. Why are they looking at me, making me anxious? Robin secretly complained. Captain MOE, I want to join the MOE Adventure Group. Mr. 2, the strongest among them, was able to utter a complete sentence. If he didn't speak soon, he would almost sink into the sea. Me too. I also want to join. Same here. Me too. With a whoosh, the Conqueror's haki dissipated, and the sense of oppression vanished in an instant, allowing the four and Robin to breathe a sigh of relief. I told you I'm very kind. Everyone is swimming in my kindness, and everyone is getting along harmoniously, right, Robin? MOE turned to look at Robin, also wearing a professional smile. The captain was right. Under the captain's kindness, everyone would surely get along well, without any complaints. Robin gritted her teeth as she looked at the mischievous MOE, but still maintained a smile on her face. Yes, we will definitely get along well and contribute to our pirate crew. The four finally reacted and immediately showed great respect for MOE. Ha, it seems my kindness is still very useful. Welcome to our big family. MOE nodded contentedly, as if the person who had just been sulking was not him. He introduced the 4 Baroque agents to the members of the adventure team. Just like that, the number of members in MOE's adventure team increased by 4, surpassing 30. In MOE's plan, after conquering the Sky Island, he would use it as the base, allowing this group of crew members to guard the Sky Island and develop their devil fruit abilities well. With so many interesting devil fruits, there are bound to be unexpected development directions, and they can always achieve great gains in specific situations. The mimic fruit could be used to advance to impel down, while the kilo fruit could serve as a courier between the Sky Island and Gyre Island. Who knows? The flying squirrel fruit might even be able to dig out an underground base, not to mention the strategic capabilities of the bomb fruit. He would continue to seek opportunities and sail to train, accompanied by crew members whose strength matched his own. MOE suddenly thought of the warlord crocodile and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he had never even met him, yet he had copied Old Sand's crew. At this moment, Crocodile in Alabasta was furious. All his subordinates had gone missing, leaving only the expressionless Mr. 1, Das Bones. It was found out where that stinky woman, Nico Robin had escaped too. Where had she taken the other subordinates? According to the records, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week lost contact in the Little Garden, and it seemed that Mr. 2 and his group also headed towards the Little Garden. Prepare the ship immediately. I will personally go and capture Nico Robin. Without her, I can't translate the historical text, and everything will be in vain. Understood, Mr. 1 immediately went out to arrange the ship and prepare to set sail to hunt for Nico Robin and the other subordinates. Damn it, if I find out who is messing on my plans, I will definitely kill him. Sandstorms rose, and the winds roared, displaying the master's anger. MOE, thank you for your help. Donnelly and Broggy boarded a huge raft, which carried several large barrels of fresh water and several boxes of food and jerky. They planned to pick up 2 crew members at Judicial Island and head straight back to the Elbaf Kingdom. We are allies. Take care. And don't impulsively go looking for the Big Mom pirates. MOE reminded these impulsive and stubborn giants once again. We will remember. Watching the huge raft carrying the 2 giants drift away, MOE withdrew his gaze. Nami, find the permanent pointer to Aska Island and set sail immediately. Understood. MOE adventure team, noisy and bustling, packed their supplies, all boarded the ship, and set off. The Sea Turtle also joined the towing team, pulling the ship alongside the Manatee, increasing their speed. Osaka Island has a naval branch and a trade port. Therefore, the Sea Trade King also conducts business here. So the permanent log pose is not lacking. It's uncertain whether that legendary sword is really as magical as rumored. This time, they're going to seize a demon sword, which is indeed a sword, not a knife. In Sakura country, knives and swords are not distinguished and are all called swords. In the Celestial Empire, double-edged blades are swords, while single-edged blades are knives. So, with the Yen Huang, let's get another Chinese sword. The Manatee and Sea Turtle are pulling the Yen Huang, moving at a steady pace. Miss Valentine, with her kilogram fruit that allows her to adjust her weight anywhere from 1 to 10,000 kilograms, joined the lookout team. With an umbrella, she can float into the air, and now she's having fun with the Millennium Dragon team, carrying 3 Lolas. Ajin is also getting familiar with aerial combat mode, developing the dragon fruit, using the dragon body to cultivate the devil fruit and train body techniques. Buggy's Chop Chop fruit has developed increasingly well. The range of his detached hands can now exceed 200 meters, becoming more adept at long-distance sneak attacks. Mao Xiong's steel fruit no longer only heats his hands, as in the original story, under MOE's guidance. It has started to develop towards Pika-S stone fruit and Guild Tesoro-S gold fruit. His whole body can transform into a steel body, merging with steel, showing immense potential, and can become the second tank of the MOE adventure team, though he's a bit silly and not very agile. The first tank, of course, is Bartolomeo, whose barrier fruit is very sturdy, and he is clever, having developed barrier-wrapped fists and created barrier staircases. MOE's guidance is to develop the barrier to cover his whole body, and then make it bigger and bigger, striving to unlock the Gundam and the Susanoo as soon as possible. Mr. 3's Wax fruit is also a creation-type fruit, like Bartolomeo's, and he has a bit of talent himself, being able to create candle clones, in addition to creating things and trapping enemies. He continues to encourage him to push towards the Gundam direction. This way, MOE's adventure group could potentially have 2 Gundams, which makes MOE a bit excited just thinking about it. A Drag Sound fruit, Eric's Scythe fruit, and Mr. 5's Bomb fruit are the 3 major ranged attackers of MOE's adventure group, keeping enemies at bay from the ship, first covering them with firepower before anything else. When in a tight spot, they shoot. When well off, they cover with firepower. The development direction for all 3 is to have long range, great power, and continuous output. Mr. For an ordinary person with a sausage dog cannon, has also joined the ranged attack group. The mimic fruit of Mr. 2 and the hypnotist Song Ao. This kind of special talent sometimes has unexpected uses. Siam Sam, Spotty Butch, Swordsman Gorith, Big Battle Gun Crick, Needle Sword Alpin, Mole Fruit Miss Merry Christmas, Thorn Fruit Miss Dual Finger Bora. All these people are training in physical arts to enhance their physiques, learning silent steps, fishman karate, fishman judo, and swordsmanship according to their strengths. Chef Carmen and Cook Lim, along with the girl delinquent Desire, are in charge of the ship's meals, and occasionally the 3 little Lolas come to help, with even little cook Ligia playing more often now. The 3 Lolas are also responsible for feeding the Millennium Dragon, Lion Leaky, and the little pets. Nokigao, the planter, is responsible for the planting and storage of vegetables and plants, and also serves as the warehouse material manager. Secretary Sweetheart Queen, Information Liaison Morty, along with the historian. Form the management team of MOE's adventure group, handling all external information and communication matters. In the captain's office, Mo-Yi watches Nami draw nautical charts and study the best routes. Sweetheart Queen, in contact with the underground Emperor's forces, Clockwork Island, and Rogue Town, has Morty recording everything nearby, while Robin helps analyze. Woof woof. And Mo-Yi redirected his gaze back to the sausage dog cannon in his hand. He had been researching the issue of this weapon, consuming a devil fruit for the past few days. From the limited information available, it is known that only Zoan-type devil fruits can grant abilities to inanimate objects. Currently, the only known examples are the sausage dog fruit cannon and the elephant fruit sword. Based on the situations involving the Beast Pirates' true combat and the users of artificial devil fruits, it appears that the cannon and the elephant sword, as non-biological items, have gained consciousness, resulting in the true combatants and users possessing two consciousnesses. Mo-Yi has come to a terrifying conclusion. The animal-type devil fruits, which contain animal demons, truly possess a soul consciousness. Normally, when a living being consumes a standard animal-type devil fruit, the being and the soul consciousness within the fruit merge, and the demon does not affect the consumer's consciousness. However, based on the foolish behavior of the awakened prison guard beasts, it can be inferred that animal-type devil fruits can awaken. If the consumer is not strong enough to suppress it, it is likely to cause the animal demon to awaken, intertwining the two souls and affecting the user's soul, intelligence, and consciousness. Consuming artificial devil fruits allows the animal demon to awaken prematurely, leading to a situation where the user possesses two soul consciousnesses that do not yield to each other, competing for one body. This is precisely why only animal types can grant abilities to non-biological entities. In contrast, natural-type devil fruits and most superhuman-type devil fruits do not possess the animal demon consciousness like animal types do. When the devil fruit is destroyed, they cannot inhabit these non-biological entities and must seek out new fruits to inhabit. Of course, it is also possible that the demons of these two types of devil fruits have not been deciphered by Vegapunk. For instance, Charlotte Daifuku from the Big Mom Pirates has a devil fruit that creates a spirit which surprisingly also possesses consciousness. It's really quite chaotic. The animal-type devil fruits, however, are different. Vegapunk discovered the characteristic of animal demons possessing consciousness through experiments with the prison guard beasts and prisoners, which is very evident. The first scientist, Vegapunk, has mastered a method to activate the animal demon soul consciousness in advance, allowing it to inhabit non-biological objects under certain conditions, transforming them into weapons of animal-type devil fruits. However, the devil fruits are more compatible with living beings, and combining animal-type devil fruits with non-biological materials also requires a great cost to achieve their fusion. The second question is, do devil fruits reside in the body or the soul of the living being? Mo-Yi speculated that, after Brook's death, his heart and body were gone, but the Yomi Yomi no Mi, revive fruit, brought Brook's soul back to his skeleton. It is very likely that the devil fruit resides in the soul. The devil fruit inhabits the soul and then changes the body. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became. Indeed, the devil fruits cannot be analyzed logically. However, Mo-Yi is certain that the three types of devil fruits definitely prefer to combine with beings that have souls. Under normal circumstances, they would not fuse with soulless non-biological substances. Vegapunk is truly a genius. He managed to fuse a Zoan-type devil fruit with an object. Captain, I see an island ahead. At this moment, the temporary lookout, the girl Kogan Machida, floated down with an umbrella to report. Got it. We've been on the ship for several days. We can finally see the forest. Mo-Yi stretched lazily and led the women up to the deck. A lush island appeared before everyone, surrounded by many small islands attached to the main island, with a network of water and numerous rivers in between. The Yanwang can dock directly at the port. Unlike the small garden, which has to anchor in shallow waters and use small boats to land on islands without ports, the water depth along the coast is insufficient, so ships can only stop in shallow waters. Osaka Island has developed its commercial trade quite well, with a large and deep port that also hosts a naval presence. In the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates were directly chased by the Navy and escaped into the surrounding small islands. The islanders stopped to watch as the Yanwang, pulled by two sea beasts, approached. Mo-Yi didn't waste any time and logged in directly. The members of the Mo-Yi adventure team disembarked from the ship. Ajin took the initiative to stay on the ship to cultivate and guard the vessel. He can fly and provide timely support. In fact, there are two sea beasts, so there is basically no need to worry about the safety of the ship. Bartolomeo and Desire, the couple, have already gone ashore to shop. The other women also disembarked to purchase local specialty clothing. Those buying ingredients and protecting the women all dispersed. Suddenly, everyone was gone, leaving only the dark-skinned Nico Robin still standing next to Moe. Aren't you going? This island seems to have quite a few ancient relics and legends. I want to take a look. Isn't it safest to stay by the captain's side? That's true. Let's go find the relics here and see this so-called 7-star sword bestowed upon the king of this island by the gods. Moe wants to obtain the 3 jewels held by the priestess Maya before seizing the 7-star sword, just in case. The 7-star sword is indeed a bit sinister, and the jewels can suppress it and serve as a countermeasure. It's wise to be cautious. On the beautiful Asco Island, there is a legend. Thousands of years ago, the islanders were extremely afraid of the appearance of a red full moon. To dispel their panic, the gods granted the king of the island a shield and the 7-star sword. However, when the 7-star sword and the red full moon appear simultaneously, darkness will dominate the entire land. Moe and Robin continuously inquired about the news of the priestess Maya along the way. However, the island's residents were quite guarded and unwilling to communicate. This was likely due to the previous pirate attack on Osaka Island, which resulted in heavy casualties, and the naval dojo leader Saka was unable to withstand it. At the last moment, in order to protect Maya, he picked up the cursed blade of sealing, the 7-star sword. Saka's body and mind were instantly controlled by this 7-star sword, killing numerous pirates, and from then on, his personality changed drastically. He only believed that justice is power. He has been waiting for the red moon to rise, to unseal the 7-star sword and gain the power to dominate the world. Robin, I have recently developed a new ability. Let me help you with your beauty. Moe looked at his skin, which was still dark, and he simply wanted to help Robin become more beautiful. Really, it was a very pure thought. After all, there's no girl who doesn't love beauty. In the original work, Nami and Robin bought quite a few beauty, whitening, and sunscreen skincare products. Captain Moe, I feel like there's something off about your gaze. But you haven't even looked me in the eye. Your tone is off. What's wrong with my tone? I just want to help you. What's wrong with that? Your intentions are off. Robin remained calm as she walked alongside Moe, feeling that he was criticizing her for being too dark. Robin, really? You stayed in the Alabasta Desert Kingdom for too long. Look, your skin has become so rough from the wind and sand, and it's been tanned by the harsh sun. Moe was chattering nonstop, outputting crazily, and Robin's mouth twitched slightly. Captain, do you have any improper intentions towards me? Robin knew about Moe's relationship with Nami, and sensed the unusual feelings the other women had for Moe. Robin, that's where you're wrong. Is there anything wrong with the captain caring for the crew? How could you have such a sordid thought? Your mind is too twisted. Robin was speechless. What could she do in front of someone whose face was as thick as a city wall? Understood. Then I'll thank the captain in advance. Robin had already prepared to accept a little advantage from Moe and was unwilling to dwell on the issue any longer. It's all for your own good. Yet you still look reluctant. Being a good person is indeed hard. Moe was complaining verbally, but the powers of the slippery fruit in his hands were already stirring. Slippery fruit whitening Robin felt a slight itch on her skin, under the influence of the slippery devil fruit. Some black substance began to emerge from her skin, which was the melanin accumulated over the years. Captain, it seems your devil fruit ability is quite good. The effect is excellent. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm too dirty right now. No need. There's more. Slippery fruit cleansing the black substance on Robin's skin was directly slid away by the fruit's power. Captain, can your devil fruit ability reach all over my body? Robin felt that all the dirt, including inside her clothes, had been slid away, and she realized that this could be taken advantage of. It's all settled. Don't mind these little details. There's more. Slippery fruit smoothed Robin's skin, which had become rough from years of wind and sand, began to repair itself, becoming smooth, looking full of elasticity, and both slippery and moist. Look, how beautiful it is now. As long as I'm not dead, this fruit's ability will always exist. Moe looked at Robin, who had become fair and smooth, and felt that all the hard work he had put into developing his devil fruit ability was worth it. Thank you, Moe. But please don't set such a ridiculous death flag. Robin was shocked by the huge change in her body. She was a woman who loved beauty and felt a bit moved. However, hearing Moe's death flag gave her a bad feeling. Having seen death so often, Robin was also extremely afraid of it, especially since she had just joined Moe a few days ago and had become a true companion. If one day she turned back to her dark appearance, wouldn't that mean that Moe had already died, and she would die too? At that point, nothing would matter anymore. However, Robin would never allow that day to come. For Moe and for herself. Ah, Robin, I've overused my devil fruit ability, and I'm feeling a bit weak. Mo-Yi suddenly leaned softly against Robin, resting her hand on his shoulder, her face pressed against him, continuously nodding weakly and rubbing against him. She secretly glanced at Robin's two white peaks. Not as exaggerated as in the original work, but it seemed that she would need a little help from Mo-Yi in the future. Robin looked at Mo-Yi's naive appearance, instantly breaking his own wild thoughts, but his gaze held a hint of something unusual, a sense of determination. Captain Mo-Yi, it's best to know when to stop. Robin, I'm really exhausted. Just let me lean on you and rest a bit. Mo-Yi's head was still resting on Robin's shoulder, eyes narrowed, looking comfortable and enjoying the moment. Captain, aren't you going to shake the billion? Robin pushed Mo-Yi away directly and continued walking. Haha, Robin, you are indeed still so clever, with sharp eyes, able to predict things accurately and strategize effectively. You have seen through me. Mo-Yi caught up with Robin, showing no embarrassment, laughing heartily and babbling nonsense. They arrived at an ancient village, surrounded by many stone tablets recording history. In the center stood a towering altar, filled with an ancient aura. At the village entrance, a strong, dark-skinned man approached, holding a long spear. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Outsiders are prohibited from entering. The village's strongest guardian, Captain Lakos, issued a loud warning. We are here to find Amaya, witch. Please notify her. Indeed, you are up to no good. Our Maya, which does not meet with outsiders. Are you sent by Saga? After Lakos finished speaking, he moved to expel Mo-Yi, thrusting his weapon at him. Flower fruit ability, split muscle and bone. Lakos was disarmed and restrained by the flower hands conjured by Robin, suffering dislocation. It's a monster. Lakos' painful cries alerted all the village guards, who rushed out with their spears and swords ready to confront them. Oh dear, Robin, you're too ruthless. Can't you be a bit gentler? Conqueror's Haki. With a buzz, all the guards fell unconscious, their weapons clattering to the ground. Nico Robin's lips twitched slightly again. You are the reckless one, never playing by the rules. At that moment, a blue-haired girl finally emerged, supporting a hunchbacked old woman, looking at the pile of unconscious villagers. On Aska Island, at the entrance of a primitive village, the ground was littered with fallen villagers. And a dark-skinned man with dislocated arms glared at Mo-Yi and Robin in pain. The blue-haired girl Maya and the hunchbacked old woman Ilinsa looked at Mo-Yi and Robin solemnly. Are you also sent by Saga to steal the gems? Those infected by the 7-star sword cannot touch the gems. That's why Saga has always sent those who are not infected to steal the village's gems. But these weaklings were driven away by our village's guard team, and the gems have been hidden and protected by Maya. Saga still has some feelings for Maya and did not kill the villagers. Besides, the time for the Red Moon is still a bit off. Recently, Saga has been sending people to expel and disrupt all the sacrificial activities in the village to prevent the 7-star sword from being sealed by the gems again. Once the Red Moon arrives, the 7-star sword can break the seal. Saga has also been looking for trustworthy, strong individuals to seize the gems and sacrifice them to the 7-star sword. In the original story, it was Zoro who helped Saga steal the gems, and Zoro was injured by Saga, losing some blood to the 7-star sword. That's right. I'm here to take 3 gems, but the 7-star sword in Saga's hands is my true goal. The gems are just a precaution. The 7-star sword, a double-edged long sword filled with Chinese characteristics, naturally piqued Mo-Yi's interest. The gems were merely for contingency, as no one knew what secrets the 7-star sword hid. You also want a 7-star sword? Impossible. The 7-star sword is filled with the resentment of slaughtering people. No one can control it. It can only be sealed with the gems. Maya said anxiously, quickly explaining to Mo-Yi. Are you teaching me how to do things? Hurry up and bring out the 3 gems, and I will also steal Saga's 7-star sword. Your island won't be harmed by the 7-star sword, and your witch clan can be liberated. But the 7-star sword is too evil. No one can control it. That's why I need the 3 gems. Maya was both angry and speechless at Mo-Yi's logic. The 3 gems are used to seal the 7-star sword. If you keep talking, these people will die, and so will you. Then I'll go find it myself. If I can't find it, I'll just kill Saga and take the 7-star sword. Of course, it will be best if I can subdue the 7-star sword. Otherwise, I will be controlled by it and slaughter everyone on this island. Montaki seriösly analysiert Maya's situation. No, I'll give it to you. I'll just give it to you. Maya was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged by this handsome demon. Not only did he want to massacre the village, but he also intended to kill his own beloved Saga, and even wanted to be controlled by the 7-star sword to slaughter the entire island's inhabitants. Robin watched Mo-Yi's performance with great interest. This threat was really targeting Maya's weaknesses in humanity. So cunning, it was worth learning from, and he needed to take notes. Young man, I also hope you can subdue the seven-star sword. If that is not possible, please make sure to destroy it. At that moment, Maya's grandmother, the old witch, the hunchbacked old woman Elan Shah, realized the situation was dire and could only make a final request. I understand. If it truly becomes impossible to subdue the seven-star sword, I will break it and throw it into the deep sea. Thus, Maya reluctantly handed over the 3 gems to Moe. The first phase of the mission was complete. Robin also helped Captain Gallus of the guard team recover, while casually looking over the nearby ancient monuments and taking plenty of notes. Lord Saga, just now a stranger broke into the village. The gems must not be lost. They cannot fall into the outside world. Otherwise, it could lead to dealing with the seven-star sword. I want to see the gems destroyed or thrown into a place where people can never find them. All units, move out, capture them, and make them bring the gems here. Understood, Lord Saga. On Askar Island, at the Navy Branch Dojo, all the sailors held long knives, their eyes flashing with a hint of red, filled with madness. Saga's subordinates, the Navy's 3 high-ranking disciples, were also the same, already under Saga's control through the seven-star sword. Duma, the light-speed swordsman, was skilled in Iaido-style swordsmanship. Bismarck, the Iron Knight, was wrapped in hard armor. Bukongu, the big-stick samurai, was a giant wielding a massive iron rod in each hand. While walking along the road, Moe saw more and more Navy personnel. Robin, this is not good. I don't know how the other crew members are doing right now. Moe looked tense, but his expression didn't change much. Captain Moe, soon the other crew members will come to support and protect us. Robin slowly put down the den mushi, clearly having just informed the other crew members who were out shopping. That's good. Otherwise, this captain would be surrounded and beaten up by the Navy, and you crew members wouldn't be able to demonstrate your worth. Moe spun 3 jewels in his hand, becoming smoother with each turn, while Robin helplessly watched the captain. Wasn't it enough for these minions to just have the Conqueror's haki? Why do they need to specifically notify all crew members for support? Before long, Saka, carrying the seven-star sword and accompanied by 3 high-ranking disciples from the Navy dojo, surrounded them, with hundreds of Navy soldiers around, their eyes gleaming red as they stared at Moe and Robin. My friend, I wonder if you could help me destroy these 3 jewels. I will surely reward you handsomely. Saka's gaze was fixed intently on the 3 jewels in Moe's hand, filled with apprehension towards them. Mr. Navy, these 3 jewels are something I fought hard to snatch from a Maya witch. How can you want to destroy them? Robin, with her dead fish eyes, quietly watched Moe's exaggerated performance. Pirate, you're already surrounded. Obey Lord Saka's orders and destroy these 3 jewels, or both of you will die. The big-stick warrior Bukong raised his massive iron rod, pointing it at Moe and threatening loudly. Do you think you can still escape? We have surrounded you with our Navy. Iron Knight Bismarck pointed at the red-eyed Navy soldiers around them, as if he had everything under control. I declare that all Navy on Askar Island, you have been surrounded by our Moe adventure group. Moe looked around at the Navy, pointing at them, and, haha, is this little brat scared? They still dare to say they are surrounding us. The Navy burst into laughter, even Saga frowned. At that moment, all the Navy heard a roar from afar, resembling a dragon's roar, and 10 green-feathered birds flew through the sky. Brother Moe, we're here to save you. One of the 1,000-year-old dragons, riding on top of it, shouted, I still need you to save me? You little lowly can't do anything yourself. The sound wave Adarego took the lead, rushing over to protect Moe, and upon seeing so many Navy soldiers, he immediately became excited. An opportunity to showcase his prowess had come. Demon Fire Slash. Saga looked at the charging Moe adventure group and took the first move. A gigantic green, eerie sword energy rushed toward the crowd. Barrier Giant Shield. The couple behind, Bartolomeo, jumped over to Zaya and leaped to the front, holding up a massive transparent shield. The eerie sword energy struck the shield, causing a tremendous explosion with smoke billowing up. As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is no harm. As the smoke cleared, the 1,000-year-old dragon roared in the air, and Bartolomeo crossed his hands, wearing a confident smile, the shield completely unharmed. So it's you who dares to surround our captain, huh? Next, let us be your opponents against the Navy. The Moe adventure team is here, and all the crew members are eager to go, full of morale. With a roar, a dragon's cry echoes through the air, and a blood-colored dragon soars down, exuding an impressive presence. Even Moe looks a bit envious. Captain, I'm here. At this moment, a giant pirate ship arrives at Little Garden, the Baroque Gustav. This is the flagship of the warlord crocodile, Sir Crocodile. Boss, there's no one left on the island. The two giants from Little Garden, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy, have also disappeared. Mr. 1 Bones reports to the grim-faced crocodile. Nico Robin, where have you escaped to? Issue a bounty in the underground world to find news about Mr. 2 and Mr. 3. ISNT their need to issue a bounty for Nico Robin's whereabouts. The world government is also hunting for Nico Robin, so for now, we shouldn't expose her carelessly. I still need her to interpret the true history of the Pluton, and by finding Mr. 2 and the others, I should be able to find her. Understood. 3 Navy warships sail across the sea. Admiral, we have temporarily lost track of the MOE pirate crew. The last reported sighting was at Whiskey Peak. Search thoroughly for news along this route. Little Garden, Magnet Island, Alabasta, Gaia Island, and Bonero Island. Yes, Admiral. Rear Admiral Dalmatia, with the Dog Fruits Barley Town form. Skilled in both color of observation and color of armament, is a tough, hawkish Rear Admiral. Like Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, he harbors a deep hatred for pirates. His mission is to capture the MOE pirate crew. However, he will never let go of such a potentially powerful pirate crew. He aims to annihilate the MOE pirate crew and make them completely vanish from the seas. Justice must not be tarnished. In the underground world, it's been a while since that Brad MOE has given us any news. The recent reports have been too dull. A large bird wearing a hat mutters to itself. I took my reward, but that bastard MOE hasn't had any news lately. My solid gold ring, eternal life. Ha ha ha. The Sea Transport King Umite chuckles while stroking his mustache. Have you collected any news about MOE, Violetta? Don Quixote da Flamingo asked the woman beside him. Violetta, the Princess of Dressrosa, is now a cadre of the Don Quixote family and a user of the Paramecia type Dengeki Devil Fruit. She can see within a range of 4,000 kilometers, making it an important means for the Don Quixote family to search for and observe enemies, gathering intelligence. Young Master, the latest news is that MOE appeared at Whiskey Peak, but there hasn't been any information for many days. Of course, Violetta's vision cannot directly cross the red line to see the scenery of the Grand Line from the New World. Who exposed my identity? Why find out? I'll personally take care of him. CP0 Agent Tracy has been scolded severely by the 5 elders. She cannot find a place in the underground world now. And like a stray dog, she is hiding in the New World, secretly investigating information and rebuilding her power. Asker Island. The dragon descends and transforms back into human form. Akin, Captain, should we take them all out? Akin remains calm and steady, filled with loyalty towards the captain. These Navy are all controlled by the 7-star sword. You can handle it as you see fit. Leave the sword's master to me. These minions can naturally be dealt with by the cadres. MOE just needs to deal with Saga. This 7-star sword is not something just anyone can wield. Only those completely controlled by the 7-star sword can lift it. In the original plot, Zoro burned his hand just by touching the hilt. Akin quickly identifies the strongest among the Navy, the light-speed swordsman Duma, whose hands transform into dragon claws, taking on a half-dragon form as he lunges at Duma, carving out a battlefield. Other cadres immediately start to take out the minions. Ultimately, Soundwave Itarago faces off against the big stick samurai Bukongu, using his Soundwave shock fist to fly up. He has been actively training his physical skills. Iron Knight Bismarck is snatched by Bartolomeo, and the two exchange blows with their fists wrapped in barrier shields, bang bang bang, as they clash. Clown Buggy, Iron Bear, and Scythe Eric all go to clear the small fries. The team leaders, except for a few crew members protecting the women, all spring into action to clear the minions. Mr. 5's bombs, Mr. 3's candle bindings, Mr. 2's transgender boxing style, Mr. 4's sausage dog cannon. None of the women have made a move. The Kilogram Woman and the Thorn Woman are on guard and protecting. Now it's just this left, Saga. Hand over the 7-star sword to me. MOE began to take things seriously, his momentum coalescing as the armament hockey covered his 3rd-generation Ghost Slash. And his observation hockey activated. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Under Saga's crimson eyes, filled with madness, waves of green, eerie sword energy surged towards MOE, leaving deep, bottomless sword marks on the ground, indicating considerable power. With his observation hockey, MOE easily dodged Saga's sword energy using Slide Fruit, Silent Instant Slide. Slide Fruit, Slide Rail Instant Slash created an invisible straight-line slide rail between MOE and Saga, allowing MOE to glide at high speed and strike Saga with a single slash. Saga blocked with his sword, but was still forcefully sent flying by Moe, crashing into the wall, which collapsed and kicked up a cloud of dust. Adhering to the principle of smoke without injury, Moe retreated to his original position. Saga's beast-like roar echoed from the smoke, resonating in all directions. Demon Snake Tooth Attack / unleashed a light green snake-shaped sword energy, twisting and biting towards Moe, as if it had a consciousness of its own, rolling and maneuvering to strike with precision. Moe did not take the attack head-on, but chose to continuously slide and dodge. Putting down the sword, it has begun to drain your life force. One can only blame Saga for being too weak, and the 7-star sword is still sealed, resulting in its power being somewhat diminished. As long as I wait for the Red Moon to arrive and unseal the 7-star sword, I will gain the power to dominate the world. Saga has completely lost his sanity and has become a puppet of the 7-star sword. It has always been humans who rule the world, not just a mere 7-star sword, a frog at the bottom of the well. Sliding fruit 10 directions, sliding track / 10 transparent, sliding tracks intersect around Saga. And in an instant, Moe disappears from the spot, leaving only multiple afterimages in the air and the continuous sound of sword cries. Saga endures his slashes from all directions, wounds constantly appearing, blood flowing endlessly, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Captain Moe is so cool. The 3 little Lolas flying in the air cheer excitedly. Moe also revealed a faint smile. Robin watched as the captain, who had just been fooling around, now executed clean and swift attacks, defeating his opponent with lightning speed. The half-dragon Akin, with his formidable physical defense and recovery, snapped Duma's sword in half and defeated the light-speed swordsman Duma. Drago and Bartholomew also defeated their opponents. Drago used his sonic wave lightning laser cannon to pierce through the great stick warrior Bukongu, while Bartholomew used bull charge, nearly flattening the Iron Knight Bismarck. The Navy henchmen were all taken down. The women were already preparing to rush over to celebrate. At this moment, Saga's blood began to flow backward, absorbed by the 7-star sword. Saga's flesh began to wither. His hair started to dry up, but the crimson in his eyes intensified. Justice is power. The 7-star sword shattered, merging into Saga's emaciated body, creating a tattoo on his chest resembling the 7-star sword. Such a fragile body. I need more strong blood. Shouldn't the consciousness of the 7-star sword be awakening now? For thousands of years, it has slaughtered countless civilians, a brutal soul consciousness born from strong warriors. I wonder if the original Kichiku has produced a sword spirit. The 7-star sword Saga raised his hand slightly and waved it towards Moe. A sharp sword energy shot up into the sky and pierced through at high speed. Watch out! Moe quickly dodged, breaking into a cold sweat. A sword mark, starting from the 7-star sword Saga, extended all the way to the sea surface. The sword mark was deep and narrow, showcasing its extreme penetrating power. Looking at the 7-star sword Saga, which resembled a malevolent ghost, he said, "You all retreat first." Moe instructed the women and the team leaders to retreat a bit further. Everyone moved away from the battlefield, leaving Bartolomeo and the 6 devil fruit users not far behind, in case of emergencies. Are you now Saga or the spirit of the 7-star sword? You look like neither human nor ghost. Moe knew that in the world of One Piece, objects could have souls, swords have sword spirits, and ships have ship spirits. The Going Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates generated a ship spirit, which could materialize, repair the ship with a hammer, and even converse with people. It had communicated with the iceberg on Water 7. When the Going Merry was burned by the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone heard its voice. As for sword spirits, famous swords like the Supreme Great Blade have a high chance of gaining consciousness, especially the swords from the Gotch series, which are peculiar and have a curse of killing their masters, choosing their own owners, which is quite incredible. Perhaps the original Gotch had already developed a sword spirit, but it belonged to a cruel and evil spirit. When Zoro obtained Enma in Wano and used it for the first time, it absorbed his haki on its own, turning Zoro's arm into skin and bones. However, after being scolded by Zoro, it returned the haki. Could it be that this famous sword also possesses consciousness? The world of One Piece is indeed incredible and illogical. The Yomi Yomi no Mi proves that the underworld exists in the One Piece world. When a person dies, their soul is automatically drawn to the underworld. Even the Shadow fruit can return souls that have been dead for years back to their bodies. And the resurrected zombies possess the original owner's soul consciousness, but they only use the techniques of their shadow master. The soul's soul fruit can directly bestow souls onto objects. Big Mom's Tato land is filled with homies, all of which have consciousness, and no one knows where this consciousness comes from. The residents of Tato land have their lifespans collected by Big Mom every 6 months. Could it be that the lifespans collected are then given to the homies to grant them consciousness? I wonder if these homies can eat another devil fruit. If they can, wouldn't they become even stronger? For example, if Zeus the Thundercloud were to eat another devil fruit, Moe feels that these homies are essentially products of the soul fruit, tainted by the essence of the soul fruit, and are not true souls. If homies eat another devil fruit, it will conflict with the souls tainted by the soul fruit, ultimately leading to an explosion of their bodies. Therefore, it is worth researching whether autonomously generated sword spirits and ship spirits can consume devil fruits as physical souls. Blood. I need more blood from strong beings. Every swing of the 7-star sword saga unleashes a peculiar sword aura with great penetrating power. The ground is already covered with crisscrossing sword aura ravines. Has Saga's soul been completely devoured? Looking at the crazed 7-star sword saga, it seems that Saga is no more and has fused with the vengeful souls accumulated over thousands of years to become a new sword spirit. The 7-star sword has also shattered. Could it be that this trip to Aska Island yields nothing, wasting time in vain? How unlucky. It's all because of you that I made this pointless journey. Moe also found it hard to accept this fact. Brother Saga, how did it end up like this? At this moment, the sound of Maya's painful cries came from beside him. Moe, be careful. The evil spirit of the 7-star sword can invade others at any time, control, and devour souls. Quickly take out the 3 jewels. The old witch Elon Shah warned Moe loudly, her expression filled with worry. It seemed that the 7-star sword saga understood the words of the old witch Elon Shah, swiftly charging towards Moe, wanting to corrupt his soul. It might also be that Saga's vitality had been nearly exhausted. However, when he approached Moe, he was knocked back by the aura emitted from the 3 jewels in Moe's waist pouch. He then turned to scan the crowd. Maya and Elon Shah had too weak of vitality and possessed the unpleasant aura of a witch. So he quickly set his sights on the 6 major cadres on guard not far away. You all be careful. Seeing the 7-star sword saga charging towards the 6, Moe loudly reminded them. Bartholomew immediately raised a circular barrier to protect the others. Akin entered his half-dragon form. The furry bear transformed into steel form. Eric's palm gathered energy, ready to unleash a sharp wind blade at any moment, and Edraji's mouth also glowed with golden light, while Baki drew out his daggers in defense. The 7-star sword saga crashed into Bartholomew's circular barrier, wildly swinging its sword energy. The barrier was constantly bombarded, and Bartholomew was struggling to hold on. He had only been at sea for less than a month, and his physical strength and devil fruit abilities had not yet reached their peak. Slide fruit, slide rail instant slash. Moe suddenly appeared behind the 7-star sword saga and struck fiercely, but was blocked by him and pushed back several dozen meters. Let the 6 people without the pearl's protective aura go first. The 7-star sword saga immediately charged forward. Slip fruit glass ground. The 7-star sword saga slipped for a moment, but soon the green, eerie aura around him intensified, and with every step he took, he began to erode the glass ground. Moe, quickly take out the pearl to seal him. Ilyasha reminded Moe again. Moe quickly took out 3 precious beads from his waist pouch. What should we do? Maya, pull yourself together, seal the 7-star sword. For the peace of Asuka Island. At Elisa's shout, Maya also became determined. It was the evil spirit of the 7-star sword that killed Brother Saga. There isn't enough time to go to the bead altar, so let's form a 3-star bead barrier with the 3 of us holding the beads. Moe also gave a gem to Maya and Elon Shah, 1 for each, spreading them in 3 directions, trying to surround the 7-star sword saga. However, the bizarre speed of the 7-star sword saga had already begun to target the fallen naval soldiers. The light-speed swordsman Duma, the big stick warrior Bikongu, and the Iron Knight Bismarck were drained of their vitality by the 7-star sword, their faces immediately withering and shriveling as the naval soldiers continued to wail in agony. Not good. He is absorbing blood and souls. Quickly stop him. Without needing Elon Shah's reminder, Moe had quickly drawn his sword and struck, pushing the 7-star sword saga back, preventing more sailors from being drained of their blood and souls. With 3 gems, forming a formation in 3 directions, Maya and Elon Shah held the gems in their hands and began to pray. The 3 gems emitted dazzling light, as the 2 priestesses recited their incantations faster and faster. The light from the gems became increasingly brilliant, and the seven-star sword saga within the three-person barrier began to emit smoke and roared in response. Its crimson eyes grew more frenzied, howling at the sky, sending shockwaves through the air that erupted outward, causing the body of the seven-star sword saga to start rotting. Struggling like a trapped beast, the seven-star sword saga erupted again in a display of astonishing power, launching a frenzied counterattack, and surprisingly, the three gems were shattered. Cracks spread slowly, and with a crack, the three gems shattered completely. In the original work, the seven-star sword could shatter the three gems on the distant altars from afar. The body of the seven-star sword saga also completely dissipated, leaving behind a mass of nightmarish dark soul energy, but the crimson eyes remained. The nightmare soul rushed towards Moe at high speed. Moe, covered in armed color hockey, swung his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, and sliced the soul in half. However, the two halves of the nightmare soul continued to attack, ignoring Moe's armed color hardening, and entered his body through his eyes. With Moe's painful scream, everything fell silent. The two priestesses were filled with fear. The 6 officers in the distance stared wide-eyed in anger. The distant women and squad leader, watching through binoculars, also felt extreme anxiety upon seeing this scene. Moe raised his head, his eyes bursting with a crimson glow. He laughed maniacally, hee-ha-ha, hee-hee-zee, ha-va-ka, amidst the fearful and worried gazes of the crowd. Moe, wielding the seven-star sword, laughed wildly at the sky, his crimson eyes shining a green, enchanting seven-star sword tattoo prominently displayed on his chest. So there's such a powerful and wonderful feeling, a person from another world. Keek, get out of my body. Moe's angry voice came, and there were actually 2 strange voices in his mouth. I saw your hatred for the world, Kiki. The spirit of the seven-star sword began to devour the embryonic form of the second personality born from Moe's drastic change in character. Now I am you, and you are me. We are one, Kiki. After devouring the hatred personality's embryonic form, the seven-star sword also gained control over Moe's body. With a powerful body, let's go rule the world together. The third generation of Guache was covered in black armed color and then enveloped by a layer of green, eerie sword energy. In Moe's hand, the third generation of Guache became more active and more bizarre, as if this was the more suitable master. With a wave of his hand, a sharp black-green sword energy shot up into the sky, cutting the heavy clouds in half. With another swing of the sword energy split the earth in 2, causing the island to shake. The sky cracked and the earth split. It was terrifying. Kiki, just like this. Such a body allows me to feel utmost pleasure. Run. The old witch Linsa shouted in despair, as if she had lost her struggle for life, yelling at her granddaughter Maya and the others. Get out of Captain Moe's body. Yuval's seven-star sword. Akin, transformed into a dragon, had an expressionless face filled with anger. The animal-type phantom beast, the flesh and soul of a strong being, is very delicious, very delicious. I want to eat you, Kiki. A black-green sword energy cut through the air, carrying a whirlwind, slashing towards the dragon in the sky. The dragon Akin quickly dodged, flames swirling in its mouth. Crimson dragon flame, a wave of flames rushed towards the seven-star sword Moe. Akin had actually developed another innate skill of the phantom beast dragon, fire. Flying food is the most troublesome. Kiki, the seven-star sword Moe, simply swung a sword and shattered the flame wave. It seems I also have demon abilities developed quite well. No wonder you're from another world. Kiki, slippery fruit, air, slide, rail the left hand of the seven-star sword Moe, move his 5 fingers, and transparent air slide rails appeared in the sky, interconnected and 3-dimensional. No need to use what has been developed. What is this, a trump card? Cowardly trash. Kiki. Countless phantoms of the seven-star sword Moe flashed through the air, the sound of swords howling continuously. After the dragon's sharp claws blocked a few times, the massive body was quickly injured, letting out a painful wail as it fell back to the ground, returning to human form. Captain, the severely injured Akin looked at the seven-star sword Moe, eyes filled with tears, desperately closing his eyes and crying. The seven-star sword Moe was about to slay Akin with one sword. Bang. Captain Moe, quickly recover. We are family in the Moe Adventure Group. Bartolomeo's barrier blocked the strike from the seven-star sword Moe, shouting madly. The wind blades of the scythe Eric and the sound wave laser cannon of Dragos had already shot towards the seven-star sword Moe, forcing him back. The bear also turned his whole body into steel, standing in front of Akin. Taking advantage of the situation, Buggy carried Akin away and flew back to a distance. Kiki, still family? You memories. Before the 7-star sword Mo, you could finish this sentence. He collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain. You're seeking death. Mo's voice echoed, filled with endless anger. Hee, are you feeling guilty? You're just a hypocritical scum, and even more of a coward. The 7-star sword Mo stood up, his aura erupting again, and waves of domineering, fierce, black-green sword energy surged towards the fore. I will kill all your crew right in front of you. Bartolomeo's shield was broken by the endless sword energy for the first time, leaving a huge sword wound on him, and he fell heavily to the ground. The steel-skinned Iron Bear was also pierced by countless sword energies, blood flowing profusely, collapsing to the ground. The ranged Fragile Eric was also affected, getting slashed by the sword energy. Sonic Edra, with decent physical abilities and being a ranged attacker, was the only officer still barely standing. In a single exchange, except for Buggy, who saved Akin, all the officers were defeated. In the far distance, the women and the team leader were not optimistic about the situation. The calm and composed Robin was now extremely worried. There was no one on this island who could stop the 7-star sword Moe. If Moe couldn't regain his body, this might be the last journey of the Moe adventure group. It was unexpected that the usually carefree Moe was so strong. I want to save Moe. Nami could no longer stay still. She wanted to be by Moe's side because she knew Moe needed her right now. Nami's feelings for Moe were undoubtedly the deepest among the women. She firmly believed that Moe could defeat the 7-star sword and would surely become king. Robin looked at Nami's back and understood something. The other women also disregarded the danger and followed Nami to save Moe. Robin realized the meaning of having companions in the face of such bonds. What was life and death worth? She and the team leaders also rushed to the battlefield, ready to make their final effort for their captain, even if it meant death. Another bunch of ants coming to be food. The 7-star sword spirit laughed wildly. Moe, I know you can do it. You promised me you would always protect me. Nami looked at the 7-star sword tattoo on Moe's chest, with strange patterns on his body and face, and cried out heart-wrenchingly, Brother Moe, I haven't grown up yet. I want you to accompany me to see the beauty of the sea and experience all kinds of exciting adventures. Don't leave me, Li Jia shouted through tears. The other women were also crying, expressing their hopes for the future, shouting for Moe to come back. The blood of my beloved must taste delicious too. The 7-star sword Moe slowly walked towards the women, holding the 3rd-generation ghost cutter. Despite their tears and fear, the women still held on to hope for Moe. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die at Moe's hands. The 7-star sword Moe raised his sword, pointing it at the women. Which one should I taste the blood of first? Under everyone's fear, Nami grabbed the blade of the 3rd-generation ghost cutter, blood instantly flowing. Moe, you promised me. Just before the 7-star sword Moe could stab the sword into Nami's heart. Nami, with tears on her face, shouted one last time. The tip of the 3rd-generation ghost cutter stopped right in front of Nami's chest. I told you, you are seeking death. Endless Conqueror's haki burst forth, and Moe's soul regained control of his body. Why do you have such Conqueror's haki? I devoured your soul, but didn't gain this Conqueror's haki. Why? Get out of my body. Impossible. I have consumed your vengeful persona. I am now the main entity of your vengeful persona. We are one, and you cannot expel me. I will always lurk in your body, and one day I will regain control. Ha ha ha. Moe's Conqueror's haki continued to break through and strengthen. The 7-star sword tattoo on his chest gradually faded, being pushed away and expelled. Finally, a tattoo of the 7-star sword appeared on Moe's right hand, the entire hand filled with bizarre patterns. I told you it's impossible to expel me. We are already one. I am your second soul. The 3rd-generation ghost Che in Moe's hand fell down, and his body knelt as well, with his left hand pressing against the slightly uncontrollable strange right hand. Even if you're my second soul, you can only be controlled by me. Moe looked at the 7-star sword tattoo on his right arm, his gaze filled with mockery. Once you enter my body, you become my power. Since you are the second soul that has consumed my vengeful persona, it means you are a relatively independent soul. Slide fruit memory slips out. Why? Why is this happening? No, I could be the strongest sword in your hand. I have rich combat experience. The voice of the 7-star sword spirit faded away, like a sleeping baby, quieting down, devoid of any brutal emotions. Moe sat tiredly on the ground, having just been recklessly attacked by the 7-star sword. which drained a significant amount of his blood, energy, and vitality. Dealing with the second soul also consumed a lot of his dominance and spiritual power. Kuya, hurry up and heal Nami and the crew. Moe was already exhausted and collapsed on the ground, looking at the sky and waking up the terrified crowd. Great. The captain is fine. Hurry and help the injured. Everyone finally started to move in a panic. The seriously injured Ajin, Bartolomeo, and Mao Xiong. The moderately injured Eric, the lightly injured Edrigo, and Buggy, who was completely fine. Nami's palm was also scratched by the third-generation Ghost J. All of these needed treatment. Moe had no external injuries, only exhausted his blood and soul, and lay on the ground, unwilling to move. Looking at Nami's hands wrapped in bandages, Moe felt a pang of guilt. Nami, thank goodness I have you. I knew you could do it, Moe. Nami pressed her forehead against Moe's. Their eyes meeting, full of affection. Akin, Bartolomeo, and the others were all wrapped up like Zongzi. On Osaka Island, aboard the ship Yanhuang, there were 5 lounge chairs, with 4 Zongzi and Captain Moe lying on them. Ader was bandaged, but could still move and eat by himself. Bartolomeo was being taken care of and fed by his girlfriend Azia, making the 3 Zongzi next to him envious. Buggy was taking care of Eric, while Needlesword Appin was also looking after the former Captain Iron Bear, and Akin was being looked after by the former captain who had fought against Gun Click. This internal conflict within Moe's adventure group had caused many to suffer. No one expected the captain's strength to have reached a level where he couldn't be defeated even when surrounded. Akin's determination to become stronger was even more solidified. Moe, how's your arm now? Nami asked, placing a piece of meat in Moe's mouth. Moe looked at the 7-star tattoo on his right arm, which had 7 star points forming a spoon shape. In China, the Big Dipper is composed of 7 stars: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. I never expected that this world also had similar stars. It will be fine. This has already become a part of my body. Moe felt the pure soul on the 7-star arm, as white as paper. It reminded him of the Qilin arm from the Fengyan world. He also had a 7-star arm now. It also brought to mind the pure lotus demon fire from the Domo Broken World, which, after being refined by the protagonist's anti-inflammatory medicine from the 6-star Do Saint Demon Fire, transformed into a baby-like innocent child. It called him Daddy, no Master. Moe's lips curled up slightly as he gently spoke to the 7-star arm. The 7-star arm could also emit the eerie green sword energy of the 7 stars, allowing Moe to advance to the rank of Swordmaster. Its bizarre damage far exceeded that of an ordinary Swordmaster. Moe could completely control the soul of this 7-star arm, suppressing its independent consciousness through a link of awareness, achieving direct manipulation that felt no different from using his own hand, yet was indeed an independent soul. Moe can also instruct like an intelligent system, mastering skills and techniques on this soul. Even if Moe disconnects from the consciousness link, it can still use various skills and sword techniques like a game interface by pressing Q, W, E, R. If one day Moe becomes unconscious, the 7-star arm soul can still think independently and use the techniques on the soul to automatically fight and protect its master. However, Moe will definitely maintain absolute control over this 7-star arm soul, preventing it from developing complex emotions and thinking abilities. If it does, then memories will be wiped away. Moe will only teach this 7-star arm soul combat technique and combat instincts, and will not allow it to think about anything else. Moreover, aside from the time spent teaching this soul technique, for the rest of the time, Moe directly links consciousness, suppressing it to keep its soul in a dormant state, with Moe directly controlling the soul consciousness of the 7-star sword. Master, I will definitely practice all the techniques well. The tender consciousness communicates with Moe on a soul level. Good. Moe regained control of the 7 stars arm soul, while the consciousness of the 7 stars arm fell into slumber. Moe's 7 stars arm moved its fingers, and there was nothing awkward about it. The command to move the fingers simply transferred from Moe's soul to the soul of the 7 stars arm, and then to the fingers. Compared to before, there was an additional soul of the 7 stars arm in between, but the speed of movement did not change much. How could he permanently eliminate this immature consciousness while retaining the power of the 7-star sword? Although it seemed a bit cruel, even though the immature consciousness of the 7 stars arm called him master, there was still a slight risk involved. Moe did not know when he might develop a bond with this immature consciousness, leading it to have complex feelings and independent thoughts. If, due to his reluctance, He allowed this soul to grow strong and compete with him for control of his body. It would not be like Naruto from the Naruto world, who could coexist harmoniously with the tailed beast. Everyone was injured, so they should rest for a few days on Osaka Island. Moe ordered. Understood, Captain. On the other side, the priestess Maya buried the remaining ashes of Saga and sadly returned to the village. At the Navy dojo, due to the disappearance of the 7-star sword, the remaining few Navy soldiers regained their senses. However, they had generally been drained of their vitality, their potential diminished, and they wouldn't have any growth opportunities. Nevertheless, they still maintained a sense of justice and immediately reported the news to the Navy headquarters. These Navy personnel were honest enough to also report the situation regarding being controlled by the 7-star sword. However, the Navy dojo instructor Saga on Asuka Island, along with 3 senior disciples, the light-speed swordsman Duma, the great stick warrior Bikongu, the Iron Knight Bismarck, and over 100 soldiers, all perished. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the detestable Moe had actually made it to Asuka Island. He might have permanent pointers from other islands in his possession. They quickly notified Vice Admiral Dalmatia to capture Moe. The warlord was extremely furious. The killing of so many Navy recruits was unforgivable. I had heard a little about the legend of the 7-star sword, but I didn't expect Moe to go straight for this cursed sword. It seems his strength will rise to another level. Chief Strategist Crane also frowned. This Moe didn't seem like a bloodthirsty person. According to these soldiers, after Navy instructor Saga obtained the 7-star sword, they were gradually controlled, lost their memories, and when they woke up, they saw many shriveled bodies of Navy soldiers and the injured Moe's adventure group. It was likely that Moe was injured while fighting the 7-star sword, and these Navy soldiers must have had their life force drained by the sword. Crane continued to analyze. Even if he wasn't killed by Moe, his strength had grown rapidly, and he posed an increasing threat. Just look at the sword marks left at the battle site. Sengoku and Crane picked up the photos, looking at the intricate, uneven, and densely packed massive sword scars. It was estimated that he had already reached the level of a swordsman. We can't delay any longer. If this continues, even the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral won't be able to defeat Moe's adventure group. Akainu and Akiji haven't returned from suppressing the underground dark world in the New World, and Kizuru can't be dispatched casually. Who else can we send? Should we apply to the world government for CP0 to take action? The exposed Stussy has been looking for this leak, right? Let's inform her and have her cooperate with Vice Admiral Dalmatia to capture Moe. We'll arrange it like this for now. New World. Underground dark world. Stussy had just hung up the phone call from the Navy. It was him, the new king, Yen Dmoe, who might grasp the power of the prophecy fruit. Stussy gritted her teeth at this person. Years of lurking and development had been destroyed in an instant. I want you to taste my methods on the Grand Line. Asuka Island. The resting Moe's adventurer group. Captain Moe, you really are ruthless. My barrier couldn't block your sword energy at all. Bartolomeo complained as he looked at Moe. Your devil fruit development isn't strong enough. I've now developed a beauty technique that needs to remove your scars, right? No. Scars are a man's honor. I don't want to end up with skin as delicate as the captain's. What did you say? Bartle. Bartle is right. Scars are the honor of us men. They're the proof of our battles, El Drago echoed. I can't help it. My devil fruit ability automatically makes me so handsome that my scars have disappeared. Are you all jealous that I'm better looking than you? Moe had a look that seemed to see through these ugly men. Everyone had a smile on their faces. You all need to recover quickly, exercise more, and strive to awaken your conqueror's haki as soon as possible. After the ship's doctor, Kaya, treated the injured, Moe also used his devil fruit ability in practice to help them heal. The slide fruit pain bullet slide had a healing effect similar to Bartholomew Kuma's healing bubbles, sliding the pain away from the injured and even clearing the bacteria from their wounds, allowing for a faster recovery. Because Robin's beauty and whitening effects were excellent, Nami immediately asked Moe to help her remove the scars and tattoos on her body. The evil dragon tattoo on Nami's arm, which had been covered by a new design after she had previously scratched her skin, was now completely cleaned by Moe. Nami re-tattooed a character on her shoulder, the character knight, expressing her loyalty to Moe's adventure group and her feelings for him. This action was soon imitated by everyone. Akin also tattooed the character knight on his neck, and Robin tattooed a small knight on the back of her hand. Most of the men tattooed large knight characters on their chests, backs, or arms, while the women more subtly tattooed the character on the front or back of their wrists, with the boldest Noki even tattooing it slightly above her breasts. Moe looked helpless as well. For the past 2 days, Moe had been practicing the abilities of the devil fruit related to healing and beauty. The women had all been beautified and whitened. Even the dark-skinned Noki Gao and the Thorn Woman had turned fair. It felt like Moe's adventure group could be called the Beauty Pirate Crew now, and the male crew members had to keep their scars. So Moe was treating their wounds and hidden injuries. Ajin, your development of the sea dragon fruit is quite good, but you still need to work hard. This fruit is a man-made devil fruit extracted from the life factor of the 4 Emperor Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. Kaido can unleash fiery heat, with attacks accompanied by thunder and fierce winds, along with several innate skills. Keep it up. I understand, Captain. I will definitely become stronger and not hold you back. Moe, where are we going next? The fair-skinned and beautiful navigator Nami came over with a sea chart to ask Moe. Let's go to the medical powerhouse Drum Island. I want to see if the doctors there can treat his 7-star arm issue. The 7-star sword spirit had merged with his vengeful persona and resided in his hand. Although the memory of this soul had been cleared with the slippery fruit, the consciousness still existed and could continue to learn and grow, posing a hidden danger that required Moe to frequently modify the memories. However, Moe was also reluctant to give up the power of the 7-star sword and could only see if Dr. Kureha on Drum Island could eliminate this consciousness or soul while preserving the power of the 7-star sword. This strange power of the 7-star sword could also cause frenzy and control others, which indeed had its uses. Understood. By the way, Drum Island is a winter island, so everyone get ready with warm clothes. Moe reminded everyone again. They all got off the ship to Osaka Island to purchase warm clothing. On the Grand Line, the manatee and the sea turtle were pulling the Yen Wang forward. White waves were stirred up on both sides of the ship, leaving a trail of ripples. The crew members were all training, hoping to awaken their haki soon and keep pace with the powers of the devil fruits. Captain, news from Morgan's has arrived. The 4 emperors are basically on their own turf in the New World, and the navies Akainu and Akiji are stabilizing the situation there, while Kizaru has been stationed at headquarters. He also inquired about any news or updates. Secretary Sweetheart Queen had just contacted these underground emperors to gather intelligence. Recorded by the informant Morty. Moe glanced at Robin. Let's first strike at the Navy's prestige and inform Morgan. 20 years ago, in order to prevent O'Hara scholars from interpreting the historical texts, the world government launched the Buster Call, destroying the Scholars Island, O'Hara. Back then, Sakazuki deliberately blew up civilian ships trying to escape, and Kazan personally killed a giant vice admiral who wanted to protect O'Hara. He originally wanted to mention that Akiji let Robin go, tarnishing Akiji's Navy career. However, to consider Robin's feelings, Moe chose not to continue discussing her. At the same time, it was to protect Robin. He couldn't let the world know that she could interpret the historical texts. The bounty only stated that the demon child Robin had destroyed 8 Navy warships. Upon hearing this, Robin recalled the memories of the bombing and destruction of O'Hara. Robin, I'm sorry for reminding you of bad memories, but this is also to seek justice for O'Hara and to add some trouble for the Admiral. Moe explained to Robin that he also wanted to strike at the Navy through Morgan's, letting them get caught up in public opinion and become overwhelmed. Captain, I know what you mean. We are still very weak and cannot face the pursuit of the Navy admirals. We need more time to grow. Robin understood Moe's intention. So Sweetheart Queen quickly responded to Morgan's, waiting to see if he dared to publish the news. New World, headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. 20 years ago, O'Hara Island, a kind of blew up a fleeing civilian ship, and Akiji killed a giant vice admiral companion. Morgan's murmured, realizing that this news would undermine the current Navy admiral's prestige. Many civilians and pirates loved this kind of news. However, it would also offend the Navy. Such a scandal involved 2 admirals and was not to be trifled with. He had always navigated between the Navy and pirates. However, recently, these 2 admirals have been suppressing everywhere in the New World, causing chaos. This news might pressure them to retreat back to the Navy headquarters. But he wasn't one to suffer losses, so he quickly contacted other underground emperors, saying that he could drive away the 2 admirals but needed various support. The other underground emperors also wanted the 2 admirals to leave the New World as soon as possible to restore stability and offered Morgan's considerable rewards. Thus, Morgan's prepared to release this news, playing both sides. Grand Line. Moe, we are not far from Magnet Drum Island. Nami held the permanent pointer to Magnet Drum Island. Looking at the navigation chart. Winter Island, it's been a long time since I've seen snow. Can we have a snowball fight? I've never seen snow before. Of course. We can play then. The others started discussing. Many of them might never have seen snowflakes in their lives. If they hadn't gone to sea, they might never have left an island or sea area. Captain, look at this latest news. At this moment, Robin brought over the latest newspaper. Shocking. Admiral Akina blew up a fleeing civilian ship. Admiral Akiji personally killed a giant vice admiral. Just looking at the headline, it's clear that it came from a sensationalist source. But it indeed attracted attention. Then there was a long article citing insiders. 20 years ago, in order to prevent O'Hara scholars from interpreting historical texts, the world government launched the demon-slaying order, destroying the scholar island of O'Hara, killing countless innocent civilians, and obliterating the all-knowing tree with a 5,000-year history, along with numerous precious books and research of humanity. Back then, Sakazuki was so cold-blooded and ruthless that he deliberately blew up fleeing civilian ships. No civilians could escape his clutches. Kazan also personally killed a giant vice admiral who wanted to protect O'Hara due to his conscience. Such behavior of killing fellow comrades is appalling. It was unexpected that Morgans really dared to report it. He was quite bold. MOE also admires Morgans, that newsman. How fierce. A model in the news industry. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The warlord of the sea smashed the newly replaced ironwood desk with a single strike. How dare that bastard Morgans report such news? Does he want to die? Hurry up and have Vegapunk address the training issue with the newsbirds. We need our own news team. It should be that Sakazuki and Kuzan have gone too far in the underground world of the New World. These underground emperors want to force the two admirals out of the New World. Chief of Staff Crane also crossed his arms, looking helpless. Such a naval scandal would greatly impact the image of the Navy. What they need to solve now is how to quickly reshape the Navy's image. Otherwise, it will lead to a significant loss of talent in naval recruitment. Let's have them come back first. Otherwise, who knows what will be reported tomorrow. After this, we must support our own news power. We can't let the Morgans family dominate. In fact, the Navy has a small number of its own news seagulls, but they only report good news about the world government and the Navy, with the audience being the affiliated countries. Seagulls marked with the Navy are also easily shot by pirates. As a neutral underground force, Morgan's news spans all professions, covering news about both pirates and the Navy, with even more trained seagulls. Thus, the entire pirate world buys newspapers from the World Economic News Agency. There are also ignorant pirates who will shoot seagulls, and those pirate crews will be recorded, with all seagulls refusing to deliver newspapers to them, cutting them off from all information exchange with the outside world unless they raid islands. Moreover, the World Economic News Agency will provide their locations for free in the underground world, making them targets for bounty hunters. Therefore, pirates and the Navy generally do not kill seagulls that provide updates. Every underground emperor is not to be trifled with. In the New World, on a massive naval flagship, generally, a naval admiral's fleet consists of flagship, escort ships, prison ships, and other vessels carrying out missions. Akainu Sakazuki looked at the latest newspaper, which was instantly engulfed in magma, his eyes revealing a cold, murderous intent. He who believes in absolute justice feels no guilt in slaughtering civilians. However, for Morgans to report such matters, the scum trampling on justice will surely be incinerated by Sakazuki. On another naval flagship in a different sea area, Akiji Kazan was also lost in thought as he looked at the newspaper, recalling Saul, who opposed the Navy for the sake of his own justice. Although he personally killed Saul, it was Saul who first condemned the Navy, protecting O'Hara and obstructing the Navy's mission. His death was his own choice. Bearing the blame for killing a comrade also made Kuzan very displeased, and the coldness on his face deepened. On another fleet, Karp fell silent upon seeing the news, while other vice admirals angrily believed Morgans was slandering the admirals. In the underground world, Fufufu, the world government's dog, but very obedient, even as an admiral. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Morgans has a knack for this. These mad dogs must exit the new world for the situation to stabilize, allowing everyone to do business properly. The king of shipping, Yumit, looked at the news with appreciation. The loan shark king fortune god Ruffled and the old brand in the warehouse industry Hyder Gibson's business has also suffered a bit during the Navy's suppression of the New World. Instead, the funeral home tycoon Drago Peklo took the opportunity to collect many corpses and plunder numerous civilians during this naval operation. In the New World, on the Moby Dick, the Navy truly is not a good thing. Killing comrades is a taboo for our white-beard pirates. The captains of the divisions recalled that bastard Blackbeard Teach and wondered if Asa caught him. Whitebeard's face also darkened. His hometown was ravaged by the Navy and pirates because it wasn't a member of the world government, resulting in countless people losing their families and becoming displaced. Moreover, killing comrades is a strict taboo on the ship. This news struck two of his sore spots at once. On the red-haired Shanks ship, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. He sighed. On Whole Cake Island, the O'Hara clan, which could interpret the true history, was exterminated by the world government. Luckily, I still have the Three-Eye tribe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to interpret the true history and become the Pirate King. Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor Big Mom, let saliva drip onto the floor, which corroded small holes. On Onigashima, what news is worth reporting? What I need is news of a world war. Kaido of the 100 Beasts shouted, drinking heavily and cursing. Other newspapers and reporters eagerly followed up with reports, criticizing and mocking the Navy, causing them to be overwhelmed with public opinion pressure. Some things are better left understood in private, but once they are put on the table, it's a whole different story. In the Holy Land, Mary Geos. These underground rats are becoming more and more rampant. Destroying O'Hara was our order, and the Navy did well. Let Akainu and Akiji come back and give these foolish people an explanation. The O'Hara clan is not worth mourning. Daring to interpret the true history poses a threat to the world government. Order Sengoku to resolve these issues immediately. The civilians of O'Hara are accomplices, and Saul is a traitor to the Navy. These people deserve to die. Ordinary citizens were quickly convinced by the Navy's publicized justifications and regained their trust in them. Meanwhile, various forces scoffed at the situation. On Winter Island, on Magnet Drum Island, continuous explosions echoed on the island, with thick smoke rising into the sky. Captain, that useless king has already escaped, and he took the doctor with him. The fighting champion Giza's Bagus, with his strong upper body, had just thrown a house out and shouted loudly at Blackbeard. This is fate. Your illness, Poison Q, seems no one can cure it. Inu Fan Oka, holding the famous gun 1006, leisurely watched Poison Q lying on the demon horse Zhuanzhuan. My illness is congenital. It cannot be cured by just any doctor. However, the captain's goal was not achieved, and the king with the Suk Nomi ability escaped. With a dead fish expression, Poison Q, the ship's doctor, knew his physical condition. He ran far away. Captain, should we still chase? The devil sheriff Lafitte, with a tall hat and hands transformed into wings, flew down from the sky. Haha, it seems that fate has decided that this fruit should not be ours. The fat Blackbeard Teach, dressed in a white shirt, seemed to be completely unfazed by the escape of the Suk Nomi user. Blackbeard Teach had seen a complete devil fruit encyclopedia and was familiar with the abilities of every devil fruit. The Suk Nomi has a very strong ability to swallow the powers of its users. This made Blackbeard drool. It was equivalent to being a dual fruit user. Blackbeard's unusual physique and some unknown changes allowed him to become a dual or even triple fruit user. Did Poison Q find any valuable medical books? If not, let us continue our adventure. Magnet Drum Island is a member of the world government. The Navy will arrive soon. Blackbeard didn't want to clash with the Navy for now. He planned to capture some valuable pirates to attract the world government's attention and even wanted to become a warlord of the sea for certain purposes. Then let us slip away. Poison Q looked scared to death and was extremely nervous. The Blackbeard pirates also carelessly followed Teach's laughter toward the coast. On the coast, a wooden raft made of several large logs was the Blackbeard pirate's ship, the Queen of the Seas. The black sail on the mast depicted a pirate flag pattern made up of 3 skulls and 3 crossbones. Captain, it seems we have encountered someone remarkable. Inu Fan Oka stood high, looking at a pirate crew appearing at the end of the sea. What did you see? Blackbeard and the others asked curiously. It's the new king with a bounty of 500 million, the great pirate Yin Dmoe. They have arrived. Fan Oka's expression showed a hint of excitement. The rumored pirate crew with a prophetic devil fruit. There are quite a few ability users in that crew. We're going to get rich. Don't forget, this is a man with 3 types of hockey. Should we take them out, Captain? The Blackbeard pirates became excited. I feel that this Moe is not an ordinary person. I will meet him today. Blackbeard also became excited, having just let a Suk Nomi user escape. Now the Moe pirate crew arrives with prophecy, barrier, sound wave fruits, and that kid Buggy's chop fruit. These fruit abilities are very suitable for my crew. Meanwhile, Moe's adventure crew also saw the smoking Magnet Drum Island and the Blackbeard pirates on the coast. Moe immediately became tense. The reputation of Blackbeard is not to be underestimated. He is a man even more terrifying than the sand crocodile. A future emperor of the sea. A user of the dark fruit, capable of countering all devil fruit powers. Everyone prepare and enter a level 1 combat state. Do not approach that pirate ship, as this is an extremely dangerous individual. Moe sounded the alarm, and everyone on the ship immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Captain, what kind of guy is that on the opposite side? Why are you so tense? Everyone looked nervous. They had never seen Moe so anxious before. The crew, who believed in the captain's prophetic abilities, knew that whatever was facing them must be a formidable opponent. The man on the opposite side was filled with ambition. He had lurked on the ship of the Yonko Whitebeard for over 20 years for the sake of a devil fruit, even personally killing his captain to seize the dark fruit and betray the Whitebeard pirates. The dark fruit is one of the most powerful devil fruits in the world. It can counter all devil fruits. If touched by him, the abilities of any devil fruit would be sealed, and he could even steal the abilities of others. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. All ability users should avoid close combat and only attack from a distance. Understood? Hearing Mo's explanation, everyone understood the threat posed by Blackbeard Teach, a ruthless man who betrayed the Yonko pirate crew and had the ability to counter devil fruits. They're coming at us in their boats. Buggy shouted, "Stop the ship. Mo, Fatty, turn around and be ready to flee at any moment. All long-range, strongest attacks, fire." Understood, Captain. 7-star Demon Fire Slash. Sonic Wave Lightning Laser Cannon. Super Scythe Windblade. Blood Dragon Flame Heat Wave. Giant Dirt Bomb. Sausage Dog Cannon. Various gunfire and cannon sounds erupted. The Blackbeard pirates, charging forward, were met with a fierce attack from Mo's crew in an instant. Damn it, so many ability attacks. Quickly block the attacks, or our ship will be destroyed. Lafitte immediately flew into the sky. The fragile Inu Fan Oka and the Grim Reaper Poison Q quickly moved back, while Baez wanted to stand firm and block the attacks. Haha, the abilities of devil fruits have no effect on me. My dark fruit can absorb them. Blackbeard Teach raised his right hand. An endless dark matter appeared, beginning to spin like a fan, forming a massive, rotating dark shield. Various energy attacks were absorbed by the dark curtain, but a green, eerie sword aura broke through the darkness, striking Teach on the shoulder and leaving a huge sword scar on the raft. It hurts. Blackbeard Teach fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. It's a swordsman, even a great swordsman, damn it. Blackbeard got back up, his terrifying recovery ability making it seem as if he had not been injured at all. Captain Teach, this is not good. With so many long-range attacks on the opposite side, our ship can't withstand it. Lafitte looked at the massive sword scar on the raft. It seems Moe on the opposite side knows the danger of the dark fruit. Could it be that his prediction fruit predicted my weakness? What a terrifying opponent. Damn it, they don't dare to engage us in close combat. They have sea beasts pulling their ship, keeping their distance, and we are completely at a disadvantage. Baez shouted angrily, filled with indignation. Where should the unfairness of fate tilt? Inu Fan Oka raised his gun, and there were 3 gunshots. Watch out! On the Yin Huang ship, Mo's observation, Haki sensed Fan Oka's cold gun and immediately jumped up, spreading his armed Haki with both hands to deflect a bullet. Bartolomeo also raised a barrier to block one bullet, protecting everyone. However, there was still a Millennium Dragon flying in the air that did not have its bullet blocked. The bullet pierced through the Millennium Dragon's belly and shot through Abi's shoulder, causing her to drop back onto the deck. Fan Oka aimed at the Millennium Dragon, carrying 3 lowly girls, intending to kill both the dragon and the people in one shot. ABIs, relying on her whispering fruit to communicate with the Millennium Dragon, urged it to fly as high as possible, preventing everyone from providing timely rescue. Hurry and save her. The Millennium Dragon temporarily landed on the deck. Moya shouted, "Damn it, I was careless. Don't stop the attack. Sink the Blackbeard pirates for me. 7-star sword technique. Demon Chi Demon Fire Slash." Moe, wielding the 3rd generation of the sword, gathered his strength, and with a burst of Conqueror's Haki filled with rage, unleashed a shocking sword chi. The sword chi pressed down on the sea, creating a conical shape and stirring countless waves, charging straight towards Blackbeard's ship, the Saber of Jybek. Hey, is such a slash really something that this rookie just out to sea could produce? Blackbeard thought, knowing his dark water couldn't absorb this sword chi. He glanced at his 4 underdeveloped companions and gritted his teeth. Armament Haki, triple claw strike. Blackbeard crossed his hands into a claw shape and charged forward, forcefully blocking Mo's massive sword chi, redirecting it skyward. A huge crack appeared in the clouds above. Is this the newcomer worth 500 million? Lafitte exclaimed in shock. It's worth noting that the bounty for the Devil Sheriff Lafitte is only 42. 2 million berries. Giza's Bagus is 20 million berries. And Inu Fan Oka is 64 million berries, while the seemingly weakest Grim Reaper Poison Q has the highest bounty at 72 million berries. As for Captain Blackbeard, he still has a bounty of 0. Thus, the Moe pirates maintained their distance from the Blackbeard pirates, relentlessly attacking while Blackbeard defended, taking quite a few hits. This passive defense was not a solution. Blackbeard was already preparing to retreat. I'll defend. You all hurry up and row back. Captain Teach. Being defeated by a rookie like this is truly embarrassing, haha. The four immediately began to row away, and Bagus even laughed out loud. Moe saw Blackbeard trying to escape and breathed a sigh of relief. He realized he couldn't fight Blackbeard head-on. Blackbeard had been a pirate for decades, with rich combat experience and a terrifying recovery ability. He had been slashed and hammered by Whitebeard and hit by Sengoku's shockwave, yet he was still lively. His physical skills could match Shanks, and he even left 3 scars on red-haired Shanks that still ached. Suddenly, Moe had an idea. Akin, take a snail phone and fly above Blackbeard's crew. Drop it for them, but don't get too close. Watch out for Van Augur's sniper rifle. Understood, Captain. Although Akin didn't understand why Moe, who had just been fighting Blackbeard, now wanted to send a snail phone. How is ABI's? She has a shoulder injury, but it's not life-threatening. The ancient dragon was shot through its organs and needs some time to recover. Fortunately, they were okay. Otherwise, it would have been a life-and-death chase with Blackbeard to the ends of the earth. Akin flew in the sky, and Van Augur saw him and aimed to shoot. Without activating his hockey, he couldn't break through Akin's dragon scales for now. Haha, I can't believe Moye's crew has a mythical Zoan devil fruit user. Even I envy that. I really want the prediction fruit. What else could they want? Blackbeard and his crew watched as Akin approached, and Akin avoided being sucked away by Blackbeard's dark fruit. Blackbeard, catch this. Our captain is giving you a snail phone. Akin threw down the snail phone and flew back, leaving a silhouette that made Blackbeard's crew drool. A mythical beast. Lafitte flew into the air and caught the falling snail phone. Captain Teach, it's a snail phone. Ha ha. It seems, Mo, you want to make a deal with me. Just as Blackbeard finished speaking, the snail phone rang. Ha ha, Blackbeard, how is my long-range attack? Ha ha ha. I've heard a lot about you. The Emperor of Faces, Moe. Cut the nonsense. Your sniper just injured my crew member. Let's talk about compensation. Are you brave enough to come get the compensation? Are you afraid of my dark fruit? Blackbeard, tell me how you obtained your devil fruit power. Let us make a trade and exchange an important secret. Don't you have the prediction fruit? Why not predict how I obtain my power? That's my biggest secret. I can tell you how to provoke a war between the Navy and Whitebeard. At that time, the aging Whitebeard will fall in battle. Who do you think will get the Tremor fruit then? Upon hearing Moe's words, Blackbeard Teach's heart was restless. After obtaining the dark fruit, what he wanted most was Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. The prediction fruit was indeed terrifying. Blackbeard pondered. Even if Moe had a backup plan to take the Tremor fruit, he couldn't eat 2 devil fruits. As long as the Tremor fruit wasn't in the hands of the strongest man like Whitebeard, whoever got it will be taken back by Blackbeard. Not everyone who ate the Tremor fruit was as strong as Whitebeard. Ha ha, Captain Moe, how do you want to trade? I've always had a guess. The power of the devil fruit might parasitize the fruit itself. When you took the power, did you use the dark fruit to absorb other devil fruit powers into the fruit, turning it into a devil fruit for your subordinates to eat? Moe also had this doubt. Why did Blackbeard cover himself with a black cloth when absorbing Whitebeard's Tremor fruit? Why couldn't he just absorb the ability directly? And how did he transfer the ability to his crew? It wasn't until the Dressrosa arc that Burgess casually brought a bag of fruits and boldly claimed he would take Luffy's gum fruit. Caesar Clown's experiments with the salamander fruit also involved rebirth on pre-prepared fruits, achieving the recovery of devil fruits. Perhaps these processed fruits require some very precious substance. That's why the world government and Caesar Clown can't mass-produce them. Could it be something left by the previous user of the dark fruit? The body or items extracted from rocks? At that time, Moe speculated that the processed fruits of the dark fruit might more easily attract or forcibly attract the abilities of recently deceased devil fruit users. Captain Moe, the thief, haven't you guessed it already? The ability of the dark fruit can absorb all ability users. I understand. Give me 100 processed fruits of the dark fruit, and I'll tell you how to incite a war between Whitebeard and the Navy. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard immediately cursed. On the ship of the Sword of Jaibeck, Blackbeard was cursing while holding a den mushy. Do you really think this is like cabbages? Every processed fruit requires a lot of effort on my part. Your prophetic fruit is too terrifying. I can't let you grow recklessly like this. Blackbeard was really wary of Moe. He couldn't let him take the devil fruit and continue to grow stronger. I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. Your ambition is not small either. I've heard that you want to create a world where all races can coexist harmoniously. Indeed, Our dreams do not conflict. So what's it going to be? Are you planning to make this deal? Amos 1. Then I'll inform Big News Morgans about your ability to steal devil fruit powers, and soon everyone in the world will come looking for you. You're ruthless. Thank you. Your killing of comrades is no less. Each fruit requires me to use the ability of the dark fruit to infect it for several hours every day. And it needs to be continuously infected for several days. Currently, I only have 3, which were originally prepared for my crew. If you're willing to wait for me, I can give you one next week. Speak the truth. Blackbeard didn't know if Ye had predicted the number he currently possessed. There are only 4 left. Just my 3 crew members and my own. There are really no more. Since Lafitte has already eaten a devil fruit, and is not an abnormal body like himself, Blackbeard didn't consider him. Then put these 4 processed fruits in a wooden barrel and throw it into the sea. I'll go get them right away. Ye, you're still as cautious as ever. So the deal is done. Threatened by Ye. Blackbeard now really wants to eliminate Ye and take the ability of the prophetic fruit user. But Ye is indeed too cautious and calculating. Ye quickly obtained 4 fruits processed with dark fruits, which seem to have a bit of dark patterns on them. Blackbeard, I hope you haven't deceived me. I have a weapon made from a devil fruit here. If I destroy it, and the devil fruit ability hasn't entered the fruit, all your information, devil fruit abilities, weaknesses, and ambitions will appear in tomorrow's newspaper. Ye continued to threaten Blackbeard over the phone worm. Ye, don't go too far. Blackbeard suppressed the anger in his heart. He had endured for over 20 years, and today he was threatened again and again by Ye. Honestly, do you still have any of those fruits on your ship? Really, there are none left. Ye, you bastard, quickly tell me how to bring down the white beard pirates. All right, but remember to prepare a few more fruits. When the time comes, I'll take down 1 or 2 of the warlords, and then you'll be appointed as one of the warlords. I'm asking how to lead Whitebeard and the Navy into a great battle. If you capture the 2nd Division Captain Ace who is coming to hunt you down, it will drive the Whitebeard pirates crazy. And you can use that to ascend to the position of warlord. But the Navy might not necessarily go to war with Whitebeard. What if they permanently imprison or secretly execute Ace? That's the biggest secret today, the secret that can force the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates into open conflict. I can't wait to hear this secret. Hurry up and say it. Pork-ass-D. Ace is the biological son of Pirate King Roger. How about that news? What? The Ye pirates and the Blackbeard pirates were both shocked. I understand now. Blackbeard laughed maniacally, covering the transponder snail, seizing Ace, becoming a warlord, triggering a battle between the Navy and Whitebeard, and taking the opportunity to acquire Whitebeard's powers to become the Pirate King. Captain Teach, is it really okay to be schemed against by Ye like this? He wouldn't be trying to catch the mantis and let the cicada go, would he? The dark fruit processed fruits were prepared just for you. I never said I needed them. Blackbeard laughed wildly. He was an abnormal being who could directly obtain a power through the dark fruit. After Whitebeard's death, he could forcibly seize the Tremor fruit without needing the ability to reside in the fruit. The Tremor fruit was his for the taking. Ye, why are you still making deals with Blackbeard and the others? They have injured ABIs and the Millennium Dragon. Nami questioned Ye, her eyes filled with resentment. I also bear responsibility for Abby's injuries, but since we set sail, have you really treated this voyage as a vacation? This time is to warn you that going out to sea means facing death at any moment. Ye also became serious. I don't ask you to fight on the battlefield, but at least have the ability to escape and protect yourselves. At this moment, the women also lower their heads, especially the injured ABIs, who felt full of self-blame for dragging Ye's adventure group down. So, you women, at the very least, must learn to use the silent step well, and also, Mao Xiong, use your iron fruit to help these 1,000-year dragons forge a set of armor. They are too weak and can't even withstand bullets. In fact, Ye underestimated the defense of the 1,000-year dragon. Ordinary bullets really can't break through its feather defense. However, the famous Gunxian Lu of Inu Fan Oka is a super sniper rifle with an extended barrel, boasting top-notch range and penetration power. If it awakens the armament haki and attaches it to the bullets, then it would be a world-class sniper. Armament haki can exist outside the body, like Katakuri's Machi bullets, Smoker's detached punches, and the arrows from Amazon Lily, all of which can be wrapped in armament haki. Understood, Captain. The Iron Mao Xiong obediently responded to Ye's orders. And you cadres, why has no one awakened armament haki for so long? Are you all slacking off? Among the cadres, only a Jean showed a hint of awakening armament haki later on. It's somewhat disappointing that Buggy hasn't reawakened armament haki. This kid is too slick and always slacks off. Adarago and Mao Xiong are actively training their bodies, indeed diligent, while Eric has a poor foundation and still needs to work hard. Bartolomeo has his girlfriend Isaiah by his side, and his training progress isn't as fast as expected. Just as Blackbeard hadn't gone far, 3 huge Navy warships appeared on the sea. Captain Teach, the Navy is coming. It's a standard warship, indicating the presence of a rear admiral from headquarters. Former West Sea Sheriff Lafayette saw the Navy arriving from the air. It's uncertain whether they are here to capture us for destroying the Magnetic Drum Kingdom or to capture the MOE pirate group. Captain, should we eliminate these Navy soldiers? Or join forces with them to take down that bastard MOE? Bagus, the battle maniac, expressed his wise opinions. MOE holds my lifeline. I can't provoke him for now. I still want to become a Shichibukai, so I can't clash with the Navy. Let's run first and go after Ace. Let the Navy and the MOE pirate group fight it out. It would be best if they both suffer losses, ha ha ha. The entire Blackbeard pirate crew rowed the ship Jaikan, took the opportunity to slip away. Captain MOE, the Navy is here. On the Yin Huang, Captain MOE, the Navy has caught up. Are they specifically here to capture us? Or is it because Blackbeard destroyed the Magnetic Drum Island? Moo moo, fatty, same old rules. Keep your distance, long-range bombardment squad prepare. This could be a tough battle. MOE looked at the pursuing Navy warships, feeling several astonishing auras. On the Navy ships, the MOE pirate crew was initially hard to locate, but the Navy headquarters received a distress signal from the king of Magnet Drum Island, requesting a change of course to capture the Blackbeard pirate crew. Unexpectedly, they encountered the MOE pirate crew fighting against the Blackbeard pirate crew. Rear Admiral Dalmatia in the headquarters clenched his fists excitedly. Finally found you, you bastard. CP0 Stussy showed an angry expression. Admiral, the Blackbeard pirate crew has escaped. Should we pursue them or the MOE pirate crew? The Navy lookout hurriedly reported the situation to Dalmatia. Blackbeard pirate crew? I haven't heard much about them. Blackbeard Teach was a former member of the Whitebeard crew who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Now his bounty is 0, but he does have a few notorious pirates under his command. Let's not worry about them for now. Our priority is to eliminate the MOE pirate crew. The Navy warships were significantly more advanced than ordinary pirate ships, with speeds far exceeding pirate vessels, which is why the Navy dominated the world of One Piece. The hulls of the warships were even embedded with sea stone, allowing them to traverse the calm belt safely, greatly enhancing their control over the seas. Long live justice. Crush the pirates. The warships accelerated desperately, closing in on the Yin Huang. On the Yin Huang, long-range firepower coverage was about to be unleashed again. 7-star Demon Fire Slash. Sonic Wave Lightning Laser Cannon, Super Scythe Windblade, Blood Dragon Flame, Heat Breath, Giant Filth Bomb, Sausage Dog Cannon. Colorful energy waves surged toward the Navy warships. A mere trick, and you dare to show off in front of us. Let them experience the Navy's justice. Dalmatia shouted. Yes, Admiral. 5 rear admirals stepped forward. And CP0 Stussy was also eager to act. 6 styles, Gale Foot Rending Cut, 6 styles, Storm Gale Foot, 6 styles, Gale Foot Scythe, 6 styles, Gale Foot Cross Slash, 6 styles, Gale Foot Windmill, 6 styles Secret Technique, Gale Foot 1000 Cuts, Gale Foot Secret Technique, Great Flying Gale. Countless Gale Foot slashes and ability waves collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created waves and tsunamis dozens of meters high. The morale-boosted Navy continued to advance toward the MOE pirate crew amidst the chaos. This hawkish elite army had experienced countless brutal wars and eliminated numerous pirates. They were Navy members who hated pirates deeply, as their loved ones had been killed by pirates. They were fearless, absolutely hawkish soldiers. Dalmatia had carefully selected these elite troops. With 3 warships and a total of 600 personnel, the MOE pirate crew only had over 30 members, including several non-combatant children and weak women. Only Rear Admiral Dalmatia among the opposing side was a Devil Fruit user. While there were quite a few Devil Fruit users on the MOE ship, naval combat was not a wise choice. These fearless Navy Rear Admirals took the attacks from the MOE pirate crew head-on, using Moonwalk and Shave to continuously approach the Yin Huang, vowing to annihilate the MOE pirate crew. Even Navy captains fearlessly flew over using Moonwalk. This was the true strength of the Navy headquarters hawkish faction. The most resolute combat spirit, a steadfast guarantee for the Navy's dominance over the world. The justice in their eyes and their desire to eliminate pirates were incredibly firm. This is the Navy of the world of One Piece. In the anime world, The Navy is just child's play. The Navy operates in formation, with an admiral's fleet accompanied by several rear admirals. Similarly, a rear admiral's fleet is also accompanied by several commodores. This time, to capture the MOE adventure team, they dispatched 1 rear admiral, 5 rear admirals, and 1 CP-0 Stussy. With this lineup, no supernova pirate crew could withstand them, even capable of encircling weaker warlords of the sea like Moria and Crocodile. As long as the rear admiral holds the warlords at bay, the rear admirals can cut down their officers and subordinates without leaving a single one alive. Seeing these steadfast, fearless Navy officers, MOE took the situation very seriously. Take care of yourself, don't die. The sea cow Mood and the sea turtle, Fatty, pulled the Yen Wang to continue fleeing, while the advanced Navy warships desperately chased from behind. The Navy officers had already flown over and engaged in battle. Buzz, MOE's Conqueror's Haki erupted violently towards the Navy, exerting pressure. Immediately, several weaker Navy commanders and colonels rolled their eyes and fell into the sea. However, Vice Admiral Dalmesia and 5 rear admirals, with their resolute expressions, were not affected by MOE's Conqueror's Haki and continued to charge at high speed. The cadres of the MOE pirate group continuously attacked the Navy officers with their abilities, while the Navy, using the moonwalk, was able to counterattack with the gale foot. At that moment, a petite figure sprinted across the surface of the sea, creating waves over 10 meters high along the way. CP-0's Tracy, a master of body techniques, could even use the air to propel herself explosively, executing the moonwalk. Moreover, stepping on the surface of the sea allowed her to move even faster than the moonwalk. A distance of several hundred to 1,000 meters was covered in less than 10 seconds, and Tracy had already jumped onto the Yen Huang ship, delivering a fierce kick with her Haki-infused high heel directly at MOE. MOE drew out the 3rd-generation Ghost Che, which quickly spread a black-hardened armament color, while the 7-star arm also emitted a green eerie aura that attached to the 3rd-generation Ghost Che. Oh ho ho, so it was you bastard, who exposed me to Morgans. MOE remained silent, his expression growing increasingly serious. The firepower suppression seemed ineffective against such a true master. You have a nice face, but I will leave you battered and broken to take clients on my Joy Street. Stussy also showed a murderous intent, her body turning into an afterimage as she launched a fierce attack. 6 Styles Armament Haki Finger Gun, 6 Styles Flying Finger Gun Storm, Foot Secret Technique, Great Flying Storm, CP-0 Stussy had a beautiful face, seemingly delicate, but her attacks were fierce. She was highly skilled in the Navy's 6 Styles, having developed various techniques and secrets, with her armament Haki and observation Haki being flawless. Slip, slip, fruit, slip, shield, slip, slip, fruit, glassy ground MOE dodged Trissy's attack, creating advantageous terrain. Your devil fruit ability shouldn't be memory related, right? I didn't expect the Navy to be deceived by you all along. Judging by the effects, this should belong to the slippery fruits abilities in the CP-0 database. I didn't expect you to develop moves involving memory. You truly are a genius. Trissy analyzed the situation. As a CP-0 operative walking in the shadows, analyzing situations, dissecting opponents' weaknesses, and reading expressions are her specialties. Moreover, the world government has data and information on devil fruits accumulated over hundreds of years. Therefore, after capturing MOE, the development of the slippery fruits moves can be updated into the world government's top secret information. This is the most precious data the world government has gathered over centuries, recording every devil fruit and the moves developed by each generation of users. Someday, when the devil fruits are reborn and the world government obtains the fruits, they will be able to guide their subordinates in developing abilities in a targeted manner. The hidden power of the world government in the darkness is unimaginable. The Navy officers continue to close in on the Yen Huang. Meanwhile, MOE was already entangled with Trissy, and the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Once Vice Admiral Dalmesia boarded the ship, no one in MOE's adventure group would be a match for the Vice Admiral, except for MOE. So, I am also very interested in your memories. As a CP-0, MOE was also very interested in Shatruzi, who had mastered a wealth of information about the world government. Let's see if you can survive today. 6 Styles Secret Technique. 6 Kings Gun Shatruzi hated MOE to the extreme, turning years of effort into ashes. She vowed not to rest until MOE was killed. 7 Stars Secret Technique. Armed Demon Fire slashed the dark green 3rd generation Ghost Che, struck fiercely against Shatruzi's fist, with an eerie green aura wrapping around her hand. Shatruzi immediately felt agitated. Not good. What is this strange ability? Shatruzi's armament haki suddenly erupted, dispelling the bizarre aura of the seven-star sword. D. Slip slip fruit. Silent instant thunder / mo Yi shouted, disappearing from his spot. And the third generation of ghost / struck at Trissy's hands. At that moment, Trissy's hands were crossed, her pitch-black arms covered in armed color haki, constantly sparking. We have to take you out before they land. Mo Yi angrily shouted and sent Shatruixi flying. She crashed into the mast, shattering the wood, got up, and knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood slowly flowing from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Mo Yi's handsome face in shock. This guy who had just set sail had never been to the New World, yet his strength was so formidable. Mo Yi gained a lot of three-color haki training methods and resources from Jinbei, Dragon, and the Sea King Yamite. How can he be compared to naive and ignorant rookie pirates? Has he been hiding like this just to act like a pig to eat a tiger today? Take advantage of your illness and take your life. Seven-star Demon Snake Slash. The green, eerie sword aura emitted by the third-generation ghost / transformed into a snake shape, wrapping around Tracy and biting her neck. Tracy's eyes began to redden, going berserk. Admiral Dalmatia, save me. Tracy struggled desperately against the control of the seven-star sword aura. At this moment, Admiral Dalmatia led 5 major generals and colonels to attack the Yin Huang. Admiral Dalmatia charged straight at Mo Yi, delivering a powerful arm color punch that knocked Mo Yi back and rescued the injured Tracy. Tracy immediately retreated to the side, dispelling the invasion of the seven-star sword aura. The underground rat is indeed still in this form, putting on a facade all day when it comes to real combat. They're always unreliable. The hawkish leader, Admiral Dalmatia, would not give these CP organizations a good face. Tracy's face darkened. She had suffered a major loss, not expecting Mo Yi to be so difficult to deal with. Major General Niao, Major General Enzu, Major General Sasnik, Major General Zaidamar, Major General Bandel, and all the colonels. Defeat the Mo Yi pirate group. Admiral Dalmatia ordered loudly. Justice will prevail. The blood dragon Ajanlong transformed to battle the strongest Major General Sasnik. The sound wave Idrago faced Major General Zaidamar, and the barrier Bartolomeo confronted Major General Niao. The Iron Bear charged at Major General Enzu, while the Clown Buggy and the Whirlwind Eric disregarded any combat ethics, joining forces against Major General Bandel. The Bomb Man, Mr. 5, the Candle Man, Mr. 3, the Imitation Man, Mr. 2, and the Thorny Woman Bora all faced the Navy colonels who could board the ship. Meanwhile, Momu and Pang Pang continued to pull the Yin Huang forward, with 3 warships closely pursuing them. A great battle erupted on the Yin Huang. Admiral Dalmatia, Mo Yi's strength is definitely not that of a rookie just out to sea. Let's work together to take him down and quickly resolve the battle. Tracy, who had recovered, loudly reminded Admiral Dalmatia, you CP organizations, holding the best training manuals and using the best resources, yet you always fight like rats, lacking the awareness of death. How can you become stronger? Admiral Dalmatia was also filled with resentment towards these CP organizations that had enjoyed resources and training from a young age. Meanwhile, the Navy could only earn opportunities for Rokushiki and hockey training step by step through military achievements. Our dark justice is all for the world government. Preserving life allows us to complete more missions. Enough, I will personally kill Mo Yi. Admiral Dalmatia disdainfully glanced at Tracy. Do you all think that 1 or 2 people can defeat me? At this moment, Mo Yi emerged from the ruins, his expression already very grim. The Yin Huang was being attacked by the Navy. This was the Mo Yi pirate group's first battle on their ship, and it was highly likely that the Yin Huang would not be preserved. Admiral Dalmatia, in the form of the Inu no Mi, was now a half-dog man with long ears, his hands turning pitch black, with thick-armed color haki, exquisite Rokushiki body techniques, and the animal-type devil fruit's enhancement of attack power and life recovery. Mo Yi, surrender. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot, leaving you no chance to enter the big prison. Armed color, dog bite. Admiral Dalmatia's hands transformed into dog teeth and lunged directly at Mo Yi. Be careful. His sword is a demon sword. Being tainted by its aura will make you restless. Tracy reminded again. The dog claw and the third-generation ghost / collided fiercely, sending debris flying around. Slip fruit. All directions slip track / countless transparent slip tracks appeared on the glass-like ground. Mo Yi bent down, taking the Iato stance, and instantly vanished, with Mo Yi's afterimages surrounding him. Armed color. Black gold dog god. Admiral Dalmatia was completely covered in black armed color hockey. The third generation ghost slash continuously struck at Admiral Dalmatia from every direction, sparks flying, and the sounds of slashes came thick and fast. Tracy secretly observed, ready to give MOE a lethal strike at any moment. Useless. My armed color has 20 years of training. I can block all your slashes. Go to the sea. Standing defensively, Admiral Dalmatia's feet also adhered to armed color, breaking through MOE's glass-like ground, nailing it to the deck. However, he was kicked onto MOE's slip track by MOE, heading straight for the sea. Damn it! Admiral Dalmatia's dog claws armed color became even more ferocious, piercing the deck to slow down, jumping back to the battlefield. With armed color hockey defense, the 7-star sword aura could not taint others. MOE, your speed is indeed fast, but your armed color training is not solid enough. You're still lacking a bit. You must see clearly. Your partners are not the opponents of the major generals. Your defeat is only a matter of time. MOE watched as Eugene could still hold his own against Major Sarsnock, seemingly awakening his armament hockey under the pressure of the Major. Bartolomeo, the Bear, Idralgo, Buggy, and Eric were all in a passive defensive state against the Major who could use hockey. Apart from Bartolomeo, the others had already started to sustain injuries. The situation was not optimistic. How could one grow without going through bloody battles? We have already prepared ourselves for death when we set sail. MOE once again focused his gaze on Admiral Stussy and Dalmatia. He firmly believed that his crew would make a breakthrough and insisted on waiting for his rescue. While he aimed to defeat the two in the shortest time possible, the Navy will be immortal. Major General Sasnik swung his giant axe with all his might, rapidly striking at the half-dragon akin. Armament Hockey Black Cut massacred the newly awakened Armament Hockey wrapped around Akin's dragon claws, clashing with the axe and creating sparks. Captain MOE will surely become king. How can we fall here? Dragon-piercing claw the two continue to fight fiercely, their roars and the sounds of weapons clashing creating a thunderous cacophony. Long live the Navy. Wherever there are pirates, there I am. Charge. Justice will prevail. Major General Saidima raised a giant sword the size of a door with both hands. At this moment, he was the embodiment of justice. Filled with the power of the Navy, endless strength, and this was his belief. Armament Hockey Storm, deadly, strike long live Captain MOE. You have your justice, and I have my reasons not to lose. Sound wave lightning laser, cannon sound wave, vibrating Punche Drago, shot a golden ray, his fist enveloped in the sound wave devil fruit ability, directly clashing with Major General Saidima's giant sword. Ha ha ha, come on, break my barrier. Bartolomeo looked at Major General Nieo with a mocking expression, as his opponent couldn't break through his defense at all. Grandma said, victory will surely belong to justice. Dual sword style balance, strike dual sword style, supreme blade. Major General Nieo wielded dual swords. Her blades danced with incredible skill, and sword energy flew everywhere. As a dual sword master who comprehended the essence of cutting steel, she did not believe that this trash, transparent barrier could withstand her strikes. It was an insult to her swordsmanship. The path of a swordsman is to advance fearlessly, cutting through anything. Just defending is not my style. I will bring victory for the captain. Barrier Gundam Multi-Block Shield Barrier Gundam Thorned Gauntlet. A transparent barrier enveloped Bartolomeo, transforming him into a small Gundam, with a shield forming on his left hand and a spiked gauntlet on his right. Strongest Shield Gundam charged. Bartolomeo charged like a raging bull, directly colliding with Major General Nieo. It was a contest of sword versus shield to see whether the devil fruit or swordsmanship was stronger. Both engaged in reckless collisions, exchanging sword strikes and punches. You have a barrier armor, I have an armament hockey iron block. You have dual swords, I have a barrier fist. Each strike was accompanied by shouts for the victory in their hearts. Yo, you furry bear, what are you? Your ugliness. Does your mother know? Armament Hockey Finger Gun Major General Anzu was a foul-mouthed orphan. His hometown was destroyed by pirates when he was young, and his family was wiped out, forcing him to live in dire straits. After the pirates retreated, his hometown was again ruled by nobles. He wandered alone, surviving humbly among beggars, accustomed to petty theft and skilled in the art of cursing. Even after enlisting, he did not shed this bad habit. I didn't expect the Navy to have someone like you. The furry bear's body was reinforced with steel, swinging its fiery fists against Major General Anzu's finger gun. Why do these trash devils get to eat devil fruits? I've served for years and haven't seen a single one. You're zero. Major General Anzu's attacks were relentless, seamlessly executing the 6 styles, while his mouth continuously outputted insults. How lucky can someone with a foul mouth be? The furry bear also relied on its steel defense, recklessly retaliating with its fiery fists. Both were fueled by anger, disregarding defense, attacking desperately, vowing not to stop until they knocked each other out. Sickle Wind, Blade Shatter, Sneak Attack, Blade the Whirlwind Eric, and the Clown Buggy teamed up against the Fur Tribe's Major General Bandle. Ah, eat this big guy. Major General Bandle soared in the air like a moonwalk, holding a cannonball, actually learning from Iron Fist Carp to throw bombs barehanded, and could also use the 6 styles to evade the attacks of the 2. Look at my latest invention, Hellfire Cannon. Major General Bandle pulled out a gigantic explosive from who knows where and hurled it towards Eric and Buggy. This scene was reminiscent of Carp chasing the Straw Hat Pirates when he pulled out a cannonball bigger than the ship. This is quite absurd. However, Major General Bandle's bomb was only human-sized, but it was hard to tell where it was hidden. Could it be a devil fruit ability? Like Whitebeard Pirates 6th Division, Captain Bremank's Pocket Fruit, or the Supernova Gang's Capone Beach Castle Fruit, which allows them to pull things out of their bodies? Or did the Navy master some kind of spatial technology? There was no evidence to support this speculation. Otherwise, such technology would have been widely used by the Navy long ago. I'd rather believe that this furry tribe Major General Bandle consumed some kind of spatial devil fruit, like the bag fruit, box fruit, or cabinet fruit, and later followed Carp as a supply officer. The scene switched back to the battle. Don't think you're the only one with bombs. Look at my buggy bomb. The Clown Buggy kicked out, launching a bomb the size of a fingertip from his shoe, a buggy bomb he had re-engineered from a bomb recipe found in the Grand Line. The fingertip-sized buggy bomb collided with the Hellfire Cannon in midair, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the Huang ship, burning the sails and damaging parts of the hull. The fighting among the crew paused for half a second as everyone looked at Buggy and the others. But soon, everyone resumed their fierce attacks on their opponents. The senior officers were not at a disadvantage against the majors for a time. However, as time passed, the stamina of the senior officers began to decline, gradually falling behind the pace of the battle. These Navy majors were all regular soldiers trained through harsh conditions, far stronger than the semi-professional pirates among the senior officers, exhibiting more discipline and diligence. Their physical stamina began to show its advantage at this moment. It is known that these elite majors from the headquarters are capable of mastering armament hockey, with extremely strong physical abilities, able to fight for an entire day or even 2 without issue. Navy admirals can fight for 10 consecutive days, such as the battle between Akainu and Akiji. Slightly less rigorous battles like the Warlord's Battle, Jinbei, and Ace could also fight for 5 days and nights. Meanwhile, the crew of Mo's Adventure Group had only been training for a month or 2, with few having awakened their armament hockey, and they usually slacked off. In the early stages, they could only rely on their devil fruit abilities to barely contend with the majors. However, it should be noted that using fruit abilities is also quite exhausting. Seeing that the senior officers were gradually getting injured, the battle was nearing its end, and the training of the crew had proven to be effective. Moe repelled Major General Dalmesia and slowly sheathed his sword, the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash. Moye, are you preparing to surrender? Major General Dalmesia looked at the brigadiers suppressing Mo's adventure group, and it seemed that Moe had also given up the fight. Swordsmanship is just something I've been wanting to strengthen recently, but today I want to tell you all that my true strength has always been the smooth fruit. Moe thrust the sheathed 3rd-generation Ghost Cutter into the ground. The battle has begun. The battle has begun. Moe trembled as he looked at General Tracy and Dalmesia again. The gravity and worry on his face had long dissipated, replaced by a frenzied excitement, with his eyes shining with a red light. You should know that the sword soul of the 7-star sword has not yet forced out even half of my ability. After repeatedly training these officers, I have endured for a long time. Do you know how unhappy I am? I respect life so much. How could I let this situation get out of my control? Do you know why I pay attention to the information of the general and the 4 emperors every day? Today, let the 2 of you allow me to fight to my heart's content. Ha ha! Moe was venting his dissatisfaction frantically. After countless arduous training sessions and repeatedly suppressing his heart for the sake of practicing, it was time for him to explode. He couldn't defeat the 4 emperors or the admirals, and he wasn't sure about Blackbeard either. Now, with the Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals and CP0, Moe could hardly wait to test the results of his long-awaited training. Come on, bring on all at once. Moe's right hand pointed at Admiral Shatruzzi and Dalmesia, and the 7-star sword tattoo emitted an increasingly eerie green aura, while Moe's eyes shone brighter with a red light. Mo Yi was unleashing the frenzied aura of the seven-star sword soul, driving his desire for battle to its peak. This time, he was determined to crush the mid-level combat powers of the Vice Admiral and CP0 head-on. Vice Admiral Dalmesia and Stussy also wore serious expressions. Mo Yi had not even used his full strength yet. They had always believed that Mo Yi's seven-star sword and swordsmanship were his strongest techniques. Arrogant kid, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Armament Hockey, Dog Bite Black Claw 6 Styles Extension Technique. Flying Finger Gun Stussy was not as reckless as Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Before fully understanding Mo Yi's techniques, she refrained from charging in directly and instead opted to attack from a distance with the Flying Finger Gun to test Mo Yi. Mo Yi completely ignored Trissy's Flying Finger Gun attack, and there was no armed color hardening on his body. The translucent fluctuations around him indicated that this was not simple. The Flying Finger Gun attack surged towards Mo Yi's heart, but in an instant, it was deflected by Mo Yi's smooth and transparent body, having no effect whatsoever. Subsequently, Major General Dalmesia's Black Claw lunged towards Mo Yi's chest with a gut-wrenching momentum. In this world, there is no absolute restraint. If there is, it's simply because you are not strong enough. Mo Yi's Smooth Fruit Devil Fruit ability wrapped around his fist and met Vice Admiral Dalmesia's Hockey-infused Dog Claw. Does Hockey restrain Devil Fruits? It does, but can the abilities of Devil Fruits break through Hockey? Absolutely. Developing the abilities of a Devil Fruit is just like training Hockey. Whoever trains harder is the one who has the advantage. Hockey and Devil Fruit abilities are like water and fire. Too much water extinguishes fire, while fierce fire evaporates water. Trafalgar Law's Ope Ope Nomi directly dismembered Victor, who had his entire body hardened with Hockey and pierced through Doflamingo. Even Big Mom could be breached. Although my Hockey training may not be as good as yours, my development of Devil Fruit abilities far exceeds yours, which leads to mutual restraint. Black Arm Zephyr constantly criticizes Kizaru's martial arts Hockey. However, Kizaru's light fruit turned Zephyr into a sieve. My talent for Devil Fruit abilities is far stronger than that for Hockey. I intend to develop my Devil Fruit abilities to the utmost, and I can still break through all Hockey. Akainu's Magma Fruit has been developed to its peak. Do you think Whitebeard, Jinbe, and Ace did not use Hockey for defense? No, they all did, but still, they were pierced through by the magma developed to its peak. Even if your Hockey training is as hard as 1,000-year-old ice, it will still be ruthlessly destroyed by the ultimate Devil Fruit ability. Although my Hockey training is not as good as yours, in front of my Smooth Fruit, your Hockey could just roll away. Mo Yi's transparent, material-wrapped fist collided violently with Admiral Dalmesia's armed Black Dog Claw. With Mo Yi's shout, the black color of Admiral Dalmesia's armed Black Dog Claw slowly faded away, turning back into a black and white spotted dog claw. How is this possible? My armed color is actually retreating and disappearing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Admiral Dalmesia's wide eyes were filled with disbelief as a part of his Hockey actually dissipated. Go cry to your justice. Mo Yi's crimson eyes surged with intensity as his fist crushed Vice Admiral Dalmesia's Dog Claw, landing a punch squarely on his chest, causing blood to burst forth from his back like a shower of red flowers. Sliding Fruit Secret Technique, Blood Sliding Punch. Vice Admiral Dalmesia let out a painful scream as his claw transformed back into a hand, his 5 fingers grotesquely twisted, his face turning pale in an instant. Mo Yi's punch shattered the bones in his fingers and caused a significant loss of precious blood. Your Sliding Fruit has actually developed to the point where it can slide out both Hockey and blood. But that's not all. Next, protect your limbs, organs, and even your memories. Haha! Sliding Fruit, Domain, Sky and Earth Sliding Rail Network. Countless transparent sliding rails spread out densely from Mo Yi, centered around him. Prepare to receive my endless attacks. Mo Yi instantly disappeared from his spot, leaving behind countless afterimages. Awoo! General Dalmesia transformed fully into a beast, becoming a giant Dalmatian, also known as a spotted dog. At this moment, the Dalmatian bared its teeth, saliva splattering, and howled to the sky. As the armed color Hockey covered its entire body again, with its claws sharp as daggers. Let me see what you call the Slippery Fruit. As expected of the animal-type Devil Fruit with the strongest recovery ability, the Hockey and blood energy that Mo Yi had just dispersed recovered so quickly. General Dalmesia had also developed the Dalmatian Devil Fruit quite well, combining it with his 6-style martial arts and Hockey. which allowed him to rise to the high rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. CP0 Stussy felt like she couldn't quite get involved, her gaze secretly glancing at the captain of the MOE pirate group and the women, revealing a meaningful smile. However, how could MOE let this CP0 slip by? He expanded his domain and enveloped her immediately, subjecting her to endless attacks from him. With each attack, Stussy's haki and blood energy were consumed and dissipated, forcing her to cooperate fully with General Dalmesia to limit MOE's speed. Countless gale foot slashes were unleashed throughout the domain without restraint. General Dalmesia, think of a way to deal with MOE quickly, or I won't last much longer. Stussy's burst of power was impressive, but her endurance in battle was far inferior to that of the animal type General Dalmesia. After all, she was just a spy, with all her skills focused on assassination, burst attacks, and speed for pursuit and escape. I don't have any good ideas either. I can only drag it out until he runs out of stamina. General Dalmesia was also at a loss. His devil fruit's destructive power was not great. Both General Dalmesia and Stussy could not escape MOE's slippery domain and had to continuously endure his attacks. We can't keep going like this. Let's break through in one direction together. Stussy was already panting, continuously kicking out gale foot slashes to prevent MOE from getting close. After General Dalmesia concentrated his haki in defense while beastified, he sustained some minor injuries, but his powerful recovery allowed him to hold on, and for the time being, MOE could not completely overwhelm him. Stussy and General Dalmesia defended back-to-back, slowly breaking through in one direction, attempting to escape MOE's slippery domain. MOE waved his fingers and a massive green, eerie sword aura slashed horizontally, threatening to tear apart the space. However, General Dalmesia surprisingly chose not to dodge, but instead positioned himself in front of Stussy, channeling all his armed color haki into the head of the great Maltese dog, emitting a bright black sheen as he took the hit head-on. Why not dodge? At this moment, MOE's figure revealed itself, laughing wildly as if he had encountered something incredibly joyous. With a sword aura of your level, you can't break through my arm color defense. General Dalmesia was starting to think about giving up on this expedition, wanting to return and find someone to deal with the menace that is MOE. MOE, we admit you are strong. We can see this time. Let's retreat and abandon this pursuit. CP0's Stussy sensed that something was amiss and tried to find a way to escape. It's too late. Everything is too late. MOE covered his crimson eyes and laughed maniacally, as if a bit neurotic. At this moment, the fur of General Dalmesia's beastified Great Dane suddenly bristled, its expression filled with fear. A feeling of danger, extreme danger. Stussy also felt her heart stop, her face displaying terror. MOE's veins bulged as he desperately pushed against the air before him. The sound of glass shattering echoed. Following the trace of the sword energy MOE had just unleashed, a white light appeared, slightly offset from its original position. As MOE gasped for breath and laughed, the expressions of General Dalmesia and CP0's Stussy froze, filled with confusion and unwillingness. It was as if the world had fallen silent, with the majors and various officers looking over. With Stussy's painful scream, her upper and lower body split apart, her intestines splattering out, and her face filled with the fear of death and endless regret. The beastified Great Dane of General Dalmesia was cleaved in half from head to back, collapsing without uttering a word, its beastly form reverting to human shape. The head above the nose seemed as if it had been sliced open by a sharp sword. Eyes wide in disbelief at death. General Dalmesia. The five majors looked in horror at the fallen and dead General Dalmesia, tears welling in their eyes as they cried out in anger and grief. Major Nia EO pushed Bartolomeo back, stepping away from the battlefield, grabbing the impulsive Major Anzu who wanted to rush in for revenge, along with Major Sassenach. These two majors were known for their fiery tempers, impulsive personalities, and respect for General Dalmesia. Run! Major Nia EO shouted, no longer willing to sacrifice themselves, eyes reddened as he yelled at Major Saidima and Major Bandel. Even in sorrow, they had to preserve their lives and avoid meaningless sacrifices. They had to jump into the sea and escape. The relatively calm Major Saidima turned to shout at the few colonels still fighting. Meanwhile, Major Bandel had already quickly fled with moonwalk steps, intending to return to the warship and prepare to support his comrades. He dropped a bouncing explosive, launching himself backward, swiftly aiding his flight back to the three pursuing warships. Just sliding to space a little almost cost me my life. MOE gasped for breath, first using all his strength to activate the 7-star arm, unleashing a sword chi that carved a thin crack in space. Then he desperately activated the slip fruit, sliding the space forward just a bit. This way, he managed to separate Admiral Dalmesia and Stussy. If it were a Logia-type devil fruit user, they probably wouldn't have been affected at all. Now, Moe was also exhausted, watching Stussy's life force weaken. He didn't forget about the data repository. He had to extract all useful information before Stussy died. Without saying a word, he ignored the seemingly dead Admiral Dalmesia and rushed to Stussy, who was bleeding excessively and on the verge of death. Moe did not hesitate, pressing his left hand against her abdomen to slow the bleeding and delay death for a few seconds, while his right hand rested on Trissy's head. Sliding fruit, memory slide. Trissy, on the brink of death, could not resist Moe's devil fruit ability, and a massive wave of memories was quickly read by Moe. Before he could finish reading all her memories, Trissy had already died with wide-open eyes, unable to close them. He gained a lot of valuable information, detailed descriptions of devil fruits, secrets of the underworld, the Ice Witch clan, 6 styles, training methods, locations of certain CP organization branches. It seems the crew's training methods will have to include the Navy's 6 styles. Trissy turned out to be part of the Ice Witch clan, maintaining her youthful appearance indefinitely. She is of the same lineage as the Ice Witch captain, Waydibe, under Whitebeard, which is quite a rare race, similar to the Lunaria clan of the Calamity. The ability of the Lunaria is to manipulate flames. The women of the Ice Witch clan can maintain their youthful looks until death, and their lifespan is slightly longer than that of ordinary humans. Waydibe has been with Whitebeard and Wayno for over 20 years and still looks the same even during the Marineford War. Trissy even called Big Mom by her name, Lin, showing she is also an older woman. Shaki, the bar owner in Sabaody, who is also the lover of Rayleigh the Dark King, seems to belong to this race as well. She is in her 50s or 60s but still looks young. In her youth, she was also a pirate and was once chased by carp. The female talent of this race is indeed impressive, and many beauty-loving women would desire their racial abilities. After dealing with Trissy, Moe looked towards the fleeing Navy rear admirals. Seeing the Navy officers jumping into the sea to escape, Moe's pirate crew, with their abilities, could do nothing but continue to attack from a distance with their devil fruit powers. However, the officers had clearly suffered significant injuries, their combat capabilities sharply declining, and they could only watch as the rear admirals escaped. Moe was also a bit exhausted, unable to continue chasing the enemy on the sea. He didn't dare to use all his strength to attack the Navy. After all, he didn't know how far Blackbeard had run. In case of surprise counterattack, he had to consider the consequences. One should never think that having a handle over someone means they can do whatever they want. If the other party fights back, they could end up in a mutual destruction. Therefore, one should not completely hand over the choice to the opponent. One must have the ability to counteract. Moe's 7 stars arm swung, unleashing several astonishing sword energies that charged towards the fleeing rear admirals. Rear Admiral Nia Ajo drew her twin swords and released several sword energies to block them. However, she was still injured by Moe's sword energy and was rescued by Rear Admiral Siyadama to escape. 3 Navy standard warships quickly fled under the command of Rear Admiral Banda-Air. Even the body of Rear Admiral Da-Air, May, Shia couldn't be retrieved. They could only leave with tears in their eyes, filled with anger and sorrow. In the waters around Magnetic Drum Island, the 3 Navy ships were fleeing at high speed, and the Navy personnel on board were filled with grief. Even the most elite and iron-blooded Navy forces fell into confusion after the death of their supreme commander. Rear Admiral Da-Air, May Shia. Niayo, why do we run away? We could have avenged Admiral. It's all your fault for shaking our morale. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rear Admiral Sa Si-Nua Ku, with red eyes, angrily stared at Rear Admiral Nia Ajo, wishing to cut her down again. At that moment, Rear Admiral Nia Aio was also engulfed in self-blame. They failed to retrieve the body of Admiral Da-Air, May Shia. How would she explain this to his family and the Navy headquarters? Enough, Sa Si-Nua Ku. If it weren't for Nia Aio's decisive retreat and blocking Moe's attack, we would all have to account for this sea area. Now is not the time to argue. Let's report the situation to the Navy headquarters first. Rear Admiral Siyadama, with red eyes, also stopped the argument, and now he became the temporary leader of the 3 warships. Banda-Air, you were the first to escape, you bastard. Unable to vent his frustration, Rear Admiral Nju suddenly cursed. Rear Admiral Banda-Air turned his head away and did not respond. If I hadn't quickly returned to the warship to assist you, you would have been killed by Moe's team in a kite attack. Rear Admiral Siyadama took out the Din Mushi and heavily dialed the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters, Marineford. Marshal Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, answered the incessantly ringing Din Mushi. This is Sengoku, who is it? Rear Admiral Siyadama under Admiral d'Air, Mei Shiya, is reporting to you. So it is Rear Admiral Siyadama. Is Admiral d'Air, Mei Shiya unavailable? Have you dealt with Blackbeard's crew at Magnetic Drum Island? Sengoku looked at the Din Mushi with confusion, and the eyes of the Din Mushi turned red, shedding tears, making him feel something was wrong. Admiral d'Air, Mei Shiya has already died in battle, and CP0 Stussy has also died. Rear Admiral Siyadama on the other end had already burst into tears. What? What happened? Could it be that Blackbeard's crew has such strong combat power? Sengoku was shocked by this news. The headquarters Rear Admiral and CP0 had already died, and even the Chief of Staff, Crane, was stunned. When we went to support Magnetic Drum Island, we encountered the MOE pirate crew fighting against Blackbeard's crew. Then, under Admiral d'Air, Mei Shiya's command, we directly pursued the MOE pirate crew after Blackbeard's crew fled. Then, Admiral and Lady Stussy fought against the great pirate MOE together. We don't know what kind of ultimate move MOE used, but Admiral and Lady Stussy were instantly cut apart and sacrificed on the spot. Rear Admiral Siyadama choked as he reported the entire process. The Navy lost 1 Rear Admiral, 1 CP0, 3 colonels, 2 captains, and several officers during the attack and escaped from the Earth Huayan. Rear Admiral Siyadama, I am now ordering you to return to headquarters immediately for recovery. We will handle the subsequent matters. Sengoku issued the order heavily, closed the Din Mushi, took a deep breath, raised his head, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. MOE. Sengoku's conqueror's haki erupted, instantly startling the entire Marineford. The 3 admirals and numerous rear admirals who had already returned to headquarters rushed to the marshal's office to understand the situation. What happened? Sengoku, you're recklessly using your conqueror's haki. Navy hero Iron Fist Carp swaggered in, complaining about Sengoku. Carp, shut up. Chief of Staff Crane immediately scolded, stopping Carp's complaints. Everyone saw Crane's serious expression and felt that something was amiss. What happened? Carp also put away his playful expression and began to look serious, taking on a semblance of a Navy officer. Admiral d'Air, Mei Shiya, and CP0 Stussy have already sacrificed. What? The first to react were the hawkish leaders. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, and Rear Admiral Go Spider among the hawkish rear admirals. Who did this? Akainu's fist had already transformed into magma, emitting thick smoke, showing his anger. Every hawkish rear admiral was a loyal follower of Akainu, believing in absolute justice. Each one was a like-minded brother. It was unimaginable that one had fallen now. How could this not infuriate Akainu? Chief of Staff Crane recounted the battle report just provided by Rear Admiral Siyadama. The entire marshal's office fell into a terrifying silence. With a single strike, the elite Rear Admiral of the Navy and the elite CP0 spy were killed. Does MOE already possess the strength of a candidate admiral? This means that pursuing the MOE pirate crew requires at least an admiral's intervention, or the Navy hero Carp to take action personally. I will personally go and kill that bastard MOE. Admiral Akainu could no longer hold back his desire to strike against the MOE pirate crew. If you make such a grand move, that bastard MOE will have already run away. He is a user of a prophecy-type devil fruit. Sengoku at this time also calmed his rage and regained his composure. Otherwise, we should surround all 7 routes of the Grand Line and completely annihilate the MOE pirate crew. Hawkish Rear Admiral Ghost Spider coldly suggested. Do we have 7 admirals? Do you rear admirals have the confidence to take him down? Besides, the world government would not agree to such a move. The world countries would also be frightened by the Navy's large actions, and pirates in the New World would take advantage of the chaos to rise up. Crane immediately denied this suggestion. The world government would never allow all 3 admirals to mobilize. At least one must remain to support the celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago. Why not summon the 7 warlords to encircle the MOE pirate crew? Do you think those bastards will actually work? In the end, they would still return empty-handed. And the rogue Doflamingo has an unclear relationship with MOE. Even Hawkeye has had contact with MOE. It's unclear what their relationship is. With MOE's intelligence and the ability of the prophecy-type devil fruit, it would be difficult for us to find him with absolute combat power advantage. He would definitely evade the admiral's strength and might counter-encircle if he encounters a rear admiral. This won't work, and that won't work. What should we do? Should we let Admiral d'Air Mei Shiya sacrifice in vain? Enough. In any case, We must at least secure Sabaody Island. We must eliminate Mo Yi before he enters the New World. Sengoku stopped the general's quarrel. Once Mo Yi enters the New World, the Navy would truly be unable to reach him. The Intelligence Department must closely monitor Mo Yi's movements. We must find an opportunity to encircle and annihilate the Mo Yi pirate crew before Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku temporarily could not think of a surefire method to take down the Mo Yi pirate crew. Wow, I'm going out for a walk. Admiral Akiji yawned, expressionless as he walked straight out, mounted his bicycle, and set sail. Nico Robin seemed to be on the Moya pirate's ship, which was too dangerous. The girl he had let go out a moment of weakness back, then now posed a potential threat to the world government, so he would handle it personally. I'm going to sweep the pirates in the Grand Line. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki snorted angrily, turned around, boarded his admiral's ship, and headed directly for the Grand Line. Several hawkish vice admirals also boarded their respective main ships, heading to the Grand Line to hunt pirates. In the marshal's office, I'll stay behind at the Navy headquarters. Admiral Kazur Borsellino also turned to leave, returning to his admiral office to continue his leisurely work. Sigh, the team has grown too large, it's hard to manage. Sengoku sighed. The Navy's hawks, doves, and neutrals all had different thoughts. Let Akainu and Enigmo go intimidate Moya and the pirates of the Grand Line. If Akainu can really find Moya, that would be the best. Chief of Staff Tsuru comforted, although the chance of Moya facing Akainu was almost zero, given Moya's personality. He probably escaped long ago to avoid Akainu's sharpness. Should we update Moya's adventure group's bounty? His subordinates are growing quickly and can match against junior commanders. Nico Robin is also on Moya's ship, which is too dangerous. Given her ability to interpret the historical texts, along with Moya knowing the information about the ancient weapon Pluton, we should raise the bounty for her. This pirate group is growing too fast, even more dangerous than the Roger pirates. Let's report this to the world government as well. Understood. Red line, Mary Ahua. Stussy has failed. Useless, dying without even figuring out Moya's background. Not worth mourning. A prophecy-type devil fruit hasn't been encountered in 800 years. It's a bit tricky. I heard there is a mermaid on Fishman Island who can predict the future. Should we capture her for research? Prophecies, the ancient weapon Pluton. Nico Robin. These pieces of information seem a bit ominous. Those useless CP9 agents have been lurking near the iceberg for so long, and they haven't gathered any useful information? That fool Spandam. Over the past 800 years, how many talents have emerged? Yet they all grow old and die. Nika is dead. Rox is dead. Roger is dead. And even young Whitebeard is now old. Only we celestial dragons can remain immortal, the eternal gods of the world. Instruct Sengoku to significantly increase the bounties on Moya and Nico Robin. The five elders briefly discussed and made their decision. In the waters of Drum Island, Mo Yi Adventure Team, Yin Huang. Captain, the Yin Huang is seriously damaged. After the battles with the cadres and the rear admiral, Mo Yi and the vice admiral. NCP-0, this ordinary massive three-masted sailboat, seems to be struggling. I have no choice. We need to reach Sky Island to change ships, but for now, let's head to Magnetic Drum Island to rest and repair the Yin Huang. Mo Yi gave the order to head towards the port of Drum Island. Drum Island is a great medical nation in the Grand Line, once flourishing with a large port and many docking positions. However, since that old rascal Walbo became king, he has done nothing. Walbo is a selfish tyrant, always prioritizing himself, often enacting laws that benefit only him while disregarding the lives of the people. He created the inhumane decree of hunting doctors, causing the once great medical nation of Drum Kingdom to gradually decline. After the kingdom was attacked by Blackbeard, Walbo actually abandoned his citizens and fled to the sea to become a pirate, becoming the captain of the White Iron Pirate crew, which is quite brainless. The sea cow, Beast Moo Moo, and the turtle Fatty pulled the Yin Huang into the port of Drum Island. The sails and flags had already been burned. The mast was blown off, and the deck was charred black, with battle scars all over, looking like a defeated pirate ship. Some residents on the island seemed to have witnessed the battle between Mo Yi's pirate crew, Blackbeard's crew, and the Navy ships, and they were quite tense. Seeing yet another pirate crew arrive. Many buildings on the island had already been destroyed by Blackbeard's gang, and smoke was still rising. Although Mo Yi's adventurers fought against Blackbeard's pirate crew, providing some relief, they also saw Mo Yi's pirate crew repelling the Just Navy, which clearly indicated that this was a stronger pirate crew. Let's go ashore, look for supplies, and repair the ship. Mo Yi quickly gave the order, and the squad leaders without combat experience disembarked to purchase supplies. The officers were all injured and had consumed quite a bit of energy, and Moe was no exception. He temporarily stayed on the ship to eat and rest. They could not stay here for too long, fearing that the Navy might come to surround them. He instructed Morty to keep in touch with Morgan's subordinates to update the location information of the Navy Admiral at any time. After resting, he planned to go ashore to find a doctor. Moe spoke up, saying that although Kuya had part of Dr. Kuroha's medical books, her medical skills wouldn't improve that quickly. Now, Moe wanted to see if Dr. Kuroha could treat the consciousness issue of his 7-star armed soul, which could also allow Kuya to learn something and see if they could bring Chopper on board as well. The women and the crew followed Moe to the island to find Dr. Kuroha, leaving the squad leaders to repair the Yanhuang ship. Everyone put on winter clothes and boarded this winter island, which was covered in white snow and looked like a silver-clad wonderland. Moe, you said Dr. Kuroha is almost 140 years old, and there's a blue-nosed reindeer that ate the human fruit? Nami, Robin, and the others immediately became interested, curious about longevity and the peculiar creatures, especially a certain scheming girl who felt an inexplicable attraction. Right, everyone. Make sure to praise this shy reindeer with all your might to bring him on board. Haha. Moe also liked Chopper, the silly and adorable reindeer. With a bang, little lowly Lijiao rolled a snowball and threw it over, instantly igniting the girl's desire to have a snowball fight, and they all started playing with each other. The injured ABIs could only watch enviously at the other two little Lolas. Although Moe could alleviate the pain in her injured arm, she still needed to rest and recover. As everyone played and walked, they headed towards the high ground of Magnet Drum Island, where Dr. Kuroha lived in the highest and coldest mountaintop castle. Captain, it seems there is something in the snow pile. Akin, who had just begun to awaken his haki, faintly sensed the presence of a creature with his observation haki. It should be a raven, a fiercely aggressive carnivorous rabbit. Everyone be careful not to get bitten or scratched. Ravens are highly aggressive giant rabbits with long canine teeth, and like the sea cows of Alabasta, they only acknowledge the strong they recognize, ignoring all other creatures, and will directly attack anyone they encounter. After saying that, a bunch of big fat rabbits with red eyes and bared teeth appear before them. You all go and test your strength. Moe said to the women, these rabbits are just right for these women to fight a bit. Like Kuya and Mot, these crew members have zero combat experience. Understood, Moe. Moe and the cadres are standing by, watching. Look at my silent steps. Fishman karate, 100-watt straight punch. Fishman judo, over-the-shoulder throw. One-sword style, silent vegetable knife. Gun technique, double strike break. Nami and Desaya have good combat awareness, and Carmen and Nokigao are also decent, but Morty and Koya are a bit lacking. Nico Robin and Sweetheart Queen. These ability users haven't made a move. Both of them have bounties exceeding 10 million. The former Baroque Works members also did not take action. Moe and the others quietly watched the battle of several female members. Moe didn't let the few women get hurt. He just had them fight against the enemies to familiarize themselves with their skills. Soon, Robin and Poison Ivy also joined in, taking down all the law bands. Moe jumped back onto the back of the Lion Nikki, and several female members, including Nami, also climbed up to ride. The three little girls, Lily Jia, ABIs, and Miss Golden Week, Marianu, were still riding the Millennium Dragon as everyone continued forward towards the castle on the mountaintop. Dressed in a fashionable and thin outfit, wearing sunglasses, Dr. Kuroha looked at Moe's pirate crew from the mountainside. It seemed that a remarkable group had arrived. She shook her head full of white hair, picked up a bottle of wine, and took several big swigs, completely unbothered by the fact that she was already 139 years old. Chopper, come out quickly. Dr. Kuroha kicked down the door to Tony Chopper's room with a single kick, her strength undiminished from her younger days. It was unknown if Moe had the will of D, but Dr. Kuroha was well aware of its meaning. She also knew that Joel D. Roger's original name was Gold Roger. Because of Moe's appearance, Monkey D. Luffy did not come to this island, and she was unaware of the appearance of the inheritor of the will of D. In the original story, she saw the will of D in Luffy and Chopper's desire to go to sea, which was why she pushed Chopper onto Luffy's ship. This was how Chopper boarded the Going Merry as the ship's doctor and food supply. What is wrong, Dr. Kuroha? Chopper was frightened by Dr. Kuroha, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he was still just a shy, introverted 15-year-old reindeer. A group of pirates is coming up. Didn't you say that pirates are the freest people in the world? Do you want to take a look? Pirates? Dr. Hiralik said he hoped I could go out to explore the vast world someday. But I'm just a reindeer. I can't compete with humans. At this moment, Chopper was trying to evade the situation, but his curiosity still drove him to the cliff's edge to look at the pirates. Wow, a big green bird. There are people on it. Such a big lion. So many people. Chopper watched with sparkling eyes as he saw Mo's adventure group at the foot of the mountain, including the three little ones riding on the Millennium Dragon and Mo's crew on the back of Lion Nicky. Is this what the freest people on the sea look like? Chopper's tone was filled with hope, but inside, he was still battling with himself, repeatedly thinking that he was just a reindeer and had no qualification to join a human pirate crew. Why not give a try to find out? Dr. Correja picked up Mo's bounty notice, which was worth 500 million berries, possessed 3 types of hockey, and was a subordinate of a prophecy-type devil fruit user. Rumor had it that the Conqueror's hockey awakened at Roger's execution platform. No matter how you looked at it, he resembled a child of the times, a child of destiny. It was just unclear if he had the will of D, but the desire to establish an equal and harmonious world. Wasn't that the will of D? The dream of the sun god Nika? Let's see what kind of person he is first. Dr. Correja, it seems they're coming up the mountain. Are they looking for you for treatment? Who knows? Chopper was so scared that he immediately hid back in his room. Captain, there's no road. We have to go straight up the mountain. Let's go up and take a look first. The 3 little girls riding on the Millennium Dragon flew up. I'll go too. Buggy placed his feet on the Millennium Dragon and flew up, while Akin quietly transformed into his dragon form, ready to carry someone. I'll just climb myself. Thorny girl Bora transformed her hands and feet into sharp spikes and quickly climbed up, while the heavy girl Machida opened her umbrella and floated up. Moe, what should we do? Nami looked at the captain with a pitiful expression, and the other women also turned their gazes towards Moe. At this moment, it was finally my turn to make an appearance. Bartolomeo stood out proudly, crossing his arms and activating his barrier fruit ability. Barrier fruit, barrier staircase. Robin and the Candleman, Galdi, Noir, also stepped forward, making gestures for their devil fruit abilities. Flower, flower, fruit. Thousand-hand rope ladder. Candle, candle, fruit, candle ladder. Looking at the climbing rope ladder, zigzag barrier staircase, and candle ladder, Moe nodded in satisfaction. Haha, let us go in any way we like. The women and officers all chose their own methods to climb the mountain. Moe was quite cunning. He jumped onto a Jin's back and flew up, leaving Nami stomping her feet in anger. The sea dragon, Ajin, allowed only Captain Moe to ride on his back. The other crew members didn't dare to ask Ajin for a ride. Ajin was now the strongest officer in the Moe pirate crew, having awakened his dual color hockey, making even Edrigo and Bartolomeo step back. The other female members, seeing Ajin's eternal silent, deadpan face, also didn't dare to ask for a ride. They usually wouldn't joke around with Ajin, who was the most serious and hard-working officer on the ship. Chopper, they're coming up. Dr. Correja continued to tease the timid Chopper while also starting to take a serious look at Moe's group. Many devil fruit users, over a dozen of them, were stronger than the 7 warlords. Chopper looked at Moe riding the sea dragon, and the entrance was incredibly cool, making his eyes sparkle with envy. Ajin landed with Moe at the top, then transformed back into human form, startling Chopper. This dragon was actually a human. A Zoan-type mythical beast, the sea dragon fruit. The well-informed Dr. Correja, seeing Ajin's blood-colored sea dragon, recalled Kaido of the 100 Beasts and his azure dragon fruit. Indeed, it was a man-made sea dragon fruit extracted from Kaido's bloodline factor. This Dr. Correja was not simple. She was much older than Rox and Roger. As the saying goes, old age brings wisdom. This old doctor probably knows many secrets of the world. I wonder if Captain Moe has anything that needs my treatment? Dr. Correja quickly changed the subject and returned to the main topic. My crew and pirates have been injured fighting the Navy. Could you help check them out and see if there are any hidden injuries that need treatment? My treatment fee is not low. Do you have money? I do have a little, but I want to take Chopper out to sea. Is that possible? Moe was very direct, clearly expressing his desire to take Chopper along for the adventure. Of course, you just need to persuade this silly reindeer. Dr. Correja saw the 3 Lolas from the Moe pirates and knew that Moe was not a cruel person. At this moment, the 3 Lolas had already flown down on the Millennium Dragon and immediately began actively searching for the blue-nosed reindeer mentioned by the captain. Found it. Abis, with her whispering fruit, was the first to locate the hiding little reindeer. Reindeer doctor, can you help me treat my arm? ABI's revealed her bandaged arm, which, although treated by Koya and had its pain removed by Moe, still couldn't handle any big movement for play. You should go find Dr. Dory. My medical skills aren't good enough. But the captain said Chopper is a very skilled doctor. ABI's began to praise Chopper, who was already blushing and feeling soft like a noodle. Such a kawaii reindeer. At that moment, Robin's mature voice came, as she loved strange animals and wanted to hug him. Chopper was so happy he felt like he might faint. It had been a long time since so many people had praised him. Looks like your little reindeer is going to be taken away by my crew. Moe watched as the girls flocked to see the talking reindeer, and even Nami started to reach out to touch it. Dr. Kureha looked at the popular Chopper with a maternal smile. Let me check your crew first. Dr. Kureha prioritized checking the injuries of Akin, Idarego, and the injured members, while Buggy, Bartolomeo, and Eric's injuries were not as severe. After checking the crew, Moe didn't care how the girls were trying to win over Chopper. Dr. Kureha, do you know how to remove a soul's consciousness? Moe informed Dr. Kureha about the current situation with the 7-star sword and asked if she had any way to help him solve the problem of a sword spirit's soul residing in his arm. Dr. Kureha looked at the 7-star sword tattoo on Moe's right arm, deep in thought, as the concept of a soul was too ethereal. I'm sorry, Captain Moe, but I haven't encountered such a case before. I only know that the surgical fruit seems to be able to exchange the consciousness of two people. Dr. Kureha honestly replied to Moe, shrugging her shoulders to indicate her helplessness. Moe also knows the power of the surgery fruit. In Punk Hazard, Trafalgar Law exchanged the consciousness of Smoker and Tashigi, and the Straw Hat crew even crossed and swapped their consciousness, allowing Sanji to take advantage of Nami's body. I understand. Moe could only think of a way to solve it himself. After Dr. Kureha's treatment, several cadres were also not seriously harmed, and their hidden injuries were properly treated. Chopper, do you want to go out to sea and see the world? As the captain, only Moe had the authority to allow someone on board, so he was the one to extend the invitation. In response to Moe's invitation, Chopper's little eyes first turned to Dr. Kureha, seeking her opinion. If you want to go, then go, you troublesome little guy. Back in the day, knowing his time was short, Dr. Hiralik secretly begged Dr. Kureha to take Chopper in, while he went to the castle in Drum Kingdom to treat the sick Dr. 20. After realizing he had been deceived by Walpole, he drank a poison wine with a bomb inside and committed suicide. Dr. Kureha also hoped that Chopper could inherit Hiralik's will, and even if he couldn't find the universal cure for all diseases, he could become the universal doctor for all ailments. Chopper timidly stretched his hoof towards Moe's hand, and Moe scooped up the blue-nosed reindeer and rubbed him. I've been wanting to rub your head like this for a long time, haha. Doriel, today I also become a free pirate. I will definitely become a doctor who can cure all diseases. Chopper held back his tears, remembering Dr. Hiralik's smile. Moe handed Chopper to the cunning Robin and continued talking to Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha, do you know what the will of D is? Haven't you already said it? Dr. Kureha looked meaningfully at Moe to establish a fair and equal world where all races can live freely. Fairness, justice, equality, freedom. Just do as you wish. I see. I want to ask if you know Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, the current user of the dark fruit. Upon hearing Moe's inquiry, Dr. Kureha immediately understood his meaning and recalled the Sea Overlord rocks from over 30 years ago. The D clan is indeed full of remarkable figures, children of the era. The previous generation involved the struggle between Rox D, Zebek, and Pirate King Joel D. Roger, in this generation, I wonder who Marshal D. Teach is fighting against. This generation should be a guy named Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. Why don't you think it could be you? Because I don't have a D. Moe smiled and did not continue to explain. Do the anime from the Sakura country also fall into the trap of determinism? The neighboring Naruto and Sasuke are reincarnations. Kakarot is from a warrior race, and even the Shinigami Ichigo has a strong lineage. But Moe wants to break this deterministic cycle. As a king, wanting to create a beautiful world, why must I inherit your will? Must I follow your path? When Chun Sheng and Wu Guang shouted, do kings and nobles have any special qualities? Did all subsequent peasant uprisings claim to inherit their will? They were merely a generation of failures. The sun god Nika from the pirate world is the same. He was also a failure. Creating a precedent, despite being great, is just a similar process I'm following. Should I be said to inherit your path? If you opened a wild road halfway and failed, dying on the way, and I opened a wild road towards the same goal, reaching the finish line, should it be said that I inherited your will? Would you say to Zhu Yuanzhang, you inherited the will of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. You are great. The Heavenly Empire relies on you? Perhaps old Zhu would slap you and say, I'm much stronger than those two failures. Inherit? Get lost. I created a grand achievement myself. For pirates, all they need is freedom and power, without institutional order. It can only be a chaotic world. If the will of D is absolute freedom for the whole world, Why would Mo ye inherit such so-called will? I will only create a relatively fair world according to my own thoughts and abilities. I am not a successor of D. I am Mo ye. Mo ye directly denied being the so-called inheritor of the will of D in the pirate world. Isn't your conqueror's hockey just the inheritance of Roger's will? No. I've never imposed Roger's will on myself, and I don't really agree with Roger as a person. I admire Dorag more. Roger was a great hero of his time, opening up an unprecedented great era. You don't agree with him? I only know he is a strong person. I don't want to know anything else. Dr. Correa has suddenly found it hard to see through Mo Ye's thoughts. Dr. Correa, do you know what's going on with Blackbeard's abnormality? Do you think a person can have 2 or 3 hearts or possess 2 or 3 souls? Mo Ye interrupted those ethereal questions and went straight to the very concerned question about Blackbeard. People with 2 hearts do exist. As for 2 souls, aren't you one of them right now? If Blackbeard is such an anomaly, I can be sure he can consume 2 devil fruits. Can you explain the principle behind this? What? He can eat 2 devil fruits? According to intelligence, Blackbeard never needs to sleep. His body is an anomaly, and he has already consumed the Yami Yami no Mi. In the future, he can consume another devil fruit. How can this be? The previous user of the Yami Yami no Mi did not gain the ability to use 2 fruits. So I want to ask, can my 7-star arm consume a devil fruit? Indeed, devil fruits reside in the soul, and simply having multiple hearts doesn't allow one to consume multiple devil fruits. There have been heart anomalies with 2 hearts that had tried to eat 2 devil fruits, but the result was the same. They still exploded and died. So, theoretically, can a person with 2 souls eat 2 devil fruits? That's what is said, but there are almost no people in the world with 2 or more souls. No one has ever tried it. Then I guess I understand what Blackbeard's anomaly is. The Grand Line, Magnadrum Island. You want to eat 2 devil fruits? Dr. Correa looked at Mo Ye seriously, filled with shock at this crazy idea. Do you know how difficult it is for a famous sword to produce a sword spirit? And how hard is it for a sword spirit to leave its vessel and take over? How difficult is it for a sword spirit to fail in possession and still achieve soul cohabitation? If it weren't for Mo Ye's split personality, which created a second personality that hates the soul and merges with the 7-star sword spirit, one of the 7-star swords spirit and Mo Ye's soul would surely have been eliminated and devoured, rather than existing in this delicate coexistence. The only spirits that can detach from their original objects are probably those with innate talents like the 7-star sword spirit. Other generated ship spirits and sword spirits likely cannot leave their original ship or sword. If the ship is destroyed, the ship's spirit dies, and if the sword is destroyed, the sword spirit dies. The 7-star sword is such an unusual sword spirit. Even if the 7-star sword is shattered, it can still continue to possess living beings. This is a gift from heaven. It just so happened to merge with Mo Ye, giving him 2 souls. One condition missing would not work. It's still too dangerous. No one has ever tried this. Dr. Correa still disapproved of this idea. I don't know how Blackbeard obtained his soul, but I'm sure that Blackbeard can consume more than 2 devil fruits. Based on his 3-headed pirate flag and the fact that he doesn't need to sleep, I boldly speculate that he most likely possesses 3 souls. Mo Ye speculated about the number of souls Blackbeard possesses. According to the hints provided by Oda, Blackbeard once had 2 sisters who later went missing. Moreover, when they encountered the Straw Hat crew in Magic Valley Town, Luffy referred to one of Blackbeard's identities as them instead of him. At that time, it was unclear whether Luffy had awakened his protagonist aura or his observation haki, but he had already sensed Blackbeard's unique multiple souls. It is also possible that Oda intentionally used the protagonist's words to lay a hint for Blackbeard. Have you ever considered that if your guess is wrong, you could die, and your Mo Ye pirate crew would completely collapse? Have you thought about their feelings? Dr. Correa warned again, and Mo Ye's recently inflated heart was immediately deflated. When a person has nothing, they can gamble everything. But when a person has already achieved a certain level of success, they may hesitate to risk their life, opting for a more cautious approach to achieve their goals. Is this what is called losing the drive to strive? Seeking stability? A dog that guards what it has? Afraid to gamble on a 50-50 chance? I will think carefully about this. Mo Ye, there is news from Zhang Gao. The Yin Huang is under attack. Is it the Navy? Mo Ye also became serious. Did the Navy call for support so quickly? It was a pirate ship shaped like a white hippopotamus. It was Walpo's ship. Dr. Correa interrupted, as she was extremely annoyed by this selfish king. Got it. I'll head over right away. Mo Ye greeted Dr. Correa and jumped onto the transformed Jean, and the two set off directly towards the seaside. Other crew members also hurried down the mountain to catch up with the Yin Huang, with even Chopper carrying a small package, waving goodbye to Dr. Kureha as he joined the group. Take care of yourself, silly reindeer. Dr. Kureha watched Chopper's retreating figure with a sense of relief. At the age of 139, she had long been accustomed to such scenes and did not feel particularly sad. Look at this broken ship. What a pathetic pirate crew. That fat black pirate must have left, right? Valpo laughed wildly, as a ship, the White Iron King, was a large diving raid sailboat that could dive to escape or approach enemy ships for surprise attacks. Valpo, didn't you say there were powerful pirates attacking the Magnetic Drum Kingdom? At this moment, a man with pink hair questioned Valpo. He was Valpo's brother, Mushu, a user of the mushroom fruit, who had been exiled to the Land of Fire by the former king. That terrifying fat black guy has probably left. Look, isn't there still a pirate ship here? We could take our revenge on them. Let's take out these small pirates and go back to being kings. Mushu, I'm the king now. You're just an exile. Valpo, I'm the elder brother. I am the first choice for king. As they spoke, the two began to argue, refusing to back down. Ministers Jess and Chromalaman quickly came over to mediate, pulling the two apart. The deck and observation room of the Yin Huang were once again set on fire and filled with smoke from the cannonballs of the White Iron King. The captains, Hypnotist Ngao, Siam Sam, Spot Bujia, Swordsman Gorath, Great Gun Crick, and a Needle Sword Appin, failed to stop all the cannonballs. It was still thanks to the manatee Beast Mo and the turtle Beast Pang Pang that the ship managed to escape a bit. But initially, they were still caught off guard by the sudden surfacing and close-range bombardment of the White Iron King. The captain is going to be furious with us when he comes back. Spot Bujia wore a pained expression, as if he could feel Captain Mo's ominous gaze. The Yin Huang was really in dire straits this time, with many holes punched in its side. Moe, riding on the blood-colored dragon, had already spotted the smoking Yin Huang. This ship had been transformed from Buggy's main ship and had accompanied Mo's adventure team for a long time. He never expected that today, in the waters of Magnetic Drum Island, it would suffer 2 consecutive attacks and sustain such damage, making Moe feel heartbroken. The Yin Huang had been with him for so long. There were feelings attached to it. This made Moe extremely furious with Valpo, wanting nothing more than to kill this foolish Iron Hippo King immediately. Valpo and his crew also gave up pursuing the Yin Huang, which was being pulled away by the manatee and turtle, and began to land, preparing to reclaim the position of king. Meanwhile, Dalton, the captain of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's Guard, had also rushed over upon hearing the news. He detested this selfish and brutal king and wanted to completely drive him out of the country. He could no longer tolerate Valpo's reckless existence. He was willing to perish alongside him to restore peace to the citizens. Dalton, are you going to stop us? The first Prince Mushu? Dalton did not expect a similarly brutal prince to appear. Wasn't he exiled by the former king? I will not let you continue to persecute the people of this country. Full beast transformation. Buffalo form brutal, charged Dalton transformed into a buffalo and charged with all his might towards Valpo and Mushu. Swallow fruit. Tongue cannon mushroom fruit. Massive proliferation. Valpo opened his mouth wide, transforming his tongue into a cannon and firing cannonballs at Dalton, while some purple substances emerged from Mushu's body, creating several clones that rushed forward to attack Dalton. Dalton was quickly pushed back and sent flying. Swallow fruit. Royal Iron Barrel Crown, 7-shot scatter cannon. Valpo unleashed a giant cannon aimed at Dalton, intending to eliminate him in one go. Mushroom fruit. Umbrella dance. Mushu's mycelium turned into bullets, densely shooting at the enemy, just as Dalton was about to be killed by this firepower. Blood Dragon Flame Wave. A massive flame attack destroyed Valpo and Mushu's assault. Who is it? Valpo and Mushu felt their hearts tremble at the sight of the enormous flame attack and hurriedly looked up at the sky. They saw a handsome man riding a blood-colored dragon rapidly descending. Moe jumped down from the back of the dragon, creating a massive pit in the ground. A gene also transformed into human form as he descended, silently standing beside Moe, looking at Moe's icy gaze. Valpo and Mushu felt as if they were being stared at by a giant dragon. They swallowed hard, and cold sweat unconsciously began to bead on their foreheads. Is it you who want to destroy my Yin Huang? Moe looked at Walbo, who was wearing a hippo hat, and Muxilu, who had a purple mushroom head, and said in a gloomy tone, "Pirates, get out of my country. I am the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government. The Navy will be here to support us soon." Walbo's arrogant personality erupted, ignoring Moe's grim expression, and shouted loudly with a tone full of threats. Muxielu quietly began to release toxic snow spores, drifting towards Mo Yi and akin. Mo Yi raised his arm, and with a gentle flick of his index finger, a massive green, eerie sword energy surged forth, grand and imposing, heading straight for the two Valbo brothers. Muxielu's snow spore poison was completely destroyed, and seeing the gigantic sword energy approaching, he hurriedly rolled away, desperately trying to dodge. The slow-moving Valbo watched the rapidly flying sword energy and realized he couldn't escape. Swallow, swallow, fruit metal defense. A layer of silver glowing metal armor emerged from Valbo, looking extremely strong in defense. However, the moment it came into contact with the eerie sword energy, it was shattered, leaving a terrifying sword wound and sending him flying dozens of meters, leaving a deep snow trace behind. Valbo spat out blood, and the fear in his eyes quickly spread. Muxielu also felt the power of this strike, his pupils constricting and cold sweat pouring down. They both thought, "We've encountered a tough opponent. Run." Fungi, fruit spore bomb. Seeing the situation was dire, Muxielu unleashed the highly toxic spores he had stored for years, immediately turning to flee towards the white Iron King. Slide, fruit, air glide. The air began to move, forming convection, increasing wind speed, and blowing away the toxic spores released from spore bomb. Pirate, don't go too far. We're already trying to escape. Do you still want to kill us? Valbo had also gotten up and was running backward, cursing Mo Yi. You destroyed my ship and still want to run. It won't be that easy. Mo Yi raised his hand and unleashed several streaks of 7-star sword chi, creating terrifying sword marks on the ground that slashed straight towards the two. Damn it, Jace and Chromalion, block it. Valbo, under the astonished gazes of Mo Yi and akin, swallowed Jace and Chromalion, quickly spitting out a fusion being with 4 arms, along with a hard alloy shield. The fusion being surprisingly used the alloy shield to block one of Mo Yi's sword chi, and its extra hands could even shoot arrows in retaliation. Valbo once again turned his gaze to his brother Muxielu. What do you want to do? Valbo, give me your power. Gomu no factor. Valbo opened his enormous mouth and swallowed Muxielu in one bite, and Valbo's body began to grow taller and larger, merging the two into one. Stinky pirate, let me show you my power. Toxic spore barrage. Using the cannon created by the Gomu fruit, countless toxic spore bombs made from the mushroom fruit were fired, causing the entire area to be engulfed in toxic mist. The fusion being attempted to ambush Mo Yi, but was sent flying by akin, dragged to another battlefield to start a one-on-one duel. The Gomu fruit can indeed swallow another devil fruit user and use their abilities, Mo Yi said lightly. Hey Valbo, you swallowed your brother, will he die? Mo Yi still asked the randomly attacking Valpo this question. As long as I defeat you, I will spit out my stupid brother. He won't die. Valpo, facing Mo Yi's inquiry, actually stopped attacking and explained proudly. It turns out that after swallowing, one would forcibly and temporarily gain the abilities of another's devil fruit. It's much better than that so-called worst devil fruit in the world, the jacket fruit, where the user must have others willingly wear the jacket to control them. However, it's unclear whether the user can use the abilities of others' devil fruits after wearing it. Then you just need to not spit out Mishuru, and you will become even stronger, and no one will compete with you for the position of king. Mo Yi continued to probe the details of the fruit. Damn, won't Muxielu starve to death like this? Are we supposed to leave a corpse inside my body? That's disgusting. Valpo looked visibly nauseated, as if he had thought of something unpleasant. So, as long as your brother doesn't die, you can keep merging? Why do you have so many questions? Having a human inside your body makes it hard to eat. Of course, I want to throw it up. Valpo was also annoyed by the questions and directly started the second wave of spore gas bombardment. Theoretically, the fruit can swallow other devil fruit users and continuously merge and use their abilities as long as that devil fruit user hasn't died. Devil fruit weapons. Mo Yi quickly thought of another thing that could be merged. However, the devil fruit weapons currently only seem to be of the Zoan type, which doesn't seem very useful. Mo Yi dodged while watching as Walbo continued to attack. Should he subdue him or kill him and take the power of the Munch fruit for his subordinates? He drew the 3rd generation Go Slash, black hockey wrapping around it, with the eerie aura of the 7-star sword covering it. Slide, fruit, silent, instant thunder slash. With a howl, Mo Yi appeared behind Walbo, who suddenly stopped his attack and froze. A massive wound appeared from his shoulder to his waist, blood splattering and gushing out. Walbo opened his mouth wide, the pain rendering him speechless. Suddenly, his stomach churned, and the large Mzulu was vomited out. The Mzulu that fell to the ground was now unconscious and looked a bit weak. Ah, At this moment, Walbo began to scream in pain, continuously vomiting out cannons, firearms, ammunition, and swords. Looking at the significantly thinner Walbo, did he just expel everything he had swallowed and fused over the years? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Walbo's eyes turned red, and he lost his sanity, going crazy and drooling. When he saw Mo-Yi standing there, he opened his mouth wide and lunged at him. Almost forgetting the maddening effect of the seven-star sword's aura, Mo-Yi lightly jumped back, retreating dozens of meters away. However, Walbo relentlessly continued to pounce at Mo-Yi, intent on devouring this moving thing. Mo-Yi, filled with fury, wielded the third-generation Guei-Che with his seven-star arm and thrust it directly into Valpo's body. The sword hilt penetrated fully, but Guei-Che couldn't completely pierce through Valpo's robust body. Blood began to flow slowly out along the sword hilt, running down Mo-Yi's seven-star arm. To Mo-Yi's surprise, the soul of the seven-star arm, which he had suppressed, autonomously absorbed the blood. Mo-Yi frowned, unsure whether the situation was good or bad. After the seven-star arm absorbed the blood, it seemed to instinctively become excited, autonomously emitting a stronger and more bizarre green aura. Mo-Yi suppressed the will of the seven-star arm, confirming that it had indeed not awakened. All of this was merely an instinctive reaction of the seven-star sword soul, much like how one would unconsciously drool at the thought of a sweet plum. Mo-Yi was about to control the seven-star arm to draw out the third-generation ghost cutter when the seven-star arm suddenly erupted with a powerful and strange green aura that enveloped Valpo completely. As Valpo's anguished screams echoed, his body quickly shriveled up, and soon he lost all breath. What happened? Mo-Yi hurriedly pulled out the third-generation ghost cutter from the lifeless Valpo and looked at the seven-star arm, which was emitting an eerie glow. He frowned and fell into deep thought. This is not good. Without receiving any orders from Mo-Yi, the seven-star arm actually began to autonomously consume vitality. It seems that in the future, the seven-star arm should not be allowed to come into contact with blood easily. Otherwise, even Mo-Yi would not be able to control certain instincts of the seven-star arm soul. No, there's something else. Mo-Yi is controlling the seven-star arm soul, and surprisingly, a mouth has appeared on his palm. Is it Deidara from the neighboring Hokage possessing him? Did the seven-star arm soul eat the Suna no Mi? Mo-Yi was in a daze. According to the plan, he had specifically prepared the seven-star arm soul to compete with Blackbeard for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Now that the seven-star arm soul had autonomously consumed the Gum fruit, it felt like a huge loss. He had previously imagined the scene of seizing the Tremor fruit with his right fist clenched and ready to strike, shattering space with a powerful blow, looking so cool and formidable as he moved forward. Now, Mo-Yi cursed the seven-star arm soul. As if sensing something, the soul stuck out a tongue and licked its lips, appearing to smile. Mo-Yi's forehead was bulging with veins, breathing rapidly. He wasn't sure if the seven-star sword spirit had consumed the Gum fruit, or if the Gum fruit demon had chosen the seven-star sword spirit. It was similar to how Aunt Charlotte Lingling had crazily devoured Sister Carmel, gaining Carmel's soul fruit. After taking a deep breath, Mo-Yi calmed down. It was sudden, and he hadn't accessed Valpo's memories. Now he needed to redevelop the abilities of the Gum fruit. This thought made Mo-Yi inexplicably annoyed as he looked at Valpo's lifeless, withered body and then at the fainted Musho Lu. He activated the Gum fruit, and from a mouth in his palm, many green tentacles emerged, pulling in the cannons and firearms from the ground, even dragging the fainted Musho Lu in with one tentacle. It looked somewhat similar to the tentacles of Marvel's Venom, and it seemed quite impressive. The seven-star arm of Mo-Yi began to expand, its volume increasing dramatically. The Thorn Factory fusion transformed the seven-star arm into a gigantic cannon, launching spore bombs. It was comparable to the advantages of both Barrett's combined fruit and Baby Phi's weapon fruit. The seven-star arm actually absorbed most of Musho Lu's blood energy again. Fortunately, the soul instinct of the seven-star arm understood that it couldn't devour two devil fruits, so Mo-Yi quickly controlled it to spit Musho Lu out. The firearms and cannons were also expelled, but they could either be released in their original form or fused into iron blocks before being spit out. Wasn't this a form of storage space? However, the things absorbed would increase the volume of Mo-Yi's seven-star arm, so it could only serve as a small storage space. Valpo had once swallowed an entire house, becoming as large as the house, and could only return to his original size after spitting it out. It seemed that Mo-Yi could also use the giant Gunnin super amplification hand now. With Valpo killed, the throat fruit was devoured by the seven-star arm, and the combined form reverted back to the two ministers, Jace and Cromalman, who were soon defeated by Akin and lost their combat ability. Meanwhile, the pirates and the White Iron King wanted to escape. Looking at this large underwater surprise sailing ship, and then at the distant smoke-filled Yin Huang ship, it seemed like it was time to change ships. Moye's pupils contracted, and a wave of conquerors' hockey crushed the pirate lackeys. In an instant, all the lackeys fell to the ground, unconscious, and the White Iron King came to a stop. The sea cow, Beast Mood, and the fat sea turtle pulled the tattered Yin Huang ship back, with the little captain hanging his head on board. Feeling that Captain Moye was going to punish them for their failure to protect the ship, they quickly threw all the pirates off that ship and discarded its belongings. Today we are changing ships. Moye looked at the dejected crew members with annoyance. Yes, Captain. Seeing that Moye had no intention of punishing them, the squad leaders eagerly boarded the White Iron King to gather their things. One by one, the lowly pirates were tossed onto the shore, and countless everyday items were thrown out in a parabolic arc. At this moment, Nami and the other women, along with the officers, rushed over. Upon seeing the severely damaged Yin Huang ship, they angrily kicked the fainted pirates and Muxielu along the way. Where's that brutal king? Nami was furious. Was the main ship of Moye's adventure team, the Yin Huang, destroyed just like that? Moye glanced at the dry corpse of Walbo, leaving Nami with nowhere to vent her anger. She started punching and kicking a purple mushroom head and several henchmen, knocking Muxielu to the brink of collapse, breathing weakly. There was no other choice. They had to change ships and start moving things to modify this hippo ship. Understood. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately began dismantling the hippo head of the White Iron King and started modifying the dragon head of Moye's adventure group, changing the sail pattern, and painting the ship's name as Flame Yellow. Nami and Robin returned to the old Flame Yellow to pack their belongings and start moving. Chopper, holding luggage on the side, nervously watched everyone bustling about. Dalton found Dr. 20 among the henchmen, who was wearing a pink medical coat. The Dr. 20 plan was a policy proposed by Walbo, selecting the 20 best doctors in the country who were willing to comply, while killing or exiling anyone else who claimed to be a doctor, ensuring that the Dr. 20 team was the only path for seeking medical help in Drum Kingdom. The policy aimed to allow Walbo to see the desperate expressions of the people pleading with him, purely for amusement. However, during the implementation of the plan, two doctors could not be eliminated, Dr. Cyriluk and Dr. Guriva. Dr. Cyriluk, years ago, upon hearing the false news of Dr. 20's illness, came to the castle with wine and medical supplies after drinking Chopper's animal mushroom soup and discovering it was a deception, detonated a bomb, and committed suicide. Dr. Guriva, however, was not captured and continued to care for Chopper, helping the islanders with medical treatment for 2 years. Under Dr. Guriva's organization, the original team of 20 expanded to 100 members, merging into the Drum Island Medical Center. Their medical skills were exceptional, capable of reattaching severed heads. A rare talent. Moye walked up to Dalton, looking at this kind-hearted and honest Kingdom Guard captain. From now on, you will be the king of Drum Island. The Drum Kingdom has been destroyed. The new name for the country will be the Heavenly Peace Kingdom. If pirates come to the island in the future, just bring out the flag of Moye's pirate group and the bounty notice. This will be my territory. Make sure Dr. 20 trains new doctors well to restore the reputation of the medical superpower. Once I establish my base, I will need to recruit doctors to other islands. Understand? Dr. Correja had also arrived here at some point. Agree to him, Dalton. Understand. I will do my best to make the Heavenly Peace Kingdom a medical superpower again. Dalton looked gratefully at Moye, the handsome man who liberated Drum Island. At that moment, a row of arms like a relay extended from the Flame Yellow to Moye, handing him the flag of Moye's adventure group and his bounty notice. Robin, this scheming woman, had indeed been eavesdropping and quickly learned what was on Moye's mind. Take it. Moye handed the flag and the bounty notice to Dalton. Dalton stared wide-eyed at Moye's bounty of 500 million, shocked to find out it was a great pirate. At that moment, the Yin Huang ship transmitted Nami's heart-wrenching scream, which seemed to contain a bit of excitement. Nami emerged holding 2 round objects. Moye, it's the devil fruit. Devil fruit's worth over 100 million. Nami was so excited that her face turned flushed. 2 devil fruits, how many billions of berries could this sell for? Looking at one fruit that resembled a dog's head with a black and white swirling pattern, and another purple fruit that looked a bit like a large mushroom, Moye's face turned pale instead. 2 of the 4 dark fruits left by Blackbeard were gone just like that. Mo Yi immediately turned to look at the unmoving Mu Xiu Lu, activated his observation hockey, and confirmed that he was really dead. How did this happen? Who was so ruthless? The other one must be the dog fruit, Barleytown form, of Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Suppressing his anger, Mo Yi let out a helpless sigh. He had plans for these dark fruits, the Rustle fruit, the Thunder fruit, the Slow fruit, the Door fruit, the Shock fruit. None of these are worse than these two fruits. The mushroom fruit is still okay. It can be developed further. But the dog fruit is a huge loss. Damn, a type of plant. Mo Yi, why aren't you happy? I want to cry. Mo Yi sighed, feeling overwhelmed. The 7 stars arm and the soul were like this, and so was the dark fruit. Plants could never keep up with changes. A feeling of wanting to vomit blood filled his heart. Mo Yi, do you know what abilities these two fruits have? The girls and the squad leaders looked at the 2 devil fruits with eyes full of desire. One should be the Zoan-type dog fruit, Great Barleytown form, which belongs to that Admiral Dalmesia. The other is the Paramecia-type mushroom fruit with a purple mushroom cap. By the way, who killed him? Mo Yi pointed at Maxila's corpse, feeling extremely frustrated at the moment. Dog fruit and mushroom fruit? Little lowly Ligia revealed a disappointed expression, saying it wasn't as pretty as Sister Robin's Hannah fruit, and immediately lost interest. The other girls also lost interest one after another. Only the planter, sharpshooter, and logistics minister Noki Gao showed a bit of interest in a mushroom fruit. Mo Yi, can a mushroom fruit be used to grow mushrooms to eat? Noki Gao surprisingly asked this question, leaving Mo Yi momentarily speechless. It should be possible, right? It can also produce mycelium, promote material decomposition, help plants grow better, and release toxic spores to attack enemies. Can I eat it? Mo Yi looked at Noki Gao's eager expression and could only nod. Under the curious gazes of the other girls and the envious eyes of the squad leader, Noki Gao took a bite of the mushroom fruit. So disgusting. Feeling the changes in her body, Mo Yi informed Noki Gao of several abilities of the mushroom fruit. Rotating drill. Use the arm as a mushroom umbrella to spin rapidly in attack. Umbrella dance. Fire bullets made from mycelium. Great proliferation. Spores transform into clones to attack. Mycelium path. Mycelium grows from the ground, extending enormous mushroom ropes to trap the opponent. Snow spore. Release toxic spore mist in front. Spore bomb. Store highly toxic spores inside the body to create a projectile. The longer the storage time, the more powerful it becomes. However, after using it once, it takes a long time to store again, and it cannot be used for several years. The girls had no interest in the Inu fruit, but the squad leader was different. Everyone wanted it. The dancer Zongao didn't want to engage in close combat, so she gave up. The swordsman Gallus and the needle sword Appin wanted to stick to their swordsmanship and also didn't want to eat the devil fruit for now. Only Siam Sam, Spot Bougie, and the Battle Gun Creek were interested in fighting for the Inu fruit. Spot Bougie, who liked wearing spotted clothes, found that the spotted dog devil fruit suited him well. How do you 3 want to decide the ownership of this Inu fruit? Spot Bougie glanced at Siam Sam. Although he really liked the spotted dog's pattern, he gave it up for the sake of his good friend, for the Brotherhood title, covering his face in pain. Moreover, he was no match for Creek. In the end, the Battle Gun Creek obtained the Inu fruit and looked at Ajin. Although it couldn't compare to the dragon fruit, it was safe, and he took a bite right away. After eating it, he was surprisingly able to immediately use the half-beast transformation of the Barleytown, and his combat power should exceed a bounty of 20 million. Nami watched helplessly as the devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of berries changed hands just like that, with tears in her eyes, feeling both happy and sad. Mo Yi saw Nami like this and rubbed her hair hard, pulling her into his embrace. After helping Vivi solve the problem, we will go to Sky Island, where there are golden pillars as tall as skyscrapers. Nami snuggled in Mo Yi's arms, finding a comfortable position. Hurry up and continue moving, transforming the ship. And tonight we will hold a banquet. Mo Yi raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Oh!" Everyone was instantly filled with enthusiasm. This ship seemed even larger and could dive as well, so they needed to familiarize themselves with its operations. Dalton took all the henchmen of the White Iron Pirate crew away and locked them up in prison, leaving a few crew members to teach Mo Yi's adventure team how to operate the ship. The White Iron ship was now called the Yin Huang, and it was more than 10 times larger than the Going Merry. On the deck, the front half was an open area, while the back half had 2 levels of buildings. Below the deck, there were 2 large spaces. The second floor of the deck had a conference room and an observation room, while the first floor had the captain's quarters, the bedrooms for the women, and a kitchen. The lower deck was filled with the bedrooms of officers and squad leaders, and both Bartolomeo and Isaiah could have their own separate rooms, which surprisingly had extra space. The lower deck had storage for food, water, wine, and ammunition. Moe looked at the luxurious captain's cabin on this giant ship. The large bed could easily accommodate 4 or 5 people without any issue. Everyone was moving their belongings back to their rooms, and Nami was instructing others to help move the orange tree that had lost quite a few leaves. The 1,000-year dragon also had enough space to rest and didn't need to squeeze in at all. Moe looked at the empty Yin Huang ship. Its mast had already broken. The sails had long been destroyed, and more than half of the 2-story structure on the deck had been blown apart. Countless cannon holes pierced the sides, showing its wear and tear. Farewell, old friend. Moe ignited the old Yin Huang ship in front of everyone, letting its destiny return to the sea. The Moe Adventure Group quietly watched the departure of the Yin Huang. Congratulations to Nokigao and Crick for obtaining the devil fruits. Cheers. I also congratulate the captain for defeating the colonel. Cheers for Jean awakening his haki. Cheers for the liberation of Drum Island. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, drinking and feasting. Doria, is this what being a pirate is? Chopper raised his cup filled with milk and joined in the toast. Yeah, pirates should be free-spirited warriors who yearn for freedom and fight for their dreams. Dr. Correja grabbed a bottle and started pouring drinks. It's unclear who started it, but everyone began singing Bink Sake. On this day, even Moe almost got drunk. The new Yin Huang left the waters of Drum Island and sailed for most of the day. Should we try the diving mode? Nami excitedly navigated the new ship, filled with curiosity about everything. Moe felt a bit anxious. As a devil fruit user, he indeed had a bit of fear towards the sea. Looking at the many ability users on the ship, and then at the few crew members who could swim, he realized that there were more users than non-users, making it impossible to save everyone in case of an emergency. Moe quietly jumped onto the fat sea turtle. The Yin Huang ship was too large now, and the steering of the voyage finally returned to Nami's control. The manatee and the fat sea turtle became Nami and her companions' mounts while swimming, only pulling the ship in emergencies. The others, fearless, cheered loudly, while Chopper laughed so hard he cried. Only Ajin silently followed Moe's side. The Yin Huang ship began to transform. The doors and windows on the deck started to close, and the sails tightened. Such a huge ship with tremendous buoyancy really sank underwater without any logic. Even the manatee happily followed it down, and fortunately, the fat sea turtle was very calm, squinting its eyes and munching on food quite at ease. Moe recalled departing with Dalton and Dr. Correja in the morning, reminding the new King Dalton to protect the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and to use the flag of Moe's pirate group to scare off pirates if necessary. At the same time, he hoped that Dr. Correja would cultivate more good doctors for Moe. Fatty, accelerate, and continue moving forward. Moe patted the turtle's back and gave the order. The Yin Huang was diving, and they didn't even know how far they had accelerated. It was so cool and beautiful. Nami and the others looked at the underwater scenery from the observation window, filled with admiration, especially the group of, after eating the devil fruit. They had no chance to swim in the sea. They were also shocked by the stunning ocean view before them, with all the colorful and vibrant sea fish, sea creatures, and the deep blue ocean. It was an unprecedented visual feast. 3 little girls dragged Chopper around, wanting to see every direction, checking out what was different on this side and what new discoveries were on that side. The crew of the Yin Huang, having fun, didn't surface for an hour. Moe's face gradually darkened. He didn't even have a permanent pointer or life paper with him. Fortunately, he still had a transponder snail, so he quickly dialed it. Surprisingly, no one answered. These rebels. Moe's face changed to worry. Could something have happened? At that moment, in the distance, the Yin Huang was suddenly thrust up from the sea by a giant cloud, rising from the ocean, flying into the sky. What's going on? Everyone was terrified, their eyes wide open in shock, screaming. Hua Hua fruit, giant, gliding wings la la, fruit wax balance, board barrier fruit guardian, shield. The crew desperately stabilized the giant ship in the air. Fortunately, the Yin Huang was massive and heavy, so it didn't soar too high and quickly descended, crashing back into the sea under the powers of the 3 devil fruit users. Nami and the others rushed out of the observation room and saw a massive cloud waterfall surrounding a lush green island. It seemed like there was no permanent pointer for this island's location, indicating it was a rarely visited place. The crew maneuvered the Yin Huang closer to the coast, dropped anchor, and released a small boat to begin their landing on the island. Nami, Captain Moe seems unaware that we've arrived here. Nico Robin reminded Nami in time. Oh no, If Moe can't find us, he is definitely going to be angry. I need to call him. Meanwhile, Moe also spotted the enormous rising sea cloud in the distance and immediately grew concerned. Not every pirate crew was as lucky as the Straw Hat Pirates to always get through safely. Bubble, are you guys okay? Moe asked anxiously. Moe, we're fine. We're already at the edge of an island surrounded by a giant cloud. I'll come over and join you right away. Hearing that everyone was okay, Moe's worried feelings turned into anger. He needed to go teach these unruly people a lesson for ignoring their captain for over an hour. Moe urged the sea turtle to speed up and quickly enter the range of the giant clouds to reach the island. This should be another Beast Island. The Chopper Kingdom from the theatrical version of Beast Island, where even Chopper can be the animal king. It seems there is a Kirin Lion King on it. A huge lion with golden feathered wings, a giant golden horn on its head resembling coral, and limbs like eagle claws. However, it seems to have passed away, and its golden horn is the legacy of Beast Island. As long as the new king eats the golden horn, they can inherit the power of every generation of Beast Kings, immediately gaining the power of a king to protect Beast Island. But now, the Lion King who knew about this legacy and the elder beasts have already died, and a group of beasts are searching for the prophesied new king. On the other side of Beast Island, Count Batlar, with a red comb on his head, was playing the violin while controlling the horned beasts, crazily hunting the horned animals of Beast Island and seizing their horns, frantically eating just to obtain the legendary strongest power of Beast Island. His subordinate, General Hot Dog, nicknamed Rabbit Hot Dog, claimed to be the strongest man in the world, but he was actually just a black, chubby man wearing a dog collar, armed with a chain hammer. Another one, known as President Snake, had a face full of tattoos and claimed to be the most handsome man in the world, wielding a retractable snake sword. But none of these horns are the treasures of Beast Island. Which animal's horn is the true treasure of Beast Island? Batlar had just finished eating animal horns with tomato and mustard flavors. Sir, we will definitely get them, his two subordinates respectfully said. Keep searching. Moe told us to wait for a rendezvous. What should we do? I can't resist the urge to go on an adventure on the island. Nami was excited, forgetting the scene where she was scared of making Moe angry. Let's go ahead and scout. Buggy and Bartolomeo took the lead, eager to try, and had already walked into the forest after saying that, with Desire excitedly following Bartolomeo. The others looked at Nami, who felt helpless. If you want to explore first, go ahead. I'll wait on the ship. However, the remaining people showed no intention of getting off the ship, seeming to care more about Moe's orders. Not long after, the sea turtle brought Moe to the side of the Yin Huang ship, where they saw the crowd on the shore. He instructed the sea turtle to watch the ship and flew over with a kin. I thought you all forgot about me, the captain. Moe smiled at everyone, but the meaning in his eyes was somewhat inscrutable. Nami pounced on him, acting cute in his arms, which immediately broke Moe's defenses. This tactic never failed. Moe, let's go on an adventure quickly. This island is one we have no information about. Exploring it will definitely be thrilling. All right, this island isn't actually dangerous, and it's full of various rare beasts. Everyone can move freely. Upon hearing Moe's command, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed onto the island. Moe walked slowly, wondering how to deal with this Qilin lion's horn. Feeding it to his mount, the lion Leaky seemed like a good choice. He wondered if it could grow wings. Otherwise, maybe he should give it to the 1,000-year dragon to further strengthen it and create a 1,000-year dragon king. But no matter what, he should first seize the golden giant horn of the Qilin lion. In the center of the rare Beast Island, under a gigantic tree, lay the deceased Qilin lion in a hollow, its face still full of majesty. Mobambai, the king, had passed away. We need to find a new king quickly. A crow stood upright, speaking in human language. Crow assistant. The prophecy says that when the giant clouds envelop rare Beast Island, the heavens will send a new king to us. A bare-chested child with dark skin said seriously to the crow beside him. That is a legend from decades ago. Who knows if it's true, the crow assistant muttered. The couple Baki and Bartolomeo quickly encountered a long-haired hippopotamus carrying a talking bald parrot, accompanied by a goat. Who are you? Wow, a talking parrot. Bartolomeo's eyes lit up as he looked at the bald parrot. We can take it back to the circus for a performance. Baki rubbed his chin, pondering. Humans, why are you on this island? We will be watching you closely, the bald parrot warned Baki and the others, becoming vigilant as the three humans' gazes were unfriendly. We are here to explore. Do you have any treasures or precious items? Hand them all over, Bartolomeo said fiercely, starting his robbery career. You're pirates? The bald parrot, gripping its cane with both claws, flew in the air, ready to escape, while the hippopotamus and the goat prepared to run away. Although we don't admit to being pirates, the Navy has already treated us as pirates, and the bounty has been issued. Bartolomeo proudly held up his bounty notice, showing it to the three rare beasts. Desire covered his face, unable to watch, while Baki looked helpless. When Bartolomeo looked at the old parrot again, he found they had already run away, leaving behind 2 trails of thick smoke. Hey, Barto, do you take your bounty notice out every day? Isn't that obvious? Captain Mo Yi is the same. Every time he shows his bounty to scare others. You don't know how cool it looks. Bartolomeo thought of Mo Yi with sparkling eyes. The captain was the man he admired most in his life. Chase after them. That parrot might be the only animal we can communicate with. Desire slapped the daydreaming Bartolomeo awake, and they quickly chased after. Baki and Bartolomeo also reacted and followed. Mo Yi didn't want to waste time, and directly rode the transformed Ajin, flying towards the island center to search for the Chilean lion's remains, leaving Nami and others with faces full of complaints. The cycle of heaven is just, who can escape it? After flying for a while, he saw the dense rare beasts in the center of the island. Upon seeing the giant tree on the cliff, Mo Yi knew he had found the place. Ajin, don't transform into human form yet. Go be the king of these rare beasts for a while, haha. Descending from the sky, with horns on its head, Ajin perfectly met the conditions for these rare beasts to choose a new king. Ajin. With a roar from Ajin, all the rare beasts looked at the blood-colored dragon in the sky. Could it really be their new king? Suddenly, the rare beasts let out excited howls. Mobambai and the crow assistant also looked at the dragon in shock. The prophecy was indeed true. Moe jumped down from Ajin's back, scaring the rare beast back a few steps. How could there be a human on the king's back? Mo Bangbai couldn't believe this scene. Moe ignored these weak rare beasts and walked directly into the tree hole. Upon seeing the giant horn that seemed to be cast from gold, Moe couldn't help but feel a bit moved. What does that human want to do? What does he want with the Chilean Lion King? Aren't you our new king? Mo Bang anxiously asked the blood-colored dragon blocking the entrance of the tree hole. Ajin remained silent, although he also didn't know what Moe intended to do. It was his responsibility to ensure that no one disturbed the captain. I wonder how strong this Chilean lion is. Having guarded this island for so many years, it should still have some skills, right? Moe touched the golden giant horn of the Chilean lion, and the texture felt quite nice, smooth, and cool. Huh, something seems off. This Chilean lion horn seems to contain immense energy, as well as some residual soul. Slippery fruit memory. Slide really works. It turns out to be the residual soul of a legacy. As long as any rare beast eats the golden giant horn of the Chilean lion, it can grow new horns and simultaneously gain its power and memory inheritance, including how to use the techniques associated with this power. This is the method of inheritance passed down through generations of the kings of Rare Beast Island. Once again, it is a residual soul, a special inherited residual soul that has not been attracted by the Yellow Springs, and it can be transferred. Moe felt a bit tempted, but then he recalled that in the original story, Count Batlar turned into an ugly giant beast with 2 horns after consuming the golden giant horn. Moe was caught in a dilemma. If he consumed the golden giant horn, there was a chance he could obtain a remnant soul, which meant he might be able to eat another devil fruit. However, he also faced the danger of transforming into an ugly giant beast, and he had no idea if he could revert to his original form. Everything was uncertain, with no reference data or examples to speculate or analyze. The Chilean lion had already died, its essence and power condensed within the golden giant horn. Moe drew out the 3rd generation of Ghost Cutter and carefully cut off the giant horn, removing his coat to wrap it up and carrying it on his back. As for why he didn't use the suck fruit to store it, Moe was afraid that the suck fruit would absorb it and he wouldn't be able to spit out again. He had already confirmed that the devil fruit contained a demon. Upon reaching the door, he saw Ajin and Mo Bang by confronting each other, with Ajin actually ignoring the rare beasts. Ajin, let's go. By the order of the Chilean Lion King and the new king of this dragon, Mo Bang Bai will be the new king of this rare beast island. After saying this to Mo Bang Bai and the many rare beasts, Moe jumped onto Ajin's back and flew away, leaving behind a dazed group of rare beasts and Mo Bang Bai. Mo Bang Bai immediately went into the tree hole to check the Chilean lion's remains, only to find that the golden giant horn had disappeared. This instantly infuriated Mo Bang Bai, and he hurried after Moe, determined to reclaim the Chilean lion's horn. Ajin, this is another rare beast island. Let's set a record pointer and notify Dalton later to see what can be developed. Understood, Captain. Ajin obediently noted down the captain's instructions and continued flying back to where Nami and the others were. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buggy and his group encountered Count Batara and his companions. Buggy quickly probed into Count Batara's background and objectives. The treasure is a type of rare beast horn? How can you deceive the honest Lord Batara into revealing the truth? General Hot Dog immediately started a fight, swinging his chain mace, while President Viper drew his telescopic snake sword, and Count Batara began to play the violin, summoning the horned beast to attack Buggy and his group. Buggy and his companions jumped to a higher ground to avoid the stampede of the horned beasts. The battle was about to erupt. On one side of the rare beast island, under the control of the violin, the horned beasts with red eyes ran along the mountain wall, charging towards Buggy and his companions. Hey, these monsters can climb walls too? They can catch up? No time to waste. Let's deal with them first. Take down that violin player, and the horned beasts won't attack anymore. The Buggy trio was discussing their strategy. Barrier Fruit Guardian Shield. Bartolomeo erected a huge barrier protecting the three of them, while the horned beasts continuously crashed into the barrier, with many of them tumbling to the ground, while others diverted to the sides. Shattered Ambush Hand. Buggy rushed towards Count Batara with daggers in both hands, aiming to take him out. With us here, how can we let you get close to Lord Batara? General Hot Dog swung his chain mace to attack Buggy's flying hand, while President Viper also struck at Buggy's other hand with his telescopic snake sword. Gay, it won't be that easy. Buggy grinned slyly, clashing one hand with the chain mace. But after the other hand was sliced in half by the telescopic snake sword, he continued to attack Count Batara. Seeing a hand with a dagger lunging toward him, Batara was frightened and stopped playing the violin, fleeing towards his subordinates. In the end, Buggy used Little Buggy Flying Knife to cut the violin strings, achieving his ultimate goal. Count Batara hurriedly ran back to the protection of his two subordinates, looking at the severed violin strings with a grim expression, while the horned beasts began to scatter. Buggy's hands had returned to his original form, drawing out another dagger. Now we can go one-on-one. Desire can handle that Count Batara, right? I've been annoyed by his red airplane head for a long time. It's so ugly. Desire, with her own red crest, immediately responded to Buggy's question. Then leave that hot dog to me. Bartolomeo also picked opponent, the hefty hot dog. The old rule, I'll take on this swordsman. I prefer opponents who are swordsmen. Buggy let out a sinister laugh, causing the three opponents to shudder. Lord Batara, there are two devil fruit users on the opposite side. Should we retreat strategically? President Viper sensed that the situation seemed a bit unfavorable and began to contemplate escape. They had already learned the secret of the treasure on Rare Beast Island and could not leave any witnesses. I must obtain the strongest beast horn power of Rare Beast Island. Count Batara had lost the ability to think and drew out his golden revolving axe. I am a world-class genius scientist and zoologist. Take them down. Seeing their master lead the charge, General Hot Dog and President Viper had no choice but to follow. General Hot Dog swung his chain mace, only to be blocked by Bartolomeo's barrier, starting a one-on-one mode. President Viper also swung his telescopic snake sword to attack, while Buggy, holding his dagger, charged in, ignoring the opponent's sharp sword attacks and directly aiming for the enemy's vital points, looking like he was willing to trade blows. Silent Step Fishman Karate 100-watt straight punch. Desire. The gang leader still had some combat talent, having learned skills quite well. Count Batara was knocked out with just one hit from Desire, his golden revolving axe flying to the ground. Desire picked up the golden revolving axe, nodding in satisfaction. This trophy looked good. It could be used by herself or handed over to Nami to sell. General Hot Dog couldn't break through Bartolomeo's barrier defense and was soon punched in the face by a thorny fist from the barrier, leaving him half-conscious. President Viper was covered in wounds, his telescopic snake sword completely ineffective against Buggy, who relentlessly pursued him until he bled out and fainted. Boring ended like this. Buggy picked up President Viper's telescopic snake sword, feeling this trophy could serve as a consolation prize, so he wouldn't leave empty-handed. Bartolomeo saw that both Buggy and Desire had trophies. As a pirate, no. As an adventurer, how could he return empty-handed? He also picked up General Hot Dog's long chain mace. Let's go back and regroup with Nami and the others. The captain should have arrived as well. Buggy led Bartolomeo and Desire back, feeling that he could report the treasure information of Count Batara to the captain. Mo Yi had returned to the ship, placing the golden giant horn of the Chilean lion in his captain's cabin, temporarily using it as an ornamental piece, as he had yet to decide how to use it. Eating it himself was a bit risky, while giving it to the Millennium Dragon and Lion Leaky felt a bit reluctant. Buggy and the others met up with Nami, who immediately took a liking to Desia's golden revolving axe. However, after playing with it for a while, she returned the axe to Dezaya, as it did not match her style. Upon hearing from Baki about the treasure being a beast's horn, she couldn't wait to continue the search. Eventually, when they encountered the rare beasts Mo Bangbai and Yiju, who were in pursuit, they learned that the Beast King's horn had been taken by Mo Yi. The two groups had a heated argument and almost got into a fight. But Mo Bangbai and the others were quickly scared off because Mo Yi's adventurer group was too terrifying. With hands flying in the sky, red fists, invisible air blades, and shooting laser cannons from their mouths, even a booger thrown could explode, such terrifying beings. Nami and the others immediately ran back to the Yanhuang ship, as the so-called treasure had already been taken by Mo Yi, who was some kind of prophetic guy. It was such a disappointment that he didn't even tell them. How outrageous! Nami stormed onto the Yanhuang ship and saw Jean silently holding several recording pointers, collecting magnetic forces. Using the method provided by the Sea Transport King, Yumite, he was creating permanent pointers. By the time they reached the logistics territory of the Sea Transport King, they could send supplies to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom on Magnetic Drum Island, allowing them to develop Beast Island. With so many brilliant doctors on Magnetic Drum Island, they would surely be able to research something useful. Without paying much attention to Jean, Nami headed straight to the captain's room. She opened the door and saw Mo Yi deep in thought, staring at a giant coral-shaped golden horn. Ding! Nami's eyes instantly turned into a bell-like shape. How beautiful! Is it real gold? Nami leaned in, touching and kissing the golden horn, even wanted to bite it to see if it was real gold. Mo Yi pinched Nami's ear and lifted her up. Nami screamed, tears welling up in her eyes, looking at Mo Yi with a mix of anger and grievance. If you bite, you might turn into an ugly monster covered in fur. Are you sure you want to bite? Mo Yi looked at the greedy little thief with annoyance, almost causing a disaster. Now, even Mo Yi wasn't sure about the specifics of this golden horn. What is going on with this golden horn? Nami immediately became obedient. Can biting it really turn her into a monster? That's not acceptable. She is a fair-skinned, beautiful, and youthful invincible girl. This is the beast horn of the Chilean Lion King from Rare Beast Island, possessing the power to transform rare beasts into the new Beast King. If you want to become the Beast King of Rare Beast Island, you can take a bite. Mo Yi looked at Nami, explaining and teasing her at the same time. At this moment, everyone had returned to the ship and gathered around the captain to admire the golden giant horn of the Chilean lion and learn about the situation. Mo Yi, in helplessness, placed the golden giant horn in the second-floor war conference room for everyone to admire for a while. On the Grand Line, the island of Rare Beasts had to wait for Jean to finish collecting the magnetic force and create a permanent pointer before they could set off. The Mo Yi adventure group spent a day or two on Rare Beast Island, with everyone relaxing, while some crew members continued their training tirelessly. Robin, ABIs, and Chopper seemed to have gathered quite a few little rare beasts to play with, and the two lowly girls, Golden Week Marianu and Lijia, also joined in the fun. Chef Lim, along with Cook Carmen and Noki Gao, surprisingly planted some vegetables under the orange trees using the mushroom fruit. After Akin awakened his conqueror's haki, El Drago and Mauxion became even more diligent, showing signs of awakening their haki as well. Although Bartolomeo and Buggy were a bit lazy, their high talents hinted they were also starting to awaken their haki. The Whirlwind Eric, however, was lagging behind, already matching the Bombman Jim and the Candleman Galdino, imitating the original Barat Work Society cadres like Phone Cly, Thorn Girl Bora, and Kilo Girl Machida for a tiered combat power. The combat power of these squad leaders, Zhang Yao, had already been reduced to mere support personnel for the Mo Yi adventure group. Only Vivi and Karu Duck gazed at the distant sea, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of the situation in Alabasta. The conference room was still occupied by Informant Morty and Secretary Sweetheart Queen, keeping tabs on the outside world. The telephone bugs were constantly buzzing with updates. Nami was also there drawing nautical charts. Mo Yi seemed to be in a bit of danger, according to Morgan's news. There were two admirals, Akiji and Akainu, along with several vice admirals, on the Grand Line. Morty reported to Mo Yi with a tone of concern. I also feel that I made two mistakes, informing Morgans, which forced two generals out of the New World, and taking down Admiral Dalmesia, which drew out Akainu and several other hawkish admirals. It feels like they're coming to seek revenge on me. Mo Yi did not mention the reason why Akiji came to the Grand Line. Besides Mo Yi's accusation that Akiji killed his companions, it is likely that he came for Nico Robin. We must closely monitor news about the two admirals and absolutely cannot encounter them, as well as Vice Admiral Garp. Understood, Captain. On the morning of the third day, the Yin Huang set sail again. The weather was fine, with clear skies, a southeasterly breeze, and a very comfortable atmosphere. Captain Moe, are we really going to Alabasta now? Vivi asked nervously, looking at Moe, while the nearby Karoo duck looked the same. Yes, I won't break my promise to you. Moe gently touched Vivi's blue hair with his left hand and sighed. Now we should be able to confront Crocodile head-on. Thank you, Captain Moe. Vivi then rushed into Moe's embrace, holding him tightly, finally able to return to her country with strong support. Sensing Nami's killing intent, Moe awkwardly pushed Vivi away and met her gaze. This is what we promised you. At that moment, Captain, the seagulls are here with the newspapers. Buggy looked at the dozens of seagulls flying over, and everyone raised their belly and coins to summon them. A pirate crew couldn't just buy one newspaper. Every crew member had money and wanted to buy bounty posters to keep in their rooms. They basically gathered all the newspapers and bounties from these seagulls, allowing them to complete their task for the day and fly directly back to headquarters. Wow, there really is a new bounty for the Moe pirate crew. Yindi Moe, bounty of 660 million belly, user of the slippery fruit, capable of defeating a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Devil Child Nico Robin, bounty of 120 million belly, user of the flower fruit. Blood-colored dragon akin, bounty of 100 million belly, user of the dragon fruit. Rogue Shield Bartolomeo, bounty of 90 million belly, user of the shield fruit. Laser Sound Wave Adrago, bounty of 80 million belly, user of the sound wave fruit. Iron Demon General Mao Xiang, bounty of 70 million belly, user of the iron fruit. Cunning Clown Buggy, bounty of 50 million belly, user of the chop fruit. Whirlwind Scythe Eric, bounty of 40 million belly, user of the scythe fruit. Shape-shifting transvestite Foam Keelii, bounty of 40 million belly, user of the mimic fruit. Thornwitch Bola, bounty of 40 million belly, user of the thorn fruit. Emotional Painter Mariano, bounty of 30 million belly. Wax Craftsman Giardino, bounty of 30 million belly, user of the wax fruit. Battle Spear Mad Dog Click, bounty of 20 million belly, user of the dog fruit. Bomb Maniac Gem, bounty of 18 million belly, user of the bomb fruit. Floating Umbrella Girl Mikita, bounty of 17 million belly, user of the kilo fruit. Underground Attacker Dorify, bounty of 15 million belly, user of the mole fruit. Seductive Secretary Sweetheart Queen, bounty of 14 million belly, user of the glue fruit. Spore Bacteria Girl No Kigo, bounty of 13 million belly, user of the mushroom fruit. Hypnotic Demon Master Zhongao, bounty of 13 million belly. Demon Gunner Bibu, bounty of 12 million belly, has the Sausage Dog Devil Fruit Cannon. Lone Swordsman Gallus, bounty of 11 million belly. Needle Swordman Appin, bounty of 11 million belly. Siamese Sam, bounty of 10 million belly. Spot Bougie, bounty of 10 million belly. Little Thief Nami, bounty of 8 million belly. Rogue Evil Woman Desire, bounty of 8 million belly. Beautiful Chef Carmen, bounty of 2 million belly. Whispering Lowly ABIs, bounty of 1 million belly, user of the Whisper Fruit. Dr. Koya, bounty of 1 million belly. Informant Morty, bounty of 1 million belly. Mount Liji, bounty of 1 million belly. Mount Thousand-Year Dragon, bounty of 1 million belly, 10 in total, to be captured alive. Pulling Ship Manatee Moo Moo, bounty of 1 million belly. Pulling Ship Turtle Fat, bounty of 1 million belly. Cook Lim, bounty of 100,000 belly. Little Cooklija, bounty of 1,000 belly. Pet Chopper, bounty of 50 belly. Except for Vivi, the entire Moe adventure group was once again on the wanted list, but it was unclear why even Chopper, the new reindeer on board, was exposed, while Vivi was not on the wanted list. Had she been recognized by the world government? Later, when it made an appearance, he stabbed a sword into a photo of Shirahoshi, throwing down the bounty posters of Luffy and Blackbeard. However, when looking at Vivi's photo, him appeared to be deep in thought. It seems that the Nefertari family of the Alabasta Kingdom may indeed hold some earth-shattering secrets, not just the secret of the Pluto. Moreover, who leaked this information so thoroughly? How did these reporters and Navy informants become so formidable? It seems Morgans is also selling information about the Moe Adventure Group. He truly lives up to his reputation for playing both sides. The Grand Line. On board the Yin Huang heading to Alabasta, the Moe Adventure Group was having a banquet to celebrate, with everyone holding up their bounty notices and admiring them closely, becoming more and more satisfied as if they were about to kiss them. Captain Moe, after the battle at Magnetic Drum Island, our bounty has skyrocketed. I've reached 90 million berries. Bartolomeo excitedly held up his wanted poster, grinning like a child. Akin looked at his own bounty notice, the corners of his mouth curling up, finally revealing a smile. The top executive of the MOE Adventure Group is none other than me. Why is my bounty only half compared to Akin's? Buggy was on the verge of tears. Clearly he had been diligently training too, and could even hold his own against a Navy Rear Admiral. Have I really fallen so far behind Akin? Edra's determination solidified, training twice as hard. He must awaken his haki as soon as possible. The others were also quite pleased with their bounty notices, and the photos turned out well. Am I really on the wanted list like this? But why is my bounty still less than a newspaper? Chopper was shocked, filled with resentment. At the peak castle of Magnetic Drum Island, Dr. Kureha looked at Chopper's silly and cute expression, unconsciously smiling a bit, then glanced at Moe's bounty notice. Moe's bounty had risen too quickly, which was not a good sign. It seemed the world government was about to take action. The new king of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Dalton, was also holding Moe's latest bounty notice, and things at Magnetic Drum Island would definitely get better. This and Iron Walborough from Clockwork Island were moved to tears upon seeing the Moe Adventure Group's bounty notice. The acrobat Kabaji, Beast Tamer Machi, and a group of Bartolomeo's gang members in Road Town were also excitedly singing and dancing. Moe, have you grown to this level already? Smoker exhaled heavily, making a resolution to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates and the Moe Pirates in the Grand Line. The Going Merry, due to some sailing issues, was stumbling along the way, but under Ikelim's guidance, they used a permanent pointer to head towards Alabasta. Usopp looked at the latest newspaper and bounty notice, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Moe Pirates are just too powerful. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji looked at the lineup of the Moe Pirates with grave expressions. It was terrifying they were growing too fast. Joseph and Johnny were trembling. If they were enemies, they would definitely be wiped out upon meeting them. Great. Princess Vivi is on Captain Moe's ship. With such a strong lineup, Alabasta is surely saved. God bless the king. Alabasta in the rain. Crocodile looked at these bounty notices, veins bulging. His own forces had been completely devoured by the Moe Adventure Group. Moe, I will tear you to pieces. These traitors must all die. Boss, the situation seems unfavorable for us. The lineup of the Moe Adventure Group has exceeded our imagination. Newbies are ultimately newbies. As long as they dare to step into Alabasta, I will make them all perish in the desert. Be prepared and keep an eye on the Moe Pirates news. Understood. The last remaining member of Baroque Works, Mr. One Das Bones, remained loyal to Mr. Crocodile. In the underground world, the Moe Adventure Group is indeed the trendsetter of this era. Wherever they are, there will definitely be big news. This kid can already take down a Rear Admiral by himself. His strength is impressive. Morgans, the president of the World News Agency, was very interested in the Moe Pirates. His seagulls not only scout the Navy, but also have the pirates within their range, especially the Moe Pirates. Morgans was particularly concerned, wanting to turn them into a new center of public opinion, with much of the crew's information sold to the Navy headquarters. In the future, this new force will soon generate big news constantly. The Sea Dragon Fruit, Moe has taken a big advantage again, having slain Rear Admiral Dalmesia. His strength is not bad. However, what is up with so many Devil Fruit users? Doflamingo, after so many years in the underground business, found that he had more Devil Fruit users under him than the Moe Adventure Group, which made him quite displeased. However, Moe could indeed become a good partner and had already qualified to be his rival. Moe, grow quickly. Never forget my pure gold ring. The Sea Transport King Yomit also increasingly valued the Moe Adventure Group. Their terrifying growth rate was even approaching or surpassing that of the Seven Warlords. Just as Moe said, in 2 years, who will have the stronger power is still uncertain. Other underground dark forces were eager to collaborate with the Moe Pirates, a rising force worth investing in and paying attention to. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in the Grand Line on White Soil Island, Baldigo, we underestimated the Moe Pirates. With so many Devil Fruit users, they even have more than the Revolutionary Army. If they grow stronger in the future, they will become another Yonko, and the Seven Warlords will no longer be able to suppress them. Crow seriously looked at the Moe Adventure Group's bounty notice, making him drool a bit. If the Revolutionary Army had that many elite Devil Fruit users, what height would the Revolutionary Army reach? It seems we need to establish good communication with him and maintain a good cooperative relationship. Dragon was also shocked by Moe's growth, feeling that in just a short time, he seemed to have surpassed him after so many years. In the new world, on the Moby Dick, is it this Moe pirate crew again? Hey, this scale is already shadowing the 4 emperors, right? Why are there so many devil fruit users? Marco looked at the bounty notice. The expansion speed of this pirate crew is too fast. Does this kid really have such high charisma? Attracting so many elites. But the Navy must have endured a lot of pressure, right? Haha, the Whitebeard pirates are not worried at all about the strength of the MOE Adventure Group, because they are the strongest of the 4 emperors. On the Red Force ship of the Red-Haired Pirates, this MOE pirate crew seems to be breaking the balance, Ben Beckman said while smoking and looking at the newspaper. Relying on devil fruits won't get you to Laugh Tale. Red Hair Shank said, as there aren't many devil fruit users on a ship. On the Beast Pirates territory, Onigashima, did the barrier fruit and mimic fruit resurrect again? I can't help but think of that bastard Odin. Only that guy Odin could leave a scar on me. The reckless Kaido surprisingly has moments of reflection, remembering the massive cross-shaped sword wound left by Odin on his waist. Tato Land, Charlotte Snack. MOE's bounty has exceeded your 600 million bounty. You're falling behind a bit as a sweet commander. Parasparrow mocked while holding the bounty notice, as his own bounty of 700 million berries doesn't even earn him the title of commander, while Snag with a bounty of 600 million has claimed the commander position. This truly makes it hard for him to save face as an older brother. This is just a random bounty issued by the Navy. I can take him out easily when he comes to the New World. Charlotte Snag replied coldly. After several days of sailing, the Yen Huang ship has entered the Alabasta Sea. MOE, the current situation can be observed. Admiral Akiji and Akainu are likely near Water 7, with Akiji seemingly on the sea train, and it's unknown where he will disembark, while Akainu has been sweeping through pirates around Water 7. Secretary Sweetheart Queen reported to MOE based on the information given by Morgans. Is Akainu planning to lie in wait at Water 7? Fortunately, I haven't built or repaired any ships yet. I'll find a way to bypass them. Akainu's fleet is fully staffed with a large target, making it easy to observe. However, Akiji, being a lone wolf, brings some uncertainty, and I feel a bit uneasy. According to Murphy's Law, if something has the potential to go wrong, no matter how small that possibility, it will happen. I'll ask Morgans to keep a close watch on Akiji's movements. A big scoop will come soon. Understood. Look, is that it? Everyone looked at the huge cat head appearing on the surface of the sea, coming out to watch. Watch me drive them away. Edric goes mouth lit up, ready to fire his sonic wave laser cannon to attack these giant sea beasts. No, these sea beasts called C-1T attack ships. In Alabasta, they're considered sacred creatures. Vivi quickly stepped out to stop the MOE Adventure Group's attack. Everyone had to give up the attack, watching as these fast sea beasts disappeared before them. Should the mission first go to the capital city Alyabarna to deal with the rebels, or head directly to Crocodile's lair in Rain Base to confront the mastermind? Buggy saw that they were about to arrive at Alabasta's port city, Canola City. Now the rebel stronghold is in Caturlia. Should we strike directly at the heart? Nami also expressed her opinion. Vivi naturally wanted to return to the capital Alyabarna to see how her father was doing, but she obeyed MOE's arrangements. MOE looked at the members of the adventure team and thought that this battle was still a bit dangerous. I will go to Rainland with Robin and the 6 cadres to confront Sand Crocodile. Vivi, you take the original Baroque Works cadres to the capital Alabasta to stop the war and wait for my support. The rest of you can temporarily stay and have fun in this canola flower city, returning to the ship daily and staying vigilant. Don't we need to go? Nami asked displeased. Your task is to protect the Yen Huang. Don't you want to shop in this port city? Leave the dangerous stuff to us. The emotional artist Marianu didn't want to fight and stayed behind. Instead, it was Klee, who had eaten the Inu no Mi, who volunteered to go into battle. So the women and the squad leaders stayed to watch the ship. This time, the battle plan was divided into 3 routes, and the assignments were completed. MOE and his 8 companions rented a moving crab to quickly head to Rainland, while Vivi summoned the Fast Duck Brigade to take Phone Cly and Galdino, along with the original Baroque Works cadres, to the capital. Seeing MOE and the others leave, Sweetheart Queen and Morty returned to the operations room, guarding the Den Den Mushi, ready to update information at any time. The mobilization of the generals was no joke. Nami and Noki went shopping in the canola flower fields, and Desire also took his golden spinning axe along, acting like a thug bodyguard. At the market, various desert dancer outfits, decorations, necklaces, and bracelets made even the little thieves spend a lot of berry shopping. Zango and the brothers could only stay behind to guard the ship. However, they could still train the Millennium Dragon and build relationships, as the 3 little girls had also gone shopping. Robin, why don't you dance? I heard that moving crabs can accelerate instantly if they see dancing girls. Before MOE finished speaking, Robin had already rolled her eyes, ignored him, and quietly started reading a book. Ajin closed his eyes to rest, while Buggy and Bartolomeo exchanged glances at Moe. Adarago and the bear didn't feel anything, and Eric cautiously squeezed out a bit more. I feel like Buggy and Bartle. Your hockey is about to awaken. Why not go down and run a bit to train? Moe smiled at Baki and the others, showing the expression of an old captain who cares for them. Sure enough, their faces turned pale immediately, and before they could react, Moe kicked each of them off the moving crab. There was a flurry of chaos, and, after quite a distance, the two finally returned to the back of the moving crab, panting heavily and behaving extremely obediently. For this battle against the sand crocodile, I hope you all can awaken your domineering spirit, take it seriously, and don't die at the hands of crocodile. Moe began analyzing the weaknesses and moves of sand crocodile, reminding a few cadres not to get turned into dried corpses at the first encounter. As for Buggy and Mr. Wondaz Bones, it seems that neither can do anything to each other. Buggy can't break through the defenses of the chop-chop fruit, so it's better left to the awakened hockey of akin. The rain-soaked area is the sand crocodile stronghold, the only city unaffected by drought and internal strife. And the kingdom's largest casino, Rain Banquet, is located here. Let Buggy lead the charge to rob the casino. There's still a lot of sea prism stone there. Has Sand Crocodile become so wealthy that he uses sea prism stone to build prisons? That's unbelievable. After Doflamingo's downfall, even the world government had to send CP0 to Wano to negotiate business with Orochi, who wouldn't retaliate even when shot in the head. It seems that Doflamingo, as the Dark Emperor of the underground world, still has strong methods and connections. The Sea Prism Stone of Sand Crocodile is probably all bought from Doflamingo during the Marineford War. Doflamingo invited Old Sand to collaborate right away, but Old Sand ruthlessly rejected him. It looks like we need to buy more Sea Prism Stone from Doflamingo to stock up. If Doflamingo ends up being defeated by the protagonist, we'll have to find a source in Wano. In the desert kingdom of Alabasta, the Rain Banquet Casino is indeed luxurious. Customers come and go, but most leave the casino frustrated and in despair. The rule of 10 bets and 9 losses is unchanging. Even with awakened observation hockey and the powers of a devil fruit, it doesn't guarantee winning. You probably haven't seen a Sea Prism Stone Dice Cup, or perhaps a special dice cup woven from seaweed harvested from the deep sea, dried, and specially processed, which can also block devil fruit powers in observation hockey. Running a casino without some tricks in this superpower-filled world of One Piece would have led to bankruptcy long ago. Captain, should we go in and gamble a bit? Or just go in and rob? The clown Buggy is getting a bit antsy. Isn't it normal for a pirate to gamble? Sand Crocodile probably already knows we're here. The inside is likely a web of traps, with Sea Prism Stone cages and nets, and even Sea Prism Stone bullets might be present. How about you go and first scout the way? I'll remember your bravery. Moe patted Bucky's shoulder, encouraging him to go in and test the waters. Bucky looked at this useless captain with a ghostly expression. A magnetic voice emerged as a man in a black fur coat, slick back hair, cigarette in mouth, and a golden hook for a left hand walked out. The Grand Line, Alabasta Kingdom, Rain Base, Rain Dinner Casino. Kid, you've completely ruined my plans. Nico Robin, you're also to blame. Crocodile's anger could no longer be contained. He had his own crew member stolen and still dared to come knocking? Even the celestial dragons wouldn't be this arrogant. I say, Old Sand, has the ancient weapon Pluton ever existed in Alabasta? The world government has already investigated that thoroughly. So what are you doing here with your futile efforts? Even if Pluton exists, would the world government let you take it? Moe still appreciates the sand crocodile, but he needs to psychologically strike him a bit. Little brat, are you teaching me how to do things? Crocodile said, biting down on a half-burned cigar, looking at Moe with disdain. Do you want to start a direct fight? Destroying this luxurious casino of the Rain Banquet is no problem, right? Moe knew that someone like Crocodile was extremely arrogant, with an attitude of I am the boss of the world and would not listen to anyone. The desert sword crocodile transformed his hands into 4 large sand blades and swiftly slashed towards the crowd. The wind roared with the sand, and the sand surged with the wind, blocking out the sun. With a loud bang, the massive sand blades sliced through the nearby buildings, causing them to collapse and raising countless clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, a huge transparent barrier appeared in front of Moe and the others, protecting those behind it without a scratch. Moe stepped forward, just about to speak with the sand crocodile. Sandstorm, a small sandstorm appeared in Crocodile's hand and rushed towards Moe and the others, forming a massive sandstorm along the way that shattered nearby bricks and blew down buildings. The ground next to Bartolomeo's barrier was gouged out with deep pits over a meter deep by the sandstorm, which continuously pushed Bartolomeo backward. "Captain, I can't hold on much longer. The wind is going to blow me and my shield away." Although the sand crocodile's attack couldn't break the barrier, the sandstorm was making it quite difficult for Bartolomeo to maintain his shield. The larger the area, the greater the force applied. Blood Dragon Flame Wave, Scythe Wind Blade, Sonic Wave Laser Cannon. Akin, Eric, and Edrago immediately began their counterattack, sending energy waves straight at Crocodile. Nature-type abilities are immune to physical attacks, but they cannot immunize against energy-based attacks from Devil Fruit powers. Energy attacks can destroy even an elementalized body, which cannot be restored, causing injury. However, a nature-type Devil Fruit user can rely on extremely strong observation haki to elementalize their body in advance, creating a void before the energy attack arrives, allowing the attack to pass through. Katakuri's special Paramecia-type Machi Machi Fruit works this way. His strong observation haki allows him to deform his body before the attack arrives, creating an opening the size of the attack's path. In reality, he avoids the attack rather than being hit and appearing to be unaffected as it may seem. Slice Slice Fruit Dust Slice. Mr. 1's bones transformed his fingers into blades, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and then slashed downward in an X shape, instantly releasing a net-like sword energy to try and block the sand crocodile from these attacks. 7-star Demon Fire Slash. Yi raised his arm, and with a flick of his index finger, a massive green, eerie sword aura shot forth, surpassing the energy attacks from Ajin and the others, instantly shattering Daz Bonus's sword energy net and directly severing Crocodile's head. With a howl, Crocodile's head fell from his neck. However, he still wore a smile on his face. The cigarette he held did not fall, turning into sand in the air. The subsequent 3 energy attacks shattered Crocodile's body. However, the part that was behind turned into sand, disappearing from its original spot. Did he elementalize in advance? Yi looked at the sand crocodile reshaped in a human form upstairs. He drew out the 3rd generation of Ghost Slash, letting out a shout. Enveloped in a bright black armed color haki, a strange aura covered him. 7-star Demon Snake Fong Attack Slash. The 7-star sword energy transformed into a demon snake and lunged at Crocodile, who dodged it, destroying the building of the Rain Banquet Casino behind him. Seeing this, Old Sand's veins bulged, turning into a cloud of dust and flying towards the desert outside the city. "Come out and have a contest." He scoffed at the lowly provocation, but Yi was not intimidated and directly followed him, not forgetting to give orders. With Ajin as the leader, deal with Daz Bonus. Robin and Buggy, you proceed according to plan. The plan was, of course, to loot the Rain Banquet Casino and confiscate all the Sea Prism Stones. Old Sand had a few cadres and 200 billion elders under his command, and 800 million elders, all of whom needed to be dealt with. Hearing the orders, Ajin immediately transformed into a half-dragon man, his armed color wrapping around his dragon claws as he charged at Mr. 1 Daz Bonus. Robin and Buggy rushed into the Rain Banquet Casino, which was Robin's old employer, and she was very familiar with the situation. Mr. 6 to Mr. 13, and Miss Monday to Miss Saturday, these small cadres, along with the billion elders who were looking at the traitorous Vice President Nico Robin, recalled the authority of the Warlord Crocodile and immediately began to attack. Flower Flower Fruit, all colors bloom. Scythe Scythe Fruit, Scythe Blade Storm. Sound Sound Fruit, Sound Wave Laser Cannon. Steel Steel Fruit, Fire Bear Charge. Barrier Barrier Fruit, Transformation, Barrier Gundam. The cadres rushed up to battle with the Baroque Works members, while only the clown Buggy sneaked around from the back, using his flying hand to take them down one by one and conveniently robbing the casino's currency exchange counter of its berries. Robin was very familiar with the casino and had already headed towards the treasure berry storage room. Ajin's dragon claws clashed with Daz Bonus, whose fingers had transformed into blades, sending countless sparkling sparks flying, with the sounds of clashing swords ringing out continuously. Micro Dust Slash Speed, Master Slash, Spiral Pull Slash, Foam Daisy Slash. Daz Bonus' arms and legs transformed into blades, striking down, and his feet turned into blades to slide and accelerate. Ajin's dragon scales had strong defense, and he used his arm color to block all of Mr. 1's attacks. Destruction Slash. Daz Bonus swung his arms, crossing them in front of his chest, and slashed violently, trying to cut Ajin open. Arm color, Black Blood Dragon Scales. After Daz Bonus' destruction Slash penetrated Ajin, it released a radial cutting attack, turning the buildings behind Ajin into fragments. The buildings collapsed with a loud crash, and debris buried Ajin beneath the ruins. Roar! Ajin fully beastified, transforming into a blood-colored dragon and soaring into the air, launching a fierce flame shockwave at Das-Bonez. Blood Dragon Heat Wave. Das-Bonez rolled in terror, trying to dodge, yet still felt the scorching heat. A blinding white light erupted, a thunderous roar followed, and a mushroom cloud rose from the buildings behind him, with the attack's center reduced to dust, disappearing without a trace. Blood Dragon Bind. The blood-colored dragon rushed towards Das-Bonez, its claws grabbing his hands tightly. The massive body coiling around him, continuously tightening, trying to strangle him with immense force. Das-Bonez's entire body transformed into blades, resisting the deadly grip of the blood-colored dragon, while Ajin also enveloped his whole body in black armed color, tightening continuously, creating sparks as they rubbed against each other. As time passed, the recovery power of the mythical beast-type dragon fruit grew stronger, and Das-Bonez had already exhausted countless stamina to maintain his blade form. With Das-Bonez's painful roar, he was literally strangled unconscious by the blood-colored dragon, with his arm bones and ribs completely shattered. Ajin released Das-Bonez, transforming back into human form. Slightly out of breath, but only his armed color hockey was somewhat depleted. He had no injuries. Ajin's mythical beast-type dragon fruit completely defeated Das-Bonez's superhuman-type chop-chop fruit. Outside the Rain City, in the desert, Crocodile stood on a sand dune, draped in a black fur coat, a cigar in his mouth, staring at Moe. How can you revert your cigar back with the elementalization of a Logia type? Moe broke down in just a second, shattering the tense atmosphere before the battle, which only angered the sand crocodile further, daring to be so relaxed while fighting him. It's one thing for close-fitting clothes to be elementalized, but even cigars can be elementalized, which makes no logical sense. Some speculate that these nature-type ability users have assimilated their clothes through long-term contact, allowing them to elementalize as well. Others suggest that their clothes were originally transformed from elements, meaning they have never actually worn clothes, which is quite a wild idea. Moe still tends to favor the viewpoint of assimilation. The superhuman-type Nuoa fruit, line fruit, and Nika fruit can all assimilate the ground into corresponding substances. As the strongest natural-type devil fruit, with just a little development, it can assimilate everything on the body. Isn't that excessive? Moe little ghost. The consequence of being my enemy is only death. Desert sunflower, the sand beneath Moe's feet began to shift, forming a quicksand pit, like a sunken basin. The sand at his feet poured into the funnel-shaped pit in the middle, threatening to swallow him alive. How come Douglas Barrett and those with white beards didn't die? Instead, you lost an arm. Moe used the moonwalk he just learned from CP0's Tracy's memories to fly out of the quicksand range, not forgetting to taunt the sand crocodile with a remark. Desert Greatsword, a massive sand blade, erupted from the ground, slicing towards Moe in the air with incredible speed, leaving no chance for reaction. 7-star Demon Fire Slash. Moe swung the third-generation Ghost Cry, creating a huge green sword aura that collided with the sand blade, sending gravel flying and stirring up endless gusts of wind. You little ghost, you brought that bitch Nico Robin to Alabasta, all for the ancient weapon Pluton, right? Crocodile questioned Moe, like a mafia boss confronting an ambitious rookie. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile enlarged his arm, transforming it into a crescent-shaped sand blade aimed at Moe. Moe did not dare to be careless. Even if this sand blade did not cause harm upon touching his body, being struck by it would drain all the moisture from him, turning him into a dehydrated mummy that would ultimately collapse. Old Shah, I even know where the design of the Underworld King is. Yet you still come looking for this old, possibly non-existent, giant ship of the Underworld King. Slick Fruit Silent Instant Thunder slash Moe's third-generation Ghost Sword was entwined with glossy black armed hockey, slicing towards Crocodile at high speed. However, the sand crocodile had already elementalized and disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect you to know such a secret. That makes it even more necessary to take you down. Crocodile transformed his arm into a massive sand blade and suddenly slashed at Moe. A line of sand raced from the ground, cutting towards Moe, splitting the entire sand dune in half, with purple lightning-like energy erupting from it. Moe activated his observation hockey and used Moonwalk to dodge again, rendering the sand crocodile's attack ineffective. I don't know the secret between you and the transvestite King Emporio Ivankov. Back in the day, was it you who fought Barrett? Was it because you're a woman that Barrett didn't go all out to take you down, and you ended up fighting to a standstill? Moreover, wasn't it also because you were a woman that Whitebeard didn't kill you? Mo was indeed just curious about Lao Sha's secret, not to interfere with Crocodile's battle psychology. You ignorant little brat. Wait-type sandstorm, a massive and fierce sandstorm, rushed towards Mo, filled with a destructive aura. The violent storm blew Mo left and right. Is Crocodile getting angry out of shame? Slip fruit. Absolutely smooth and frictionless. Yi fell to the ground, letting the wind and sand assault him. He was wild. He was wild, as the gentle breeze brushed against the hills, continuing to rush towards the sand crocodile's true form. Those who know too many secrets do not live long. Erosion Cycle is a unique large-scale attack move of the nature-type sand fruit. After Crocodile's right hand touched the ground, it cracked dry, sucking the moisture from any living being or object it came into contact with and gradually spreading outwards, unleashing a terrifying power capable of turning even rocks into sand. If used in a city, the surrounding buildings would gradually turn to sand and sink, the ground resembling a dead wasteland, cracked and barren. In the air, there was a weighty sandstorm, while on the ground, the erosion cycle unleashed its full AoE natural damage. Under the erosion cycle, all the sand here is under my control. Desert tsunami as Crocodile forcefully raised both hands. A massive amount of sand formed towering waves of sand tsunami, covering Mo. Faced with the overwhelming might of this natural disaster, Mo swayed like a small boat in a storm, unpredictable, with the possibility of annihilation at any moment. Unsurprisingly, Mo was submerged by the massive sand waves, disappearing beneath the sand. Ignorant little brat, turned into a dried corpse in the desert. Although I wanted to capture Mo alive and extract the secret of the Underworld King, this little brat actually knows the secret of me and the transgender king, Emporio Ivankov, so I cannot let him go. First, I will go back and capture that bitch Nico Robin, threatening her with her new partner to interpret the history stone of the Underworld King. Crocodile then transformed into wind and sand, flying back to Rainbase. Under the desert, Mo was pressed down by hundreds of tons of sand, nearly unable to sustain his armament hockey. He had been cautious enough, but he still underestimated the situation. Fighting against a nature-type sand fruit user in their home turf was foolish, a bit arrogant. He thought that with armament hockey, he could definitely defeat the sand crocodile. Even someone like Straw Hat Luffy, who had no hockey, could defeat him. Why couldn't he? Suddenly realizing that it was the protagonist's halo at play. Old Sand didn't engage him in close combat at all, but kept him at bay with elementalization, using countless area attacks that he couldn't approach. Ultimately, he was buried alive here, slowly exhausting his armament hockey and stamina. Why are both Crocodile, as a nature-type mage, and Luffy engaged in close combat? While I am stuck with endless area moves and remote attacks, I have never seen such a sandwave tsunami. After thinking for a few seconds, he considered that the sand crocodile might abandon Mo and go after Akin and the others. It's up to you, little seven. I understand, master. Mo released his willful suppression over the soul of the Seven Stars sword and, together with Shao Qi, desperately activated the swallow fruit. A mouth appeared on the Seven Stars arm, growing larger and larger as it swallowed countless grains of sand. The Seven Stars arm continued to expand and transform, enveloping Mo's main body, turning into a giant made of sand several dozen meters tall. Swallow fruit, swallow, person desert giant form. It can even mimic Barrett's fusion fruit. Mo stood at the center of the desert giant, raising the Seven Stars arm, which connected to this giant. Is this what it feels like to pilot a Gundam? Through the sole vision of the Seven Stars arm, Mo looked down, feeling like a giant, controlling the desert giant to move forward. It was a bit slow and consumed a considerable amount of energy, with his physical strength and hockey not matching Barrett's. This desert giant felt somewhat showy, but impractical. Barrett could initially control fusion giants hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, with hockey so abundant that it could cover the entire fusion giant, which was terrifying indeed. Mo stopped thinking too much, controlled the Seven-Star arm to spit out all the sand, and restored his original form. He quickly chased after the rain banquet. Alabasta, a port city, rapeseed flowers. The humanoid chopper kicked away a sea cow with a green shell. It turned out that after Nami and the others finished shopping, they went to the beach to play and were surrounded by a group of kung fu sea cows. Under the translation of Chopper and ABIs, it was revealed that these kung fu sea cows wanted to spar with Nami and her friends because they looked very strong. Then, Desire used a golden rotating axe to strike a kung fu sea cow, and Nami also used Silent Step and Fishman Judo to take down several Kung Fu sea cows. Nojiko used a fungi fruit, to bind more than 10 Kung Fu sea cows, while Marianu took out a drawing board. And several sea cows sat down with her to have tea. Chef Carmen also used a spoon to knock a big bump on a Kung Fu sea cow's head, making the young sea cows cry. Li Jia and the others cheered from the side. Only the leader of the Kung Fu sea cows, who in the original work went out to sea, formed the Sea Beast pirate crew, and developed armament hockey, saw the humanoid Chopper, and thought that this monster was the strongest. He directly fought against Chopper, but Chopper had 7 enhanced forms, including arm strength, leg strength, and softness, and surprisingly defeated the Kung Fu sea cow leader. Under the praise of the girls, Chopper became soft like noodles again. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy. However, Chopper's shy expression made Nami pick him up for a round of face washing. Roar! The Kung Fu sea cows lined up and bowed to Chopper and Nami, wanting to become their apprentices. After some entanglement, the rogue girl Desire taught the Kung Fu sea cows a move called Fishman Karate, Wave Fist. Later, the Kung Fu sea cow leader followed Nami back to the Yan Huang ship, unwilling to leave. Only Captain Mo, you could decide if you could stay. Chopper patiently explained to the Kung Fu sea cow. The Kung Fu sea cow stated that it would wait, and it also wanted to become a free pirate, exploring the vast sea and meeting more strong people. After that, the Kung Fu sea cow challenged Zango, the brother duo, and the swordsman twins. Zango easily hypnotized it, and it fell without even being able to fight back. When it woke up, it punched the squad leader. After all, it was a pirate with a bounty of millions. Afterwards, every time it finished resting, it would challenge a crew member it considered strong, growing through the beatings. At the Rain Banquet Casino, Nico, Robin, and Buggy each dragged 2 large bags of gold, jewels, and berries, while the 3 to 4 meter tall Drago and Bear dragged a box containing sea stone iron rods dismantled from a sea stone cage. Akin also dragged as bonus into the Rain Banquet Casino and helped him secure some of his bones. Eric and Bartolomeo were tying up these Baroque Works members and keeping an eye on them. The scheming Robin picked up a Din Din Mushi and called Nami on the Yan Huang. Nami, there's so many gold, jewels, and berries here. We really can't carry them all. How about we throw away half? Because Robin was specifically warned by Nami before setting off that not a single berry should be left behind. Sister Robin, no. Please don't leave a single coin behind. The Din Din Mushi transmitted Nami's heart-wrenching pleas, and Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking what an interesting adventure crew it was, while Buggy was stunned by the whole thing. At that moment, a sandstorm blew outside, and a sense of foreboding enveloped Robin and the others. A rapidly spinning sandstorm transformed into a humanoid figure, and the warlord Crocodile appeared in front of them. How could it be you? Sand Crocodile, where's our captain? Akin and Buggy never thought that Mo Yi would lose, just why Crocodile returned first. Ha! Little Mo, he has already been buried in the desert. Nico, Robin. This time you can't escape. Crocodile looked at the unconscious Das Bonus and the bound Baroque Works members, frowning. A bunch of useless trash. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Captain Mo, ye can't lose to you. Captain Mo, ye can't fall here. Akin shouted madly, transforming into a dragon, wrapping himself in armament hockey, and swiftly swiping his claws at the Sand Crocodile. Drago and Bear also angrily clenched their fists and charged the crocodile. With a bang, the Sand Crocodile turned into fine sand and disappeared. I didn't expect you to awaken armament hockey too. Little Mo Yi is already dead. Do you want to follow me? Crocodile reshaped into a humanoid form and pointed at Akin. Captain Mo, ye cannot die. Drago shouted in anger again, and black patterns slowly appeared on his fist, spreading out, while Bear's fiery red-hot fist also showed black spots. These 2 simpletons truly believed Mo Yi was dead, and under extreme anger, they awakened armament hockey. Sometimes simple-minded people can have unexpected fortune. Buggy and Bartolomeo absolutely did not believe that Mo Yi could die like this, just angry at the Sand Crocodile's nonsense. Eric cautiously guarded Robin, preventing a sneak attack from a Sand Crocodile. The Din Din Mushi in Robin's hand was shouting. What are you talking about? What happened to Mo Yi? Mo Yi is dead? On the Yan Huang, Nami could hardly believe the news she heard. Crocodile said Mo Yi was dead, and her heart was in a state of panic. Her hand holding the Din Din Mushi was trembling. I didn't expect 2 more to awaken armament hockey. I'm a bit envious. Mo Yi is already dead. You 2 can also follow me. Crocodile extended an invitation to Drago and Bear, but seeing their expressions, the hope was slim. Akin, Drago, and Bear, with red eyes, swung their armament hockey fists and claws at the sand crocodile from 3 directions. Crocodile dodged while throwing a desert sword at Robin, which was blocked by Bartolomeo's barrier. Everyone, believe in Captain Moe. Crocodile is lying. Robin firmly said to Nami on the other end of the den mushy. Because my skin is still fair and delicate. Robin remembered what Moe had said, that if he died, her skin would likely turn back to dark and rough. Are you saying Moe's devil fruit ability is still there? Moe didn't have an accident? Nami asked anxiously. Yes, that's what Captain Moe said. On the Yan Huang, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Almost scared to death. Crocodile saw the expressions of Moe's adventure crew and his expression darkened. Little Moe is already dead. I personally buried him under dozens of meters of sand in the desert. I told you, Captain Moe, you cannot stop here. Blood Dragon Heat Breath. Sonic Lightning Laser Cannon. Akin and Adrago unleashed their ultimate moves again towards Crocodile. Stubborn as a mule, Crocodile quickly elementalized and flew away, dodging the attacks from the two. The weight-type Sandstorm unleashed a devastating sandstorm that blew Akin and Adrago away, leaving them battered and bruised. Their hockey not thick enough to withstand it. The Desert Treasure Blade also sent the bear flying, leaving it unable to get up, clearing away 3 small threats with Awaken Hockey. Crocodile walked straight towards Nico Robin. Bartolomeo immediately raised his barrier shield, while Buggy and Eric became extremely tense. Crocodile looked disdainfully at Bartolomeo, blocking his path. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile enlarged his arm and transformed it into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slashing at the barrier shield. With a loud bang, sand flew everywhere, but the barrier remained unbroken. My barrier is invincible, the hardest shield in the world. Seeing the attack blocked, Bartolomeo laughed triumphantly, thinking he just had to hold out until Captain Moya arrived for support. Surface cracking sandification, desert sunflower. Beneath Bartolomeo and Robin, the ground began to sandify, forming a massive quicksand funnel that trapped the 4 of them. Hands resembling flowers appeared from the ceiling, and Robin grabbed one to pull herself free. Buggy threw both of his feet out, flying up while holding Eric in one arm, who didn't forget to grab Bartolomeo, who was still holding his shield. Sandstorm. Crocodile instantly blew Buggy and the others floating in the air away, appearing in front of Nico Robin, staring at her expressionlessly. You cannot escape my grasp. He reached out to grab Robin by the neck, but Robin, suppressing her nervousness, maintained a calm expression, silently looking at her former boss. With a loud howl, a massive, green, eerie sword energy sliced Crocodile's entire body into pieces. Moe suddenly appeared beside Robin, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Upon seeing Moe, Robin, who was still trembling, immediately relaxed her tense body and leaned against his shoulder. Sorry, I'm late. I'm glad you're okay. Robin looked at Moe's side profile and suddenly felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. Holding Robin, he quickly retreated to the back, and the injured Akin and others, who had been blown away, seemed to see a pillar of support in Moe and gathered around him. Captain, I knew you would be fine, Bartolomeo said excitedly, while Buggy and Akin nodded vigorously. Captain, I've awakened the armament hockey, Adrago quickly claimed as soon as he saw Moe. Me too, Mao Xiong hurriedly added, as if awakening the armament hockey might earn the captain's praise. Very good. Worth praising. Now you all step back a bit. I need to continue fighting Crocodile. The gloomy sand crocodile, reshaping into human form not far away, watched Moe reappear, realizing he had not died. Old Sand, your use of dance powder and the evidence of your coup will soon be known by the world government. It's going to be tough for you to hold onto your position as a warlord. In this rain-soaked city, Crocodile thought that eroding it to form a vast desert would likely consume a lot of stamina, unlike in the desert where sand was abundant. As long as I obtain Pluton, this position as a warlord won't be necessary anymore. Even if you find the location of Pluton, do you really think that the ancient weapon, the Pluton battleship, can be operated by your few useless subordinates? Moe teased Crocodile again, because he saw that Bucky was still taking those treasures, and even Bartolomeo was dragging the big box containing the sea stone iron rod. Sure enough, Crocodile frowned. If he wasn't following a path of unmatched personal strength, then none of the elite members under his command could be missing. Moe speculated that the ancient weapon, the Hades battleship, might not be as large as Noah's Ark from Fishman Island, but it must be much larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Without enough loyal subordinates, you could be infiltrated by the world government's CP organization in no time, and then both you and your ship would be taken back. Enough of the nonsense, Moe. Little ghost, Erosion Reincarnation Crocodile decisively abandoned his luxurious rain dinner casino that he had operated for many years, just to create a home field advantage in battle. The rain dinner casino collapsed with a bang, weathered, and began to decertify, turning into gravel. Fortunately, Buggy and the others had already dragged the treasure and the sea prism stone outside. After today, you'll have nothing left. Are you sure you want to eliminate even your subordinates? Moyi looked at the severely injured Das Bonus and many members of the Baroque works, all within the range of the erosion cycle. Crocodile took a deep puff from his cigar and glanced at Mr. One, who had been with him for many years. A small sandstorm swept all these people away. It seems you're not completely heartless after all. In the original work, Crocodile had turned the failed Mr. 3 into a dried corpse and fed him to the banana crocodile, and Robin almost got poisoned by his deadly hook. He was indeed ruthless, but it seems he still had a bit of master-servant affection for Das Bonus. Moyi, you little brat, because of you, my years of planning have turned to ashes. I will kill you again. Let my subordinates show you the truth. Moyi drew the third-generation Ghost Slash, wrapping it in armed color and covering it with the aura of the 7-star sword. Desert Treasure Blade 7-star sword's ultimate technique. Demon Chi and Demon Fire slash a massive sand blade collided with purple lightning and eerie greensword energy, exploding into dazzling light, followed by a deafening explosion and fierce winds as 2 enormous sword marks spread out. Super Heavy Sandstorm, a colossal sandstorm tornado appeared. Crocodile scattered into sand, merging into the storm, seemingly transforming into the Reaper of the desert. The heavens and earth darkened. Was this the power of the natural type? Sand Fruit, Domain, connecting heaven and earth sliding track network, both of them brought out their ultimate moves. Moyi's afterimages flickered continuously within the sandstorm, trying to locate Crocodile's real body. However, the speed at which the sand crocodile changed positions was too fast, and the storm interfered with the observation hockey, making it difficult to accurately find Crocodile's location. It was only in a real battle against a natural type master that one discovered the troublesome aspects of the natural type. In their home environment, they could attack you from anywhere and seamlessly merge back into the natural surroundings. The massive sandstorm tornado centered on the Rain Banquet Casino slowly grew larger, visible even from outside Rain City as a terrifying tornado blocking the sky. Robin brought Akin to a hidden warehouse, while Buggy and Adrika had already fled outside Rain City with their treasures and sea stone. Akin, immediately take all the dancing powder, burn it above the sandstorm, and create rain to give Captain Moyi an advantage. Understood. Transformed into a blood-colored dragon. Akin packed several large bundles of dancing powder on his back and flew into the sky, igniting the powder with flames above the tornado, releasing green gas. In the high sky, rain clouds visibly began to gather. After Akin burned all the dancing powder, he flew back to the warehouse to repeat the same operation with more dancing powder. The dancing powder, also known as rain summoning powder, appears as a green powder. It was invented long ago by a country that had no rain to produce mist-like smoke floating in the air, creating what is known as artificial rain. The name originates from the hope that people would celebrate joyously by dancing when it rains. However, once this powder is used, neighboring countries downwind would suffer droughts, leading to wars when they discovered the situation. Therefore, the world government prohibited the production and possession of this powder. Robin didn't care about the humanitarian issues. She just needed Moyi to win. With Akin's repeated trips back and forth, a large amount of rain clouds had gathered overhead. With a pop, a raindrop fell. As time passed, the raindrops began to increase in intensity. Rain City, the entire area of the Rain Banquet Casino, was covered by the massive sandstorm tornado. With the arrival of heavy rain, it gradually transformed into a storm tornado as the sand condensed into sand rain, falling down in droves. Damn it, it's Nico Robin again. Crocodile in the sandstorm was furious. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to take down the little punk Moyi or directly wear him out, but unexpectedly, Nico Robin caused this heavy rain. It completely deprived Crocodile of the natural type's home advantage, putting him in a dire situation. With the torrential rain's arrival, the sand crocodile lost control of the sandstorm tornado. The sand fell away and disappeared, and the tornado began to dissipate, leaving only Moyi standing in the downpour and Crocodile revealing his human form. Raindrops slid off Moyi's transparent sliding shield, preventing him from becoming a drenched rat. While the sand crocodile was completely soaked, the heavy black fur coat and clothes making this sand fruit user feel extremely uncomfortable. In such a drenched environment, It was difficult for the Sansan fruit to elementalize, making it the perfect time to attack Crocodile's physical form. Crocodile had no intention of recruiting the Sand Crocodile, as he was an extremely proud person who had already acquired the Sansan fruit at a young age and achieved a degree of success in the Grand Line. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, when Crocodile was 20 years old, he encountered Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates, at the Grand Line, and they engaged in a fierce battle that ended without a clear victor. This battle greatly boosted Crocodile's fame, leading to an invitation from the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the same year, in his youthful arrogance, the Sand Crocodile challenged Whitebeard in the New World, but suffered a crushing defeat and had his left hand severed by Edward Newgate. He was then intentionally let go by Whitebeard, which left the proud Crocodile mentally and physically bruised, believing he was being insulted. However, faced with Whitebeard's despair-inducing strength and unable to take revenge, he ultimately set his sights on the Pluton, a weapon capable of destroying an island with a single shot. Using his identity as a warlord, he fought against pirates in Alabasta, becoming a hero of the kingdom, while secretly gathering information about Pluton and daringly sheltering Nico Robin, solely to decode the historical texts that recorded Pluton. On the path to finding the ancient weapon Pluton, he became increasingly lost, feeling that only Pluton could give him the power to take revenge on Whitebeard and dominate the world. In the pirate rookie village of Alabasta, he stayed for over 10 years, and without rivals, his hockey training became lax, causing him to almost lose his hockey. It seems my crew is more reliable than your subordinates. Crocodile, let's have a real battle. Katie, while you're sick, I'll take your life. Slick Slick Fruit, Slide Track Slash. Moe raised the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash and vanished from his spot, launching himself a crocodile with incredible speed. With A-Clang, sparks flew, and the fierce wind extinguished the surrounding raindrops as Crocodile's golden hook collided with the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash. Even if the Sansan fruit is limited, it's not your place to be so arrogant. Crocodile forcefully swung his golden hook, sending Moe flying back. This is the level of combat prowess seen in the Marineford War and among top fighters like Hawkeye and Doflamingo. I didn't expect your physical skills to be decent, but after so many years in the first half of the Grand Line, your techniques haven't progressed much. In fact, they seem a bit rusty. Moe immediately noticed the flaws in Crocodile's physical techniques. It was clear he hadn't used them in years, having become overly reliant on the Sansan fruit to solve all his problems. You can handle this easily. Crocodile's golden hook slashed and cut as he exchanged blows with Moe. However, drenched in the heavy rain, he felt his stamina depleting rapidly and was extremely uncomfortable, wanting to quickly finish off his opponent. You're getting anxious, Crocodile. Slick Slick Fruit, 10 directions, sliding rail slash. Countless transparent sliding rails appeared on the ground, and Moe's afterimages continuously attacked the struggling Sand Crocodile, with the golden hook swinging rapidly, each strike sending sparks flying and the sound of clashing ringing loudly. With a swish, Moe slashed a deep sword mark across Crocodile's back, drawing the first trace of blood from this Logia user. As the rain washed it away, it slowly formed a puddle on the ground. Crocodile, under this heavy rain, you have no chance. If you had the strength of a great swordsman, perhaps you could split the clouds above. 7-star Ultimate, Ghostly Chi Demon Flame Slash. A massive green, eerie sword energy slashed down towards Crocodile with a force that seemed to cleave the sky, extinguishing the rain along its path and striking the Sand Crocodile directly. With no way to evade, Crocodile's eyes widened in despair as the long-lost armament hockey awakened once again, frantically wrapping around his golden hook to block the astonishing sword energy. Crocodile was still overwhelmed by the sword energy, sent flying 100 meters away, and the fallen Sand Crocodile coughed up a mouthful of blood. The golden hook was cut halfway through by the sword energy, and the deadly poison inside began to flow out. The quality of the golden hook is not bad. It seems you've reawakened your armament hockey. Moe's observation hockey was closely watching Crocodile, so he quickly discovered the reason. You have no chance. The 3rd generation of the sword, Enma, was switched to his left hand, and his right hand with the 7-star arm reached out to grab Crocodile's golden hook, while the Sand Crocodile also fiercely struck at Moe's armed color claws. Moe's 7-star arm grabbed the golden hook of the Sand Crocodile and smiled slightly at him. Swallowing Fruit Fusion Factory, a mouth appeared in the palm of the 7-star arm, and countless green tentacles emerged, engulfing the golden hook. Crocodile was startled by the sudden bizarre event and broke free from the control of the golden hook, retreating rapidly. The golden hook was absorbed and fused by Mo's 7-star arm, which then developed a layer of golden armor. Taking the third-generation sword, Ichan, in his left hand, Moe walked towards Crocodile, who was using only one hand. The heavy rain continued to pour down incessantly. Crocodile had already lost the advantage of the sand fruit, and now lost the golden hook, leaving him without even an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I heard that. Under the same level of armament hockey, having a weapon is definitely stronger and harder than being unarmed. An armament hockey sword can cut through an armament hockey fist. In terms of armament hockey, whoever trains it stronger will be harder. Katakuri's armament hockey fist can deform Luffy's armament hockey fist. Moe looked at Crocodile, who was unarmed. The 7-star saber was rewrapped with hockey in a blackened form. I admit I underestimated you. Moe, you little brat. You have the qualifications to become a true pirate. Crocodile, with one hand, had lost track of his cigar, his hairstyle was already messy, and mud and rain had made his clothes dirty, looking quite disheveled. Aren't you planning to find a chance to escape, Sand Crocodile? Moe's observation hockey was fully focused on Crocodile, trying to discern if he had any hidden cards or backup plans. In the rain-soaked area, the former luxurious casino of the Rain Banquet had already eroded into rubble. The sandstorm tornado had dissipated, and heavy rain poured down. Standing in the rain were Moe, holding the third-generation Ghost Slash, and Crocodile, who was struggling with one hand. Crocodile pulled a cigar from somewhere with his right hand and took out a beautifully crafted golden lighter from his pocket. With his head lowered, he struggled to light the cigar in the heavy rain. Taking a deep puff, Crocodile raised his head to look at the young and handsome boy in front of him, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self, equally young and equally powerful. I never expected to fall before a rookie like you. Compared to his own youthful arrogance, Moe was more cautious, stronger, and more intelligent. The cigar in Crocodile's mouth was extinguished by the rain, and his gaze regained the sharpness of his younger days. No longer filled with arrogance. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. Crocodile shook off his soaked heavy black fur coat, and his remaining right hand wrapped around the recently awakened armament hockey, swiftly hammering toward Moe. This level of armament hockey is not hard enough. Moe, wielding the armed color of the third generation of Ghost Slash, charged towards Crocodile. With a clang, their fists and sword blades collided, surprisingly sparking flames as both exerted their full strength and shouted in fury. Blood splattered, and ultimately, bare hands could not compete with weapons, especially when their levels of hockey were not on the same scale. Crocodile was once again knocked away by Moe, landing in the muddy waters. The large sword scar on his back and the wound on his right fist caused Crocodile to bleed significantly, and he began to tremble slightly in the heavy rain. His face gradually turning pale, and his heavy breath started to slow down. Crocodile lay flat on the ground, allowing the heavy rain to drench his face. His eyes gradually closing. I have lost. The weak are ultimately overwhelmed by the tide of the new era. Even this small ghost understands that true power is the real truth of this world. What was the pursuit of the underworld king for? Crocodile fainted from excessive blood loss, filled with endless questions and a hint of regret. Moe let out a sigh of relief, having taken full advantage of the timing and circumstances, finally bringing the sand alligator down. Without the assistance of Robin and Akin, he might have had to strategically retreat and seek another opportunity after exhausting all his resources. Moe looked at the fallen Crocodile, delivered another armed color strike to his neck, and then his right hand transformed into golden armor, turning into shackles that bound the Sand Crocodile's right hand and neck together. He then lifted him and dashed out of Rain Base City. Soon, the assembled members of Moe's adventure group gathered, with Moe eating meat heartily to replenish his strength. Mr. 1, Daz Bones, was also captured by Akin. Crocodile was bandaged up and did not die, and, along with Daz Bones, he was securely bound by Buggy and Bartolomeo with over a dozen Sea Prism Stone restraints, ensuring there was no chance of escape. Captain Moe has truly made this warlord's defeat quite pitiful. Nico Robin covered her mouth and smiled, her narrowed eyes fixed on the handsome young man who was feasting. Thank you, Robin. Thanks to you and Akin's heavy rain, I almost faced a disaster. Moe swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Robin and the others with praise. We are just icing on the cake. I believe Captain Moe still has quite a few tricks up his sleeve to deal with Crocodile. Nico Robin seemed to see through this cautious captain. She didn't believe that Moe would dare to confront a warlord without any backup. In any case, you two have made great contributions. Let us inform Vivi and Nami on both sides. Understood, Captain. On the Yenwang ship, I knew Moe could do it. he defeated a warlord. The warlords, one of the three major powers at sea, had been defeated by Moe. Nami and the other women jumped up in joy, while instructing Morty and Sweetheart Queen to keep a close eye on the Admiral's location. They couldn't afford to relax at this moment. Nami was already fixated on the golden treasure that Robin mentioned, eager to fly over and join them. In the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Alabarna, after Vivi and the others returned to the palace, they encountered the Straw Hat crew led by Icolum. With the help of the Straw Hat pirates, the king's army repeatedly repelled the attacks of the rebel army. The trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji even defeated several commanders of the rebel army and captured them, earning praise from the officials, along with plenty of good food and wine. Meanwhile, on the rebel side, the leader Crocodile was furious about the king colluding with pirates. The army was pressing down, and the public was agitated, with spies from Baroque works continuously stoking the fire. The war had reached a point where it was like an arrow on the bowstring. Inevitable. Princess Vivi wanted to meet with the rebel leader Crocodile to explain that this was the scheme of the warlord Crocodile. However, other ambitious commanders in the rebel army were blinded by the imminent prospect of royal power and wealth. For these ambitious commanders, the king's monopolization of rain, preventing other areas from receiving it, was merely their justification for overthrowing the rule. Now that the situation was set, it was not something that leader Crocodile could simply call off, whether for the sake of gaining favor, power, and wealth, or to avoid being punished by the king later. They felt there was no turning back. Thus, these commanders firmly opposed leader Crocodile meeting with Princess Vivi, fearing that the leader might change his mind and be swayed by the princess. With Princess Vivi and leader Crocodile unable to meet, 1 million rebels and 600,000 royal soldiers began a siege battle. On such a vast battlefield, even Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji felt their insignificance. Shocked by the horrors of war, watching their fellow Alabastans kill each other, both King Cobra and Princess Vivi were in tears. Why did it come to this? Everything was due to their incompetence, leading to the nation's peril. Even receiving Moe's phone bug message couldn't stop this war. The Straw Hat crew and others were shocked that Moe could take down the warlord Crocodile. However, the battle in the capital was fierce, and they all had to help defend the city, exhausted like dogs every day, needing to rest whenever they had a moment. On the rain-slicked road to the capital, Alabarna, a moving crab dashed by, leaving a trail of swirling dust. Moe, it's been a while since we last talked. I've missed you so much. Recently, Morgans had been having his subordinates and the intelligence officer Morty and Secretary Sweetheart Queen of the Moe pirates contact him. Morgans, please make sure to closely monitor the news about the Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp. Moe is a bit of trust in this neutral and pirate-leaning underground emperor. Of course, this is under the condition that it does not touch Morgan's interests. It is known that Morgans does not give face to the 5 elders of the world government and ignores huge bribes. No matter what news, he still reports it. After revealing his location, his headquarters can be moved away by thousands of seagulls. Morgans also has the strength to eliminate spies lurking in the headquarters of the world government in one move. His power should not be underestimated. Moe, do you have any big news to report? Morgans asked upon hearing that the Moe pirate crew has been paying close attention to the movements of the admirals and has taken down a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Did they pull off something significant again? I took down one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Use this news to increase your focus on the admirals and the 4 emperors. And make sure not to drop the ball. Now, Moe is also a bit afraid of suddenly being confronted by 2 admirals, so he is very concerned about their latest information. Gahaha, this is indeed remarkable news, taking down one of the 7 warlords like this. Tomorrow's news will definitely sell well. I agree to your terms, and my seagulls will monitor the admiral's information around the clock, updating you at any time. Morgans has already started getting excited about this big news. A rising pirate force has taken down one of the 7 warlords, who are allied with the world government. This is a great headline. After ending the call with Moe, he immediately arranged for the editorial team to start writing the news and notified the closest reporter to Moe to go there and capture the scene of Crocodile's defeat. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates, still drifting at sea, are searching for Ace, who is also looking for Teach. On the ship, the Sword of Jybeck, Marshal D. Teach hears the last thing he wants to hear, the sound of a transponder snail ringing. Remembering the recent bounty on the entire Moe pirate crew makes Blackbeard very envious. So many devil fruit users, even his own crew with the dark fruit, is far behind. He picks up the transponder snail and quickly adjusts his mood. Hee hee, Captain Moe, you're quite popular lately. The profit-driven Blackbeard doesn't he mind saying a flattering word. Blackbeard, have you caught Ace? I've already taken down the 7 warlords, Crocodile, freeing up a position for you. This time, my reward for helping you is 10 dark fruits. Moe was still drooling over Blackbeard's dark fruit. Of course, he wouldn't forget to extort it. Moe, you brought down the 7 warlords for your own purpose. Why drag me into this? Blackbeard was also extremely angry. What do you mean by helping him free up a position among the 7 warlords? Do you want your secrets and plans reported in the newspaper? Moe, you wouldn't let Blackbeard take advantage. Last time I promised you, I'll give you another one. Don't push your luck. If it comes to worst, we can part ways, and I'll find my own way. Blackbeard also saw Moe's covetousness for the dark fruit, and he couldn't let Moe lead him by the nose, or he would be doomed sooner or later. At least 3, otherwise, let's part ways. Moe certainly knew that Blackbeard was wary of him and didn't want to push too hard, so he decided to take it slow. Blackbeard was also estimating the time it would take to create the dark fruit and evaluating the strength of Moe's pirate crew. Devil fruits could only be developed into something stronger by individuals with great innate talent and power. The devil fruit grants immense abilities, but it is the person who achieves the reputation of the devil fruit. A top-tier individual can defeat a group of devil fruit users. Moye, this is the last time. Blackbeard expressed immense anger, yet he agreed to Moye's terms, promising to repay him double one day. Ha ha ha, prepare the dark fruit, and I'll let you know the transaction location. Moe was very satisfied with the result and happily hung up the snail phone. Captain Teach, are you really going to let this kid Moe lead you by the nose? This is too frustrating. Jazasabagus was very unhappy with Moe's extortion, and his angry expression was evident. Ha, the Moe pirate crew has already grown strong. We can't fall behind. We must quickly find Ace's location. We can't let others take this warlord position. Blackbeard was quite open-minded. A person with ambition sees the ultimate outcome. Now, Moe had already prepared quite favorable conditions for him. Grabbing Ace's information would help him bring down the warlord. The only price to pay was to offer the dark fruit, allowing Moe's pirate crew to grow rapidly. But this was not a concern. Doflamingo was still helping Kaido produce artificial devil fruits, giving the beast pirates a legion of hundreds of animal devil fruit users. However, all of this was within the limits of strength. Just 7 dark fruits could help him achieve his ultimate goal, and it was all worth it. Moreover, Moe had no interest in the Pirate King. His focus was on the world government, and for now, there was no direct conflict with Blackbeard's pirate crew. If there was a conflict, it was the hunting of devil fruit users. But with hundreds of ability users in the world, there would be plenty of opportunities to seize powerful devil fruits. Blackbeard set aside his concerns and fully pursued Ace, aiming to ascend to the warlord position as soon as possible. At the Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Report. Admiral. Level 1 Battle Report. According to intelligence personnel in Alabasta, the territory of Warlord Crocodile has been completely destroyed, and witnesses saw Crocodile defeated and captured by the newcomer king, Yendi. The communications soldier gasped as he finished relaying the urgent information before adjusting his breathing. Unexpectedly, Moe had arrived in Alabasta, and Crocodile was defeated just like that. Immediately inform Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, and concurrently revoke Crocodile's title as Warlord. The warlords should not be pirates defeated by newcomers. After a brief analysis, Sengoku immediately issued orders, hoping to intercept the Moe pirate crew as soon as possible. The communications soldier quickly notified the admirals and the Internal Affairs Department to issue the order to revoke the warlord title. The Moe pirate crew had completely grown strong. Even the warlords were no match for him, and they were beginning to take on the form of a Yonko, posing a significant threat. Chief of Staff Tsuru felt uneasy every time she heard news about the Moe pirate crew, as their growth was faster than that of the Roger Pirates. In the sea near Water 7, the Moe pirate crew appeared above the Alabasta Kingdom and defeated Warlord Crocodile. Admiral Sakazuki on the main ship of the Admiral Fleet held the snail phone, while Akiji aboard the sea train also answered the call. The admirals and hawkish vice admirals rushed toward the Alabasta Sea area. In the capital, Alyabarna, a 1,000,000-strong rebel army surrounded the 600,000-strong royal army, resulting in a 2-day siege battle with heavy casualties. Over 100,000 had already fallen in the underground of this royal city, with corpses piling up and blood flowing like rivers. As a small pirate crew witnessing such a brutal war, the Straw Hat crew had become somewhat numb and unable to comprehend it. At that moment, they suddenly felt the urge to retreat, desiring free adventures rather than this endless war. They lacked the absolute strength to stop this war. Vivi, I'm sorry I couldn't help. Luffy's voice was already a bit hoarse on the battlefield. No matter how he shouted, his voice was drowned out by the sounds of war. Both sides were blinded by rage, showing no intention of stopping the fight. Zoro looked at his great sword and the blade. With even the white handle stained with dried blood, his other sword, Yuki, was the same, and his third blade had already dulled. He didn't know how many rebels he had cut down in the past 2 days, and continuously swinging his sword at these weaklings had gone against his will to become stronger. He had now lost the will to fight. Sanji, watching the scenes of war, thought of his family, the Vinsmoke family, a notorious marine nation in the North Sea, also known as a marine mercenary group that fought wars for hire to earn funds for experiments on artificial humans and clones. He strongly resisted war and now wanted to escape this vortex of conflict. Usopp, Joseph, and Johnny were also suffering. A war of millions was keeping them awake at night and had made them somewhat neurotic over the past few days. Luffy, thank you for your help. Princess Vivi's voice was completely hoarse, even losing her voice at times, crying daily and shouting at the rebels, but it had no effect. Captain M.O. Yi would soon reach the capital. With him around, there would surely be a way to resolve the rebel army. The war-hungry dog, Kureha, had just finished a call with M.O. Yi, comforting everyone. No matter how strong one's personal power is, what can it do in such a war? Kill a few more innocent civilians? Sanji shouted with red eyes. He hated war and death. Zoro looked at his swords. Even if he could cut down 1 person per second, he could only kill 3,000 people in an hour, and that was under optimal conditions. Facing 100,000 soldiers made even this Shura B sigh. I believe in Captain M.O. Yi's abilities. Princess Vivi's hoarse voice came through. She could only believe that M.O. Yi could bring miracles. Gal D, Ino, Fong Clai, and others also felt a pang of sadness. Several members of the original Baroque works were involved in part of the plan. Seeing such a large-scale and brutal siege battle, they felt a bit regretful and feared being blamed by others. In the temporary headquarters of the rebel army generals, at this rate, the casualties are too great. We are all citizens of Alabasta. Let Princess Vivi and me negotiate. Leader Koza discussed strategies with the leaders of other cities. In just 2 or 3 days, the rebel army had suffered over 70,000 casualties, while the royal army had lost over 30,000. They were all subjects of the same nation, yet they ended up killing each other. Leader Koza, we still have an absolute numerical advantage. We cannot let this selfish and brutal king go at this time. It is he who has caused the entire country to suffer 3 years without rain, leading countless innocent people to die from this drought. A general wearing a white cloth hat, with one hand on the hilt of his long knife, looked angrily at Koza, his 2 rat-like whiskers nearly pointing to the sky. General Moose, the pirates have come to help, and there are more than 10 devil fruit users. Our top combat power cannot match them. Kosha desperately advised these generals. But little did he know that many of them came from poor backgrounds, having suffered enough from the hardships of life at the bottom. This uprising was fought for power and wealth. So let's use soldiers to pile up their corpses. The war had reached this point, completely uncontrollable like a wild horse that had broken free. These rebels had gathered from various cities in Alabastan, having struggled hard just to become leaders. And how could they possibly go back to living a humble life? The other generals had different thoughts. Unlike Kosha, who only wanted to address the issue of rainwater, they also desired power and riches. Kosha, if you don't want to continue the war, you can withdraw with your Yuba City army. General Maus from Aluma City had already set his sights on Kosha's position. If the uprising succeeded, it could mean the throne for him, and he revealed a greedy glint in his eyes. At this moment, Kosha also realized the unusual thoughts of the generals. Giving the kingdom to these scoundrels would likely lead to a situation even worse than now. It would be better to forge ahead and govern the kingdom well before returning the throne to Princess Vivi. At this moment, Kosha's resolve strengthened once again. He needed to be the strongest leader to suppress the wolfish ambitions of these predators. Since that's the case, tomorrow General Maus will lead the vanguard to attack the royal capital, Albana. Maus's face turned pale, but the other generals raised their hands in agreement. After all, Kosha's Yuba City army was the strongest, and he was the leader of the rebels, while Maus's Aluma City army was the second strongest. If they didn't weaken him, who would they weaken? Maus had no choice but to accept this daunting siege task with a grim face. The next day, the rebel army gathered their forces again, pressuring the royal capital Albana. General Maus led the Aluma army, taking the lead, pushing the cannons to begin the siege. The first round of cannon fire was still blocked by Luffy's rubber fruit balloon. Facing the attacking rebels, Luffy and his companions, along with Foam, Keeley and others, continue to fend off the rebels, climbing the walls, knocking each one off. Bullets and cannonballs flew everywhere, and some stray bullets caused soldiers to die innocently in battle. General Mao's did not care about the lives of the civilian soldiers, constantly urging his troops from behind to step over the bodies of the dead soldiers. The brutality of war reappeared before everyone. Countless people died every second, causing Princess Vivi and King Kabura in the royal city to feel heartache. And Kosha in the rebel camp felt the same, his heart wrenching. On Vivi's side, there was constant urging, suggesting that the situation was extremely dire. Nico Robin put down the snail phone, looking seriously at Moe. The moving crab moves at this speed. I told you before, when a moving crab sees a beautiful woman dancing, its speed will double. Captain, you're joking at a time like this. I'm serious. Montaki also responded seriously. Seeing Moe's earnest expression, Nico Robin took a deep breath, reluctantly choosing to trust the captain one more time. Robin took off her denim jacket, revealing a tank top, and began dancing a desert-style dance, her curves swaying gracefully. Sure enough, the moving crab's eyes were fixed on Robin, and with a burst of steam, it excitedly sped away, leaving a cloud of dust behind, its figure already out of sight. Kosha, quickly send all the other armies in. The soldiers of the people are using their bodies to build a bloody staircase for us. The cruel king must pay for this. General Mao's, with red eyes, loudly requested Kosha, as his army suffered heavy casualties. But it was all worth it as long as they could enter the royal city and become a new power figure. Kosha looked at the generals with glowing eyes and had no choice but to issue the order for a full-scale attack. The royal ambition rested on this battle. The dark mass of the rebel army shouted as they launched a destructive charge toward the royal city Albana, countless comrades becoming stepping stones. Your Majesty, Princess Vivi, we can't hold on any longer, we should retreat, shouted the vice-captain of the royal guard, Hayabusa Bell and Jackal. Candleman Gardino also shouted loudly to Princess Vivi, stating that the momentum of the rebels was unstoppable. Watching the heavy casualties on both sides, Vivi and Kabura felt an indescribable emotion, helplessly shedding tears as they descended from the city towers, retreating and abandoning the first line of defense of the capital. At that moment, a small white line appeared in the distance, a cloud of dust being kicked up by someone running. Vivi turned back to see this white line and felt hope return in her side. She let go of Kabura's hand and quickly ran back to the highest point of the city tower, watching the moving crab getting closer. Everyone hold on. Captain Moe has arrived. We have strong support. Victory will surely belong to us. Vivi's hoarse voice once again rang out loudly, penetrating the entire battlefield. On the moving crab, Moe looked at the densely packed army, like zombies.